While his peers were still drinking milk tea instead of eating, this young man was so hardcore, he could do 1,000,000 push-ups in one breath. A strange tale from a past life. When powerful experts fought each other, Wong Shan at that time was nothing more than a tiny fly passing by. Unfortunately, he was caught in the crossfire. And just like that, he was gone. In this life, Wong Shan secretly resolved. In my past life, I was just a minor rogue cultivator. I didn't even know who killed me. Now that heaven has given me a chance to be reborn, I can't die so meaninglessly like that again. This time, I must live a life worthy of the name of being human. This afternoon at 4 hours 15 minutes and 24 seconds, the rocket has successfully launched. The time and location are the same as in my past lives memory. This means I really have been reborn back to when I was 17. According to the rumors in my past life, the rocket brought something back from the moon, causing the spiritual energy that had been absent for 1,000 years to recover. This plunged the world into an era of universal cultivation. Since I've been reborn to this moment, I must seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, the shabby cultivation method from my past life can only slightly improve my physical constitution now. It seems if I want to change my fate in this life, there's only one way. Just as Wong Shan was thinking this, his parents came home. As expected, the air conditioner is a lifesaver. The ice cream is here. While the two old folks were in a good mood, Wong Shan immediately expressed his desire to go to Wudong Mountain to become a Taoist. After a chaotic night, Wong Shan finally convinced his parents to let him go to Wudong to find a master. Even though the price he paid was a bit tragic, Wong Shan left the house with a swollen face, carrying a suitcase. His mother, with tears in her eyes, couldn't help but feel upset looking at her son. "Little Shan, why are you being so stubborn? Honey, don't worry anymore. Little Shan already said it. He's just taking a year off from school." Wong Shan's father comforted her. "You know it's just a year off from school? Look at how you beat our son." Wong Shan's mother angrily got physical, making his father cry out for mercy. Afterwards, feeling uneasy, they both decided to follow their son to Wudong Mountain. The reason Wong Shan wanted to go to Wudong was because a certain master on the Immortal Path's heavenly ranking was there. He failed to become a disciple in his past life, so this time he had to seize the opportunity. But unfortunately, Taoist Master Gao Shuixing, the person Wong Shan wanted to take as a master, was not on the mountain but was performing overseas. He wouldn't be back for several months. Taoist Master Gao Shuixing is a figure who will rank in the top 3 on the heavenly ranking in the future. Before the world's primordial energy recovered, he was considered the face of Wudang's martial arts. Now, during this period, he and several other Taoist masters are not here. Should I choose another cultivation sect to apprentice myself to? Wong Shan carried his luggage. Just as he left Zixiao Palace, he met a Taoist who had set up a stall selling books by the entrance, hawking his wares. "At your age, you should be studying properly. Young man, don't be fooled by the stories and novels. If you really want to learn Kung Fu, I'll recommend a few of Wudang's secret martial arts manuals to you. One book is only 300. This is the true ancient martial arts heritage of Wudong. It will absolutely allow you to be unrivaled under the heavens and laugh across the universe. If you, young layman, need internal energy, you can also join my crash course. Young layman, today, you have a great affinity with martial arts. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I beg you, Taoist Master, to accept me as your disciple. I am willing to follow you, Taoist Master, in seeking the immortal path." Wong Shan clasped his hands and bowed. He celebrated inwardly. "That's right. This is my great opportunity. Isn't this person Qinjianzi, the unspeaking Taoist master? In my past life, this is a top 5 cultivation master from the reclusive heavenly ranking. I've really struck gold this time." Qinjianzi was flustered by Wong Shan's words. "Little friend, if you were talking about learning martial arts, it would be a bit more believable. But you open your mouth, and it's all about cultivating immortality and the Tao. Have you ever met someone with magical abilities? This disciple feels that the Tao is a kind of spirit, a different kind of perception of the heaven, earth, and the universe. I searched all over Wudong Mountain, but couldn't find the person I wanted as a master. But upon meeting you, I knew that you, Taoist Master, are no ordinary person. You're quite interesting. You keep talking about the Tao incessantly, and you're even picky about choosing a master. Here on Wudong Mountain, I'm just someone with a title but no real substance. In all these years, I've only taken on one disciple, and I usually don't pay any attention to her. Are you sure you want me as your master? Besides, you want to become a disciple. Do your parents know? My parents came here with me. Taoist master. I sincerely want to follow you to cultivate. Qin Jianzi looked at Wong Shan with satisfaction. It seems you are quite sincere. Not just some kid who ran away from home after watching too many movies and novels. 3 questions. Answer them to my satisfaction. Then have your parents come over to talk. The first question. What is the Tao? According to this disciple's understanding, the Tao is the natural order. It is the law. Second question. The arts of the Tao are physiognomy. Mountain is the art of immortal cultivation. Medicine is the art of healing. Fate is. Wang Sheng answered fluently, causing Qin Jianzi to nod in approval. It seems you're very determined. Then, the third question. After you become my disciple, your father and I fall into the water and are about to drown. Who will you save first? Saving my master first would be unfilial to my parents. There's a saying in Taoism. An unfilial person cannot become a true man. But saving my parents first would be disrespecting my master. A master is like a parent. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Sheng decided to answer. I would save my father first. Qin Jianzi accepted this answer. He decided to accept Wang Sheng as his disciple. The next morning. Yesterday, I finished speaking with your parents. For now, you are only my probationary disciple. After the observation period, I will decide whether to formally accept you as my disciple. This is where I live. Usually, it's just me and your senior sister here. For now, stay here with us. Yes, Master, Wang Sheng replied. He thought to himself, I wonder what Master said to my parents yesterday, to actually convince them to let me stay on Wudong Mountain. But no matter what, I've finally succeeded in becoming his disciple. At this moment, Qin Jianzi stood in the courtyard and called out loudly, Xiao Xian, didn't you want to see your new probationary junior brother? Hurry over and take a look. From inside the house, a simply dressed girl walked out. Qin Jianzi patted her head, and at the same time, introduced her. This child's name is Mu Guanxuan. She is your senior sister. She is usually very shy around strangers. But surprisingly, she isn't afraid of you. Hello, senior sister. My name is Wang Sheng. They'll be in your care from now on, Wang Sheng said. He felt a flicker of doubt. The surname Mu. It's very rare. Guanxuan. Wait a minute. Mu Guanxuan. My senior sister's name is really Mu Guanxuan? Qin Jianzi snapped with some anger. Nonsense. I gave her that name myself. Could it be wrong? Calm down. I need to stay calm right now. But, the silent Taoist master, Qin Jianzi. The silent fairy, Mu Guanxuan. How could I not have realized they were master and disciple? With 2 top 10 experts from the heaven ranking as my protectors, they'll be able to walk around fearlessly in the future. As Wang Sheng thought this and laughed to himself, Mu Guanxuan pointed at Wang Sheng, then at her own head, as if asking Qin Jianzi, is there something wrong with his head? Qin Jianzi was silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, if all children were normal, who would bear to send their child to the mountains to suffer? You are the senior sister. Remember to take care of your junior brother from now on. A while later, Qin Jianzi led Wang Sheng into the main hall. Then he instructed him seriously. Although you call me master, there is still an observation period before you are formally accepted. You must be mentally prepared. If you can't endure it, I won't force you to stay on the mountain. Understood? As long as master doesn't kick this disciple off the mountain, this disciple will never give up, no matter what. Wang Sheng replied with a determined expression. All right. Do you see that millstone over there? When you're ready, go and grind those 2 bags of wheat into flour. Wang Sheng immediately and obediently complied. Watching him focus on grinding the wheat, Qin Jianzi couldn't help but feel satisfied. He then called Mu Guanxuan out to practice with him. Wang Sheng continued to diligently grind the wheat. Occasionally, he would stop to rest. He would then turn to watch the master and disciple. As expected, even with the lack of worldly spiritual energy, the inheritance of cultivation has not been broken. Even the process of calming the heart and focusing the spirit. This kind of cultivation, accumulated over many years, is incredibly formidable. No wonder that after the worldly origin energy is restored, the speed of these Taoist cultivators far surpasses that of ordinary people. Once I pass the training and am formally accepted, Master will surely pass down some cultivation methods to me. It's true that having a powerful backer is the best, but nothing is more important than one's own strength. Even if I'm not as good as senior sister, I can't be too far behind her in the future. Thinking this, Wong Shan, full of renewed energy, continued to grind the wheat, unaware that although his master was practicing, he was still keeping an eye on him and silently assessing him. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, one step at a time, not rash or impatient. Feeling pretty good. Finally, the wheat grinding task is complete. Although Wong Shan had trained his body for a few months before, he still couldn't get used to doing this for the first time. The soreness was unavoidable. Just then, Mu Guanchuan came over with a bowl of water and handed it to Wong Shan. Thank you, senior sister. Wong Shan took it with a smile. Just then, Qing Yanzi's voice came from inside the room. When you're done, go clean your room. Then, he led Wong Shan to his room. The main house has 2 bedrooms. Just right for you and Xiao Xian, 1 room each. My room is on the side. If you need anything, you can come find me. After your nap, go down the mountain to see your parents to put their minds at ease. A while later, Mu Guanchuan was playing a game when Qing Yanzi, who was snooping at Wang Sheng's door, suddenly waved for her to come over. Curious, Mu Guanchuan quietly approached and peeked into Wang Sheng's room with her master, only to find him practicing his cultivation. Looks like your junior brother is quite the part. Just as Qing Yanzi finished his praise, a snore came from the room, making him scratch his head in embarrassment. I wasn't really praising him. Haha. After resting, Wang Sheng went down the mountain to see his parents as his master had instructed. When he returned, he was carrying a large bundle on his back. Senior sister's mattress is too old. I asked my parents to buy 2 new sets. Master probably won't blame me, right? I went to the mountain at all costs. I must have made my parents worry. Although I don't know what to say. But, in the era of spiritual energy restoration, everything is still unknown. I need enough strength to protect them. But, Wang Sheng looked at the 2 bags in his hands, confused. There's clearly spring water on the mountain for us to use. Why did Master specifically tell me to go down the mountain and buy the 2 cheapest cases of spring water? Whatever. Master must have his profound reasons for doing this. I just need to follow his instructions. The truth proved that Wang Sheng had overestimated his master. He was speechless watching his master enthusiastically riding Wudong Mountain holy water on every bottle he brought back. This is my side hustle. It's specially made for the lay believers who come to the mountain for blessings. Each bottle costs between 20 and 100. I can sell more than 10 bottles a day. Alright, let's go to the backyard. I will demonstrate a set of fist techniques for you. Consider it an initiation bonus. Wang Sheng immediately beamed and followed his master to the backyard. A while later, Wang Sheng practiced the fist techniques his master just taught, sighing with emotion internally. When performing the entire set of fist techniques, my whole body heats up. It feels like a stream of qi is flowing through my body. Although this set of fist techniques master taught me is simple, I didn't expect it to contain such Dao charm. To think I could learn such a profound fist technique right after being initiated. I must master it today. By the time Wang Sheng finished practicing, it was already late at night. He then noticed Mu Guanchuan dozing off by the door and gently woke her up, saying, "Senior sister, go to bed." Mu Guanchuan mumbled a reply and went inside. So senior sister doesn't just know how to say MMM. Master said, that senior sister suffered a severe illness as a child, which is why she can't speak properly. As her junior brother, I must take care of her in the future. Just as Wang Xing thought this, a piece of clothing flew straight into his face. Mu Guanchuan was actually taking off her clothes. Senior sister, go into your room before you change. Wang Sheng hurriedly pushed Mu Guanchuan into her room and closed the door. Only then did he run back to his own room to rest. Senior sister has no defenses at all in front of me. But a model junior brother like me can't take advantage of her. However, the senior sister now is very different from the image of the silent fairy from my past life. Wang Sheng moved a little, and a sharp pain shot through his arm. Formal cultivation is indeed not that simple. I should just meditate. After meditating for a while, Drowsiness washed over him. While drifting off, Wang Sheng seemed to hear his master call out, "Are you awake?" Wang Sheng rubbed his sleepy eyes and was startled to see Qing Yanzi. Seeing Qing Yanzi enter the room, Wang Sheng's drowsiness was instantly swept away. He quickly sat up and whispered, "Master." Qing Yanzi smiled and said, "Lie down. You should sleep. You were initiated a bit late. Your meridians are blocked, and your body is a little too stiff. Relax your body. I will help you push your bones and activate your meridians." Hearing this, Wang Sheng obediently lay down. Seeing that, Qing Yanzi rolled up his sleeves. A stream of blue qi appeared on his hands, continuously pressing onto Wang Sheng's body. During this process, Wang Sheng clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Master's hands seem to carry an alternating hot and cold stream of qi. Could this be the internal qi that martial artists always pursue? The Earth's spiritual energy has not yet been restored. Master has reached this level by training hard since he was a child. They must have gone through a lot of hardship. Master used his hard-earned internal breath to cleanse my bones and meridians. In that case, I can't let Master down." The next day, Wang Sheng woke up very early to train. He thought to himself, "I don't know if it's a psychological effect or not, but after waking up today, I feel so light. My spirit also feels much stronger than yesterday morning." Watching from the side, Qing Yanzi nodded and smiled. "Not bad. Very resilient. Yesterday was just for you to adapt. Today, there will be no more time for you to rest. You must be mentally prepared." Just like that, a month passed. Wang Sheng was currently sitting cross-legged in his room. Wisps of black qi swirled around him. Although Master said he would increase my training, he didn't give me tasks that exceeded my limits, except for making me exhaust my physical strength and feel utterly worn out. And once every 3 days, Master would help me cleanse my bones and meridians. Because of the remnant of his internal breath in my body, after 2 or 3 times, I could roughly sense the location of my meridians. Taking this opportunity, I could also try cultivating the basic technique from my previous life. Although it still had no effect, the amount and quality of the turbid qi expelled from my body have clearly improved. The only thing is, the effect of the turbid qi is very obvious. As he was pondering, Wang Sheng suddenly noticed Mu Guanxuan holding her nose, peeking into his room from outside the door. He cried out in embarrassment, "Senior sister, why are you there?" "Sorry, senior sister. They'll open the door to air it out right away." In the courtyard, Qing Yanzi smiled and thought to himself, "Little Sheng is a good seedling." Then, he waved at Wang Sheng. "Master, are you looking for me for something?" As he asked, Wang Sheng ran up to Qing Yanzi. Qing Yanzi stood up and said with a smile, "Little Sheng, you've been here for a month now. You've gone through the introductory training, and your performance has been quite good. Tomorrow, I will invite a Taoist sect elder to come and bear witness. I will conduct your initiation ceremony. Wake up early tomorrow morning. Bathe and cleanse yourself. At noon, you will officially be initiated into the sect." Wang Sheng exclaimed joyfully, "Master." Noon the next day, a ceremonial altar had been fully prepared. Under the witness of Martial Uncle Li, Qing Yanzi looked seriously at Wang Sheng and said, "Wang Sheng, step forward." "Yes, disciple is here." Replying with a sentence, Wang Sheng stepped forward and knelt on the prayer cushion before him. Qing Yanzi brought a wooden box before him and said, "Since you have entered the sect, you must inherit the master's name. Our ancestral master is Patriarch Lu Dongbin. After you are initiated, you will take the name Yu word. Your senior sister's Taoist name is Bu Yu, non-speaking. Your Taoist name will be Fei Yu, non-word. Today, I bestow upon you the true scripture left behind by our sect's immortal Chunyang. You have half a month to copy it. From now on, your cultivation will basically rely on this scripture." Wang Sheng respectfully received the wooden box with both hands and said, "Many thanks, Master. The ceremony is complete. I will go have a meal with Martial Uncle Li. You two clean this place up." Respectfully seeing off Master and Martial Uncle. After seeing the two of them off, Wang Sheng smiled at the person beside him and said, "Senior sister, let's go eat some snacks." However, there was no sign of Mu Guanxuan beside him. When he turned his head back, Wang Sheng's jaw dropped at the sight of her happily eating the offerings on the table. He thought to himself, "Senior sister's movement technique is so incredible. as expected of a top 10 expert on the heavens list. But this appearance of senior sister is really hard to associate with the image of the non-speaking fairy. A moment later, after Wong Shan finished cleaning up, he couldn't wait. He immediately took out the true scripture to examine it. Man has 5 deficiencies and possesses the 5 elements. When chi is abundant, the spirit condenses. The precept is to reach the peak. As he was reading, Mu Guanxuan walked over with a plate of grapes. She signaled for Wang Sheng to open his mouth and then fed him one. Wang Sheng scratched his head and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior sister." Then, he continued reading the true scripture. The spirit thus obtains divinity. The body thus obtains tranquility. A Taoist holds to the one, and thenceforth attains long life. Sitting behind him, Mu Guanxuan clenched her fist, showing her determination. At the same time, in her mind, she recalled the words her master had once told her. If they were all just ordinary children here, who would bring them up the mountain to suffer? You are the senior sister. From now on, you must take good care of your junior brother. Another 2 months passed. After the master-disciple ceremony, Qing Yinzi began teaching Wang Shan cultivation techniques and scriptures. Among them, the current focus of cultivation in the Taoist sect could not be overlooked: cultivating martial arts. To be precise, it is a way to cultivate in order to protect the Tao. Back when heaven and earth origin Qi still existed. Cultivators, besides cultivating the Tao, comprehending the great Tao, also cultivated Taoist arts. They used themselves to protect the great Tao and uphold righteousness. Taoist arts, Qimenduanjia, the 8 trigrams and 2 principles. Taoist sect great formations, talisman combat, the Tao of alchemy, and artifact refinement. These Taoist methods were once glorious. Afterwards, the origin Qi on earth was gradually depleted. Taoist arts became merely a formality. Cultivators had no origin Qi, yet they still needed to protect themselves. They developed the close-quarters combat aspect of Taoist arts to a greater extent. This is cultivating martial arts, also known as the martial Tao. At this moment, Qing Yinzi, sitting on a chair, said with a smile, "Xiao Xian, your junior brother has been in the sect for 2 months. You should test his foundation for me." In the middle of the courtyard, Mu Guanxuan gestured for Wang Sheng to begin. "Senior sister, please enlighten me." Wang Sheng immediately rushed towards Mu Guanxuan to attack. Seeing this, Mu Guanxuan smiled faintly. She executed the 8 trigrams footwork, her figure gracefully dodging Wang Sheng's attacks. Then, she seized the opportunity to grab his wrist. Her other hand shot out like lightning, grabbing his throat and tossing him high into the air. It went on like this for half a day. Questioning his life, Wang Sheng sat facing a corner, crying silently. "I've trained so hard, yet I can't even touch the hem of senior sister's clothes. Is the gap between me and a master really this huge?" After that, he looked at Mu Guanxuan with a pitiful expression and said, "Senior sister, in the future, if I get bullied by others, you must get justice for me." Mu Guanxuan replied with a smile. Qing Yinzi stood up and said with a laugh, "All right, come here. Today, I shall teach you a Taoist art that can match your senior sister's. This sword formation is called the 7 stars sword formation. It emphasizes shifting stances, changing the center of gravity. If you master it, the person is not seen, the sword is in the heart. The Big Dipper descends upon the world to vanquish demons and devils." Then, he used a tree branch as a sword and began to demonstrate it for Wang Sheng. "Study this. The golden stance leaves afterimages. Tread upon the 7 stars. The positions shift endlessly." Watching from the side, a stunned Wang Sheng said to himself, "Sword shadows. The artistic conception of 7 swords merging into one. Is this driven by the Tao rhythm of the heaven and earth origin Qi? Hasn't the heaven and earth origin Qi not yet recovered? Just how did Master manage to do that?" Very quickly, Qing Yinzi finished his demonstration. He placed the branch in Wang Sheng's hand and said, "You cultivate this sword art. If you can achieve a small accomplishment in 3 years, you'll be considered highly talented. Just start from the basics." Wang Sheng was stunned at first. Then, he shouted loudly, "I will definitely not disappoint you, Master. As long as I keep trying, there will come a day when I can touch the hem of senior sister's clothes." Qing Yinzi flicked Wang Sheng's forehead and scolded, Look at your unpromising self. Wong Shan blocked it, laughing as he said, "This is just a short-term goal. Right now, I'm still far behind senior sister. But I don't want to be weaker than her in the future. After all, senior sister is so adorable. Of course, she's meant to be protected," Qing Yanzi said with a smile. Now that sounds more like it. Time passed. With 10 years of experience from his past life, and the help of cultivating the Tao, it only took one afternoon for Wang Sheng to memorize more than half of the sword art. His face couldn't hide his joy as he thought to himself, "In my previous life, I was troubled by the lack of a systematic cultivation technique. In this life, everything is right in front of me. If I still don't work hard, I would truly be letting this reincarnation down." But as he looked over at Mu Guanxuan practicing her sword not far away, he sighed and thought, "Moreover, compared to senior sister, I'm still very far behind. I just have to train like my life depends on it." Summer passes and autumn comes. The cold winter arrived. Although it was very cold in the early morning, Mu Guanxuan and Wang Sheng were still the same as usual, practicing in the courtyard. While practicing the sword, Wang Sheng thought to himself, "I don't know since when. It's been over half a year since I came to the mountain to cultivate. The longer I stay on the mountain, the more I understand about Taoist Bayan and Fairy Buyu. The more I feel like a boy who has carelessly fallen into a divine land. Senior sister's spirit is pure, without any distracting thoughts. Her comprehension of the Tao is almost engraved into her bones. If a mortal like me can only chase the Tao without truly cultivating, then she is someone who walks with the Tao in the mortal world. It's just that she doesn't understand the difference between men and women. But compared to senior sister, Master is even more of a monster. When it comes to discussing scriptures, talismans, weaponry, exorcism, demon expulsion, and the Tao of alchemy, Master is proficient in all of them. I don't know how Master, in his short life of just over 40 years, could master so many skills. As for me, besides meditating and cultivating every day, studying Taoist scriptures, and listening to Master's lectures on the Tao, I've dedicated all my remaining time and energy to practicing the 7 stars sword formation. After half a year, I have become proficient with the 7 stars sword formation. But in front of senior sister, I basically have no right to be arrogant. In order to keep up with senior sister's pace, and not be left far behind by her, I can only be constantly strict with myself." Just then, Qing Yanzi spoke. Not bad, not bad. In just half a year's time, your 7 stars sword formation has already shown some achievement. It seems your aptitude is even higher than I thought. The weather has gotten cold. Falling snow isn't as cold as melting snow. Starting tonight, you and little Xian should sleep in the same room. Wang Sheng waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Master, it's fine for senior sister to sleep alone. He'll be okay." Qing Yanzi rubbed his chin, looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that you want to even spare your own senior sister?" Wang Sheng said with a forced laugh, "How could that be? Am I that kind of person?" Qing Yanzi didn't tease Wang Sheng any further. He patted his shoulder and said, "Be a little more pure, young man. This can also be considered training for your state of mind. That's right. Remember to change to a new blanket for you and your senior sister. The blanket on her bed has been used for 7 or 8 years. It stopped being warm long ago." That evening, in the bedroom, Wang Sheng was wrapped in his blanket, with his back to Mu Guanxuan, not daring to look at her. "Master, could he be trying to set me up with senior sister?" As he was lost in thought, Mu Guanxuan poked his face with her finger. On her face, she clearly showed her displeasure at being ignored by him. Wang Sheng quickly sat up, smiled at Mu Guanxuan, and said, "Senior sister. It seems senior sister was really looking forward to me moving in here. My reaction really wasn't very appropriate." Thinking of this, Wang Sheng awkwardly scratched his face. He chuckled and said, "It's just that. I'm a little embarrassed." Hearing that, Mu Guanxuan suddenly had an idea. A few minutes later, she brought a go board and placed it on the bed. Seeing this, Wang Sheng thought to himself, "As I expected, senior sister is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. No, she has absolutely no concept of this kind of thing." Afterwards, he looked at Mu Guanxuan and said, "We can only play for half an hour. Otherwise, we'll definitely be yawning all day tomorrow. Master will also give us a scolding." Time passed like this until the 15th day of the first month. Tonight was the Lantern Festival, but Wong Shan was still in the courtyard, diligently practicing his sword. He thought to himself, with a renowned master here, my gains during this period. My cultivation is much stronger than in my previous life. I wonder when the recovery of the heaven and earth Yuan Qi will arrive. At this moment, Qing Yanzi's voice echoed from the room. Sheng'er, the sweet dumplings are cooked. Hurry back after you finish practicing. Wang Sheng laughed and replied. In the room, Qing Yanzi looked out into the courtyard and said, that day, when I gave him a Taoist name, I should have called him sword-obsessed fool. Outside, Wang Sheng continued practicing his sword and thought to himself, according to the memories of my previous life, today is the day the Yuan Qi recovers. I must pay close attention and not let master and senior sister miss this fateful opportunity. Not long after, Qin Jianzi seemed to have sensed something. His eyes immediately widened. At the same time, Wang Sheng, in the courtyard, had also withdrawn his sword. He smiled, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, the heaven and earth primordial Qi is here. Master, senior sister, he shouted joyfully. Just as Wang Sheng was about to turn and go into the room to share the good news, he suddenly found Qin Jianzi had appeared right behind him. He placed a hand on his back. With a serious expression, he instructed, calm your mind. Don't let this fated opportunity pass you by. Meditate. Circulate our sect's cultivation method. Your senior sister's meridians have already been cleared. She is stable now. I will borrow your strength to help you open all the meridians in your body. Wang Sheng was moved and said softly, Master. Then, he said no more and obediently sat cross-legged on the ground. He quickly circulated his cultivation method. At the same time, he thought to himself, the first wave of primordial Qi after a 1,000-year recovery is a priceless treasure for cultivators. If I miss it, I fear I won't get another chance like this in my entire life. Under such circumstances, my master still remembered that his little disciple's meridians hadn't been fully opened. This kindness, how can I possibly repay it in the future? With the meridians cleared, the circulation speed was 10 times faster than before. Is this the upgrade that the heaven and earth primordial Qi brings to cultivators? It seems that after today, earth will enter a new era. A moment later, as soon as Wang Sheng opened his eyes, he saw Mu Guanxuan standing before him with a smile. He quickly asked, Senior sister, have you finished regulating your breath? Mu Guanxuan placed a finger on his lips and then pointed in a direction. Wang Sheng followed her gesture and saw Qin Jianzi sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He also noticed that his master's realm was rising rapidly. He said happily, is master condensing his spirit? Actually, he's about to break through to the void core realm. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Although the heaven and earth primordial Qi is good, it's just a small boost. An ordinary cultivator fundamentally cannot rely on it to break through a realm. Those who can rely on it to break through realms have clearly been cultivating for over a decade. Only then could they have the accumulation they have today. Master's accumulation is truly terrifying. The night passed just like that. When morning came, Mu Guanxuan and Wang Sheng were diligently training again. After practicing the 7-star sword formation once, Wang Sheng looked at the wooden sword in his hand and said to himself, Senior sister is a natural talent, so her advancement goes without saying. My cultivation base has also risen by 1 level. In just one short night, the true essence in my body has become several times purer. My gains are even greater than in my previous life, and benefiting from the surge of true essence in my body. My comprehension of the 7-star sword formation has entered another realm. The wooden practice sword can no longer withstand my true essence and sword intent. As for master, his yang essence had stabilized after he woke up during the day. 3 nights later, Wang Sheng, who was responsible for guarding Qin Jianzi, had dozed off while leaning against the door when a soft voice called out, Little Sheng, wake up. Wang Sheng drowsily opened his eyes. When he saw it was Qin Jianzi, he exclaimed happily, Master, you're awake? Qin Jianzi said with a smile. These past few days have been hard on you too, having to guard me. Go back to your rooms and sleep first. Your master has something to tell you later. After they rested, Qin Jianzi began to tell Wang Sheng and Mu Guanxuan about the cultivation world from 1,000 years ago. He also warned them. He said, the world will change. turmoil will surely come. Cultivators like us naturally bear the great responsibility of exorcising demons. Time passed. After a brief period of adjustment, they returned to their previous days of cultivation. Nothing had changed significantly, but with the help of true essence, they now had a real cultivation base. In the courtyard, Wong Shan performed the 7-star sword formation once for Qinjianzi to see. It was clear that its power was much greater than before. Qinjianzi said with a smile, "Your 7-star sword formation has been steadily improving." Not bad. Not bad at all. Mu Guanshuan, sitting beside them, also clapped her hands happily in praise. Wang Sheng said humbly, "It is all thanks to Master's teachings that this disciple could achieve such results." After that, he scratched his head shyly. Pointing at the large hole in the wall, he asked with a laugh, "But Master, this doesn't count as destroying public property of Wudong Mountain, does it?" Qinjianzi replied with a laugh, "It doesn't count." Then, the three of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. Time passed again. Spring left and autumn arrived. Wang Sheng had spent 3 years on Wudong Mountain. Today, his usually peaceful days of cultivation were shattered by the arrival of Taoist master Li Shuiwu. From a distance, Li Shuiwu ran over with a worried expression and shouted, "Senior brother Qinjianzi, senior brother, Wudong is in trouble." Qinjianzi invited Li Shuiwu into the room. Just as he sat down, Li Shuiwu cried out, "You have to help me with this matter no matter what." Qinjianzi poured Li Shuiwu a cup of tea and smiled. He spoke slowly, "Don't be hasty. Drink some tea and speak slowly." After that, according to Li Shuiwu's account, it has been 3 years since the spiritual energy was restored. Most sects have recovered their own legacies. Naturally, no one would remain idle. Not long ago, more than 20 renowned major sects planned to hold an exchange conference at Maoshan to probe each other's strengths. It was also because of this exchange conference that Li Shuiwu came to Qinjianzi to ask for help. Li Shuiwu let out a long sigh and lamented. From the sect master senior brother to the 2 martial uncles, they all said cultivation was important and pushed everything onto me. But my cultivation base is low. If someone deliberately probes me, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. I can only ask senior brother to lend a hand. Qinjianzi spoke up. "If you're looking for a core formation stage cultivator to handle this matter, I'm afraid I can't go." Hearing this, Li Shuiwu asked worriedly, "Has senior brother's realm dropped?" "How could that be?" Qinjianzi smiled and said, "It hasn't dropped. A few months ago, I broke through to the void core stage. It doesn't seem very appropriate for me to go this time." Hearing that, Li Shuiwu cursed inwardly. "Damn it. A Taoist like you shouldn't be playing dumb like this. Is having a high realm that amazing? This old Taoist is only at the spirit condensation stage. Can't you consider my feelings?" At this moment, Qinjianzi continued, "Although I'm not going, my 2 disciples are quite suitable for your request." Li Shuiwu exclaimed in surprise. "Bu Yu and Fei Yu have broken through to the core formation stage?" Qinjianzi deliberately feigned a sigh and said, "They're SOSO. Xiao Xian broke through to the core formation stage a few months ago. Xiao Sheng focuses more on the sword Dao. He also became my disciple a bit late, so his realm is a little lower than his senior sisters. He's barely at the late-stage spirit condensation stage." Li Shuiwu cried silently once again. "I know your realm is high, and your disciples' aptitudes are good. Do you have to show off like that? If my realm wasn't lower than yours, I'd really want to fight you to the death." Sitting outside the room, Wang Sheng clutched his stomach, laughing silently to himself. Master's teasing skills are getting more and more formidable. When night fell, Li Shuiwu bid his farewell and left. Qinjianzi and Wang Sheng walked him out together. When they reached the door, Li Shuiwu turned around. He cupped his hands and said, "Let's settle on this matter then. We will set off tomorrow morning. This humble Taoist will take his leave first." Qinjianzi cupped his hands and said, "Take care, junior brother." Wang Sheng also cupped his hands and said, "Take care, martial uncle Li." Not long after, Qinjianzi instructed Wang Sheng to take Mu Guanshuan with Li Shuiwu to the exchange conference. Compared to him, Mu Guanshuan had grown up on the mountain since she was a child. Naturally, she couldn't avoid Qinjianzi's detailed instructions. After you go down the mountain, you must not be without your phone. If the battery is low, remember to use the power bank. Don't talk to strangers. And don't get into other people's cars. The men at the foot of the mountain are not trustworthy. Whether something happens or not, you must look after your junior brother. On the side, Wong Shan packed his luggage while thinking to himself, people's hearts are treacherous. They can't compare to the serenity on the mountain. Senior sister's thoughts are so simple. And she's as beautiful as a fairy. She could easily be deceived by others. But in these few years, I've also leveled up quite a bit. Now I can help senior sister pack her clothes. And also change my realm. Suddenly, he accidentally picked up an item that made him blush. He hurriedly put it into the suitcase. He kept chanting in his heart, Taoist arts. Taoist heart. Early the next morning, Wang Sheng wore the uniform of the Wudong sect. He carried 2 large suitcases out to the yard. Qin Jianzi came over and asked, "Is everything packed?" Wang Sheng smiled and replied, "We can set off at any time." Qin Jianzi placed a hand on his shoulder and began to instruct, "Xiao Sheng, this time when you go out, you must not use your strength to bully the weak. And you must not go around showing off your Taoist techniques. You must try to be humble. Understand?" Wang Sheng patted his chest and assured him, "Master, rest assured. Humility is my specialty." Qin Jianzi nodded and smiled in satisfaction. Then, he called into the room, "Xiao Xian, it's time to set off. Are you ready yet?" Mu Guangshuan's voice came from the room. A few seconds later, she walked out of the room. Wang Sheng was immediately stunned by her current appearance. His face quickly turned red. Qin Jianzi gave Wang Sheng a push. He said with a laugh, "Quick, stand over there. Let me take a picture of you too. They'll post it on my moments." Wang Sheng said shyly, "Master, you told us to be humble." A moment later, Qin Jianzi's laughing voice echoed in the courtyard. "Huh, smile now." The truth proved that Mu Guangshuan's beauty was no small matter. Wherever she went, she attracted the gazes of all the boys, which made Wang Sheng extremely worried. He was afraid some scoundrel would act up and get slapped by his senior sister. "Buyu, Feiyu, over here." Li Shuiwu stood in front of a bus, waving them over. "Greetings, martial uncle." Wang Sheng and Mu Guanshuan clasped their hands in a salute. Worthy of being senior brother Qin Jianzi's disciples. So polite and likable. Come, let's get you acquainted." Li Shuiwu smiled kindly and gestured towards the 3 people beside him. These 3 are 3rd-generation disciples sent by Wudong Mountain. They happen to be of the same generation as you two. Sword Cultivator, Zhou Long. Cultivator, Qi Ling. Cultivator, Meng Hong. One by one, they introduced themselves. "Greetings, senior brothers, senior sister. My senior sister is not very good with words. If you have any instructions, you can just tell me," Wang Sheng replied, while silently assessing them. Their auras have clearly reached the spirit condensation realm. The strength of Wudong truly cannot be underestimated. It's just that Wudang's Taoist heritage. Its core methods belong to the true martial lineage. The vast majority of its Taoist techniques are close to martial arts. Now that the Taoist heritage is being restored, I'm afraid martial Tao will be looked down upon by other sections. All right, let's get on the bus and depart. At Li Shui's word, the 5 of them boarded the bus one by one. Mu Guanshuan chose a seat by the window, her eyes constantly looking outside, which made Wang Sheng chuckle. "Are you looking forward to it?" Mu Guanshuan picked up her phone, selected a few stickers showing excitement, and showed them to Wang Sheng. This was their new way of communicating. "I see," Wang Sheng replied with a smile. This was the phone Wang Sheng had bought with the money he earned as a Taoist master. After switching from a brick phone to a smartphone, Mu Guangshuan's meme game had reached a new level. If you were to compete with her now, everyone sitting here would probably be trash. In my previous life, I only lived to be 31. There were many things I never truly got to experience. This time, everything will change. Moreover, Wang Sheng subconsciously looked at Mu Guanshuan. I must protect the person beside me. Very quickly, the bus brought them to a hotel at the foot of Maoshan. The Great Taoist Assembly will officially begin tomorrow. During this time, everyone should rest well. You can also go sightseeing around the area, but don't get too tired. Li Shuiwu gave a few instructions and then left. The next morning, Mu Guanshuan was sitting in front of Wang Sheng's room, playing a game. Just as Wang Sheng came out of his room, she had just lost a match. "Hi, senior sister, were you waiting for me?" Mu Guanshuan didn't bother to answer. "Are you angry?" Mu Guangshuan's phone screen showed a sticker. Hurry up and console this old master. Recalling Mu Guangshuan's hurt expression yesterday when she had to share a room with Qi Ling, Wang Sheng explained with some helplessness, "Senior sister, it's not like being on the mountain now. It's not really appropriate for us to sleep in the same room. How about we go for a walk? It wasn't easy getting to Maoshan. We should buy some local specialties for Master." Just then, the group from Wudong also arrived. Zhou Yinglong said with a laugh, "What are you buying? We should get some for our masters too." Seeing them, Mu Guanshuan hid behind Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng greeted them politely. "Senior brothers. Senior sister. Good morning." Zhou Yinglong was friendly, putting an arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder. "Junior brother Feiyu. We were planning to go for a walk to appreciate the scenery of Maoshan. I wonder if you and senior sister Buyu are interested." Wang Sheng happily agreed. On the way, the group chatted happily. "Maoshan is quite easy to climb," Qi Ling said. Zhu Yinglong agreed. "The main peak of Maoshan is a few hundred meters high, but the Taoist temples are very serene and easy to find. How can a mountain be sacred if it's not tall?" Wang Sheng said, then turned to look at Mu Guanshuan, who was happily eating a cake, and thought to himself, "Of course, for senior sister, it doesn't matter if it's sacred or not. As long as there's food, it's fine." Just as their group was preparing to move on, another group approached to talk. "May I ask which sect you esteemed Taoists are from?" "I am Lu Wenji of Maoshan." "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Zhu Yinglong of Wudong Mountain." "It's a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoists." Lu Wenji replied with a smile. "So you are the fellow Taoists from Wudong. Please make yourselves at home. Please forgive us if our reception is inadequate or disrespectful." While the two sides were exchanging greetings, Wang Sheng noticed the gazes of the two people with Lu Wenji were unusual. What are these Maoshan people trying to pull? Is it really just a simple greeting? Just as Wang Sheng thought this, the other group excused themselves. As they passed by, Wang Sheng happened to overhear. "Everyone is cultivating the Tao and comprehending the Dharma now. What are the Wudong disciples doing here, joining the fun? Are they here to show off their swords and fight? So they're looking for a fight." Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Didn't senior brother Wenji want to find that prodigy from Dragon Tiger Mountain to spar with? Looks like he failed and is heading back." Before the blonde-haired guy could finish speaking, a strange object hit him squarely on the back of the head, making him both pained and angry. "Who threw that?" Wang Sheng immediately turned to look at Mu Guanshuan, who was using her internal energy on a dumpling. He knew at once it was her. At this thought, Wang Sheng grabbed Mu Guangshuan's hand and pulled her away. "Let's go quickly. After doing something bad, you have to run away quickly. Do you want to stay and fight?" Meanwhile, the blonde guy was still looking around frantically, cursing nonstop. "Who is it? You dare to do it, but not admit it? What's so great about a sneak attack? If you have a problem with Maoshan disciples, come out here and give us some pointers." His companion said. "If you two hadn't been bad-mouthing them behind their backs, this wouldn't have happened." No translation needed. Lu Wenji calmly looked around, then bent down and picked up a dumpling that had fallen where the blonde guy was standing. To display this level of cultivation base is much better than that arrogant fellow from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Wudong lives up to its name. There are indeed formidable figures among the younger generation. In the afternoon, at the plaza in front of the Maoshan Palace, seeing Li Shuiwu leading 5 youths with smiles, greeting other sects at the conference, made some people feel displeased. Wudong. These days, you can't roam the world with just swordplay and fist techniques. And yet they still come to join the fun. They even brought a few beautiful female disciples to attract fame. They probably paid to hire them. Wang Sheng stood not far away. He couldn't help but feel annoyed hearing these words. Spiritual energy has just been restored. It's understandable that martial arts aren't highly regarded. But, fellow Taoists, could you please lower your voices a bit? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop my senior sister." Wang Sheng turned to look at Mu Guanshuan, who had obviously also heard the gossip and was holding up her phone with the words, "I want to fight 10 of them." At this moment, Li Shuiwu, who was standing at the front, spoke up. "You all probably understand the current situation. The other sects are probably all preparing to make us lose face. Later, during the Taoist sects exchange, it's highly likely someone will ask you to come up and spar." At this point, Li Shuiwu's eyes lit up as he looked at Mu Guanshuan. "Buyu, as long as you make a move and create a bit of a shock, We'll be able to watch the show in peace today. But, martial uncle, our master has instructed us. Before Wong Shan could finish, he saw Mu Guanchuan happily nod in agreement with Li Shuowu. So he could only curse inwardly. You all better pray for your own good luck. Soon, everyone had gathered in the middle of the arena. The referee announced loudly. The conference will now begin. Today, the famous Taoist sects have gathered here at our Maoshan. All are orthodox Taoist lineages. All possess methods to pass on their traditions. Next, we invite all fellow Taoists to freely display their cultivation bases, to study and discuss the matter of cultivation. After a long speech, Mu Guanchuan couldn't help but nod off sleepily. Wang Shan gave a wry smile. This Taoist sects exchange conference is actually a conference to size up the other Taoist sects, isn't it? Thinking this, he turned to Mu Guanchuan and advised, Senior sister, if you really have to go up later, try not to show too much of your ability unless it's necessary. You just need to show your cultivation base. Seeing him so serious, Qi Ling couldn't help but tease him. Looks like you're the real senior brother, huh? As the three of them were laughing and joking, a voice suddenly rang out. If that's the case, then my Maoshan sect will go first. Hearing this, both Mu Guanchuan and Wang Shan turned to look at the speaker in surprise. Immediately after, the person who had just spoken quickly stepped onto the martial arts stage to display their talent. He pulled a yellow piece of paper from his chest, just like offering paper, then channeled his internal energy and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the paper in his hand quickly lit up, forming a golden aura that enveloped him. Suddenly, those streams of light gathered together like cotton candy, forming a solid sword. He began to wield the sword, performing graceful and fluid movements. His movements were decisive and extremely agile. After finishing, the person just had to raise his hand and mutter something, and the sword would dissolve back to its original state. Mu Guanchuan and he watched, stunned. Is that all? It's a bit too ordinary to be shown in a competition, isn't it? Wang Shan shook his head in disappointment. As expected, the various sects wouldn't just bring out their core Taoist techniques to share with everyone. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Is this the famous and renowned Taoist art of the Maoshan sect? How impressive! Everyone in the surrounding crowd could hear the mockery in the words, so they started looking around and murmuring. Where's that voice coming from? Someone from the Maoshan sect spoke up. Who's talking? The voice rang out again. When I was a kid under the bridge, for 1 yuan, I could watch 7 acts and still have money left for snacks. It seemed Mu Guanchuan had spotted where the voice was coming from. She gently tugged his hand and pointed in that direction. He was lying there, enjoying the sun, his mouth constantly rambling. He's really giving face to my 3 talisman sects. This cunning young man is sure Shen Jang. Wang Shan thought. The 3 talisman sects. This person is probably a successor from Dragon Tiger Mountain or Gazelle Mountain. Judging by his tone, could it be that he has some conflict with that Taoist? The referee was a bit flustered. The 3 talisman sects. Everyone has their own strengths. Of course, they each have their own shining points. Let us invite the successor from the next sect to demonstrate. And the next performance belongs to the Tai sword technique of Wudang. Below, the crowd started discussing excitedly. Wudang's swordsmanship is indeed very refined. But today, everyone is demonstrating Taoist techniques. Swordsmanship doesn't seem quite appropriate. Doesn't Wudang have a way to control swords? That's right. Before, there was no heaven and earth primordial energy. So naturally Wudang wouldn't focus on sword riding techniques. Hearing everyone discussing his sect like this, Zhou Yinglong was a bit flustered, and he tensed up, breaking into a sweat. Tianzhong continued to tease. Don't you all talk nonsense. Be careful, or the Wudang senior brother might unleash his sword qi with a flick of his blade, and kill you all. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. He spoke up. Which fellow Taoist is? At the same time, Wang Shan spoke up. Senior brother Zhou. Zhou Yinglong turned around and saw him walking over. Let me, he thought. Martial uncle once said, junior brother's level of swordsmanship is profound. If he goes up, it's indeed much more suitable than me. Thinking of this, Zhou Yinglong sincerely raised the sword in front of him. My skills are lacking. They'll have to trouble you, junior brother. Wang Shan bowed his head and said humbly, senior brother's art is also profound. The naked eye cannot perceive it. It just so happens that I have a few flashy tricks. They're just right for a demonstration. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already darted onto the stage. Wong Shan softly recited. Sword rises, stars fall. Sword descends, summoning the bright moon. Sword art. Guanchuan smiled gently as she watched him. Over here, everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. The referee watched his swordsmanship, his eyes wide and jaw agape. That is, Wang Sheng was like an immortal, commanding the entire stage. He was astonished. How can this not be considered a Taoist art? He looked at the halo of light constantly radiating from him. He was certain this was sword heart illumination. This is definitely the sword heart illumination recorded in the ancient texts. Wang Sheng was like a dancer in midair. He appeared and disappeared with the long sword in his hand, a truly beautiful sight. Next, he pointed the sword straight at the sky. Wang Sheng's face was extremely serious. Immediately after, he moved nimbly with the treasured sword in his hand. To the right and then to the left, his whole body twisted and turned continuously. Wang Sheng once again pointed his sword straight at the sky. He channeled his internal energy. Illusions of him and the sword multiplied into many copies. Tianzhong was so surprised that he stood up, dumbfounded, watching the performance before his eyes. The crowd was aghast. What realm is that? To have such an astonishing comprehension of the sword Tao. Is that person a sword immortal? Isn't that a third-generation disciple? He already has a cultivation at the spirit condensation realm? Wang Sheng slowly lowered his sword, and the light around him gradually dimmed. Sword falls upon the starry river. The bustling mortal world rises and falls. Yet it is all utterly empty. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The sword art demonstration is complete. Wang Sheng introduced. Sword heart illumination is my Taoist art. After finishing, Wang Sheng happily returned the sword to Ying Long's senior brother, your sword. Seeing this scene, Ying Long gave a wry smile in his heart. Junior brother Wang Sheng. He covered his mouth and whispered, If I change how I address you now, is it too late to call you senior brother? Wang Sheng was speechless. Senior brother. You must be joking. The referee announced loudly. The 7-star sword of Wudong lives up to its reputation. The Taoist arts and techniques from the various mountains are also very impressive. Today is a Taoist gathering to correct each other's flaws. It's a good opportunity for verification. Next, there are no more restrictions. Everyone, feel free to exchange pointers. If you wish to spar with each other, you should know when to stop. Do not cause injuries. Hearing this, Guangshuan's eyes sparkled. Seeing her so excited, he couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, do you want to go up? She looked around for a moment, then glanced at Wang Sheng and gestured in a certain direction. It's him. The person she was referring to was Tianzhong. He had been sitting there with a dark expression, watching them all this time. Realizing he had been spotted, he didn't hide it and stood up, walking directly towards them. The moment Wang Sheng saw him, he became wary. This guy has ill intentions towards senior sister. But something felt wrong, as his gaze hadn't left him the entire time. Wang Sheng thought, that's not right. Is he looking for me? Just as he was about to approach, someone else beat him to it and walked towards Tianzhong. That person introduced himself respectfully. Maoshan disciple, Lu Yunji. I wish to seek guidance on the great Tao of talismans from the heavenly sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Your esteemed sect member, Shi Tianzhong. Would you be willing to have a match with this disciple? Tianzhong was stunned for a moment. Then he scoffed and sighed. He scratched his head with a dark face and said loudly, What? You still haven't accepted your defeat from last time? Anyway, it's not like that sword-playing fellow from Wudong is going to run away. It won't take much time. Come on. Wang Sheng stood to the side, his face dark with anger, thinking, sword-playing fellow? Me? Immediately after, the two of them quickly stepped onto the sparring stage. Tianzhong spoke up. Tell me, what are we competing in this time? Yunji drew his sword as golden talismans with red characters surrounded him. Of course, it's the art of benevolent talismans. Hearing this, Tianzhong couldn't help but laugh heartily, his voice echoing through the arena. He held a talisman in his hand, and it quickly burst into flames. Tianzhong looked at his opponent with contempt. Playing with talismans? He then took out a compact, seemingly improved string of talismans from his sleeve. Immediately after, he looked at Yunji boastfully. I don't submit to anyone, you know. Wong Shan watched from a distance, a little surprised. Manifesting objects from nothing. There are such miraculous talismans. Lu Yunji has been cultivating since childhood, and he was nurtured by a major sect. It's not strange for him to be at the mid-stage spirit condensation realm. But has that Shi Tianzhong already reached the late-stage spirit condensation realm? Over here, Tianzhong had already spoken. Come on, they'll let you make the first move. Wang Shan couldn't help but wonder. The world's spiritual energy has just recovered. Any cultivator of the younger generation who can enter the spirit condensation realm is a genius. If that person doesn't have astounding aptitude, could it be that the heritage of Dragon Tiger Mountain has some magical aspect? At this moment, Yunji also began to draw his sword. A sharp and incredibly resolute glint appeared in his eyes. As soon as his hand touched the blade, it emitted a brilliant golden light. At the same time, those talismans appeared and began to fly ceaselessly around the sword. Yunji quickly got into a fighting stance. Please enlighten me. His extremely cautious attitude was a complete contrast to Tianzhang's. After speaking, he pointed his sword straight at the sky and shouted, Supreme Purity Law Command, Thunderous Descent. Those talismans were quickly sucked into the clouds in the sky. The clouds then emitted a burst of golden light. And from there, a massive source of power fiercely struck down towards the target on the ground. But it seemed Tianzhong wasn't flustered at all. He dodged it with ease. This move again. There's really nothing new. Yunji didn't stop there. He thrust his long sword forward and shouted, Righteous Lightning Light Art. At the same time, two talismans, the Divine Movement Talisman and the Ape Leap Talisman, were activated to enhance his attack. Tianzhong taunted as he dodged. I say, are the talismans of your Mao Shan Supreme Purity sect any good? Can you put a little more force into your lightning arts? You only have these few moves. It's really boring. He's finally making his move. Still not admitting defeat. Little Lu, did you think I'd let you off? The two talismans used are spirit snake talismans. Transform. Shi Tianzhong smugly and disdainfully taunted. I've been wanting to ask you something for a while. What would you look like in women's clothes? That's right. From now on, they'll call you Sister Lu, okay? It seems Lu Yunji was a bit flustered as the two talismans charged at him simultaneously. Then, Shi Tianzhong took out a set of 4 talismans and looked at Lu Yunji with a cunning gaze. He laughed loudly. I haven't even used my real skills yet, and I've just pulled out a few shabby talismans. If you force me to use more than 100 of my prepared talismans today, then I'll consider it my loss. How about that? Meanwhile, Lu Yunji seemed to have been provoked to the point of anger. He angrily shouted, Shut up. Those 4 talismans attacked all at once. The situation didn't look very favorable for Lu Yunji. He began to deploy many yellow talismans around him to counter Shi Tianzhang's fierce attacks. A fierce golden internal energy enveloped Lu Yunji, blocking those talismans. Shi Tianzhong dodged, while simultaneously releasing a few more talismans. Sister Lu, you couldn't hold back already? The best part is yet to come. 2 black talismans were thrown out, quickly transforming into tiny black butterflies. They formed a swarm of hundreds, continuously surrounding Lu Yunji, which surprised him a little. They kept flying out, not just hundreds but thousands, and in an instant, the swarm of black butterflies covered Lu Yunji completely. At the same time, a brilliant golden aura burst out from within him. Lu Yunji successfully and effortlessly drove the swarm of black butterflies away from his body. Wang Shan was so surprised his jaw dropped. That Taoist robe is a Dharma artifact? Meanwhile, Guanchuan was still closely watching the match. He assessed. Although the grade of that Taoist robe doesn't seem high, it requires a large amount of true essence and spiritual sense to sustain. But to be able to see a real Taoist sect Dharma artifact, this trip wasn't a waste. Shi Tianzhong sneered. A Dharma artifact passed down for 1,000 years. Given to a mere spirit condensation realm disciple, Mao Shan is truly shameless. However, the old geezers from our Dragon Tiger Mountain are also shameless. He looked at Lu Yunji smugly. Unfortunately for you, they gave me something like this too. The disciples on Lu Yunji's side glared in frustration, while on Shi Tianzhang's side, the elders nodded in satisfaction with bright smiles. Shi Tianzhong looked at his opponent challengingly. So, now that we're both throwing face to the wind, Lu Yunji was on high alert. Although I don't know what it does, that piece of jade is clearly also a Dharma artifact. I've already played my trump card. I cannot lose this match. In that case, I can only strike first. With that, Lu Yunji quickly channeled his internal energy and launched an attack towards Shi Tianzhong. That beam of light carried an incredibly powerful internal energy. Wu Fong Shinyu. Pasi Su Wang. Until now, Shi Tianzhong hadn't shown the slightest sign of wavering. He dodged gracefully. Is that all? You overestimate yourself. My turn. He quickly placed the moon-shaped stone on his forehead. Shi Tianzhong began to chant. The demon-subduing treasure is in my hands. 6 arts of wondrous Dharma. Heed my call. Begin. Immediately after, from where he stood, a brilliant blue light quickly radiated outwards. Shi Tianzhong was surrounded by an internal energy shield, like a transparent glass cage. He summoned a series of black talismans and looked at Lu Yunji smugly. Sister Lu, you're about to lose. As soon as he finished speaking, those talismans shot towards Lu Yunji. They flew with a whoosh. Seeing the situation was not looking good, he quickly flew up and channeled his internal energy. Lu Yunji was now also enveloped in a brilliant sphere of light. As the black talismans flew closer, they suddenly started dripping fresh blood of an unknown origin. The blood dripped continuously onto Lu Yunji's sphere of light. His power quickly dissipated. He hadn't expected Shi Tianzhong to use this move and was momentarily stunned. The crowd roared in anger. Damn! He's even using the blood-corroding talisman? Have you no fucking shame? Suddenly, a black talisman swiftly grazed Lu Yunji's face, drawing a streak of blood. He dazedly raised his hand to touch his face, his eyes becoming lifeless. And finally, the sword in his hand slowly lowered. Lu Yunji lowered his head sadly. I have lost. Wong Shan, who had watched from start to finish, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This successor of Dragon Tiger Mountain is truly no simple character. A familiar voice came from behind, drawing the attention of the two of them. That Shi Tianzhong is not simple at all. He was surprised. Martial uncle, you know him? I've heard of him. 6 years ago, he was cultivating at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Before the world's spiritual energy returned, he had already mastered the basics of talisman arts. After the spiritual energy returned, he comprehended the talisman combat manuals in a short time. Despite his young age, he has already created more than 10 new talisman techniques himself. Right now, he is number 1 among the younger generation of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He is personally taught by the old heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. His future is limitless. He thought to himself, if this Shi Tianzhong has such potential, why had I never heard of him in my past life? Could it be that he met with some calamity and died young? Otherwise, with his personality and sharp tongue, how could no one have heard of him? Meanwhile, Tianzhong was feeling smug. How boring. Activating this magical artifact isn't easy. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. Hey, little swordsman from Wudong Mountain over there. Let's have a match. Being called out of the blue, he was stunned for a moment, pointing to himself as if asking me. He recalled his master's words. Don't go around showing off your Taoist techniques everywhere. Try to be modest. Got it. He was conflicted because his master had told him to be modest before he left. Ying Long and the others stared at him in confusion. He exclaimed in surprise, Feiyu. He thought to himself, if I back down without a fight, I'm afraid it'll give Wudong a reputation for being cowards. Forget it. Then, Wang Sheng stood up. Senior brother Ying Long, may I borrow your precious sword for a moment? The crowd buzzed with chatter. No way. He's going on stage and has to borrow a sword from someone next to him? Just how little does Wudong think of this future sword immortal, whether they value him or not? This young man's cultivation level is still not there yet. The sword cannot leave his hand. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to win. That's right. His opponent can throw dozens of talismans. How can he not be at a disadvantage? Guanshuan tugged on the hem of his robe. She said nothing, but her eyes couldn't hide her worry. Wang Sheng knew what she was thinking and comforted her. Senior sister, don't worry, it's all right. It seemed his words had truly moved her. The young lattice cheeks flushed slightly pink. Guanchuan quickly composed herself and gestured for him to do his best. Everyone quickly stood up as Enlong handed him the sword. Junior brother, be careful. Wong Shan spoke. Thank you, senior brother. He apologized in advance. Martial uncle, I want to take this opportunity to test myself. If I can't win, I'm afraid it'll bring shame to Wudong. He didn't seem to care, only reminding him, Fei Yu, you must pay attention to your own safety. This kind of reputation is nothing at all. And so, the two combatants quickly ascended the martial stage. Tianzhang's face was also filled with confidence. Qi Ling asked worriedly, Senior brother, do you think Fei Yu is confident he can defeat Shi Tianzhang? Enlong was also anxious. It's hard to say. He analyzed. Shi Tianzhang's highest level of talisman mastery is not ordinary. Plus that jade piece. A magical artifact sufficient to enhance a cultivator's spiritual efficacy. It upgrades the power of his talismans. At the same time, Tianzhang gave a brief introduction. This humble Taoist, Shi Tianzhang. My master is the heavenly justice Taoist of Longhu Mountain. Enlong felt that Fei Yu's match against him would be anything but easy. Meanwhile, he also quickly introduced himself. Wong Shan. Taoist name, Fei Yu. My master is Kinjianzi. Tianzhang got straight to the point. Brother, can you give me your senior sister's contact information? How about we make a bet? If you lose later, you'll give me your senior sister's contact info, alright? His expression didn't change. Let's talk after the fight. But inwardly, he was screaming. This guy? To think he's so eager to fight. This won't be easy. Tianzhang, smug and battle-hungry, quickly summoned his talismans. In that case, it's a deal. Immediately after, he quickly launched all of them toward Wong Shan. As those talismans neared him, they transformed into large fireballs. He stepped aside gracefully, easily dodging the first move. Boom. At the same time, a large shadow appeared above Wang Shan's head, forcing him to look up. A massive crane was aggressively flapping its wings towards him. It was the talisman he had used against Yunji earlier. Its giant talons stomped viciously and powerfully toward him. But he remained calm, simply dodging with ease. His feet moved continuously. Everywhere he stepped, circles of light appeared. It seemed this was no coincidence, but that Wang Shan had his own plan. The crowd below the stage was in an uproar. Look at the positions he's stepping on. It's the 7 stars starting position. Very quickly, he was standing in front of Tianzhang, who was momentarily stunned in disbelief. Tianzhang calculated. Distant leaping talisman. This guy has some skills. First, I need to lure him away. Then I'll wear him down with talismans. But before he could finish his thought, Wang Shan was already standing right behind him. His speed was incredibly smooth and swift, startling his opponent. Sensing danger, Tianzhang quickly turned to dodge. All around him now were afterimages of Wang Shan. He was dumbfounded. Damn it! Is this guy that strong? Only now did he begin to draw his sword. Wang Shan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at his opponent. Very quickly, the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Shi Tianzhang's throat. He was so stunned that he couldn't even process what was happening. His expression was still calm as he looked at his opponent. I've yielded. This scene left everyone in the audience momentarily breathless. Especially his brothers, who were all dumbfounded. Shi Tianzhang spoke up. Big brother, don't be rash. I absolutely have no designs on your senior sister. Seeing that his opponent had surrendered, he didn't make things difficult and quickly sheathed his sword. Wang Shan sheathed his sword and offered faint praise. Your talisman techniques are profound. I have learned much. Suddenly, for some reason, Shi Tianzhang hurriedly called for him to come back. Not yet. The young man stammered. Oh well, Brother Shan, I'm not quite convinced. Can we have one more match? If not, I'll pester you just like Lu Yunji. I'll come to Wudong Mountain every day to challenge you. Hearing this, his face darkened as he turned to look at Shi Tianzhang helplessly. The masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Why don't you control this guy? Seeing his silence, Shi Tianzhang resorted to flattery. Please, Brother Shan. From now on, you'll be my big brother, okay? Let's just have one more match. This time, if I still lose this quickly, then I will absolutely never mention sparring with you again. The crowd murmured. You only let yourself win against others. But you can't let others win? How domineering. Brother, just let it go and come down. Doing it again will only bring more embarrassment. Seeing his sincerity, He finally agreed. All right. Shi Tianzhong jumped up excitedly. Great. Immediately after, he quickly formed hand seals and chanted. Sincere heart, crimson order. 5 elements return to body. Black and white pool. Round shield body protection. Shi Tianzhong thought. If I don't make him lose convincingly, I'm afraid he'll keep clinging to me. If that's the case, he began to calculate. First, they'll let him use his full strength. Then, they'll pour a bucket of cold water on him. At the same time, Shi Tianzhong enthusiastically shouted. I'm ready. Come on. This time, he summoned 3 beasts at once. A tiger and a snake. All 3 had an incredibly imposing aura. And yet, Wong Shan, with just 1 slash, simultaneously severed the limbs of all 3 beasts. This had never happened before. Shi Tianzhong was momentarily stunned, staring at him with his mouth agape. Those 3 beasts represented fire, ice, and water. They attacked in unison. It seemed as though he was standing still, but none of the attacks could hit him. At this moment, Shi Tianzhong's mind was in turmoil. He panicked. Defend. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, tearing the bag he wore at his side. All the talismans inside flew out. No one saw how he moved. They only knew that Wong Shan was now behind Shi Tianzhong. And that gust of wind just now was his sword chi. The elders below stared with wide eyes. That was tangible sword chi. Impossible. How old is that young man? But right after, the sword couldn't withstand it, and its tip shattered into pieces. He lamented, I didn't expect that even senior brother Zhou's sword couldn't endure my true essence. Then he remembered and looked over at Shi Tianzhong, who was squatting on the ground dejectedly. He walked over respectfully and bowed humbly. Fellow Taoist Shi Tianzhong, you've yielded, he said sadly. Senior brother Long, I'm sorry for breaking your precious sword. He replied generously. Fei Yu, no need to be so polite. For this sword to be in your hands is no waste. Qi Ling said excitedly, Fei Yu, you defeated that Shi Tianzhong guy again. You're truly amazing. Immediately after, he walked over to Guanshuan. She was still sitting there, watching him. Wang Sheng looked at her with a gentle smile. Senior sister. I won. She smiled brightly and held up her phone screen. The message inside read, Yay? That's great. He smiled happily. Thank you for cheering for me, senior sister. He thought to himself. I was a bit too flashy today, but in the coming days, they'll be cultivating peacefully in the mountains. It probably won't be a problem. Suddenly, she noticed a gaze staring intently at him. And so, Guanshuan glared fiercely, shielding Wang Sheng, which surprised him. Senior sister? Shi Tianzhong, his face dark, held his slashed bag and looked at him as if he were about to cry. Everyone tensed up, raising their guard. Long spoke up. Fellow Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain. What more do you want? Wang Sheng stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, leave this to me. He then walked directly over to Shi Tianzhong. Fellow Taoist, is there anything else? As soon as he saw him, Shi Tianzhong aggressively rushed over with the torn bag. Everyone who saw this scene was startled, thinking he would be retaliated against. Long shouted worriedly. Fei Yu, careful. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he burst out crying. Brother Sheng, big brother. I'm telling you, why didn't you just strike me down? Wouldn't that have settled it? Why did you have to slash my talismans? Wang Sheng stared blankly at him. Isn't this reaction just like a 3-year-old child's? Shi Tianzhong was still complaining. The material for these black talismans is very expensive. One set cost me nearly 30,000. Suddenly, a foot kicked him fiercely. Shut your mouth. The man was annoyed. All right, stop embarrassing yourself. Go back and the sect will compensate you with double the materials. He was startled. Martial uncle. The brazen-faced Shi Tianzhong. How about giving me 10 sheets of golden Su Mingyuan paper instead? He punched this greedy disciple. D a minute. I haven't even had a chance to use that stuff yet. Let alone you. Hurry back and behave yourself for me, or else I'll confiscate all your magical artifacts. Let's disperse. Shi Tianzhong cried out as he was dragged away. This sword technique of Brother Shang's. Shi Tianzhong is thoroughly convinced. The figure had already disappeared, but his voice still echoed. Let's have a meal together later. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, after the 3 opening matches, this exchange conference has finally gotten to the main event. And after appearing on stage several times, I've also restored Wudang's reputation. Just as Martial Uncle said, the entire field has settled down. Next, I just need to observe quietly. Then I can get through the rest of the conference peacefully. Two people behind him were murmuring. Fellow Taoist, you've already reached the core formation stage. Why not go up to test your skills and train a little? The other person gave a wry smile. Forget it. My own reputation is a small matter, but the sect's is a big one. Hearing that, Wong Shan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It's probably like that. Meanwhile, on this side, a fierce green cyclone swept through like a storm. It turned out to be Guangshuan's match. Her opponent was being swirled within it, the terrifying power making the crowd dizzy. Wiped out. But Guangshuan's face seemed a bit sorrowful, as if something was weighing on her mind. Below the stage, a man smiled brightly. Taoist Zhang of the Lao Mountain sect wishes to request a spar. Wong Shan was full of pride. As expected, an ordinary core formation stage cultivator is no match for senior sister. Finally, when the cyclone dissipated, the other person was thrown far away. Just as Guangshuan turned around, she heard the loud thud of the other person falling. She slowly walked down from the stage, followed by countless pairs of admiring eyes. Wong Shan quickly ran over to her, flashing a bright smile. Senior sister, you're amazing. Her sad eyes looked at her junior brother. Then, Guangshuan let out a long sigh, as if releasing all the worries in her heart. She also gave him a bright smile, as if all her previous worries were just wind passing through the clouds. All around, people covered their mouths in disgust. So young, yet already at the mid-core formation stage. A big shot? This is a real master. At this moment, Guangshuan's face radiated with power as she walked forward majestically, ignoring everyone's gossiping gazes. He remembered that when they were traveling together, he had held up a sign. Living beings, do not approach. For any matters, please contact her junior brother. Wong Shan felt apologetic. Senior sister, I've made things difficult for you. He walked behind her, thinking. After today, the various Taoist sects have found their own paths. As long as the primordial energy of heaven and earth continues to exist, the great era of cultivation will come again. I'm afraid this era of peace and prosperity won't last long. The Taoist sects can restrain their disciples. But what about some evil cultivators and rogue cultivators? Or demon beasts that have started on the path of transformation? The path of cultivation may be easy to walk, but the conflicts these things cause in the mortal world, how should they be handled? Lost in thought, he had fallen far behind Guangshuan. Sensing something strange about Wong Shan's behavior, she turned to look at him. He quickly sped up his pace. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about these things? They'll just do as much as my strength allows. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. No matter what. This path of cultivation, as long as I can walk it openly and honorably in the future, that's all that matters. He looked at everyone laughing and talking happily and couldn't help but think. Although we've been through some difficulties, in the end, the exchange conference concluded perfectly. I really gained a lot from this conference. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Brother Sheng. Wait up, Brother Sheng. Hearing this, his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Wong Shan gave a wry, sweaty smile and turned to look. What can I do for you, sir? An excited Shen Jang held out his phone. Add me idle. We already talked about this before. We'll definitely be seeing a lot more of each other in the future. We should care more about each other. He said happily. Brother Sheng, let's go down the mountain together. But this is a good opportunity to talk to each other. Wong Shan was helpless. Talking is fine. But I can't afford those talismans of yours. Tianzhong said generously. It's fine, it's fine. They'll just have my martial uncle help me find some materials then. He'll just fudge the numbers. Aren't those talismans worth several thousand yuan? Wong Shan couldn't help but exclaim, You're so devious. Just as everyone was about to leave, someone called out to them. Taoist brother Fei Yu, please wait. Wait for me. Yunji came forward and spoke gently. Today, thanks to you, Taoist brother, for teaching that rogue a lesson. It made me feel very refreshed. So I had to come over and thank you, Taoist brother. Wang Sheng also happily returned the salute and replied cheerfully. Brother Lu, you're too kind. Tianzhong showed a look of disgust. Who are you trying to impress, talking so elegantly? What era are we living in? Still with the brother this and brother that. Yunji snapped. He retorted loudly. It's better than your crude words. Tianzhang's mouth couldn't hold back anymore. You. A defeated opponent still dares to cause trouble in front of me. The two of them quickly glared at each other. Standing in the middle, Wong Shan couldn't help but cough a few times. He quickly spoke up to defuse the situation. You two must be hungry, right? Let's go down the mountain and get something to eat. My treat tonight. Tianzhang chattered on. Thanks, Brother Sheng. Junior Sister Lu. You're a local here. Does your Mao Shan have any good restaurants? Yunji looked like he was about to breathe fire. Wang Sheng reassured him again. Senior Brother Lu. Calm down, calm down. During the conference, everyone represents their respective sects. Of course, we have to be formal. But after entering the dining room, it didn't take long for everyone to get acquainted. Wang Sheng naturally picked up food for his senior sister. A brief introduction. Sure, Tianzhang is the same age as me. Because of his childish personality, he was sent to Dragon Tiger Mountain by his family to be disciplined. Because of his extraordinary talent for talismans, he achieved his current status. As for Lu Yunji, I'm already quite familiar with him. After all, in my past life, he was one of the 36 elites of the Taoist sects. Since he was young, he went up the mountain with his master to train, and with his extraordinary temperament, he gained a large number of fans online. A few years ago, Lu Yunji went to Dragon Tiger Mountain to train. He was beaten unconscious by Shi Tianzhang. After that, the two became enemies. Later, after making some progress in his cultivation, he wanted revenge, but repeatedly ran into difficulties. That's why we have the scene we saw today. Today at the conference, my senior sister and I quelled the envy of many sects. The two of them were ordered to come and build a relationship with us. It's quite reasonable. But of course, I won't become arrogant because of this. After all, in this day and age, one shouldn't be arrogant or impetuous. Cultivating peacefully is the right path. Over here, a voice rang out. The Mao Shan sect has sent over the 10 hours of footage. Quickly extract any useful information from it. The girl looking at the screen spoke up. That girl was still leisurely holding a hot cup of tea, her eyes fixed on the screens. Suddenly, a female staff member couldn't help but curse loudly. Perhaps something had agitated her. The other girl asked, "What happened?" That girl's face was extremely serious as she kept clicking. Team leader, look at this. She replayed Wang Sheng's fight scene and cursed in surprise. Who is that? A sword immortal? This is swordsmanship you only see in movies. She glanced over it, then calmly took a sip of tea. Who is he? The person behind her quickly reported. This person's name is Wang Sheng. His Taoist name is Fei Yu. According to the information we overheard, his master's Taoist name is Qin Yanzi. It said he's already above the golden core stage. Hearing this, the teacup in her hand suddenly fell and shattered. You said, who is his master? A few days after the exchange conference ended, Wang Sheng and his sister returned to the mountain. He reminded her worriedly, Senior sister, walk a little slower. Watch your step. Recalling his time at home, his mother couldn't help but be happy seeing Guanshuan. Xiaoxian, I didn't expect you to become so beautiful. His father whispered, Xiaosheng, how far have you and your senior sister gotten? When should I prepare the betrothal gifts for you? He replied, Dad, rest assured. In the coming years, they'll try my best to give you a grandchild to hold. The reason I can talk like this is because after the conference ended, Uncle Masterly specially gave me a few days off to go home. It's also to let my parents rest assured. Unfortunately, remembering that terrifying night, he was tormented by a storm of messages like, Brother Sheng, where do you live? Have you arrived home yet? Brother Sheng, when will you come to our Dragon Tiger Mountain? Seeing no reply, the messages became even more frantic. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel weary. On the way, he even received some spam messages from a certain someone. The people around the mountain couldn't help but buzz when they saw the two of them. Aren't those senior brother Fei Yu and senior sister Bu Yu? I heard from senior brother Ing Long. They were very formidable at the exchange conference. According to him, senior brother Ing Long and the others had already returned to the mountain a few days ago. In the past few days, the news of the exchange conference has spread all over Wudong Mountain. Now all the Taoist temples on the mountain know about my and senior sister's cultivation base. But I won't become arrogant because of it. After all, we are all fellow cultivators. Even though I was looked down upon by those experts in my previous life, I don't want to become that kind of cruel cultivator. Qing Yinzi was already waiting for them. For some reason, his face was noticeably gaunt and haggard. As soon as they arrived, Wang Shan and Guanxuan bowed in salute. Master, we're back. He spoke. You too. Pausing for a moment, Qing Yinzi frowned. For this trip to Maoshan, didn't I tell you to be a little more modest? Frightened, Guanxuan quickly hid behind him. Wang Shan helplessly explained. Master, there's a reason for all of this. His expression was serious, but at this point, he couldn't help but clutch his stomach and laugh out loud. Qing Yinzi looked at him with satisfaction. Well done. Although we are guests of Wudong Mountain, we don't belong to the lineage of Emperor Zhenwu, but we are still considered cultivators of Wudong Mountain. This time, you didn't disgrace your master. However, next, you should still go home and continue to cultivate peacefully on the mountain. Yesterday, Junior Brotherly brought some things over. There are 2 pretty good items inside. Consider them rewards for you two for this trip. I, your master, still have to go to Taiha Palace for a meeting. I will bring back food for you too. Wang Shan called out loudly after him. Master. He watched Qing Yanzi's departing back and couldn't help but be surprised. It's only been a few days. Why does it feel like Master is about to have a breakthrough again? He looks very ordinary, but he is an incredibly talented person. If I hadn't been reborn, I probably wouldn't have discovered Master's talent. He looked at the pile of gifts and couldn't help but think. Perhaps as thanks for our efforts at the exchange conference, Uncle Master Li Shuowu specially prepared quite a few gifts for me and senior sister. Among them, the gifts prepared for me were clearly very thoughtful. Guanxuan seems to really like the new clothes. He quickly took out the sword to test it. This ancient Wen Yuan sword looks very ordinary, but you'll know when you use it. The sword contains the essence of sword intent. It was clearly forged by a weaponsmith who is also a sword cultivator. Not as mystical as Lu Yunji's golden thread jade garment, or Shi Tianhang's crescent moon ink jade. Although it's a precious item, it's not a top-grade treasure. If this is the reward for the Maoshan trip, it's not too bad. After trying out the nice item, he quickly brought it to show Guanxuan. Senior sister, look at this sword. She took the sword and meticulously observed every line on it. Her hand gently slid across the blade. However, she still didn't look happy and shook her head, signaling to him that it wouldn't be good to use this thing. Wang Shan quickly understood her intention and reassured her. Senior sister, don't worry. I won't intentionally use it to kill. A sword's purpose is to kill. Is senior sister worried that my Dao heart will be affected by this sword? She happily handed him a piece of jade. Wang Shan was startled. Senior sister, I already have this sword. This soul-condensing and lake-suppressing jade pendant is naturally for you, senior sister. It seems she was very determined to give it to him, so she typed on her phone. I am invincible under the heavens. He flusteredly refused. No. This is a gift that Uncle Master gave you. How can I take it? Guanxuan looked at him with tears welling in her eyes. It seems that tears are effective. Immediately after, he quickly ran off. Senior sister, wait for me a moment. Guanxuan followed. He quickly returned, hiding something behind his back, his face filled with shyness. Wang Shan stammered. I originally wanted to wait for senior sister's birthday to give this as a gift, but I'm taking it out early now. He shyly handed the item over. Since senior sister gave me a gift, you must also accept the gift I'm giving you. Guanxuan happily pressed the flute to her cheek, showing her delight. Her face couldn't help but blush. Scene changed to a few days later. After handling everything, our cultivation life has stabilized again. Now what I need to do is, within a year, raise my cultivation realm to the core formation stage. I also have to experience fasting. After that, less than a month after we returned to the mountain, a certain Taoist master came to our small courtyard with a worried face. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning when a loud scream rang out. Your martial uncle ran in, his face pale with panic, shouting loudly. Senior brother Qing Yinzi. An evil ghost is harming people. Please help, senior brother. Hearing the word ghost, Yor and Guangxuan's faces turned a little pale. Night falls at your sect. The scenery here is extremely deserted and peaceful. The clouds and mountains intertwined picturesquely. You were sleeping when you suddenly woke up drowsily. Groping around, you saw Guanxuan lying next to you. Wang Shan was stunned. What on earth is going on? Startled, you sat up. Your face couldn't help but flush red. Why is senior sister sleeping here? Her hand was still tightly gripping Wong Shan's clothes. Your sudden movement woke her up as well. Suddenly woken up, she couldn't help but unconsciously frown. Wong Shan felt guilty. Senior sister, did I wake you? Outside, the sound of the wind blowing through the door made a loud noise, causing Guanshuan to flinch. Wang Xing asked anxiously, Senior sister, were you scared by the sound of the wind? Immediately after, Wang Xing pulled his legs up and hugged her comfortingly. Don't be afraid. Go to sleep. We have to wake up early and set off tomorrow. Only then did Guangshuan's brows relax a little. You patted her back to help her sleep better. The reason she's like this is because 3 days after Martial Uncle arrived, senior sister has always been like this. I really never would have thought. Remembering that time, Martial Uncle was overjoyed. Thank you for helping me catch the ghost. Guanshuan was scared and hid behind you. Back in the present, Wang Xing gave a wry smile. Senior sister is a core formation stage cultivator. How can she be afraid of ghosts? I heard from Master that. Back then, in order to get senior sister to speak, he used a stimulus treatment involving ghost stories. As a result, senior sister almost became permanently mute. At the same time, she also developed a phobia. To be able to scare senior sister to this extent, what kind of drastic measure did Master use back then? But right now, comforting a frightened senior sister is also a responsibility that a junior brother should fulfill. The very next morning, they quickly set off. A large car parked in front of the gate started its journey. After driving for a while, the car finally stopped in front of a house with nostalgic-looking wooden doors. Martial Uncle looked at this place. Emotions couldn't help but flood back. I haven't been back in so many years. Inglong looked over. Feiyu, you've prepared quite thoroughly, haven't you? This time, he was sent in place of that ghost-fearing girl. Wang Sheng laughed loudly. Just taking precautions. What if it's a foreign ghost? What would we do then? Recalling that all these things were prepared by Guanshuan. At that time, you were bewildered. Senior sister, how could you invite Jesus and the Buddha to such a pure Taoist domain? Thinking of this, you couldn't help but sigh helplessly. But this represents senior sister's concern for me. How could I dare to throw it away? The door slowly opened, and a voice came from within. Second brother, you've finally returned. An old man walked out wearily. There's a ghost wreaking havoc in the house. I've been tormented into this state. Martial Uncle spoke up. Big brother, haven't I returned? Inglong's eyes widened. So this is Martial Uncle's secular home. Wang Sheng had the same thought. No wonder Martial Uncle always kept it a secret. This place seems to reek of power and schemes. Wang Sheng narrated. Before setting up the altar, we found out that Martial Uncle's older brother is named Li Shuaishan. Because he has been investing in Wudong for the past few years, Wudong has tacitly approved of our ghost exorcising task. Over here, your Martial Uncle began to stand before the offering table, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. Spirits of the southern lands. Heaven knows, earth knows. You looked at him, unable to help but wonder. The thing that makes me most curious is, Martial Uncle clearly has such a large family fortune. So why did he choose to renounce the world and cultivate the Tao? Could it be that he encountered some kind of great misfortune? And that's why, towards worldly affairs, he is so indifferent. Meanwhile, Martial Uncle was still focused on his task. He tossed his sword into the air. A golden light shines brilliantly all around. Grandmaster of potent remedies. Left and right protectors. Go quickly and eliminate the evil spirits in this place. The altar also began to glow in all directions because of his spiritual power. He recalled, before exorcising the ghosts, Martial Uncle had already discussed it with us. What's happening up front is just setting up the altar, while senior brother Inglong and I are the ones actually exorcising the ghosts. This arrangement is mainly because most people's understanding of cultivators comes only from movies. Although the disciples do all the work, the achievements and honor all belong to the master. As soon as the door opened, a dark purple aura quickly flooded out. Wang Sheng's expression turned serious. As expected, something is wrong. The demonic aura from the room grew thicker and thicker. One could say it was like a whirlwind. From within the dark room, 2 pairs of red eyes appeared, staring fiercely at him. Wong Shan quickly formed a hand seal and chanted. The 5 stars tremble the heavens. Light illuminates the profound darkness. Demons of the 5 heavens, perish in body and form. Obey my command immediately. As he spoke, a powerful aura shot out from him straight into the room. The light of his power swept through like a storm. Wherever his power went, the purple shadows retreated. In just an instant, the room was completely cleansed. He stood there resolutely, without a trace of fear. After finishing, he went out, closed the door, and didn't forget to say before leaving, "Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Enrollment," and he quickly regrouped. He spoke up. "I've made a round. I encountered over 20 specters." Wong Shan replied. "Same here." Enrollment was puzzled. Strange. Unless the feng shui arrangement has backfired. Or perhaps someone. Wong Shan was on alert. There are people on the other side of the wall. He calculated. Let's not mention this for now. Let's go find Martial Uncle and regroup. No matter what, this is Martial Uncle's home. If someone is really pulling the strings from behind the scenes, we can't just stand by and do nothing. This place seems to be hiding a mystery that can't be explained in just a few words. Meanwhile, his martial uncle was still performing the fake exorcism ritual. Everyone stood solemnly, watching in silence. He thought, isn't it just exorcising a few ghosts? Why is it taking so long? They still haven't returned. Are those two reliable? He had been holding his sword up to the sky for so long that his hand was trembling. From a distance, a servant quickly called out, "They're back. They've returned." From afar, Enrollment and Wong Shan quickly walked over. Seeing that they had finally returned, Martial Uncle let out a sigh of relief. He turned to look. "Excuse me, big brother, please prepare a quiet room for the 3 of us, so we can temporarily recover our energy." Shueishan quickly replied, "I understand." Night fell quickly, and the 3 were arranged into a quiet and cozy room. He spoke up. "Martial Uncle, we made a round and encountered dozens of specters. I suspect that another cultivator is behind this." Martial Uncle fell silent, stroking his beard in thought. Another cultivator? This is troublesome. He thought seriously. My current knowledge is a bit broader than Martial Uncle's. Of course, I also know about some of the dark sides of the immortal cultivation world. And today's matter is probably because the Li family's wealth has attracted the attention of some evil cultivators. Or perhaps it's because Li Shueishan has offended someone, leading to an evil cultivator's revenge. He asked him in confusion, "Fei Yu, according to you, what should we do?" He calculated. If we expose them suddenly, I'm afraid it will make the other party panic. Enrollment proposed a countermeasure. "Why don't we do this?" Wong Shan was excited. "So that's how it is. Good idea, good idea." That same night, half an hour later, the surroundings were still pitch dark. The 2 brothers were strolling in the courtyard. Martial Uncle probed, "Big brother, have you made any enemies these past few years?" Shueishan said, "Recently. I've just been at home. I haven't offended anyone." Martial Uncle pressed, "Think carefully. Someone wants to harm our entire family now." But he still insisted, "Absolutely not." He was meditating in his room and happened to overhear this conversation. Shueishan continued, "I haven't done a single shameful thing in my entire life. Except for that year." He wondered, that year? Could it be that the Li family did something shameful? Wong Shan opened his eyes, thinking, the feng shui of the manor, the surplus medicine from becoming a monk. These were all matters from a few years ago. Could these matters be related in some way? The next morning, everyone left quickly. The Martial Uncle said, "Big brother, if the wraiths have been eliminated, we must also return to the mountain to await orders. If anything else comes up, just let me know." Shueishan was overjoyed. "Second brother, it's a good thing I had you this time." Late at night, the scene was back at the Martial Uncle's big brother's house. The surrounding atmosphere was completely silent. Within the Li family manor, Enrollment whispered, "Fei Yu, how much longer do we have to wait?" He said softly, "Probably until midnight. That's when the yang energy is at its weakest. It's also when the evil cultivator who raises ghosts is most confident. Li Shuishan's business is very large. He has nannies as well as security guards, plus a camera system with no blind spots," he recalled. "If that's the case, the wraiths we eliminated today must have numbered 70 or 80. This clearly isn't something that could be done in just a day or 2. If an outsider was causing trouble, there's no way they wouldn't have left a trace. Therefore, The culprit who released them is likely an inside man. Enlong quickly understood. So that's how it is. That's why we pretended to leave during the day, only to come back at night to lie in wait. Although that's the case, the intention of the person who released the ghosts is truly vicious. This method of using wraiths to absorb yang energy, an evil art that annihilates entire families, is truly unforgivable by the heavens. Enlong muttered, us waiting here. Will it work? If it's an inside man, he calculated, they'll want to avoid any unforeseen complications. They might just make their move today. Immediately after, he quickly sat upright, focusing his internal energy. He calculated, now let's see which of us is more patient. Immediately, his power quickly spread throughout the Leaf family's manor grounds. Enlong was stunned. I can't believe it. Fei's spiritual sense can actually cover the entire residence. Never mind that my cultivation base is lower than his now. Even if we were at the same stage, I'm afraid I still couldn't do it. Thinking of this, he also quickly drew his sword. If that's the case, I will protect Fei with everything I have. Very quickly, he sensed a strange presence. Wong Shan focused intensely. He saw a figure walking forward. Over there is the building where Layman Li is resting. A security guard was furtively shining a flashlight around, looking extremely cunning. Seeing no one around, he took out a tiny bronze bottle from his pocket. He drew blood and then recited an incantation. Mysterious ghost of darkness. No life can grow in this place. The heavens are always watching. Retribution will surely come. Having recited this, he quickly spat blood onto the object. Immediately, a shadow gradually emerged from within it. He looked fiercely towards the old man's room. Li Shuishan, oh Li Shuishan. I can't believe you invited people from Wudong to exorcise the ghosts. Immediately after, his face turned ferocious. If that's the case, then don't blame me for settling this quickly. After saying this, he and the green ghost slowly advanced inside. He quickly stood before the door to Shuishan's room. The green ghost viciously tried to pounce. A flash of golden light appeared, making the ghost recoil in fear. The security guard recognized it at a glance. A Wudong talisman. Li Shuishan really did take precautions. He cunningly thought, a talisman might be able to ward off ghosts. But can it ward off a living person like me? At that moment, from behind, Wong Shan quickly closed in with his sword. It startled him, making him jump in fear. He quickly leaped up to dodge. The ghost behind also lunged towards him. Wong Shan's sword shattered a wooden door of the residence. The ghost quickly and viciously tried to strike him down, but Wong Shan quickly vanished. At the same time, Wong Shan leaped up with his sword and quickly slashed towards the ghost. Suddenly, a flash of light in his mind made Wong Shan pause. Not good. The sword slashed through but was unable to affect it in the slightest. He fiercely pressed his hand down. Suddenly, the sound of a struggle came from Shuishan's room, startling Wong Shan. A warning flashed in his mind, and Wong Shan quickly kicked off the ghost. Wong Shan used the momentum to fly towards the old man's room to provide aid. Inside, old Master Li had just woken up from a deep slumber. As soon as the guard saw him, he glared fiercely. Li Shuishan, die. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged over to strangle him. Suddenly, swords flew in from outside, piercing through to block the attack, shocking the guard. He leaped away to dodge the attack. His figure quickly appeared outside the door. At the same time, he shot 3 hidden darts straight at Shuishan. The old man was still in a daze at that moment. But fortunately for him, he managed to knock those 3 nails away in time. Wong Shan knew with just one look. These nails contained evil true yuan. If even a little bit touched the old master's face, even the gods couldn't save him. He quickly formed a hand seal and shouted loudly, Wudong disciple, don't meddle in other people's business. Wong Shan glared fiercely at him. Eliminating evil ghosts that harm people. Exorcising demons that delude the world. You deserve to be slain. He shouted loudly, if you insist on stopping me. Then he rushed towards Wong Shan with a ferocious expression. The bodyguard attacked while loudly reciting a spell. Demons of the 5 heavens. Shed your mortal form. Heed my command at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the green ghost from before charged fiercely into the room. Its target wasn't Wong Shan, but Shuishan. I wonder what he did to make him hate him so much. He thought to himself, this person would rather hold me back. just to let the wrathful ghost take Li Shuishan's life. What kind of grudge is there between them? He shouted loudly, continuing to recite the chant to command the wrathful ghost. 5 stars shake the splendor. Light shines on the mystic darkness. 10,000 gods and saints, protect my true spirit. As he said this, the ghost had already rushed over. Wong Shan quickly used his sword to block in front of Shuishan. The aura he emitted made the man instinctively cover his face. He calculated. I noticed something unusual just now, so I came here first. Senior brother Inglong has probably noticed it too, so he should be on his way. If that's the case, before senior brother arrives, he'll hold off this person and this ghost. He formed a hand seal with one hand, his mouth still shouting. Wudong disciple, since you insist on getting involved in this dirty business, then he'll let you die first. After speaking, he quickly ordered the ghost to attack. Not to be outdone, he quickly flew up and shot towards it. 5 stars shake the splendor. Light shines on the mystic darkness. 10,000 gods and saints, protect my true spirit. While reciting the chant, he fought barehanded, yet he still managed to put the ghost in a difficult position. Then, Wong Shan continued to shout, raising his longsword high. Demons of the 5 heavens, shed your mortal form. Heed my command at once. Meanwhile, the bodyguard was also holding a jar and reciting a chant. Old ghost, injustice. A square inch, not. At this moment, the wrathful ghost had already been slashed by Wong Shan. A deep, glowing gash quickly appeared across its body. At the same time, the jar in the bodyguard's hand suddenly shattered, causing him to panic slightly. Wong Shan's style is to pull out the weeds by the roots. He quickly shot 3 more hidden darts at him. The man quickly fell to his knees. His wrathful ghost couldn't hold on and quickly dissipated. Although he was defeated, he wasn't dead yet. So Wong Shan remained vigilant, standing guard in front of the old man. A dense murderous aura emanated from his body. He muttered under his breath, offer my living soul. Enter the body. Sever my life's desires. For its divine power. Over here, after he recited that chant, the ghost seemed to become even more ferocious. Wong Shan felt something was wrong. Seeing this, he cursed inwardly. This is bad. The bodyguard laughed maniacally. Li Shuishan, I want your entire family to die without a proper burial. Father, brother, this blood feud of over 10 years. I have finally avenged everyone. Numerous skulls and bones emerged from the wrathful ghost's body, looking incredibly sinister. Wong Shan was startled. Just how many living souls did this evil cultivator use to refine such a wrathful ghost? Behind him, he quickly heard Inglong's voice. Feiyu, Feiyu. He quickly gathered the guards and stood outside, shouting loudly. Feiyu, junior brother, are you all right? He quickly grabbed Shuishan and flew out through the window. Senior brother. Immediately after, Wong Shan threw the man down and instructed. Protect Layman Li well. Have the manager and others stay far away from here. Inglong quickly caught him and replied, got it. You be careful too, junior brother. At this moment, Wong Shan made a few slashes towards the wrathful ghost to test it. But it didn't seem to be damaged at all. He thought, my longsword isn't a specialized ghost-slaying Dharma artifact. It's not very effective against this type of spirit. It's not as effective as using talismans like Shi Tianzhong or Lu Yunji. Thinking of this, he quickly remembered. That's right, talismans. While dodging the wrathful ghost's attack, he looked over at Inglong and shouted. Senior brother. Shuishan remembered. Right, talismans. Quickly go get those talismans from the other place. He let out a breath. If I can't cut it down, then he'll wear it down to death. Immediately after, he began to dart forward swiftly. Star-plucking sword, 7 stars sword intent. Wong Shan continued to dodge back and forth swiftly, stunning the vengeful ghost. He shouted loudly. 7 stars, sword formation. He thought to himself, use incantations to drain its soul power. A powerful aura erupted, surrounding the vengeful ghost's body. At the same time, Inglong quickly threw something over and shouted, Feiyu catch. He quickly moved forward to catch the talismans, calculating in his head. Next are the ghost exorcising talismans. Yellow talismans flew out from the bag. It could be said that a rain of talismans was now appearing around Wong Shan. And Wong Shan cleverly controlled his sword chi, combining it with the ghost exorcising talismans. The talismans flew aggressively straight towards the vengeful ghost. All the talismans stuck to its body and then continuously burst into a great blaze. It burned and screamed incessantly. Seeing the ghost writhing and screaming like that, he thought to himself, the talismans are indeed effective. The evil cultivator in the building has already lost his mind. Otherwise, the vengeful ghost wouldn't have let Layman Li go without a care. If that's the case, I just need to keep wearing it down. The vengeful ghost will definitely be destroyed. From the outside, the people watching couldn't grasp the situation inside, only seeing talismans flying about in the air, glowing continuously. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from outside. Where is the murderer? The police rushed in from outside. We received a report. Someone is harming old Mr. Li. Where is the culprit now? Wong Shan shouted in alarm. Senior brother, stop them. Don't let them get involved in this. Give me another 15 minutes. This thing won't last much longer. Shueishan came forward anxiously. Comrade, there really is a ghost. I'm really not lying to you. The policeman thought the old man was senile. I say, old master, what era are we in now? Where would ghosts come from? At the same time, Ying Long glided like a phantom in front of the policeman. This police comrade. He was startled, pointed his gun at him, and shouted. He gave his most sincere smile. Officer, my junior brother only needs 20 minutes to deal with that vengeful ghost. Please don't be hasty. He thought miserably. Why do I look like a swindling scammer right now? The policeman felt it was absurd. I think you're the one swindling this old man. Some of you, guard the door. The rest of you, follow me inside. Don't let his accomplice escape. Ying Long glided over again as fast as the wind. Officer, please listen to me. He fell silent, then raised his hand to give a signal. The other policemen immediately aimed their guns at Ying Long. Old Shueishan came forward to explain. Comrade, this person is truly a Taoist priest from Wudong Mountain. The officer still didn't believe it. Old master, there are some people you just can't trust blindly. Ying Long still tried to hold him back. Junior brother said it. We can't let others go inside. He made up his mind. Junior brother is exorcising a ghost inside. As his senior brother, I must do this for him. Seeing that he was quite a nuisance, the police didn't want to argue anymore and pointed a gun straight at Ying Long's forehead. He gave a cold command. Obstructing an officer. Arrest him. The subordinate quickly shouted. Yes, sir. A brief explanation. Because of the restoration of primordial energy, the Chinese government ordered the police to actively carry guns. In special situations, they are authorized to open fire. The police quickly handcuffed Ying Long. He thought helplessly. Forget it. Just let them go in and broaden their horizons. And so, the group quickly went inside to where Wong Shan was to investigate. Suddenly, as he entered, he saw his soldiers sitting on the ground, all trembling uncontrollably. He wondered, what's wrong? Everyone trembled. Captain. He looked in the direction his subordinate pointed and saw Wong Shan focused on fighting the vengeful ghost. He was stunned. Is there really a ghost? The ghost roared fiercely. Then it picked up a large boulder and threw it at the police. He and his soldiers could only stand there stunned, watching the boulder fly towards them. Suddenly, a figure unexpectedly rushed towards the police. It was Ying Long. He quickly and gently broke out of his handcuffs. In an instant, he was in front of the police, circulating his internal energy to block the large boulder. Ying Long very skillfully reached out his hand and gently caught it. Then he gently tossed the boulder far away in an instant. Wong Shan looked over at everyone and advised. Officers, this vengeful ghost is agitated. I hope you all won't agitate or provoke it. The police and government soldiers who saw this scene were all gaping in astonishment. One of them whispered to him, Captain, this is beyond our jurisdiction. What should we do? He snapped. What are you waiting for? Just report to headquarters. Report the situation here. The rest of you, stay here and cooperate with the Taoist priest inside. Deal with the vengeful spirit. Open fire. He quickly stopped them. Wait. Normal bullets won't harm a vengeful spirit. It might just provoke its ferocity. Hearing this, the police chief was a bit flustered. Then what should we do? Wong Shan explained. Vengeful spirits are of yin nature, so to eliminate it, we need to find some items with yang energy. Can you find some rooster blood here? Blood from a black rooster is best. One of them hurried off. They'll go right away. Immediately after, the The vengeful spirit attacked him again. Wong Shan quickly leaped away to dodge, maintaining his distance from it. But at this moment, Wong Shan had a big problem. He had used up all his talismans. At the same time, Enrollment quickly threw the bags of blood over and shouted, "Junior brother, get out of the way." Hearing this, Wong Shan quickly turned to dodge. Those bags of blood all splashed directly onto the vengeful spirit. It immediately began to quickly dissolve. The vengeful spirit shrieked in pain. The group of police officers cheered with joy. Rooster blood really works. Immediately after, it angrily turned towards Enrollment. He panicked. "I'm dead. The vengeful spirit is charging towards us." He quickly held the sword in front of him, channeling his internal energy and reciting a loud incantation. "Jinwu demon subduing. Protect my Dharma body." He calculated. The vengeful spirit has been severely injured by the rooster blood. I just need to block this one attack. Enrollment had great faith in his junior brother, believing that Fei Yu definitely had a way to kill this vengeful spirit. After that close-quarters clash, both Enrollment and the vengeful spirit were sent flying. The police chief and the government soldiers quickly caught him. After clashing with the vengeful spirit, Enrollment was gravely injured. His whole body trembled. "Fei Yu next. It's all up to you." He quickly leaped over, shielding everyone with a very determined expression. "Leave it to me." Wong Shan raised the sword before his face and recited, "There is a righteous chi in heaven and earth. Manifold, it takes on various forms. Below, it becomes rivers and mountains. Above, it becomes the sun and stars." At that moment, a flash of light forced the vengeful spirit to shield its face. Then he pointed his sword at it and continued the incantation. "Step on Tianshu. Pass Tianxian. Descend on Tianji. Grant me Tian Quan." The vengeful spirit was now under a barrage of attacks, unable to retaliate as a wave of pain washed over it. Wong Shan landed. "Harness Yu Hong. Unfurl Kai Yang. Sword of Yao Guang. 7 stars exterminate evil." A fierce glint appeared in his eyes at this moment. When facing monsters like this, Wong Shan was always serious and highly focused. Its entire body was now crisscrossed with cuts from his sword chi. It couldn't help but tremble, standing there stunned. Finally, its body couldn't take it anymore and exploded, brilliantly lighting up the sky. Its limbs fell apart into many small pieces, scattering everywhere, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Finally, the battle was over. Enrollment was being supported on the shoulders of the soldiers. The police chief was busy directing people to clean up the aftermath. He looked at him and couldn't help but praise. "Fei Yu, well done." He still didn't answer. The sword in his hand suddenly fell heavily to the ground. It seemed he had used too much internal energy, causing him to be unable to bear it any longer, and he slowly collapsed. Worried, Enrollment disregarded his own injuries and moved forward to catch his junior brother, shouting in alarm, "Fei Yu." His eyes gradually closed. Enrollment kept asking, "Fei Yu, how are you?" Finally, he couldn't hold on and fainted. Wong Shan narrated, "The evil spirit has been exorcised. I fainted because the true essence in my body was depleted, although I wasn't unconscious for long. After waking up, I was still a bit exhausted. After readjusting, my condition gradually recovered. After experiencing this great battle, I also gained an unexpected harvest. Am now standing at the threshold of the core formation stage. It seems this trip wasn't a loss after all." While he was focusing on circulating his internal energy to regulate his Bodhis condition, there was a sudden knock on his door. Wong Shan quickly went to open the door and asked, "You too? Is there something I can help you with?" The girl blushed and stammered. "Taoist priest Wong Shan. I'm a member of the Special Investigation Team, here to handle the case of the evil spirit harming people. The fierce-looking man next to me is Daniel, also a member of the Special Investigation Team." He asked curiously, "Are you two here to ask about the evil spirit case?" Mao Yu said shyly, "Before we get to business, could we talk privately for a moment?" He didn't refuse. What followed was a scene that stunned Wong Shan. "So exciting. I can't believe I get to meet a living sword immortal. My idol, the way you use the sword. It's so cool. Can I have your autograph? Can we take a picture together? Could you maybe put your hand on my shoulder?" His face darkened as he asked bluntly, "Well, did you two come looking for me just to take a picture?" Realizing she had been a bit rude, She cleared her throat a few times and then seriously got to the point. Actually, our team leader wants to talk to you. Someone will video call you in a moment. They'll be waiting outside. Just call me in after you're done with the call. The video call began. Wong Shan couldn't help but wonder. Why would the leader of the special investigation team want to see me directly? As soon as he picked up, the person on the other end surprised him so much that he shouted, "What?" Su Nuong. Wong Shan recalled the past. It was the Double Ninth Festival during my first year on the mountain. Master dragged me to go drinking. Back then, Master told him, "Little Shang, if you want to marry in the future, then marry. If you want to have children, then have them. I, your master, am very open-minded. As long as you are devoted to your wife, that's all that matters." He was very curious and asked seriously, "Master, why bring this up all of a sudden?" In his drunken state, he recounted sadly, "Back in the day, I was in love with a girl. But your grandmaster disapproved. I originally wanted to plead with my master. But that girl was too straightforward. And since then, she disappeared for decades without a word. That girl has always been his lifelong regret. This is a letter she had someone deliver to me last year. Only then did I know that I actually have a child. Around your age. A girl. All these years, out there on her own. I don't know how much hardship she has endured." Remembering this, he stared blankly at the person on the phone screen. Soon after, he quickly composed himself and called her by 2 words, "Su Nuong." The person sighed, as if old memories were flooding back. She spoke. "It doesn't matter what you call me. I have something I need your help with. Can you pass a message to your master for me? Tell him, if he still cares about his daughter, then he should come and see me immediately." He got straight to the point. "Su Nuong, has little junior sister run into some troublesome cultivators? They'll call master right now." He immediately took out his phone to call him, not forgetting to turn on the speakerphone. Wang Xing thought to himself, if they can just talk directly, master will surely find a way to soothe Su Nuong's soul. But life isn't like a dream. A mechanical voice came from the other end. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not reachable." Wang Xing stammered, Su Nuong. Master's signal is probably bad. They'll contact senior sister. Auntie, don't worry." She agreed softly. "Sorry to trouble you, little Shang." He replied quickly. "Su Nuong, don't be so formal. They'll video call you later." On his end, he immediately sent a message to Guanchuan. "Senior sister, where did master go?" She said. "He left a letter and ran off somewhere. Didn't even say a word. They'll take a picture of the letter and send it to you." The letter's content was, "Little Shang, Little Xian, am breaking through to the Golden Core stage. I need to go to the southeastern mountains for a period of secluded cultivation. When I return, I will teach you both again." He smiled bitterly, sweating internally. "Master, is this your lonely fate? Your timing for a breakthrough is just too coincidental." Thinking of this, Wang Xing couldn't help but sigh. Then he recounted the events to Guanchuan. "Senior sister, that's what happened." A moment later, he walked out the door with a grim face. Mao Yu quickly came over. "Taoist Wang, have you all finished talking?" Wang Sheng replied. "My senior sister will also be joining this operation. We're going back to Wudong Mountain to pick her up." Hearing this, she couldn't help but get excited. The Silent Fairy is joining the operation too? That's great. So, when do we leave? Wang Xing thought. Something has happened to Master's wife and daughter. Of course, senior sister wouldn't just stand by and watch. But for Su Nuong to contact us directly. It seems this is quite troublesome. But no matter how dangerous it is, I will rescue my junior sister. 2 police cars stopped ahead, and they talked with Mao Yu's group for a long time. Then she relayed the situation to him. "Taoist Wang, we have that evil cultivator under control. He won't have the chance to hurt anyone else. Next, we will head to Wudong Mountain to pick up the Silent Fairy. Let's talk a little about that evil cultivator's grudge." According to the intel Mao Yu provided, the 3 security guards and the eldest brother who died early on. Because that area is the Li family's property, he has set his target for revenge on Layman Li. Suddenly, Mao Yu cried out in alarm. "He's dead." Wang Xing asked, "What's wrong?" She continued, "Our colleagues just contacted us just now. The security guard who was plotting murder is dead." As she spoke, she passed her phone to Wang Sheng. His corpse looked extremely horrific and bizarre. Wang Sheng examined it for a moment. This manner of death, this type of poisonous insect, could it be? Suddenly, He saw a glowing Inyong Bagua mark near the man's wrist. It was then that Wong Shan realized. It really is them, he surmised. That security guard probably died from the Inyong blood-devouring goo. This type of poisonous insect is both yin and yang, so they have a sympathetic connection. It's recorded in ancient texts. They can enhance the spiritual power of the one who casts the curse. They can also kill the target from 1,000 miles away. Mao Yu was alarmed. Is that for real? He zoomed in on the picture. There's also this mark. It looks like a taiji pattern, but it's not quite that. It's likely the symbol of the organization behind him. You can start your investigation from here. Wang Shan analyzed. The Inyong Gu, the taiji pattern, and the cauldron-type Dharma artifact I destroyed before. These three things are enough to prove that some evil cultivator organization has already reached a large scale. I'm afraid you all need to contact the major immortal sects immediately. Mao Yu said urgently, Taoist Wang. Please wait a moment. I'll inform my colleagues right away. Wang Shan frowned in thought. Ultimately, this is related to the secrets of my past life. I can't reveal everything completely, but I hope we can be prepared this time. After all, this time we are facing. But in my previous life, the evil cultivator organization that overturned the world was the Inyong cult. The next day, everyone quickly drove into the city. The tall buildings stood close together. On the way, Mao Yu couldn't help but marvel. The silent fairy is truly beautiful. Her figure is also very nice. Her skin is so fair. There really are no bad angles. Wang Shan smiled and explained, Senior sister, she's a subordinate of our master's wife. She's not a bad person. Along the way, he had learned the true identity of the special investigation team from Mao Yu. Does your team leader have any arrangements yet? But the girl was muttering with a broken heart. Not a bad person. Wang Shan recalled. In ancient times, chivalrous heroes upheld justice with martial arts. Immortals used the Dharma to subvert. Now that cultivation civilization is flourishing in the secular world, a special organization is naturally needed to maintain worldly order. Mao Yu's reply broke his train of thought. There are no specific orders yet, but based on the intel, this incident involves the presence of cultivators, so it's perfectly reasonable for us to get involved. From her explanation, this was the special investigation team led by his master's wife. It was also one of the privileged departments that China established to deal with the cultivation world. It was specifically responsible for monitoring the cultivation world and mediating conflicts between the cultivation world and the secular world. Daniel spoke up at this time. This also involves our team leader's own daughter. It would be best if you two Taoists didn't get involved. Wang Shan replied seriously, it's fine. This incident is a private matter for us as well. After all, she's not just the team leader's daughter. She's also our junior sister. Daniel was surprised. Junior sister? Could it be that the team leader and Taoist Qin Yanzi? Mao Yu's eyes lit up. No way. Oh my god. This is some serious gossip. Wang Shan was a little scared. You too. Please drive safely. A while later, they arrived. Mao Yu introduced Taoist Wang. This is our mission location. He said politely. Okay, thank you for your hard work. He and Guanchuan quickly got out of the car. Next, just leave it to us. Wang Shan recounted. According to the intel, a cultivator has snuck onto the university campus and is using a pyramid scheme-like method to spread cultivation techniques. Our junior sister is one of the students who has been drawn in. On the other side, Mao Yu instructed Taoist Wang. We will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. If you encounter a dangerous situation, please protect yourself. Wang Shan quickly replied. I know. According to his thinking, the world's primordial energy has just started to recover. For the outside world, cultivation is still a secret. At this time, if cultivation is promoted to the public, it's hard to say there isn't some other conspiracy. And their mission right now is to pretend to be a couple and enter the school, to investigate the whereabouts of the enemy cultivator, to save our little junior sister. At the same time, Guanchuan sent a message. Calling potato. Reply if you receive this. Wang Shan quickly replied. Is there an update? Go ahead. Remnant essence energy was discovered in little junior sister's room. It was probably caused by a talisman. What's the next step? Wang Shan considered. Let's not alert the enemy for now. If possible, create an opportunity to get acquainted with our little junior sister. He looked at the photo in his hand. Senior sister has really gotten into character. This is pretty fun, isn't it? Sweet potato, received. Guanchuan left a message from her side. Potato, stay hidden. To give a brief summary, our little junior sister's name is Ji1. She's a second-year university student this year. According to the documents provided by Mao Yu, it seems a cultivator has infiltrated the university to preach. Little junior sister is one of the people who was deceived. Because of this, she even had a conflict with our master's wife and cut off ties. It's probably because of this that our master's wife had no choice but to contact master, hoping he could help rescue our little junior sister. At the school, Wong Shan got close to her and whispered, "Sister, how is the plan to strike up a conversation going?" Guanchuan nodded mechanically. Perhaps being noticed by so many people made her a little uncomfortable. Wong Shan comforted her. "Don't feel too much pressure. That's master's daughter. Just don't treat her like a stranger." The moment Wong Shan saw Ji1, he was surprised. Little junior sister's body was revealing true essence. This type of true essence is quite similar to the one from the cultivation technique I practiced in my past life. It seems things aren't that simple. He quickly stood up. "Sister, there's a change of plans. They'll try to make contact with our junior sister." Guanchuan nodded happily. Immediately after, he approached Ji1. At that moment, she was happily chatting with a friend and didn't notice him. Before he could speak, a voice suddenly called out, "Wong Shan." Hearing this, he seemed so shocked that the phone in his hand fell to the ground. He quickly turned around to see who had called his name. He was extremely surprised because it was Shen Jang, his senior from a higher grade. She put her food tray down on the table and then quickly rushed to hug him. "Is it really you? Why are you here?" Her action stunned Guanchuan and the other male students here. Everyone started murmuring, "Who is this? Senior Shen has time to get involved with a boy toy?" Jealous eyes stared at him. "I just saw that kid. It looks like he already has a girlfriend. I can't take it. Let's beat him up." Qianlin shouted. "Stop being noisy. This is my junior from high school. He saved my life once before." Wang Sheng recalled. In his previous life, his senior was disabled because of an accident. After I was reincarnated, I helped her escape danger. It seems she's very healthy now. It was worth it. He gently touched her shoulder. "Senior, I didn't expect to meet you here." Wang Xing thought to himself. The spiritual energy in my senior's body seems to be related to our little junior sister. Qianlin blushed. "That's right." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Classmate, you dropped your phone." Wang Sheng was flustered. "Thanks." He quickly seized the opportunity to follow her. "Classmate, can I add you on WeChat? As a thank you. They'll treat you to a meal later." But Jiwen waved her hand. "No need to be so polite." Qianlin teased him. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you dropped your phone on purpose to get her attention." He gave a bitter smile. "Senior, let's go sit over there first. Let me introduce you." Guangshuan's expression at this moment didn't seem very pleasant. Looking at the girl in front of her, she suddenly became a little defensive. Wang Xing introduced her to Guangshuan. "This is Senior Shin Qianlin, my friend from high school." She grunted in acknowledgement. The moment Qianlin saw Guangshuan, she couldn't help but praise her. "What a beautiful girl. Is this your girlfriend? Is this real or fake?" On the other side, Guangshuan's face darkened. A series of questions popped into her head. Weren't you supposed to be checking on the master's wife? Who is this girl? Is this senior's status higher, or is my senior sister's status higher? How should I interact with her? Wang Sheng looked at her dark expression and was momentarily at a loss. "Senior sister, please calm down a bit." He and Qianlin sat and chatted together. She was bewildered. "So that's how it is. No wonder you were still on Wudong Mountain when we contacted each other before. And now you've suddenly appeared here." Wang Sheng laughed loudly. "Just think of me as a temporary cop investigating some bad elements in the school." Wang Sheng thought. Back when I first saved her, our relationship was quite close. Although she knows I went to Wudong Mountain, it's better to keep some details secret. She asked quizzically, "Bad elements? Are there people like that in the school?" Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, "Senior, has anyone recently invited you to join any strange societies? For example, ones related to martial arts training, magic, longevity, or even cultivation?" Qianlin said, "I saw a poster about it before. It seems to be related to what you mentioned. Let me send it to you. It's about the Supernatural Inspiration Society. Do you have doubts about this world? Do you truly understand this world?" Are you content with working a normal job for an ordinary salary, or do you want to reach the pinnacle? It's time to leave this fake world behind, he wondered. So, the Supernatural Inspiration Society. After reading it, he stood up. Senior, this is enough. I will have someone secretly protect you. From now on, just act as if you've never met me and my senior sister. Chanlin quickly understood the situation. Okay, I understand. She watched their retreating figures. Is that the senior sister he always mentioned in his texts? No wonder it's so fun on the mountain. If I hadn't met your great senior sister today, I would have thought you were going to renounce the world and become a Taoist priest. Night fell quickly. By a deserted river in the city, a group of people was sitting in a circle. The guy in the middle spoke in a lofty tone. Don't say the membership fee is expensive. Everything requires an investment. Right now, we are investing in ourselves. Only then can everyone walk the true path to the pinnacle. Let's begin cultivating. Suddenly, he felt something wasn't right in the nearby bushes, so he stared intently, but found nothing. Wong Shan had recorded everything. He wondered, are these people preaching? Because the two of them had cultivation bases, they could hear very clearly. Wong Shan observed, the leader really does have a cultivation base. If it's just cultivation, these people aren't breaking any laws. They'll give these pictures to Mao Yu. Let them investigate. Suddenly he exclaimed, something's happening. Seeing that guy saying something to a girl, Wang Sheng was surprised. You can even have unspoken rules in cultivation? He instructed Guanchuan. Senior sister, you continue to keep watch here. I'm going to check it out. She happily agreed. Right after that cultivation session, the sky turned dark. That guy led the girl into a deserted alley, shamelessly trying to persuade her. If you do as I say, forget the membership fee. They'll even give you cultivation methods and elixirs beyond the standard allowance. The girl was hesitant. But suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. How shameful. You disgrace of the family. What a loss of face. He still tried to talk his way out. Second uncle. Ah no. Elders. This is someone I just met. Wasn't I going to introduce her to you? A voice came from the wind. I didn't expect the Supernatural Society's unspoken rules to be so sneaky. The elders shouted. Who's there? As soon as they spoke, a figure quickly emerged from the shadows. The dark figure zipped through the air. Several streams of chi shot towards the girl and the old man, tearing the talisman in the old man's hand to shreds. The other guy jumped in shock. My second uncle at the spirit condensation stage was defeated so quickly? Immediately after, he panicked. The newcomer doesn't seem friendly. Time to scram. But before he could get far, Wang Sheng was already holding a sword to his neck. Tell me where your den is. The next morning, he had already taken care of that swindler by beating him to a pulp. In the courtyard, several old masters were eating together boisterously. Old madam, the porridge today is delicious. Bring some more tea. From outside, Wang Sheng quickly entered and spoke up. Elders of the Supernatural Society. As soon as he entered, he held his sword and gave a faint smile. Good morning. The old folks quietly exchanged glances, then one of them shouted loudly. Quickly, take him down. As the table flew over, Wang Sheng quickly slashed it in half. His hands moved nimbly, brandishing his sword in the air as he fought all three old men at once. It was the old woman's turn. She quickly launched a fiery attack at him. Kid, don't blame me for being cruel. But just as the attack flew over, Wang Sheng swiftly dodged it, leaving her utterly shocked. What? Before she had a chance to retaliate, Wang Sheng dashed behind her and struck the back of her neck hard. In just a flash, he had taken down 4 elders at once. Scene changed to the university. In the morning, the scenery here was extremely peaceful. At this moment, Mao Yu quickly called to report the situation to him. Taoist Wang. Those rogue cultivators have confessed everything. The creator of that super spirit society calls himself the Sacred Flame Emissary. They recruited 10 rogue cultivators to serve as protectors. They've already made significant achievements on the Dao path. And Ji1, because of her wealthy family background, is a minor leader inside, like a mascot. Wang Sheng replied, please send me a copy of their files. They'll keep an eye on their movements. He thought to himself, Sacred Flame Emissary, Super Spirit Society. An organization like this is truly a criminal group with a cultivation background. But what is their ultimate goal? Could it be that they simply want to get big and plunder wealth? No matter what, I have to pull Junior's sister out of this muddy water quickly. Otherwise, trouble will never cease. As he was lost in thought, a mischievous hand suddenly poked his cheek. Mu Guanchuan pouted. Mean junior brother. You didn't let me go fight. He happily fed her a piece of cake and smiled brightly. Senior sister. It's time to go find our little junior sister. A brief scene change. At night, in a tall building, a voice rang out. What nonsense are you all talking about? Jiwen was bewildered. My father passed away 20 years ago. Where did these disciples come from? Wong Shan handed her a photograph. Take a look at this first. Looking at the photo, Jiwen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and tremble. Impossible. He explained further. This is a photo that my master has kept hidden. He has truly missed you both all these years. Mu Guanchuan also hummed in agreement, indicating he was telling the truth. Wang Sheng continued to present evidence. This was sent by our master's wife, who is also your mother. The message inside read, Xiao Wen, Wang Sheng and Mu Guanchuan are your father's disciples. They are also people I trust completely. Leave the school with them immediately. I will be there in 2 hours. Hearing this, she couldn't believe what was happening, dropping her phone and shouting loudly. You're all liars. Scammers. Mu Guanchuan didn't know how to comfort people. Seeing Jiwen crying like this made her extremely flustered. From a distance, people were focused on the girl, not noticing an arrow aimed straight at Jiwen. The moment the arrow was fired, Mu Guanchuan quickly sensed that something was wrong. She held Jiwen tightly in her arms while channeling her internal energy, unleashing a powerful wave that knocked the arrow away. Immediately after, the hidden attacker quickly fled. He said to Mu Guanchuan, Senior sister, protect junior sister, then he gave chase. Wang Sheng said fiercely, You who hide your head but show your tail? You finally couldn't hold back anymore. The attacker used her fastest speed to escape, blending into the nearby bushes. The people in the room were in an uproar. There's trouble at Taoist Wang's location. It's a cultivator. It's highly likely he's discovered a high-ranking member of the Super Spirit Society. Mao Yu quickly mobilized her forces. Personnel of all teams. Prepare for combat. Immediately lock down all school entrances and exits. We must not let the target escape. Of course, on this side, he had already quickly pursued the strange attacker. At the same time, he kicked her in the back, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. This blow made her unable to stop herself from spitting up blood. Immediately after, she launched 2 hidden weapons towards Wang Sheng. But against these kinds of cheap hidden weapons, he only needed to flick his hand to deal with them. 2 streams of purple smoke appeared from his hand. Without even looking closely, Wang Sheng knew these needles were poisoned. The other side trembled upon seeing his strength. 7 stars preparatory stage. Who are you? Wang Sheng didn't answer, thinking to himself. Poison. Powerful enough to temporarily paralyze a half-step core formation cultivator. This woman's background is not insignificant. I must capture her to extract information. With this thought, he quickly appeared behind her. In an instant, Wang Sheng had grabbed the back of her neck. You cruelly take the lives of others. How can you be spared? She was startled and shouted, I beg you, spare me. They'll give you 3 scrolls of spirit remnants. Hearing this, he released her at the same time. The woman, as if losing all her strength, collapsed to the ground. Wang Sheng calculated. Her meridians have been destroyed. Her cultivation has been crippled. They'll leave the rest to my master's wife. Suddenly, he felt a killing intent. And what's more, the killing intent clashes with Taoist cultivation techniques. The stranger spoke. Young man, this woman stole something from us. They slowly approached him. Can you hand her over to us? We'll definitely make it worth your while. Wang Sheng observed carefully for a moment and noticed a mark on the man's neck, similar to the one on that bodyguard. It's the Inyong cult. He immediately stood in front of the girl with a cold expression. No. He didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly and spoke up. Do you know who you've provoked today? As they spoke, both of them released a dense killing intent. A fierce purple cloud flew straight towards Wang Sheng. He remained unfazed and replied in a cold voice. I said no, and I mean it. Then, Wang Sheng raised his long sword in front of him and started circulating his internal energy. Wang Sheng held his sword and circulated his internal energy, his figure emitting a light that pushed back the large dark cloud. The tall masked man rushed forward and shouted, "Watch my blade. They'll deal with that brat. Kid, you think you can win so easily?" As he finished speaking, he slashed fiercely at him, but it was just one of Wong Shan's afterimages. He quickly shifted his target and attacked from the side. "You can't dodge this." Wong Shan was a little surprised. "He can actually keep up with my 7-star steps? It seems he's not all talk. He really has some skill. If he wasn't fighting me barehanded, it would be really hard for me to resist him right now." The two of them flew into the air, exchanging countless blows, but no winner could be decided. Suddenly, Wong Shan looked over with some alarm. This is not good. His spiritual power formed whirlpools that enveloped him. He said loudly, "Kid, your cultivation level isn't high enough. Yet you want to play at condensing chi into a sword? How arrogant." He changed direction and charged down at the short man who was trying to capture the girl. Wong Shan fiercely circulated his powerful internal energy, pushing the short man away. The short man carefully dodged his attack. At the same time, Wong Shan quickly grabbed the woman. He thought, to have core formation stage experts even while they're still in hiding. The strength of this Inyong cult is truly extraordinary. But this woman is a crucial clue for investigating the Super Spirit Society. I can't let her die here. At the same time, the skinny man became aggressive. Enough playing around. Then he drew his long sword from its sheath. It seems he wants to end this in one blow. He pointed the treasured sword forward, then channeled all his internal energy into it. Let's finish this quickly. With that said, the skinny man slashed his sword through the air. Giant snakes emerged from the treasured sword, opening their large mouths to reveal sharp fangs. Wang Sheng was a little startled. This blade enhances killing intent. I can't block it directly. Before he could finish his thought, another attack swiftly came at him. Wang Sheng also raised his sword and swept it across to block the blow. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, sending both him and the female spy flying. The fat man sneered contemptuously. Kid, you don't know your own limits. You'll have to pay the price. The skinny man slashed his sword fiercely at him, making Wang Sheng unable to block in time. He gloated. In your next life, don't be so meddlesome. Suddenly, a surge of sword-shaped internal energy struck, helping Wang Sheng block the attack in the nick of time. The one who arrived was Guanxuan. Luckily for him, she arrived just in time to help. Both masked men were quite surprised. They quickly retreated while shouting, "Who is it?" As soon as he saw Guanxuan, Wang Sheng happily exclaimed, "Senior sister." The dry branch she had just used to channel her internal energy tumbled a few times in the air. Then she reached out and caught it firmly. Wang Sheng stepped forward, looked straight at the two men, and said to her, "They are bad people." Hearing this, without needing to know anything more, Guanxuan frowned, her face filled with killing intent as she looked at the two men, ready to fight. Jiwen had woken up by now. She took a breath and spoke. "First, you carried me and ran all the way. Then you threw me down halfway. What on earth are you two trying to do?" As she said this, she saw everyone in front of her fighting nonstop and was momentarily stunned. Over here, Guanxuan was fighting the short man. She unleashed a Tai Chi fist move towards him. Her hands appeared and disappeared, spinning in the air to block his barrage of attacks. Suddenly, from behind, the skinny man drew his treasured sword and sneak attacked her. "Little girl, are you looking for death?" At the same time, Wang Sheng immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Your opponent is me." He contemptuously turned around and swung his sword at him. "What can you do?" Wang Sheng was now flying and jumping from place to place to confuse the skinny man. At the same time, he shouted, "Senior sister, don't let them go." She grunted in acknowledgement, then frowned and relentlessly attacked the short man. Unable to block in time, he was hit by a barrage of Guangxuan's blows. Finally, unable to bear it, he spat out a mouthful of blood and thought in horror. Could this junior be a void core stage expert? How is that possible? I shouldn't linger. I have to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, at that moment, a vicious dark internal energy shot towards Jiwen. Jiwen panicked, curling up and clutching her head, screaming her lungs out. At the same time, Guanxuan quickly channeled her internal energy, and both of them were swiftly enveloped by her circle of power. Guanxuan furrowed her brow and swept her hand forcefully. This is the Inyong Tu Chi primordial formation technique. The short one leaped up and shouted loudly, "Let's go, quickly. If we don't go now, we'll die here today." The skinny one was still trying to land one last sword strike on Wong Shan. He quickly dodged to the side, easily avoiding this attack of his. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "Junior, your swordsmanship isn't bad. Another day, this old master will fight 300 rounds with you." Immediately after, Wang Xuan rushed forward. It seemed these two were no match for her. But Wang Shen quickly stopped her. "Senior sister, our important mission is to protect little junior sister. Mao Yu has already obtained the intelligence. What comes next is their job." Guan Xuan tugged at his sleeve. When he looked up, he saw her tear-streaked face, as if she wanted to say, "Senior sister is useless. I could have clearly kept them here. Master will definitely scold me." Wang Sheng seemed to understand her meaning. "Senior sister, not only did you defeat the enemy, but you also protected our junior sister. You are very formidable." The tree branch he used as a weapon quickly vanished. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "But after experiencing this battle, junior sister should understand what's going on now, right?" Over here, Jiwen seemed unable to regain her composure yet. She sat slumped on the ground, silent for a long time. Because of the ghost incident at the Li family's residence, the special investigation team had already begun to deal with the Inyong cult. Even so, they still didn't succeed in capturing those two evil cultivators. They only managed to kill one of them. As for the female cultivator he captured, her name is Yu Jiyu. She was originally an outer disciple of the medicine god Valley. Half a year ago, she was tragically bought out. After everything was exposed, she was hunted down to be silenced instead. When she was cornered, Yu Jiyu was rescued by the sacred fire, and she joined the Super Spirit Society. The two sides thus became enemies. That's how this scene came to be. But for Wang Sheng and his group, the troubles were just beginning. Scene changed to the mistress. She was scolding Ji1. "How could I have given birth to such a foolish child like you? Are you really that stupid, or are you doing this on purpose for me to see? So many years of study have been for nothing. If it weren't for those two, you would be dead by now. Do you understand?" Wang Sheng stepped forward, stopping her hand and speaking up for Ji1. "Mistress, please calm down. Junior sister was just bewitched." Thinking of this, the mistress couldn't help but purse her lips. She forcefully shook her hand free from Wang Sheng's. Then, the mistress quickly went outside and instructed her subordinate. "You're in charge of Ji1's matter. I want results from the interrogation within 2 hours." The person quickly accepted the task. "Yes, team leader." Wang Sheng sighed. "To raise without teaching. Master and mistress also bear some responsibility for this." Then he quickly walked over with a smile. "Junior sister, after you've explained things clearly, you'll come back to the mountain with us, okay? Experience what true cultivation is like. And you can also meet your biological father." Scene change at Wudong Mountain. The familiar path they often walked. The sky was very clear today. They had quickly returned to their sect. Wang Xing introduced her. "Little junior sister. These are the senior brothers and sisters of the Wudong sect." Yinglong greeted her cheerfully. "It's an honor. From now on, we are all fellow disciples. We should interact more." She shyly introduced herself. "Hello, senior brothers and sisters. My name is Ji1." Perhaps because she wanted her junior sister to stay away from disaster, the mistress quickly agreed to my suggestion. The spiritual energy of Wudong Mountain is pure, coupled with the warm reception from her fellow disciples. Junior sister's mood gradually brightened. Everyone worked and ate their meals together. Qi Ling was also very attentive to her. "Eat a little more. The food on the mountain is quite simple, but it's very beneficial for those who are just starting to cultivate." Jiwen was a bit shy. "Thank you, Senior S." Wang Sheng said loudly. "No need to be so formal. Everyone eat up." Soon, night fell. Suddenly, Jiwen approached him. "Senior brother, my father. When will he come back?" He didn't know, but still answered her. "That's hard to say. The golden core stage that Master broke through to is a great bottleneck in cultivation. It's not so easy to enter. What's wrong? If you have something on your mind, just tell me and Senior Sister." Guanshuan beside him hummed in agreement. Jiwen said sadly, "Right now, I want to atone for my mistakes. I don't want to trouble my mother, and I don't want to affect her work. If it's possible, I want to learn some skills quickly and go work for the special investigation team." Wang Sheng was inwardly pleased. For junior sister to have this kind of determination, our efforts to secretly protect her weren't in vain. He quickly spoke up. In cultivation, one must first cultivate virtue, then cultivate the mind, and only then cultivate the Tao and its methods. Your father once taught me that cultivating the Tao is about pursuing the realm of the Tao, not about powerful magical techniques. Your own Tao is the foundation. You must not get the priorities mixed up, mixing up what's important. He thought to himself, although she has escaped danger, junior sister still hasn't resolved the knot in her heart. I hope Master returns soon and warms junior sister's heart with his love. I wonder what progress the special investigation team has made. Night fell upon the city, its lights dazzlingly bright. In a certain university dormitory, this young man was engrossed in a game. His eyes were glued to the screen. Back at Wudong Mountain, the affairs of the outside world had temporarily concluded. He wasn't too involved anyway. The next day, he resumed his cultivation, assaulting the embryonic stage. At this moment, there were no distractions. Now that Wong Shan was back on the mountain, the first important matter, aside from continuing his cultivation, was for him to enter the embryonic stage and spirit condensation stage soon. A spirit perceives and comprehends heaven and earth, beginning the initial fusion between oneself and heaven and earth. The embryonic stage. If one can independently grasp the connection to heaven and earth, drawing upon the primal chi of heaven and earth, linking the inner and outer circulatory cycles, the embryonic stage can be perfected. How to complete the inner circulatory cycle without any mistakes was Wang Sheng's current focus. Suddenly, a voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts. Fei Yu, are you there? Wang Shen quickly opened the door. It was a familiar face. He spoke, Senior Brother Zhou. What can I do for you? Yinglong smiled brightly. This time, an elder of mine wishes to see you. He quickly made an introduction. This is my martial uncle, Taoist Master Gao Shuihang. The old man looked at him. You must be Fei Yu, correct? Wang Shen quickly remembered. This person was martial uncle Gao Shuihang. Then, he stepped forward to greet him. This disciple pays his respects to martial uncle Gao. He got straight to the point. Can I see your swordsmanship for a moment? Wang Shen saluted. Please give me your guidance, martial uncle. He recalled. Back then on the mountain, he had originally wanted to take martial uncle Gao as his master. But because of fate, he met his master and senior sister instead. Wang Shen thought as he performed with his sword. Life is probably like this. Gains and losses. It can't be defined by a single word. After a moment of stray thoughts, he finally finished his moves. The old man commented, Your sword Tao realm is very profound. Moreover, my path is different from yours, so I cannot offer guidance. Wudong Mountain's founding technique is the 7 stars sword technique. It has many differences from this 7-star sword formation of yours. Watch closely now. Watching the old man's skilled and beautiful sword dance, he quickly realized. This sword technique has things in common with the 7-star sword formation, but it's not the same sword technique. The Dipper Star tightly guards the center. The Pivot Star soars in 8 directions, worthy of a sword Tao master of 20, 30 years. Compared to him, my own understanding is too shallow. Shuihang asked him, What do you think? Wang Shen thought, What I learned from Master is too complex. It doesn't follow a single, pure path. Martial uncle, however, walks the path of pure sword cultivation. With his guidance, I can definitely improve. Thinking this, Wang Shen bowed. Your cultivation in the sword Tao is above mine, martial uncle. Please guide my cultivation, martial uncle. He suggested. You and I can train together. Your cultivation in the sword Tao right now might not be beneath mine. Let's exchange a few moves and see. He didn't hesitate and picked up his sword. Ji-Won, watching from her room, was stunned. Senior brother, is he this amazing? But Guanchuan was already used to this sight. She didn't even bother to look over, just smiled brightly and hummed in agreement. After that, martial uncle Chao would come to train with him every few days. The sword Tao of both sides complemented each other. In these past few days, Wang Shen had also gained a lot. Until one day, a hearty laugh rang out from outside the door. It's fine for you two to practice. But if you're going to spar, then don't hurt each other. Martial Uncle Shuihang was surprised to see the person. Master, Elder, why have you come here? The old man stroked his beard and said cheerfully, "Your martial uncles and martial granduncles all say that fellow Qing Yinzi was lucky enough to pick up a peerless sword prodigy. I've practiced the sword my whole life. So, of course, I wanted to come and observe him and appraise him a little." Wong Shan quickly stepped forward and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Grandmaster." He was screaming internally. "Master's master. Isn't that the highest seniority on the mountain? This person is Sect Master Shinfa." After he stepped forward to greet the Grandmaster, he quickly gave a gentle smile. There's no need for formalities. Immediately after, he began to instruct them. "You two are too fixated on the sword and have forgotten the Tao. Training is training. Don't injure each other. A moment of carelessness could injure the other's Tao realm." He then sat down at a nearby table and looked at Wong Shan. "All right, begin," he thought. An expert whose name is on the heavenly ranking of the cultivation world, but a senior like the Grandmaster who rarely shows his face, would of course not be on the list. To be able to receive his guidance is truly a great fortune for a junior like me. Over here, he stroked his beard and spoke leisurely. "Heaven and earth are not originally mine. Find a place to belong. Heaven and earth should have me. Accommodate the heart, soul, chi, and spirit of this body." He listened while fighting with Shuihang. Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed towards Wong Shan. Those streams of power flowed into the 7 orifices of Wong Shan. He quickly absorbed all of it into his body. Very quickly, Wong Shan reached the core formation stage, minor accomplishment. He was stunned. "My spiritual power is constantly growing. My true essence has also become more refined. This is the core formation stage. I must immediately stabilize my realm. I must prepare to charge towards the golden core." The girl standing behind Sect Master Shinfa couldn't help but be a little startled. "Senior brother is injured." Both seniors stood silently, watching him circulate his internal energy to consolidate his strength. Sect Master Shinfa circulated his internal energy. Then he approached and transferred it into the top of Wang Shang's head. Shuihang exclaimed in surprise, "Master." But looking at Sect Master Xianfa's eyes, he instantly understood. Shuihang immediately bowed. This disciple will take his leave. He understood upon seeing this. It seems Master intends to stay and guide Feiyu. He then looked down at Wang Shang. Retract your spiritual power. Calm your state of mind. Focus on comprehending the Tao. This old Taoist has used the sword for many years. Today, I will gift this Tao to you. I hope you can comprehend it. Hearing these words, he felt a little grateful inside. He began to explain. Sword form, sword intent, sword force. The 6 realms of the sword Tao. The first 3 are sword form, sword intent, and sword force. This is the foundation of the sword Tao. But for an accomplished sword cultivator, most will comprehend these 3 steps. Then they will advance. The 4th realm, sword control. You need a sword blank. Nourish it day and night with your own spiritual power, and you will achieve the technique of the flying sword. The 5th realm, heart sword. To abandon the sword for the sake of the sword, transforming the tangible into the intangible. The sword intent can extend endlessly. All are incomparably sharp. The 6th realm, sword forging. Use the heart sword as the sword soul. Use the body of the Tao as the sword bone. Once unsheathed, will protect the world. Wang Shang then quickly opened his eyes. But Grandmaster Xianfa had already ridden the wind and flown away. He stood up. The Grandmaster's 6 realms of swordsmanship are probably not the end of the sword Tao, but it has clearly pointed out the long road ahead for me. I will slowly comprehend it in the future. Before leaving, he left a few words. This old master gifts you a wisp of sword intent. Comprehend it well. Wang Shang was stunned. This is the Grandmaster's Tao realm inheritance. From behind, Mu Guanxuan, who had appeared out of nowhere, lunged forward and hugged him tightly. It seems that learning the Tao realm inheritance had exhausted him, and he fell asleep in Mu Guangxuan's arms just like that. She didn't wake him, but quietly watched him sleep for a while. Jiwen came out and spoke. Senior sister, you're back. Mu Guanxuan quickly raised her hand, gesturing for silence. Under the golden hue of the setting sun, Mu Guanxuan quickly carried him inside. Jiwen was excited. Eldest senior sister is princess carrying second senior brother. This is a rare sight. This is the image of a certain junior sister gradually becoming like Qing Yanzi. That day gradually passed. Scene change, the back mountain of Wudong. Entering the mortal transmutation stage. Inheriting the enlightenment made me sleep for a whole day. But what Wong Shan didn't expect was that a wisp of sword intent casually mentioned by the Grandmaster was actually a Liangyi sword intent. Hard and soft, yin and yang, spring and autumn, countless changes. All can be called Liangyi. The Grandmaster only passed on the sword intent. Naturally, it was because he had already stepped into the realm of sword force. Normally, obtaining the incredibly profound Liangyi sword intent, and clearly knowing the path of the sword Dao he must walk in the future. In just the short 20 days since returning to the mountain, my sword Dao has taken another great step forward. From now on, the sword is my Dharma treasure and my Dao protecting method. This allows Wong Shan to rely even more on the heavens and earth. He looked up, enjoying the morning air in the mountain forest. Then, Mao Yu frantically called him and said loudly, "Daoist Master Wong, something's wrong." Hearing that it was a bad situation, Wang Xing asked, "What happened?" She quickly recounted. A few hours ago, the Holy Fire Emissary announced to the entire country via a secure internet network that they want to auction the upper and middle volumes of the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect's Celestial Master's secret record. Hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? He was anxious. The Celestial Master's talisman. Where is it being sold? How much? Only the upper and middle volumes? Over here, Mu Guanchuan was only focused on eating. Mao Yu was startled by his anxious words. Daoist Master Wang. Realizing he had overreacted, he coughed a few times and continued. Has there been any reaction from the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect? Have you contacted them yet? He told himself. Calm down. This isn't the simple life of my previous incarnation. What's the use of needing the Celestial Master's talisman record? Mao Yu, sitting amidst a pile of documents, said, That's right. Moreover, we've also identified the Holy Fire Emissary. The Holy Fire Emissary is a disciple abandoned by the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect. His Taoist name is Tianqing. His master is Taoist Master Tianzheng of Dragon Tiger Mountain. A year ago, he was discovered for stealing the lower volume of the Celestial Master's talisman record. After injuring a disciple, he fled. He thought. Taoist named Tianqing. His master is Taoist Master Tianzheng. Could he be Shi Tianzheng's senior brother? Mao Yu continued. Taoist Master Tianzheng has already brought people over, but I'm afraid other sects will also send people over. Wang Sheng was calm. Not surprising. The Celestial Master's secret record will definitely attract the attention of many sects. Mao Yu continued. Once this matter gets out of control, I'm afraid the entire cultivation world will be in trouble. To prevent that from happening, we can only ask for Taoist Master Wang's help to stabilize the situation. He furrowed his brows and thought. This matter is of great importance. Let me think of a way. Wang Sheng calculated. If the Taoist masters of the Taoist lineages show up, senior sister and I won't have a say. If that's the case, I can only ask Master to step in. Scene change at Mount Zhongnan. This place is quite far from him, but they are all fellow Taoists. An old man on the road laughed loudly. You are that Qing Yanzi's disciple, right? Wang Sheng replied. That's right. Has this senior met my master, Qing Yanzi? He picked up his phone. Has he come to Mount Zhongnan? They'll help you ask around. Immediately after, he got busy. Fellow Taoists, have you seen fellow Taoist Qing Yanzi? His disciple, Wang Feiyu, is looking for him. A voice came from the other end. Qing Yanzi has finally come to Mount Zhongnan. I haven't finished asking him about the Taoist arts from last time. I haven't heard that fellow Taoist Qing Yanzi has returned to discuss the Tao recently. Qing Yanzi didn't come to my place. Feiyu is fellow Taoist Qing Yanzi's beloved sword disciple, right? Which household is he at now? They'll go over and take a look. He's come to our Zhongnan mountain. This humble Taoist most enjoys sword cultivation. He broke out in a sweat, thinking. Each mountain has its own distinct atmosphere for cultivation. Maoshan has quite a lot of rules. Wudong Mountain is a place where one can live in seclusion. I didn't expect Zhongnan Mountain, on the contrary, to reveal so much of the flavor of human relationships. The other side was still talking. Fellow Taoist Qing Yanzi seems to be at Taoist Master Jinjian's place. Finally found him. He is at my place. What's wrong? Where is Fei Yu now? Wong Shan was startled. It's a woman's voice. Taoist Master Jingyun is a female practitioner. Kan Dao is a term for female Taoist practitioners. He was a little nervous. Why do I sense something from the Grand Master's wife's side? An aura like the Great Plains? Right after, he quickly went to find his master. Excuse me, is Taoist Master Jingyun here? Wang Xing thought. I heard that Taoist Master Jingyun's cultivation base and aptitude are both extraordinary. Why wasn't this person on the heavenly ranking in my previous life? But if Master chose to stay here, then Taoist Master Jingyun must be a very reliable fellow Taoist. A voice sounded in his mind. Is that Fei Yu who has arrived? Wang Xing looked around. This is voice transmission. They are still walking along the small path to the west of the garden, and it can already be transmitted to me. The two quickly entered. He was surprised. Is this Taoist Master Jingyun's cultivation place? Wang Xing quickly found a cave entrance. Although it was blocked by a rock, it continuously emitted light. He thought, inside the cave is Master's aura. It seems he's in secluded cultivation in here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Fei Yu. The person who walked in said gently, condensing the golden core is very dangerous. Right now, you absolutely cannot disturb senior brother Qing Yunzi. Why have you come looking for him this time? After he recounted the story, Jingyun quickly understood. So that's how it is. In this situation, it's indeed difficult for you two juniors to convince the elders of those other sections. However, suddenly, as she spoke, she frowned. Back then, sister-in-law Jiling left just like that. Senior brother Qing Yunzi was unhappy because of her and the child in her womb. And now she wants senior brother to exert himself for her? What kind of logic is that? Wang Sheng cried out in misery inwardly. Looking at martial Aunt Jinjian's expression, could it be that she has feelings for Master? Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from the sky. The night sky was now brilliantly lit. Wang Sheng and Jingyun couldn't help but look up. He was surprised. This is the heavenly tribulation. Master has broken through to the golden core stage? She stepped forward. There's no need to be afraid. Senior brother's golden core has been formed. Next, he needs to comprehend his insights after the breakthrough. He must not be disturbed. For now, he'll have to go in his place. It just so happens that I also want to ask sister-in-law Jiling something. Back then, on what grounds did you just leave like that, causing senior brother Qing Yin and his child to be separated for over 20 years? Wang Sheng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, his heart in turmoil. I'm afraid this trip will be a turbulent one. Everyone quickly went down the mountain together. A car immediately picked him and Jingyun up. Ma Yu spoke up. Taoist Master Wang. We've troubled you again this time. Wang Sheng replied. It's nothing. Tell me the specific situation over there. She quickly recounted it. Right now, the whereabouts of the core members of the Super Spirit Society still haven't been found. But according to the documents, behind the Holy Fire Bearers, there is an evil cultivator organization operating in secret. For example, the Tianhe cult, the Five Gods cult. He continued. Among these organizations, only the Five Gods cult has some scale. What about news of the Inyong cult? The Five Gods cult was a typical organization of the unorthodox evil path in my previous life. I didn't expect to run into them this time as well. It has to be them again. Ma Yu said. There are no clues about the Inyong cult. As for the Five Gods cult, a large number of masters have infiltrated the city. They even said they would definitely obtain the Celestial Master Talisman. Wang Sheng gave a stiff smile. They're proactively helping the Inyong cult draw fire. Should I praise them for this? Jingyun remarked. Although they aren't a large-scale organization, they are still evil cultivators in the end. She had an idea. Fei Yu. Later, you and I will go out and take a look. If we encounter any evil cultivators harming people, we must deal with them. He sighed inwardly. I didn't expect Martial Ant to have such a personality. Outwardly cold, but so warm on the inside. She has a righteous heart. Wang Sheng said. Martial Ant. I have a friend who has also been paying attention to the movements in the area recently. Go over and ask her. She was surprised. A friend? So the person you were talking about is Chomlin. Her eyes lit up as soon as she saw Jingyun. Is this really your martial aunt? But she looks so young. Wang Xing introduced them. Yes. This is my master's master. Also his childhood friend, perfected one Jingyun. She happily greeted her. First time meeting you. Are you Fei Ye Senior? Wong Shan quickly got to the point. Senior, is there anything unusual at the school right now? She held up her phone. I don't know if this counts as unusual. Take a look. The content is like, why is it that only cultivators can cultivate, and we can only be ordinary people? This is all a conspiracy by the major righteous sects. Even if we don't have the talent, can't we at least extend our lifespans and be free from illness? Is that not allowed either? Everyone has the right to cultivate. Why are all the techniques and resources monopolized by cultivators? Wang Sheng knew as soon as he read it. It's very clear. Someone here wants to add fuel to the fire, and it's likely the sanctifiers, the Super Spirit Society. First, they jacked up the prices of cultivation techniques, and now they're inciting ordinary people. What on earth are they trying to do? At that moment, Jingyan quickly alerted him. Fei Yu, something's wrong. Wang Sheng followed her gaze. That guy is walking with a girl, but the problem is, he's emitting an extremely dense killing intent. Another evil cultivator. Scene changed to a large hotel in the middle of the city. A sycophantic voice rang out. Master, are you satisfied with this one? Inside the room, the old man was observing the girl Wang Sheng met at the cafe. Not bad at all. Her essence hasn't been depleted much. Much better than the previous batches. Wang Sheng and Jingyan had quickly chased them all the way here. Naturally, they could now hear the conversation inside. He said sycophantically, Master, I have no idea what these women are usually like. The old man instructed him. All right, go wait in the next room. After Master is done using her, he'll give you a share of the benefits. As he spoke, he reached out to undo the girl's clothes. At that moment, the main door was kicked open with a loud bang. The old man was startled and shouted, Who is it? At the same time, Jingyan quickly rushed forward to attack him. She channeled her internal energy and shouted fiercely, Fei Yu, don't let anyone escape. As soon as she finished speaking, Jingyan charged forward, relentlessly attacking the old man. The young man panicked and screamed, Master! At that moment, a powerful force struck the young man's acupuncture points, causing him immense pain. Wang Sheng was able to take down his opponent with just one word. After finishing, he called out to report, Martial Ant, I've taken care of things on my end. Jingyan was still busy eliminating the evil path. She shouted, Protect that girl. Wang Sheng observed. Martial Ant usually only cultivates in the mountains and doesn't have much real combat experience. Right now, she's only relying on her superior cultivation to suppress him. If this goes on for too long, there might be a problem. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, Martial Ant, use strength to overwhelm the enemy. There's no need to hold back. At that moment, Jingyan sent a punch straight into the old man's chest. Unable to block it, he was sent flying. Like a small bird, he flew straight out the window. Having been interrupted so suddenly, he screamed in rage. You ruined my good time. I will kill your entire family. Wang Sheng immediately recognized it. This is a spiritual attack. The old man continued to speak his filth. And I will defile all your female relatives until they die. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and glared. Are you looking for death? Hearing his perverted words, he couldn't hold back. His anger surged uncontrollably. Wang Sheng grabbed his sword and chased after him. He thought with determination, I cultivate the Tao and the sword, precisely to protect my family. If I can't even do that, even if I'm reborn again, what's the point? As he thought, he decisively pointed his long sword at the old man. The old man was momentarily panicked, forming a hand seal as he thought. He's so young, just having entered the embryonic breathing stage. Yet he's not afraid of my spiritual attack. Who is this brat? He's even harder to deal with than that void core woman. Immediately after, thousands of sharp hands appeared from the old man's body and attacked Wang Sheng fiercely. But he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he continued to shout and charge forward. Sword hidden in the Big Dipper. Heart concealing the two forms. Sword light across the vast sky. And in the end, you successfully stabbed that old man through the chest. Mao Yu and the others waiting below were startled when they suddenly saw the old man falling from above. Your sword was embedded right into the soft part of his abdomen. But the sword had broken in two. Because you plunged down from a great height, your legs were now bleeding profusely. Wang Sheng picked up the broken sword, a sorrowful look in his eyes. He looked at the sword with a heavy heart, 2 words echoing in his mind. I'm sorry. At the investigation, Mao Yu quickly reported, team leader. The identity of that evil cultivator has been clearly investigated. He was a wanted criminal in countless cases. He has killed dozens of people. After the world's spiritual energy was restored, he relied on the evil art of plundering yin to supplement yang to become an expert. Not long ago, he became an elder in the 5 gods cult. His Taoist title is Mu Yin Shun, the heavenly flower Taoist. Hearing this, Jiling couldn't help but let out a sigh. If we had discovered this evil cultivator's whereabouts, there would have been over 100 ways to deal with him. You really are responsible. Jumping directly from the 18th floor to give that guy a stab. Wong Shan gave a forced smile. I wasn't thinking that much at the time. Jing Yun said loudly, annoyed. If Fei Yu hadn't come down the mountain to help you, how could he have gotten injured? The 2 women secretly glared at each other with fiery eyes. He was momentarily flustered and quickly intervened, Master's wife. Martial ant. In the end, the 2 of them chose to ignore each other. Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they didn't start fighting. A gentle voice rang out at the same time. You should stop worrying about others. You've injured your muscles and bones. You should get some rest. I have to go back too. Tomorrow, they'll bring you a pot of bone broth. Wang Sheng wasn't polite. Thank you, senior. Shin Chanlin smiled happily. You're welcome. Taking care of my little junior is what I should do. Immediately after, Shin Chanlin walked home alone. On a deserted road, a car was already waiting. As if she knew something, Shin Chanlin quickly approached it. A man dressed as a bodyguard stepped forward. We had a hard time finding you. At the same time, the old woman in the car spoke up. Young sect master. This old woman finds it inconvenient to get out of the car to greet you. Please forgive me. Shin Chanlin was surprised. Third granny. Why are you here? The old woman said. We were worried. So we came to protect you. Young sect master. I'm afraid tonight will not be peaceful. Tonight's auction will be held at a specific time. You can use cash for transactions. You can also use other methods for trade. The Heavenly Master Talisman Manual is a top-tier talisman cultivation method. Naturally, it will also attract many cultivators. In order to obtain the technique, they might resort to killing and robbing, harming countless ordinary people. Because Wang Sheng was injured, he couldn't go there yet. Fortunately, Marshal Aunt Jingyan stepped in to help Master's wife stabilize the situation. With Jingyan here, the special investigation team and the cooperation between both sides proceeded smoothly. Cutting back to him, Mao Yu reported, right now, we're just waiting for the Holy Flame emissary to show himself. Taoist Wang, the heaven and earth net that we've set up, will definitely be able to capture him. He calculated. What's the date today? Mao Yu was curious. October 18th. Why? Wang Xing thought. What was I doing at this time in my previous life? I keep feeling that this event has something to do with my past life. He suddenly remembered. Holy Flame Emissary. Qinghe. Could it be? Suddenly, a familiar, loud voice came from outside the door. Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng. It was Tianzhong again. He was crying while hugging his leg. Brother Sheng. I want to die, Brother Sheng. Wang Sheng was startled. Why are you here? Immediately, Wang Sheng quickly signaled for Mao Yu to leave them alone in the room. Then, he gave a bitter smile. If you have something to say, just say it. What's with all this talk about life and death? You're a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Don't let others laugh at you. Tianzhong wiped his tears. Brother Sheng, don't lecture me anymore. Wang Sheng didn't beat around the bush and directly exposed him. You are the Holy Flame Emissary. The newcomer, Guo Tianxing, right? Wang Sheng wasn't surprised. I had already guessed your relationship long ago, but I didn't expect that you were the one who passed the Heavenly Master Talisman Manual to him. Tianzhong recounted. He said he wanted to do something big. He told me not to try and track him down, but I really didn't know he would cause such a huge mess, let alone how many people will die tonight. I have a way to find him, but I don't dare, because he's my best brother. Brother Sheng, please tell me. What should I do? I'm so confused. Wang Sheng said, for the greater good. You must protect the sect's inherited cultivation methods. For personal reasons, you must save your senior brother and stop him from making mistakes. The auction is about to begin. If you still hesitate, I'm afraid everything will be beyond saving. Sure, Tianzhong was put in a difficult position. He couldn't help but scratch his head, but finally made up his mind. Brother Sheng is right. I must find Tianqing. I must stop him before he causes bigger trouble. Wong Shan smiled brightly at Shi Tianzong. It's good that you've thought it through. Suddenly, Wong Shan felt a dense killing intent approaching. A sense of vigilance arose. Immediately after, he reflexively pulled Shi Tianzong aside and shouted, "Be careful." Outside, Manhua had already been knocked unconscious and was lying in a corner. The outer door was quickly opened. Daoist Shi, where are you trying to go? Three strangers entered with sly smiles. Daoist Tianqing, the great matter is accomplished. Don't go and bother him anymore. Shi Tianzong stood guard fiercely in front of Wong Shan. Who are you? He observed the three of them for a moment. That young one has no cultivation realm yet. But the two followers are at the core formation stage. It seems we've run into trouble today. The other party smiled brightly. Daoist Wong, since you've already escaped, you shouldn't get involved in this matter anymore. We just want to have a little chat with Daoist Shi. The nurse beside them stepped forward to report, young master. The special investigation team has sent people here. He let out a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, I can only ask Daoist Shi to go on ahead. Attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the two beside him quickly rushed towards Shi Tianzong. She fiercely spun the two blades in her hands, and in a flash, they were at Shi Tianzong's neck. He quickly channeled his internal energy and used the diamond body protection, impervious to blades and swords. The masked man struck. Indestructible diamond, huh? Then he'll just slash a few more times. He quickly leaped away, dodging the dangerous attacks. Shi Tianzong quickly jumped through the window. You want to kill me? They'll take this outside. Don't involve other people. The young master gave an order. Don't let him leave this hospital alive. The two of them quickly chased after him. Wang Sheng observed. They are only targeting Shi Tianzong. As long as I don't interfere, perhaps I can get through this crisis. But he felt extremely uneasy inside. Am I really going to watch him die and do nothing? Down below, Shi Tianzong quickly blew out a swarm of black butterflies to attack the two. But the masked man's aura was not ordinary either. He quickly broke through his dangerous move. From above, the nurse quickly landed on Shi Tianzong's shoulder. Just a mere spirit-gathering stage. Yet you can last this long against us. You're pretty good. He was startled. This is bad. The tip of the blade was about to stab into Shi Tianzong's eye. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A wheelchair was suddenly thrown straight at the nurse, knocking her off of Shi Tianzong. The masked man was also slashed once. Humph, it's you. The wheelchair slowly landed near Shi Tianzong. A familiar voice rang out. Although fellow Daoist Shi Tianzong and I are not close, I can't just let him die here. After speaking, Wong Shan gently landed. The young master spoke up. Daoist Wong, it seems you don't want to accept my offer. Wong Shan drew his sword to fight. Make your move. He looked at him, calculating. This person hasn't made a move yet. I don't know what his strength is like. Immediately after, he snapped his fingers and commanded, down new Daoist Wong. They'll leave him to you. The other side quickly agreed. Right after, he rushed towards him. Kid, last time we didn't settle the score. Let's continue today. He calculated. My legs are injured. I can't use the 7-star sword formation. But the me of now knows more than just this sword formation. As his attack flew, that Dao Nu sneered contemptuously. Such flashy tricks. They're completely useless. Wang Shan calmly raised his long sword and asked, is that so? Immediately after, he raised his sword to the sky. Liangyi sword intent. 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Immediately after, a powerful beam of light shot straight towards Donald. This attack made him unable to withstand it for a moment, causing his body to tremble slightly. Not stopping there, Wang Shan continued. For Symbol's Furnace. 8 trigrams body step. Over here, the nurse was fighting enthusiastically. She seemed very confident in her abilities. Shi Tianzong was having some difficulty matching strength with someone stronger than him like this. He quickly used the Spirit Snake Talisman. At the same time, a ferocious yellow snake charged towards the nurse. She scornfully created another clone to fight the snake. How disdainful. Such petty tricks. The snake was quickly dealt with. The nurse easily slashed through its body. Over here, her sword also quickly swept towards Tianzong. He was startled, his heart wavering. This is bad. Then, Tianzhong quickly leaped away to dodge. 3 Pure Ones Pardon Edict. 5 Elements Dance. Guardians behind and before, protect my body. As swiftly as the statutes and ordinances command. At the same time, the attack shot straight towards the nurse, causing her to struggle for a moment. She furiously charged towards Tianzhong. You bastard. He'll take your life. The blade flashed past his neck like lightning. At that moment, Wong Shan shouted, Junior Martial Uncle Xin. Use the sword control art to kill them directly. At that moment, a powerful aura blocked Tianzhong. She was momentarily stunned. It's only sword chi. It's not the sword control art. Tianzhong was smug. Thanks, Brother Shang, for saying that to distract the enemy. My Vajra body protection is up again. Little girl, let's continue fighting for another 300 rounds. Suddenly, a yellow light burst out, surprising Tianzhong somewhat. He wondered, a joint attack? That young master gave a sly smile and shot an attack at him, catching Tianzhong off guard. So arrogant. My apologies. Time is of the essence. We won't waste any more of Taoist Master Shi's time. Wang Sheng rushed over and asked worriedly, How are you? Tianzhong trembled but still held on. It didn't hit any vitals. I won't die. Very quickly, people from the investigation team arrived to provide support. The target is surrounded. We must capture the opponent. The nurse quickly reported, Young master. The special investigation team has arrived. He was very calm. I know. Then, the young master looked at Wang Sheng with a sly expression. At the same time, that blade slave mechanically stood up and moved forward. Wang Sheng knew with just one look. This person has already lost his mind. Immediately after, he left. The surprised nurse called out, Young master, he said, our objective has been achieved. Let's go. They quickly entered a dark alley, leaving the blade slave behind to fight. As soon as they left, the blood-covered blade slave raised his sword and struck forward. But very quickly, long chains shot out and wrapped tightly around him, holding him fast. The members of the special investigation team coordinated very smoothly with each other. The chains tightened more and more. At the same time, one of them struck his chest with a palm. Finally, in just a moment, the blade slave couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Wang Shen watched them. I heard that the special investigation team in my past life had organized an evil suppressing squad. It seems it's them. The investigation team quickly reported over the radio. One evil cultivator has been restrained. 2 other evil cultivators have fled into the hospital. The person on the other end gave the order. Team 1, seal the exits. Team 2, go in and search. Anyone who resists is authorized to be killed. One of them stepped forward and looked at him. Taoist Master Wang. Do you need our help with treatment? Wang Shen looked over. This is Taoist Master Shi Tianzhong from Dragon Tiger Mountain. He has a way to find the Holy Fire Bearer. You guys save him first. After this incident, Wang Shen thought seriously. It seems I now understand why I had never heard the name Shi Tianzhong before. Immediately after, Tianzhong was quickly given medicine and his wounds were bandaged. Wang Shen thought, the evening auction of the Holy Fire Bearer could expose the cultivation world to the public. It would surely cause a shock to society. And the more chaotic the situation, the more the Inyong cult stands to gain. Shi Tianzhong knows the whereabouts of the Fire Bearer, directly deciding the success or failure of the enemy's plan. For the sake of the Holy Fire Bearer plan, the Inyong cult would naturally not let him survive. Over here, Shi Tianzhong gritted his teeth in guilt. Tianhang, I'm sorry. In the next life, I will be your horse or ox. After speaking, he released a bird carrying his blood, which soared into the sky. The special investigation team immediately took action. Team 1, stay behind to protect the 2 injured Taoist masters. Everyone else, follow it. Immediately notify headquarters. Use all means to lock onto that talisman bird. Wang Shen looked up at the sky. The tracking bird is out. You're safe now. Tears streamed down Tianhang's face like rain. He gritted his teeth to keep from making a sound. Wang Shen just said, after you've cried, wait for the results with me. We finally caught him. Mao Yu reported, Taoist Master Wang. The sanctifier has been caught. We're preparing to greet him. Wang Shen said, please take me there. Inside the room, he sat there alone. Everyone stood outside, watching through the glass. He coughed a few times. If you want to ask something, just ask. I'm seriously injured all over. I don't have much time left. You don't need to waste your energy torturing me. Jiling spoke up. Tell us the schedule and details of the Heavenly Master Talisman auction. Trembling, he took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. There's no auction at all. Although I am a trader of Longhu Mountain, I would never hand over the Heavenly Master Talismans to evil cultivators. As for the secret cultivation techniques intended for the exchange, I've already given them to someone I trust. Next, they will use the internet to release these techniques. The Investigation Bureau quickly announced. Immediately contact the Internet Department. Monitor these two websites, Hayton.m and Haytons.top. Tianqing spoke up. Spiritual energy has returned to Earth. Why can't everyone be allowed to cultivate? He continued. I am just a pioneer. There will definitely be more after me. Just then, Jiling suddenly shouted, That's enough. Take him away now. Be on high alert. Tianqing was calm. No need to waste your energy. My time has come. In his final moments, he was worried about his friend. I wonder if Tianzhong is okay. He came for my Qingdiao just now. Why did he also bring blood rain? As he thought of this, the cigarette in Tianxing's hand fell. He slumped over, silent, never to speak again. Standing outside, Jiling angrily slammed her fist against the wall and cursed loudly. This bastard. Then she quickly gave an order. Announced that the sanctifier is dead. At top speed. We must get everything back to normal. The cultivators who are still gathering and causing trouble outside. Arrest those who need to be arrested and lock up those who need to be locked up. The subordinates quickly carried out her instructions. Wong Shan looked at him, his face a little sad. The cultivation technique he practiced in his previous life was indeed spread by the sanctifier, stealing the orthodox teachings and gifting them to the common people. In a certain sense, Guo Tianqing truly lived up to the name sanctifier. The sanctifier was dead, but the storm he had stirred up had not yet subsided. However, under the joint suppression from Wang Sheng's side, the cultivators using this as a pretext to cause trouble didn't manage to create any major waves. After this battle, Martial Uncle Tan said he wasn't suited for the filth of the mortal world. So he returned to the mountain to wait for Master to come out of seclusion, while he stayed in the city to recuperate, hoping to use this opportunity to temper his physical body. Scene change at the Special Investigation Team, Dao Inheritance Research Institute. After that, Jiling had other arrangements for him. Back to Wang Sheng. He was embarrassed. Sorry for making you drop all your work to accompany me like this. Mao Yu said happily. It's fine. This tour with Taoist Master Wang is like my only vacation this month. Hearing this, Wang Sheng was a bit formal. Then I've troubled you. Suddenly, his phone's message alert chimed. The sender was Guan Xuan. He was very surprised, and the content was stay there. He'll be right there. Followed by a series of threatening emojis. He broke out in a sweat. Previously, senior sister and junior sister replaced martial uncle to go down the mountain and act as Dharma protectors for Master. Martial uncle must have just returned to Zhongnan Mountain and told them about my situation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. Taoist Master Wang. We have arrived. An old man among them spoke up. It's Fei Yu of Wudong Mountain. Long time no see. These people were, respectively, the representative of Longhu Mountain, the representative of Mao Shan, and the representative of Gazao Mountain. Wang Sheng bowed his head. This junior greets the Taoist masters. He thought, even the grandmasters of the three talisman sects have come here. A man walked out from the room. Since little Taoist Master Wang has also arrived, let's begin the meeting. Today's main topic is the secret of the world's spiritual energy restoration. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked, screaming internally. What? Inside the room, that person began to explain. A year ago, we began exploring the far side of the moon. This could be said to be a great national endeavor. In the initial stages of our search, we came across an unbelievable discovery. Next, please watch this classified video. This video was filmed the night before the spiritual energy restoration. It was on New Year's Eve of that year. Locked inside the spacecraft's cabin is the thing we retrieved from the far side of the moon. A beautiful girl. She appeared from who knows where. Great loneliness. Tonight. Spring, summer. People return. It is endless. Everyone was startled and started discussing. That girl seems to be emitting spiritual energy. Even through a screen, you can feel her cultivation base. It's too terrifying. That woman is wearing heavenly clothes of the highest grade. Who on earth is she? He continued speaking. We discovered this celestial being while exploring the far side of the moon. At that time, she was always in a comatose state. Later, we went to the moon to research. All our equipment surrounded her for testing, until we brought her back to Earth. After Wong Shan left that room, he couldn't stop thinking. New Year's Eve. Almost every household was worshipping heaven and earth. Could it be that this fairy awakened because of that? And awakened Earth's spiritual energy as well? What on earth is hidden on the moon? How could that fairy draw spiritual energy here? Also, why do I keep feeling that fairy and senior sister look so alike? Suddenly, a voice rang out, pulling him back to the present. Young Taoist Wong. Wong Shan was surprised. Professor Ma. He walked forward. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come to my office to talk. He rummaged around, looking for something. I heard that Ji Ling is your master's wife. My wife has been her best friend for decades. Since you've come here today, as an elder, I must naturally give you something good. I got this sword from a classmate of mine. Take a look and see what you think. Wang Sheng looked over in surprise. A sword? He explained. It's one of the fruits of our research. Unfortunately, the cost is too high. It cannot be upgraded. He continued. The composite material used is quite good. The manufacturing cost is 3,000 per unit. Wang Sheng was startled. 3,000 per unit. Am I fleecing the nation? Immediately after, he was incredibly surprised when he opened the sword box. The sword resting on the red velvet lining was incredibly impressive and beautiful. Wang Sheng quickly picked it up, meticulously examining every detail. He commented, this sword, when I pour true essence into it, it flows very smoothly. The creator even considered the growth margin for a cultivator's true essence. Unfortunately, it has no spirituality whatsoever. It's useless for cultivation practice. It can only be used for fighting. He asked, Professor Ma, Uncle Ma, what is this sword's name? He said, it doesn't have a name yet. You should name it. Wang Sheng gazed at the sword, then said, let's just call it Soulless. Scene changes to the airport. A plane is slowly landing in the city. Mao Yu's eyes shone brightly. I can't believe the silent fairy came all the way here personally to take care of Taoist Wong. How sweet. Hearing that, he just forced a smile. Wang Sheng was surprised. I can't believe Marshal Aunt Jingyun arranged a plane for senior sister. What on earth is she trying to do? Could it be she wants to curry favor with junior sister? To build a better relationship with master? This move is truly brilliant. From a distance, a young woman with long, lustrous hair and a perfect figure quickly approached. Guanchuan at this moment was like a dazzling movie star walking in. Her whole body seemed to radiate a sparkling light. As soon as she saw Wang Sheng from afar, she quickened her pace. He waved his hand and called out loudly, Senior sister. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as she examined him meticulously. Senior sister, I'm really fine. Maybe the wound will be healed by tomorrow. Guanchuan looked over at Mao Yu. Thank you. She quickly waved her hands. Don't be so polite, it's what I should do. Wang Sheng gave a wry smile. Senior sister, have you started wearing makeup now? His inner alarm bells went off. Senior sister seems to still be angry. I have to coax her a little. Suddenly, a frantic shout was heard. Taoist Fei Lu. Is that really you? The ancestral master has truly shown his spirit. Hurry. The old man shouted as he walked. Come back with this humble Taoist. Saving the mountain is like saving a life. The girl behind chased after him. Master, you're giving the new one a ride. Mu Guanchuan quickly stood guard in front of Wang Sheng. He spoke politely. May I ask who this Daozhang is? Wang Sheng guessed in his mind. This Daozhang just now had a Sichuan accent. Could he be a Daozhang from the Shushan sect? He happily bowed. Too excited. I forgot to introduce myself. This humble Taoist is Fei Lianzi of the Shushan sword sect. I came here specifically to find you. Wang Sheng also bowed respectfully. This junior greets Daozhang Fei Lianzi. But Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder. Why would the sword sect be looking for me? Right after, everyone got into the car together. Fei Lianzi seemed very interested in him. He said cheerfully, Daozhang Fei Yu, the future of our sword sect is all up to you. Wang Sheng gave a forced smile. You're joking, Daozhang. After a short exchange, He finally learned Daozhong Fei Lian's purpose for seeking him out this time. Before the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was cut off, the Sword Sect, in order to break through, established a trial called the 72 Swords Trial. After the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored, the trial was opened again. According to the records in the Sword Sect's ancient texts, as long as one can pass the trial, they can obtain all the sword techniques. The problem is, to this day, not a single disciple of the Sword Sect has passed this trial. They can't even step inside. Wang Shan scratched his head. So that's how it is. But Daozhong Fei Lianzi, this junior's cultivation is still shallow. I'm afraid I won't necessarily pass the trial even if I go. He was full of confidence. How could you not do it? Fei Yu, you are the leader of the new generation of sword cultivators. With those sword bones and that sword body, you are truly a sword person. Hearing such a barrage of compliments, his head couldn't help but spin. His face turned stiff and pale. Wang Shan was silent for a long while. He gripped his knees tightly, thinking seriously. Then he spoke up. This is something this junior really can't refuse. But I can give it a try. Perhaps in 2 days, the wounds on my legs will have recovered. Then I can set off for the Sword Sect. He thought. For 1,000 years, many have coveted the Sword Sect's techniques, but couldn't obtain them. I can't pass up this opportunity. Fei Lianzi said cheerfully. That's easy. As it happens, I brought the sect's sacred medicine with me. Wang Shan spoke up. I appreciate your good intentions, Daozhong. Actually, with my current cultivation base, these minor injuries aren't hard to recover from. The wounds on my legs may seem severe, but it's not that difficult to heal them. I can just use this opportunity to temper my bones. I might even be able to advance a level. Mu Guanxuan fiercely pinched his ear. She meant to say, how dare you even mention your legs? Wang Shan whined. Senior sister, I was wrong. The girl following the Daozhong mischievously whispered, Master. Could it be that Daozhong Fei Yu and Fairy Bu Yu? Hearing this, he laughed and said, I understand. Their car was still moving through the city. A voice shouted loudly. What did you say? Mao Yu said urgently. Daozhong, can your legs really recover now? I just received news. One of our divisions was infiltrated by evil cultivators. The casualties and injuries are very severe. Wang Shan was stunned. What? Immediately after, everyone quickly transferred to a helicopter. Mao Yu reported, Daozhong Wang. Those evil cultivators are from the Five Gods cult. They have now fled to an island. They're relying on the fact that they have over 100 hostages. And they say they want to negotiate with the government about the order of the cultivation world. He frowned. The Five Gods cult again. I'm afraid they have other demands. After receiving the report, Mao Yu trembled. They're demanding that you and the team leader go negotiate. Otherwise, they will kill one hostage every 3 minutes. They've already started killing the hostages. Wang Shan's face darkened. I understand. Then, he quickly had Mu Guanxuan apply medicine to his legs. Wang Shan calculated. The Wood Yin God died at my hands. Them asking for me to go over can only mean they want revenge to make a statement. Later, I will protect Master's wife to buy more time. Everyone, just do as I say. He deduced. If the Sanctifier is just a troublemaker, this time, it's a challenge from the evil path to the government. The Five Gods cult is actually this fearless. No wonder I was taken away by a group of them in my previous life. He instructed Mu Guanxuan. Senior sister, just let the medicinal power fully circulate. Your legs can fully recover. Later, you should also wait for me at the camp. There's no need for you to act in this matter. Suddenly, she said nothing and just quietly stood up straight. Wang Shan was stunned. Senior sister? Mu Guanxuan opened her mouth and said something. Her mouth movements were as slow as possible so that Wang Shan could understand. He watched her intently. Wang Shan understood that she meant, he'll go with you. He knew he couldn't stop Mu Guanxuan. In that case, we'll go together. Over here, everyone was discussing the plan. The entire island has been locked down. The elite team from the combat unit is on its way. They'll arrive in 15 minutes. Combined with our numerical advantage and peripheral firepower, we can definitely capture the enemy. The enemy is the easy part, but we still need to ensure the safety of the hostages. Jiling thought to herself. The evil cultivators are holding hundreds of hostages. It's clear they had a meticulous plan from the start. According to the principles of the combat unit, We absolutely cannot back down. And we certainly can't let them escape from here. At the same time, he and the others quickly arrived. Wong Shan spoke up. Madam. Hearing his voice, she quickly turned around. Little Sheng. He asked worriedly. What's the specific situation right now? Jiling explained. It's not looking good. The other side has several Void Core Realm experts. They also have hundreds of evil cultivators under them. The key point is that they're holding hostages. It means our hands are tied. He said hastily. Let me go over there alone. After all, I have a cultivation base. I can find a way to stall for time. She spoke up. Now is not the time to be emotional. The enemy wants us to go over there. Besides, if my life can be exchanged for the safety of even 2 hostages, then my sacrifice will be meaningful. A subordinate rushed in to report. Team leader. The communications team has gotten a response. The evil cultivators have agreed to a video call with us. Jiling said hurriedly. Let me see what kind of tricks they're trying to pull now. Have you identified the other party? The subordinate quickly reported back. Confirmed. According to the file, the person speaking to us is the cult master of the 5 gods cult, Shui Raoshan. A voice came from the other side. As expected, you didn't just find some random person to fool me. Team leader Jiling. I was thinking that if you hadn't appeared in this video. He paused for a moment, then continued. We would have killed everyone here. She remained calm. If you were truly confident in facing us, why would you need to capture innocent civilians? He retorted. You're wrong. Humans are born with sin. To die at my hands is simply their fate. He spoke without a shred of emotion. Jiling looked at her watch. I will be there in 3 hours. But you must stop the senseless killing. He continued. If you don't show up in 3 hours, I will, right in front of you all, kill them one by one. Now, I want to meet that incredibly audacious sword cultivator who killed my sworn 4th brother. Wong Shan stepped forward. I'm right here. I was the one who killed that lecher. If Senior wants revenge, then come find me. Why take it out on other people? Besides, I'm not just audacious. I'm also kind-hearted. How about I perform a funeral rite for you later, free of charge? He laughed heartily, satisfied. Quite spirited. Since you killed my 4th brother. If you're scared, it's fine if you don't come. I'll come find you myself later. He said nonchalantly. It won't come to that. Should I come empty-handed, or do you want to bring me over? After all, I'm also a sword cultivator. If I were to accidentally injure you, Senior. At this point, he blew on his fingernails. Perhaps you wouldn't have the face to remain in this cultivation world anymore. He sneered. You little brat. Is talking big all you know? Bring your sword with you. And bring the 2 people next to you as well. I have nothing to fear. The Taoist master steps forward. Fei Lianzi of the sword sect will surely take care of things. Guanchuan is also in a ready stance. He continued. In 3 hours. If you people don't appear before me. Today, the island will be destroyed and people will die. Mortals dare to interfere in the affairs of the cultivation world. They're courting disaster. Fei Lianzi happily praised him. Fei Yu, your method of goading them isn't bad at all. He scratched his head. It's a good thing the Taoist master reacted quickly. For more people have landed on the island. Jiling quickly chimed in with instructions. Everyone, prepare yourselves well. I just reported an extra half hour. That's enough time for the combat team and the major sects in the city to prepare. Fei Lianzi calculated. The combat team and the major sects. Aren't those the seniors of the Void Core realm? These evil cultivators aren't stupid. They won't walk right into the line of fire. Wong Shan said. The seniors who previously came for the exchange conference just happened to run into this. But if we use masters for a sneak attack, what are the chances of success? He let out a breath. Even a golden core master, I'm afraid, couldn't guarantee defeating so many cultivators in an instant. Besides, for someone to advance to the golden core stage at this time, their comprehension of the Tao realm would be abnormally profound. He was embarrassed. Taoist Master Fei Lianzi is absolutely right. I was too naive. Wang Xing thought to himself. A golden core cultivator. We do indeed have one. But he probably won't make it in time. Scene change. Zhongnan Mountain. An unnamed mountain peak. At this moment, Jing Yun and Ji Wen were sitting at the entrance of the cave where the master was in secluded cultivation. She was monitoring the situation on her phone. The Inyong cult. Is that the evil sect they're facing? Aren't Fei Yu and Bu Yu in danger then? Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out. Smells good. Has junior sister finished cooking for me? Jing Yun was startled. Senior brother, why did you come out without a word? Qing Yinzi stretched. I don't know why, but a sudden whim interrupted my meditation. I had no choice but to exit my seclusion. He looked over at the somewhat dazed Ji-won. Where did you take in this disciple, junior sister? But as he took a closer look, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. She truly looks so much like her mother. Qing Yanzi's entire body seemed to turn to stone. He stood there dumbfounded, looking at Ji-won. You are. Immediately after, Qing Yinzi rushed towards her. Xiaowen. You're Xiaowen, right? Seeing Ji-won so bewildered, he was startled into remembering that he might have been a bit rash. Qing Yinzi immediately let her go and said sadly, Xiaowen, I'm your father. You've probably never met me before. He said sheepishly, wait for me to take a bath. He'll come see you when I'm clean. She stepped forward. Senior brother. I'm afraid you don't have time to talk with Xiaowen right now. Bu Yu, Fei Yu, and sister-in-law Ji Ling are in trouble. Hearing this, both father and daughter couldn't help but ask in alarm, in unison. What? Scene changed back to Wong Shan's group. 3 aircraft quickly landed. Everyone quickly moved further into the island. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. At the same time, 2 people came forward to greet them. We pay our respects to the seniors. Greetings, team leader. The 2 of them were Yin Zhengnan and Zhang Ziqiang. The old man stepped forward. I am only here to assist in the battle against evil. Everything will be according to your arrangements. Wang Xing thought. These cultivator instructors seemed to all be masters of the Void Core realm. He silently observed the 2 of them for a long while, thinking continuously. The man approached to greet him. You're Fei Yu, right? The plan is very simple. You all just need to arrive at the appointed time and draw the enemy's attention. Rest assured, we will protect you from the shadows. Wang Sheng and Guanchuan stepped forward and bowed. Then, we thank you, seniors. Zheng Nin drew the sword from his back and held it out before him. Fei Yu, I heard your previous sword was destroyed. This sword is a gift for you. Wang Sheng was hesitant. Senior, this is too courteous. Zheng Nin said generously. Take it. Consider it a meeting gift. Otherwise, that fellow Qing Yinzi will definitely come crying to me. Hearing this, Wang Xing no longer stood on ceremony. In that case, thank you, senior. He gave a troubled, forced smile. It seems this senior is also an old friend of Master's. An acquaintance. The sky over the island quickly turned dark, and all was quiet. Everyone had now begun to head to the rendezvous point. Ji Ling gives instructions. Fei Yu, after we lure out the Void Core stage expert of the evil cultivators, the combat division will launch the fastest possible strike to rescue the hostages. Although it's a bit forced, but we still need to try and lure the evil cultivators to our location. You continue. I understand. Later, we can drag things out for a little more time. Lianzi is worried. If we directly kill the evil cultivators later, aren't you afraid they'll get angry? Wang Sheng explains. They once said that all matters in the cultivation world are to be handled by cultivators. The less we care about the hostages, the safer they will be. They quickly arrive. He calculates. Let's get closer to the shore. Proceed according to plan. As soon as everyone set foot, countless sources of evil energy swirled around them. A voice rings out from the darkness. Brat, it was you who killed Elder Mu'in of my 5 gods cult, wasn't it? He quickly draws his sword and replies nonchalantly, it was me. So what? That person screams madly. Surrender at once. Otherwise, those hostages. Before he could finish his sentence, his neck was already covered in blood. Wang Sheng, radiating with power, says loudly, you said matters of the cultivation world are to be handled by cultivators. Now that I'm here, you want to use ordinary people to threaten me? He shouts with his inner energy. If you want to kill people, then kill them. After all, I came today to eliminate demons and uphold the Tao. If I let you live, who knows how many more people will be harmed. At the same time, a voice rings out. Disciples of the cult. Whoever kills this person will be rewarded with 10 years of cultivation and the secret disintegration technique. Kill these 3. Bring Ji Ling to the island. Immediately after, he laughs lightly and charges forward to fight the evil cultivators alone. The sword light is like frost, piercing the clouds and passing the moon. His overwhelming aura made the entire group stand there, stunned and a little scared. Lianzi can't help but admire him. I never expected Fei Yu to be so terrifying once he gets serious. Based on this scene alone, you really can't tell who the mortals with no power to resist are, and who the murderous evil cultivators are. One of them charges forward aggressively. Useless trash. Work together and kill him. Well, split the merits. Wong Shan is inwardly pleased. It seems the enemy has taken the bait. Next, we need to gradually add more weight to our side, to lure out even more evil cultivators. He swiftly and nimbly rushes towards them. None of them could even see Wong Shan's figure. In just an instant, he was standing on the shoulder of one of their leaders. They say to each other, "Now's our chance. Use spiritual arts to kill him. He's just a mere embryonic stage cultivator." Could he really fly away from this? At that moment, a sword of light flies past. Lianzi quickly recites an incantation. Qiankuan dueling arts. Control the sword with qi. Let the sword eliminate demons as it should. Our Taoist qi fills the cloudy heavens. Waiting for him to land, he asks happily, "Fei Yu, what do you think of this sword art of mine?" He smiles brightly. It was quite an eye-opener. Suddenly, they quickly retreat into the dark bushes. The two exchange a look. Wang Xing speaks up. "Daozhong, do you dare charge forward and fight this battle with me?" Lianzi flies over. "You stay back a bit. Absolutely, do not be careless and underestimate the enemy." Meanwhile, on the boat, only Guanshuan and Ji Ling remain. Both watch in silence, saying nothing, each lost in their own thoughts. Lianzi quickly joins the battle. With one hand forming a seal, he charges into the group of evil cultivators. One of the evil cultivators hides behind a large tree in fear. What is the origin of that Taoist? The legendary sword art has appeared. How can? Before he could compose himself, Wang Sheng shouted loudly, "Attack!" He continued from outside. "This is the Five Gods cult. The matter you spoke of, to be handled by cultivators in the cultivation world. Turns out to mean telling us to kill a few more evil cultivators, so that our Tao hearts will become unstable, and we will fall into the demonic path." On the investigation team's side, a panicked announcement came through shortly after. "Retreat immediately. The enemy has a team of experts heading your way. The enemy's Void Core stage expert has not made a move yet. Everyone, protect yourselves. If they are truly determined to hold on to the hostages, then we will commence a full-scale assault." Everyone gathered together right after. Fei Lianzi was a little worried. "Reinforcements have arrived. Be careful how you respond." Wang Sheng reminded Guan Xian, senior sister. "Don't hold back later." She grunted in acknowledgement, indicating she understood. They said to each other, "Let's attack together. If we don't kill Wang Feiyu today, he will definitely become a threat to us in the future." Fei Lianzi warned worriedly, "Feiyu, be careful. These are all cultivators at the mortal transmutation stage. Every single one of them is brimming with killing intent. I'm afraid some of them have truly cultivated demonic arts." Wang Sheng said warily, "I understand." At the same time, Guan Xian circulated her internal energy and began to levitate. Inyong dual qi, most precious of the lower primordial. Inyong grand primordial dust opens. At that moment, she shot towards the group of evil cultivators. Right after, Fei Lianzi and Wang Sheng exchanged a look. With a tacit understanding, they charged into the encirclement together. Guan Xian's internal energy created a huge vortex that swept through the evil cultivators, making them panic. "Quick, retreat." Unwavering, she continued to charge forward. One of them yelled, "It's no use. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth has been disrupted. I can't use any of my power. This is terrifying. Just what cultivation level is this little girl at?" Meanwhile, deep inside the island, a group of people were gathered. The woman sitting in the middle, radiating powerful internal energy, spoke up. "These useless things. They can't even handle a few juniors. Everyone, why don't we attack together and capture Jiling? Then we can escape immediately." She was Shui Raoshan of the Sky Mist sect. Taoist Taiying spoke up. "It's easy for us to leave. But what about our sect members?" Beside him was Duan Kongming. Raoshan said coldly, "After we capture Jiling, well, flee immediately. Just leave them behind to attract the attention of the government troops. An era of chaos is coming. With your strength, are you afraid you won't be able to recruit subordinates?" On this side, Wong Shan's vortex grew increasingly fierce. It constantly expanded and swirled violently in the air. The evil cultivators were stunned. This person is truly formidable. Let's run. At that moment, a purple light carrying a skull flew over. Whoever runs will not be spared. Wong Shan quickly blocked in front of her, decisively and fiercely swinging his sword at the skull. But it seemed this attack didn't even scratch the skull. Wong Shan provoked. Have you no shame? Using a false core technique to deal with 3 of us at the aperture opening stage? Raoshen's group had just arrived. She spoke up. I'm telling you, kid. Today you will die here. The group quickly rushed forward, their leader shouting. Everyone, whether we succeed or not depends on tonight. We must capture Ling at all costs. As for the others, pausing, she gave a cunning smile, pointed at Wong Shan's group, and ordered coldly, kill them all. On the other end of the line, someone quickly reported to Ling team leader. The rescue team has set off for the central area of the island. The operation has entered its second phase. Her face grew serious. I know. Right after, Ling spoke with a grave expression. Everyone, make your move. From under the water, everyone charged up enthusiastically. Feiyu, you guys fall back. Leave the rest to us. Raoshen hadn't expected this, her eyes widening as she screamed. You dare to set an ambush? Zhengnan charged forward, mocking. All's fair in war. Rogue cultivator, Yin Zhengnan. Here to receive guidance from Shui Raoshen. The palm strike he just launched made her panic. Damn it, this person's cultivation is no lower than mine. I can't shake him off in a short time. Thinking of this, Raoshen quickly shouted an order. Atai, hurry and capture Ling. Fei Lianzi quickly became alert. Feiyu, be careful. The troublesome one is coming over. Suddenly, a slender, soft hand quickly touched both of their shoulders. It was Guan Xian. She skillfully threw the 2 men behind her. Wang Sheng shouted in alarm, Senior sister. At this moment, in front of Guan Xian was a man many times larger and more ferocious than her. Over here, the old man Kongming took a drag from his pipe, and then blew a thick cloud of dark qi towards the 2. That evil cultivator spoke mockingly. The 3 talisman sects aren't cultivating on your mountains, but have run all the way here to get in my way. Not a good idea. Killing you is the perfect opportunity to show the world that the so-called famous sects are nothing more than a name. As he finished speaking, he circulated his internal energy, preparing to strike the 2 Taoists. They also quickly circulated their internal energy and took out their talismans. Evil cultivators are causing chaos. We must naturally step in to stop it. Let you know what the might of the righteous path is. Right after, a colossal force slammed fiercely towards Tai Ying, startling him for a moment. Under the attack of the 2 Taoist masters, he was like a small bird, quickly thrown away. 2 old men stroked their beards. Arrogant, evil cultivator, thinking he could move rivers and fill seas with his own power. But he didn't know that the clown was actually himself. Today, you all, your fate is sealed. After speaking, a stream of green light continuously surrounded him. He quickly used Guiding Heaven's lightning fire. 5 waters guiding lightning talisman. As urgent as the statute's command. As soon as the incantation was finished, the entire sky here was almost covered by that evil power. On this side, Guanshuan and Taishun were also facing off. He looked at her and couldn't help but admit, you are very strong, but you're only at the core formation stage. How foolish. Today you will definitely die. With that said, he quickly circulated his internal energy and charged towards her. But Guanshuan didn't falter at all. She also leaped up and quickly chanted an incantation. Stillness becomes yin. Movement becomes yang. Yin and yang follow the heart, grasping the roundness of the heavens and the squareness of the earth. Immediately after, a majestic green dragon appeared beside Guanshuan. Immediately, the dragon opened its great mouth towards Taishun. Despicable. Too slow. Too weak. It's nothing at all. With that, he rushed forward to grab Guanshuan. She looked so small in front of her opponent at this moment. Yet, she wasn't the least bit afraid, quickly channeling her internal energy for a technique. The lower origin's ultimate softness was unleashed. Guangshuan's petite figure quickly slid downwards. Her hand decisively struck Taishun's chest. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise her. Little girl, you're quite formidable. On the outside, Elder Lianzi marveled. I've long heard that the silent fairy's strength is extraordinary. I never expected that even this Xian Tai Shun can do nothing against her. Wang Sheng replied on her behalf. You flatter her, Taoist. Elder Lianzi continued. No. I'm speaking from the heart. She alone is enough to deal with Xian Tai Shun. We should focus on protecting Captain Ji. Everyone was so engrossed in the fight that they didn't notice what was behind Ji Ling. A black shadow was slowly rising. But Wang Shen quickly noticed it. He shouted a warning, Master's wife, be careful. At the same time, he leaped behind her. Having lost his prey, the man was furious. Brat, you're courting death. Don't blame me for this. His attack made Wang Sheng's face bleed. But luckily, Wang Sheng was still able to fight back. Elder Lianzi urgently shouted, Fei Yu, quickly get the team leader out of here. Immediately, he put his arm around her waist. Master's wife, please forgive my impudence. Roshan looked over. Old Third has failed again. But the opponents are just 2 core formation cultivators. We just need to stall for a little while. He should be able to capture Ji Ling. Let's mess with their minds a bit. Buy some time for Old Third. Just as she thought this, Zheng Nan also slashed fiercely at her. Roshan screamed in pain. 5 gods cult, kill all those mortals. Leave no one alive. At the same time, an announcement was heard. Announcement to the whole island. All hostages on the island have been rescued. The 3 of them were startled in unison. What? Everyone, begin deployment of Phase 2 of the plan. Unify all strategies. Eliminate all evil cultivators. Special investigation team. Surround the evil cultivators. Let none of them escape. Meanwhile, everyone here was still splitting up to deal with the leaders. The announcement came again. If you let even one of them escape, you'll all have to cripple your own cultivation. At the same time, Wang Sheng brought Ji Ling to a safe place and said, Master's wife, I'm going over there to help. Ji Ling climbed out of the box and couldn't help but vomit. She reminded him, be careful. He opened the box again. A light flashed, and Wang Sheng smiled with determination. I know, Master's wife. On this side, the man laughed smugly. The techniques of the sword sect are interesting, but... He paused for a moment and continued. A mere core formation cultivator dares to block my path. You don't know your own limits. Immediately after, he shot a blast of power towards everyone. Elder Lianzi thought, I must regain control of the flying sword. Otherwise, they'll just be beaten to death by him, let alone stopping him. Right then, a shimmering light appeared in the sky, drawing his attention. Wang Sheng had finally arrived. He dove down from the sky, thrusting his sword and shouting, Evil creature, die! That evil cultivator stood defiantly. Come on. Let me see how powerful you are. After speaking, he quickly transformed, his entire body covered in armor. Wang Sheng thrust his sword, but the man was completely at ease. Wu Dang's 7-star sword. Is that all you've got? Suddenly, something made the evil cultivator freeze. Something's wrong. His long sword plunged fiercely into the center of his chest, going deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, followed by a resounding explosion. Wang Sheng was thrown far back. He quickly stabbed his sword into the ground to steady himself. Severely injured, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Guanchuan looked over, worried. Fearing his senior sister would be distracted, he shouted to reassure her, I'm fine. Hearing him say that, Guanchuan quickly regained her focus. The evil cultivator roared fiercely. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Fei Lianzi approached him. Fei Yu, the team's people have the perimeter surrounded. Let's join forces and capture him. Don't let him escape. Hearing this, he quickly stood up, gritting his teeth and looking forward. On the other side, everyone was still fighting Rushin's group. Fei Lianzi looked at him. Good kid, leave this to us. Go and get some rest. You'll get the credit. Wang Sheng replied. Thank you, senior. Rushin saw the situation was unfavorable and made a calculation. The tide has turned. Let's go. Atai. Let's retreat quickly. But their escape route was blocked by a large Inyong Bagua diagram. She was alarmed. What is this? Could it be? From the side, Taishan roared and charged towards Guanchuan. Little girl. Guanchuan gently extended her hand and struck Rushan's chest with a powerful blow of internal energy. She was startled. Jade Ghost. Is this little girl really only at the core formation realm? At the same time, Zhengna, his face full of killing intent, shouted, "The harbinger of disaster has hidden its evil, so..." As he said this, he simultaneously thrust straight towards Ru Shun, catching her off guard. Finally, Zhengna succeeded in eliminating the evildoer. She lay motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. He raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Shui Ru Shun is dead. Everyone, join forces to cleanse the battlefield. Tonight, if the evil cultivators are not eradicated, we will fight to the end." Everyone's morale soared. Understood. And in the night, Shui Ru Shun had been killed. The outcome was decided. All the evil cultivators had lost the will to resist. As for the leaders, they were also killed under the combined assault of the masters. Among them, Xian Taishun was surrounded by 7 or 8 instructors and died a miserable death. Every bone in his body was broken. His protective chi was shattered. On another note, because during the rescue raid, a Void Core Realm Master had cleared the way, all the hostages were rescued. The combat team had arrived. The cleanup operation was well underway. As for him and Guanxuan, after the battle ended, an exhausted Wang Shan leaned against her. The moonlight shimmered on the sea's surface. "Xiao Sheng, Xiao Xian, this time, we were lucky to have you too." The voice gradually woke him up. Jiling continued, "Everyone, could you stay with the special investigation team for a while? After all, Yin Jingna and his group are mainly responsible for border defense. The investigation team needs your help." Guanxuan stammered, looking at him. "This. Let. Wang Shan quickly understood. His senior sister wanted him to decide. Wang Shan spoke up. "Mistress, we should wait until we've spoken with Master before deciding on this matter. Besides, I've already promised Senior Fei Lianzi that I would pay a visit to the Sword Sect." Seeing his refusal, she sighed and then said, "All right then. So, what kind of reward would you like this time?" Zhengna quickly laughed heartily. "Bu Yu, Fei Yu. So you two are here. We were really lucky to have you two this time. That guy Qingyan Zi is always bragging on Weibo, saying he took in 2 genius disciples. At first, I thought he was just bluffing. Meeting you today, I see your reputation is well-deserved." Wang Sheng was stunned. "Senior Yan Jingna." Ziqiang smiled cheerfully. "Let's cut the useless chatter. Let's be direct. Fei Yu, are you two interested in joining the combat team?" Jingna snapped. "What are you doing? Poaching my people? They are now consultants for the special investigation team." Ziqiang said casually. "Such good seeds. How could we let them go? Besides, their master is Qing Yanzi. He doesn't have much of a cultivation base. Why not let him fight me? Whoever wins gets to take them." Wang Shan gave a wry smile. "You two seniors, please calm down a little." Seeing the impulsiveness of the 2 seniors, he was reminded of Tianzhong. You could say he's a specialty of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Wang Sheng was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is everyone from Dragon Tiger Mountain the same?" Suddenly, everyone noticed someone in the sky. Everyone was momentarily alarmed. The other side quickly gave an order. "On guard." The command was issued swiftly. "Cultivators below the Void Core Realm, leave this place immediately. It's a Golden Core Realm Master. All units, prepare for battle at any moment. Hurry." Zhengnan was tense. Damn it. Since when did the Inyong cult have a Golden Core Master? Ziqiang also quickly prepared his ammunition. Wang Sheng raised his hand and spoke. "You two seniors. Up there seems to be my master." Hearing this, Jiling's mood instantly became somewhat flustered. She silently stared at the moon for a long time. Qing Yanzi, riding his sword high in the sky, spoke down with a resounding voice. "Where are the evil cultivators?" Wang Sheng shouted loudly, "Master, the evil cultivators have all been eliminated." "Master, why don't you come down first?" he said. "It seems I've made a trip for nothing. It's for the best that the evil demons have been eliminated." "Xiao Xian, Xiao Sheng, are you two injured? Your cultivation bases are quite low. Don't cause trouble for others." Ziqiang was surprised. "Those two have low cultivation bases." Zhengnan added. "There's some logic to what he's saying. Their master is a Golden Core Grandmaster." Seeing Qing Yanzi just flying up there, Zhengnan looked up and shouted, "Taoist brother Qing Yan, why don't you come down and meet us?" A voice replied from above. "Taoist brother Zhengnan, I came in a hurry. My clothes are untidy. It's not convenient to appear." "Xiao Sheng, Xiao Xian, if you two are all right, come over here and speak with your master. The two of them quickly went to a secluded place and then spoke in unison. We greet you, master. He turned around. Ahem. You two haven't been causing trouble outside during this time, have you? I heard from junior sister Jingyun that you two ran into trouble. I flew my sword over as soon as I came out of seclusion. The moment Wong Shan saw his master's appearance, he couldn't help but cover his mouth, laughing until his face turned pale. Guanchuan was frozen, speechless. He was a little embarrassed. This set of clothes was torn by the wind while I was flying. It's nothing serious. Immediately, he quickly put his things down and took off his robes. This useless disciple has made master worry. The moment Qing Yanzi saw this, he covered his face and exclaimed, "This child, why do you have such improper thoughts about your master? Your senior sister is so beautiful. So why have you developed such a strange hobby?" Wang Sheng was dumbfounded. As expected, master is still master. He offered up the clothes with both hands. Master, you've probably met my junior sister, right? Shen Jang, junior sister's mother, is here. Qing Yanzi couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. We were bound to meet eventually anyway. A melancholic look appeared on his face. Your master will change first. You two, step aside for a bit. Immediately, he gave Guanchuan a mischievous wink. Quick, go call Shen Jang over. She quickly and obediently complied. The couple stood from afar, looking at each other after so many long years of separation. Qing Yanzi, in his neat robes and tidy hair, exuded an immortal aura from every angle. Hello? Jiling furrowed her brow. I still have a lot of work to do. If you have something to say, say it. But keep it as simple as possible. Immediately after, he rushed forward and hugged her. You've been hiding from me for 20 years. You've tormented me to the point of madness. I don't want to lose you again. Jiling's expression went from startled to finally one of gentle acceptance. She also hugged Qing Yanzi tightly. Back then, I left in a fit of anger. I truly wronged you. Don't treat me like this. Besides, right now I don't have much energy to care about anything other than work. Qing Yanzi said seriously, I know. Is your special investigation team still recruiting? I don't want to be separated from you anymore. Besides, this way I can also get some resources for Xiao Sheng and the others. Jiling quickly agreed. I will give you the highest treatment. I won't have you doing trivial tasks. Little Sheng and Little Xian. Based on the standards for Yin Zhengnan and the others, they will be given medicinal pills and spirit stones every month. Yanzi asked, what about me? Jiling fiercely pulled his hand and whispered, you have to work for me for free. Yanzi quickly compromised. Fine, fine. What's wrong with working for free for my wife? Wang Shan couldn't help but be amazed. It's settled just like that? Master is truly master. From a distance, a furious voice rang out. Who is your wife, huh? How can you be so detestable? From the bushes behind Yin Xingnan's group, they emerged. I knew it. Fei Yu usually calls team leader Ji Master's wife. There's definitely something going on here. Ziqiang looked fierce. The leader of the special investigation team. A golden core stage cultivator. Like this is acceptable? Lianzi was also excited. Immeasurable heavenly lord. This gossip is probably really juicy. Wang Sheng cried internally. Seniors, don't you all have anything better to do? Then he looked towards his master and master's wife. But this is also good. Jiling was still questioning him. Watch your image. I am your superior now. You have to call me team leader. Yanzi said happily, team leader. Wang Sheng was also happy for them. Master's wish of many years has finally been fulfilled. A few days later, in northern Shu, at Sword Gate Pass, Lianzi said shyly, Fei Yu, you've really worked hard this time. Wang Sheng replied, Taoist Fei Lianzi. This is what I should do. He was so moved he was about to cry. Our sword sect is finally saved. His disciple said loudly, Master, your image. After dealing with all matters of the Five Gods cult, he went to Shushan with Taoist Fei Lianzi. Although nominally, he came to help the sword sect. In reality, it was also an important part of his cultivation. He recalled, in his previous life, Wang Sheng had come to the sword sect several times to search for opportunities. He never expected that after reincarnating, he would come here again in the capacity of a helper. As soon as they arrived, a group of people was already waiting for them. The old man laughed cheerfully. Little friend Fei Yu, we've kept you waiting. That was the great elder of the sword sect. He spared no praise. So young. Yet you carry two streams of sword intent. Fei Yu truly lives up to his name as a genius of the sword Dao. He bowed. Senior, you flatter me. The sword intent on me was gifted by Grandmaster Yuan Bo. The man's praise stopped. Great Master Yuan Bo. I can't believe he has achieved enlightenment in the sword Dao, and even gifted it to someone else. Lianzi coughed a few times as a reminder. Elder, shouldn't we get to the main business? The sword sect elder smiled gently. No rush, we also need to prepare a little. Fei Yu, rest first. After everything is settled, we'll talk about the trial. He circulated his inner energy while thinking. The Shushan sword sect focuses on the sword. Its Dao charm is also different from Wudang's. It seems to have also guided me. At this thought, a contemplative look appeared on his face. How should I draw my sword in the future? After all, this time, my performance has indeed been a bit hasty. He recalled what Yinzi had said. Risking your life to kill evil cultivators. Your leg injury hasn't even recovered yet. And you forced yourself to go save someone. Arrogance is the nature of the young, but to cultivate the Dao, one must first cultivate the heart. To become an immortal, one must first learn to be a person. The Shushan trial is also your opportunity. I cannot stop you, but after the trial is over, I want you to return to the mountain for 3 years of secluded cultivation to focus on your practice. Focus on summarizing what you have gained during this period, and carve the word steady into your heart. He seriously reflected on himself. Since I came down from the mountain, I have indeed become quite arrogant. In the end, I still lack reverence for the world. Suddenly, a resonant sound made him open his eyes wide. A bell toll. Something's not right. Wong Shan analyzed. This is a Buddhist chant. Next to the sword sect. There's a Buddhist temple here? In the morning, he and Fei Lianzi practiced swords together. Hearing what Wong Shan said, he was a little surprised. You're talking about Xian Temple? It has existed for over 1,000 years and was originally in decline. Because it possesses a complete Buddhist legacy. After the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored, it gradually recovered. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder. Then why doesn't the sword sect have them move? Fei Lianzi sighed. I've also asked the sect master. I heard that it suppresses quite a few thousand-year-old demons. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been restored, it's uncertain if those demons will be revived. Wang Shan looked up at the sky. The secrets of this world are too numerous. If I get the chance, I should go and broaden my horizons. An idea suddenly struck him, and he said to Fei Lianzi, Taoist master, can you take me to Xian Temple? He smiled cheerfully. Of course. I was planning to show you around this morning anyway. In a moment, we'll change into new clothes and go into the temple to see the Buddhist statues. Wang Shan considered it. The matter of the sword sect has already taken up some time. I must inform my master first. Then he'll go to Xian Temple with Taoist master Fei Lianzi and see what's there. Once he decided, he called his master. It's all right. You are a guest at the Sky Sword sect. You must absolutely not be impolite. In addition, at Xian Temple, there is a monk named Ru Feng. You can have him transfer 20 years of his spiritual power to you. Hearing this, he was a bit stunned. Master, are you being serious? Qing Yinzi said casually. Of course I'm joking with you. However, Xian Temple isn't far from the sword sect. If you have nothing else to do, pay a visit to Monk Feng on my behalf. He smiled cheerfully and couldn't help but exclaim internally. To think that even within Buddhism, Master has acquaintances. The old man's social circle is truly vast. From the other end of the line, the scent of love wafted over. Mistress, how is this strength? Jiling spoke up. It's adequate. Wang Shan could smell the thick scent of public affection. He hung up, his mind still racing. After the spiritual energy was restored, the legacies of the famous Taoist sects quickly revived. Buddhism was completely different. Only a few small temples had a few high-ranking monks. I wonder if this Xian Temple is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Afterward, he and Fei Lianzi arrived at their destination. A powerful voice rang out. You must be Fei Yu, correct? Some time ago, Qing Yinzi mentioned you to this humble monk quite often. This person was Chan Master Ru Feng. He winked slyly and asked him, but, has your master found his wife yet? Wang Sheng smiled cheerfully. Thank you for your concern, Chan Master Ru Feng. My master and mistress just reunited a few days ago. Hearing this, Rufeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. It's good that he found her. His unwavering devotion wasn't in vain. However, the two of you have come at just the right time. Then he continued, Abbot, if that matter is true, I'm afraid the sword sect will also be implicated. It's rare for Taoist Master Fei Lianzi and Fei Yu to be here. We might as well let them take a look. The old man behind them sighed. This was the abbot of Xian Temple, Xian Ku. It is fate that you two immortal masters have come here today. Please follow this old monk to the well in the rear courtyard. Hearing this, he and Fei Lianzi grew a bit tense. As soon as they arrived, the abbot explained. This place is called the Demon Sealing Well. Legend says it conceals a great demon sealing formation, suppressing a 1,000-year-old ancient demon. Before the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored, a cave could be seen beneath this well. Not understanding, Fei Lianzi asked, Chan Master Rufeng, does the abbot mean? Rufeng quickly continued the story. After the spiritual energy was restored, the great formation in the well activated. That cave disappeared. But last month, another change occurred here. As for the specifics, you'll know as soon as you look. Wong Shan's face paled instantly as he recognized it. This is demonic qi. The man continued. Correct. The great formation has endured for 1,000 years. It can no longer bear the strain. It could be destroyed at any moment. At that time, the suppressed ancient demon will likely awaken and bring great chaos to the world. He was stunned. An ancient demon that has been suppressed for 1,000 years is still not dead? A golden core cultivator in an environment with abundant spiritual energy only has a lifespan of about 800 years. In a situation where spiritual energy was depleted, to still be alive after 1,000 years. What realm is this ancient demon at? If it really manages to escape, for the mortal world, it would be an absolute catastrophe. After learning that Xian Temple was suppressing a 1,000-year-old ancient demon, Wang Sheng immediately contacted the Special Investigation Team. Meanwhile, Fei Lianzi also notified the elders of the Sword Sect to come and assist with the investigation. Although the ancient demon has not yet awakened, no one dared to provoke it recklessly. After all, this involved a 1,000-year-old scourge. Even the Special Investigation Team could only act according to the circumstances. The final decision was made. The Special Investigation Team invited high-ranking monks to help reinforce the Great Formation, to purify the demonic qi, while they also conducted geological surveys of the surrounding area, to formulate a battle plan. On the other hand, the Sword Sect has also made a promise. Once the ancient demon shows any signs of movement, they will immediately send reinforcements. Because of this, the 72 Sword Trial has become the Sword Sect's top priority. After all, with one more Dao inheritance, they will have a better chance of dealing with the ancient demon. Scene change. He is now standing in the middle of a crowd. The old man among them spoke. The 72 Sword Trial is our sect's blessed trial ground. It has a total of 8 floors and 70 gates. As long as you can break through to the 7th floor, you can obtain the founding treasure of Mount Shu. He instructed his disciples. Starting today, everyone in the Sword Sect will help Fei Yu, help him perfect his sword intent, so he can successfully clear the trials. The 72 Sword Trial has been passed down for 1,000 years, after all. The key lies in whether the sword intent is perfected or not. In order to increase the success rate, Wang Sheng could only be confident after successfully honing his sword intent. In the evening, after clashing with thousands of sword intents, he had nearly exhausted his mental energy. But according to the Sword Sect's methods, this is the easiest time to gain enlightenment and break through. Sweat poured down his face uncontrollably. His face couldn't hide his exhaustion. It's getting late, the great elders said to him. That's enough for today. Fei, you should go back and meditate for a day. Before continuing the training tomorrow, Wang Sheng stood up, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He bowed in respect. This junior takes his leave. Watching him slowly leave, Elder Lianzi sighed. What a pity. Why isn't this treasured sword a member of our sword sect? The elder smiled in satisfaction. The sword arts passed down by the ancestor master are right before our eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng was meditating and thinking. Although the Taoist masters of the sword sect use their own sword intent to imbue their 7-star sword formation, What exactly is this perfection they speak of? Could it be the highest level of swordsmanship? The 7-star sword intent is ever-changing. But what if this is just one realm within it, and not the highest level? The Big Dipper's 7 stars revolve around the Polaris star as their axis. The sword formation is also fundamental. But if I were in the position of the Polaris Emperor star controlling the Big Dipper stars, then I could make the sword formation move according to my will, freely as I please, without being restrained by a fixed intent. But how can such a sword formation execute techniques? The Heaven and Earth sword. Wong Shan was focused on his practice, but it seemed a shadow in the distance was always watching him. After using the Heaven and Earth sword, an aura appeared, making him pause. Wong Shan thought, a sword is a weapon, no matter how exquisite the techniques are. The purpose of using a sword is simply to kill the enemy. But what if all the variations in the techniques were removed, and only the sword intent was preserved? Wong Shan raised his hand to the sky, and the 7-star sword formation appeared, shining powerfully straight into the heavens. The people on this side couldn't help but gasp in awe upon seeing that patch of light. Such a powerful sword intent. But that direction is where Fei Yu lives. Could it be that he has? Finally, the beam of light vanished, leaving behind small, shimmering specks in the sky. He realized, to be at the position of Polaris and command the 7 stars. This is the true 7-star sword formation. I get it. I finally get it. Very quickly, Elder Lianzi and the sword sect members rushed over. He was out of breath. Fei Yu, what just happened? Wang Xing scratched his head sheepishly. Seniors, my 7-star sword intent seems to have accidentally become perfected. Scene shifts to Qin Yanzi. He was surprised. What the hell? The 7 stars sword formation can be reversed? He recalled Wang Shen calling him earlier. Master, is this the true 7-star sword formation? Then he explained everything. Qin Yanzi was quite pleased. I didn't expect you to figure it out on your own. Not bad. At this moment, he thought, was the true sword formation something the ancestor master modified based on the 7-star sword formation? As Qin Yanzi thought, he took an item from his bag. Could it be? I originally wanted to wait until Little Sheng and Little Xian condensed their golden cores to open our sect's ultimate treasure together. But now I want to open it and see what the ancestor master actually left behind back then. Scene shifts back to Wang Sheng. The sky quickly brightened. The 7-star sword formation is based on the 7 stars. It has reached a first-rate level. Yesterday, your sword intent just reached perfection. Its power has clearly leveled up. After another night of settling, Wang Sheng then immediately opened his eyes and slashed straight ahead. You have completely grasped the sword intent. An elder from the sword sect approached from behind. Not bad. It seems Fei Yu has completely grasped the 7-star sword intent. Fei Yu, we've discussed this all morning. We should still let you decide for yourself. Do you plan to enter the formation now, or consolidate for 2 months before going? Wang Sheng bowed low and saluted. May I ask, Senior, is the 72 Swords trial ultimately only about the realm of the Sword Dao? The elder answered. That's right. Our cultivation has a limited effect within the formation. Hearing this, Wang Sheng fell silent in thought. If that's the case, I will charge through the gates today. Wang Sheng then flew to a high mountain there. He stepped inside alone, observing his surroundings. So this is the 72 Swords trial? Deep inside the mountain, there was a stone gate. He stood still and observed. A glowing character appeared, relying on just one character. It can probe the level of a cultivator's sword intent. It even negates the cultivator's cultivation base. He circulated his internal energy and slowly entered. Wang Sheng realized, as expected, the legacies of each sect are truly a sight to behold. I wonder if I can complete this commission. After he channeled his internal energy into it, the stone gate slowly opened. Wang Sheng quickly stepped inside. Here is probably the first level. He walked slowly, observing his surroundings. There were records above. They are the sword techniques of the sword sect. I heard that for those who challenged this before. This level is just basic swordsmanship. The condensed sword intent is not strong at all. And what contains it is the stone gate up ahead. It continuously emits power. From a flame, 2 sword-wielding warriors stood waiting. As soon as they saw him, they charged forward to attack. Wang Shan gently drew his sword from its sheath. He glided past them lightly, his sword slowly cutting through the three fire figures. His speed was so fast that they were defeated before they could even react. Immediately after, all three fire figures quickly dissipated. He sheathed his sword. Although this is only the first level of sword intent, if my 7-star sword intent has already reached perfection, taking all of it on wouldn't be as easy as that just now. Next, there are still 7 levels. With that, he pushed open the stone gate, and a flash of light appeared. He continued to fight the sword spirits inside the 2nd level, then the 3rd level, followed by the 4th level, the 5th level. It seems the higher he went, the stronger the opponents became. On the way here, the 7-star sword intent was basically in a state of sweeping through everything. It was very limited in terms of helping him level up. Therefore, Wang Shan took the opportunity to hone his 2 forms sword intent, which had not yet reached its peak. So, afterward, he intentionally restrained his 7-star sword intent. He only used the 2 forms sword intent to face the trials. Gradually, he gained a clear understanding of the 2 forms sword intent. 2 forms sword intent. Formless and without defense. A taiji diagram forms underfoot. The twin fish reflect their positions. Finally, he comprehended the techniques of that sword intent. Although he had some wounds, he ultimately defeated them all. After that, Wang Shan sheathed his twin swords. He focused on circulating his internal energy again. The 2 forms sword intent has leveled up enough. The trials ahead will probably be very difficult to deal with. The task entrusted by others. Next, I should handle it properly. Next, I will charge into the 54th gate. Then I can proceed to the next level. Immediately after, he stepped into a room filled with brightly lit torches. A powerful surge of internal energy from within startled him, making him stop. A voice echoed from within. Is there no one left in Shushan Mountain? Wang Shan was startled. Who is it? The voice echoed again. I am the sword spirit of the personal sword of the sword sect's founding master, Taoist Qingfeng. I am responsible for guarding this grand formation. You are not a disciple of my Shushan. Why have you appeared here? He respectfully introduced himself. This junior is Wong Shan, a sword cultivator from Wudong Mountain. I received an invitation from the seniors of Shushan Mountain to come to the sword sect to find Shushan's sword riding art, which was lost 1,000 years ago when the primordial energy was cut off. The aura from within the gate gradually seeped out. The sword riding art is the foundation of Shushan. How could those bastards lose it? The old man before him was the sword sect's formation spirit. He continued. Besides, what proof do you have that the spiritual energy has been gone for 1,000 years? Wang Shan stepped forward with a cheerful smile. Senior, how about I tell you what has happened over the years? He pondered. When I fell into a deep slumber, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was indeed constantly thinning. Forget it, just tell me. Then I will start from the Tang dynasty. It was like this. Immediately after, he began to recount everything from the beginning. Wang Shan gave a wry smile. I really admire those protagonists in web novels who transmigrate to ancient times. How can they remember everything so clearly? It's because of that. For 1,000 years, the Tao inheritance of Shushan can be considered quite well preserved. The sword sect's formation spirit said. So, you are the successor of Lu Dongbin? Why don't you cultivate the pure Yang sword art, but the Ziwei heavenly sword instead? He was momentarily stunned. Never mind. Just enter the formation. I won't show any mercy. If you get injured, don't blame me, a member of the Shushan sect. Wang Shan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately leaped up. Thank you for granting my wish, senior. He immediately leaped towards him and said loudly, Please enlighten me. The sword sect's formation spirit didn't back down and immediately unleashed an attack of phantom sword intent. The sword sect's formation spirit spun around and slashed at him. Not bad. But since you've entered the 12 sword forms with your comprehension, your aptitude is also in the top 10. Immediately after was a more intense sword duel between him and the sword sect's formation spirit. He couldn't help but praise. Good kid. If you were a disciple of my Shushan, I would have let you pass long ago. Unfortunately, you are not. Wang Shan blocked with his sword. Thank you for the high praise, senior. But this junior still has one more sword strike. Today, I will be bold. Forgive me, senior. Saying that, He pushed off his toes and launched himself forward. The Ziwei sword surged forward aggressively. The sword sect's formation spirit's eyes widened as he shouted, "Bring it on. Let me see your limits." The surrounding earth and stones couldn't withstand their power and flew up violently. He gave pointers as they fought. The sword control art is in gates 61 to 63. There are 3 scrolls in total. To get them all, you need to put in some effort. Soon after, he reached another gate. Wong Shan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I've finally arrived. The 7th level of the trial. It contains the hidden gate of the sword control art. The voice of the sword sect's formation spirit rang out again. If the people of Shushan agree, you can cultivate it at will. Why don't you stay here with me for a while longer? He appeared as a stream of light. So, after mastering the sword control art, then trying the 9th gate behind it will be very beneficial for you. He hesitated. But, Senior, the disciples and grand disciples of true person Qingfeng are still waiting to revitalize the sword sect with the sword control art. Before he could finish speaking, the spirit rushed forward. Who told them to be so useless? He hurriedly drew his sword with a wry smile. We just fought a match. You want to fight again? In the 12 sword forms. The difficulty of the later gates is naturally a bit higher than the earlier ones. The strength that the formation spirit senior displays in each gate is based on the highest limit set by the grand formation. Perhaps it was because they got to know each other in the 54th gate. The formation spirit senior's attitude became much friendlier. He said to him, "The path of the sword has 3 daos: heaven, earth, and man. Man is the person, taking the person as the foundation. Earth is when one takes the sword as the Tao. Your Ziwei sword belongs to the heaven Tao. It is formed by the power of heaven and earth." Not only did he frequently point out the flaws in his sword moves. Each time Wong Shan was knocked back, he would offer specific pointers or tease him a bit. It's just that, after finishing a match, he would laugh cunningly. "Kid, that last move wasn't bad. Let's continue." "Kid, you can't take it already? Do you need me to give you a 3-move handicap?" As the saying goes, the sword is like its master. He truly suspected if ancestral master Qinglong had sadistic tendencies. Otherwise, how could the sword he forged take pleasure in abusing others? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The stone cave door gradually opened. Wang Shan beamed with a radiant smile. "Finally, I'm out." From inside, the voice of the sword sect's formation spirit echoed. "Kid, you are qualified to take this scroll." He quickly caught it by reflex. Wang Shan was stunned. "This is..." He quickly appeared. In the words of today's youth, how could there not be a reward for passing the trial? This is a finished flying sword pellet. Just take it. A sword pellet is an all-encompassing type of sword. It uses precious heavenly and earthly treasures as a base to forge a sword embryo. Normally, you would take this into your Tao foundation to nurture it. It can be used as a flying sword to kill enemies. You bow politely. "Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this treasure upon me. This formation spirit senior has given me a great gift." The elder had a short temper and immediately glared. "Hurry up and get lost. The patience of young people is still not enough. Dawdling around in secluded cultivation for just 1 year. Back in the day, every disciple had to stay for 3 to 5 years. You scratch your head. Senior speaks correctly. This junior accepts your teachings. Speaking of which, you smile wryly with a stiff face. To be more precise, you just want to keep tormenting me, don't you? 6 months ago, you had already brought out the entire set of sword techniques. Afterwards, you went into secluded cultivation in the 72 sword chambers for a year. And this time, after coming out, Wang Shan decided to tell the seniors of the sword sect about the formation spirit senior. He thought that perhaps more young disciples would challenge the formation in the future. The formation spirit senior wouldn't be so bored anymore. As soon as he saw you, the great elder laughed heartily. "Feiyu has finally come out." Lianzi added, "If you didn't come out for another year, I was preparing to dig up the entire mountain." The great elder continued, "You've helped us greatly this time. We've decided to give you something." Seeing the sparkling gold token, the smile on Wang Shan's face stiffened. "A lifetime honorary elder?" Fearing you would refuse, he spoke first. "This is just a small token of our appreciation. Feiyu, don't refuse. You also know what's good for you," and quickly bowed. "From now on, This junior can be considered a member of the sword sect. If the sword sect is in any trouble, this junior will definitely rush over immediately. The trial was over, so you didn't stay any longer. You bid farewell to everyone and left the sword sect. Everyone came out to see you off. Feiyu, take care. Elder Feiyu, if you have nothing else to do, come back for secluded cultivation. Scene change. Wudong Mountain. Kinjianz's small courtyard. Wong Shan thought. After all, on Wudong Mountain, there is still the small courtyard where I have lived for these years. And my master, and my senior sister, who has lived with me all these years. I haven't been back for a year. I wonder how master and senior sister are doing now. You quickly messaged Guanshuan and then hurriedly cleaned up the residence. Message content, senior sister. Am back on Wudong Mountain. On the other side, a flood of her angry emojis startled you. Wang Sheng hurriedly explained, senior sister. I've been in secluded cultivation. My phone ran out of battery, so I couldn't contact anyone. You thought. It seems senior sister is very upset about me being out of contact for a year. I need to quickly change the subject to cheer her up. Over here, Guangshuan's face was flushed with anger. You messaged again. I learned a lot of new skills at the sword sect. They'll show you someday. During this past year, your master has become famous with the government's evil suppressor title. He spends most of his time cultivating or with your master's wife. In comparison, senior sister goes out on missions at least 3 times a month, which is quite tiring. It seems senior sister is even more upset with master. But because of this, Guanshuan can get a considerable reward every time she completes a mission. Her cultivation speed has not decreased because of this. And she might even advance to the void core stage within half a year. You sat and pondered. This speed of senior sisters is indeed the efficiency expected of a top expert from the heavenly rankings. I wonder when I'll be able to catch up to her. Also, the sword pellet is made from 5 elements metal essence. If I successfully refine it, I probably won't need to change my flying sword before I reach the flying star realm, right? But the Ziwei heavenly sword, immortal grade flying swords, these things, no matter how precious or powerful, are just means of protecting the Tao. The pure yang immortal art is what I truly rely on to achieve immortality and seek the Tao. Next, I should just focus on cultivating well. This time, you were very low-key upon returning to the mountain. You didn't attract anyone's attention. If not for that time when you went to get items from the special investigation team and alerted Long, probably no one would have known. The two of them were surprised to see you carrying so many things. Feiyu, when did you get back? After a year of separation, it was inevitable for you and your fellow disciples to gather and chat. Besides that, Wang Xing usually had little contact with the outside world. He received his master's order to go into secluded cultivation. Another year passed. A phone call from your master finally lifted your spirits a little. That night, Kinjianzi called. Wang Sheng was surprised. Master? Do you mean that the Taoist inheritances of 5 Taoist sects were stolen within 3 days? Kinjianzi continued. You've encountered similar situations before. That's why I'm asking if you have any clues. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, Master, I think these matters are related to the Inyong cult. Right after, Wang Sheng recounted a series of past events. After listening, the master reassured him. Don't overthink this matter. Focus on your cultivation. You should follow your senior sister's example. He quickly replied, I understand. Then I want to ascend the mountain until I reach the golden core stage. As soon as he finished, the master said, Not necessarily. I have something I need you to do. The next day, he felt aggrieved. The special investigation team is organizing the first Immortal Tao Convention. Why do I have to attend this preparatory meeting? On the other side of the phone screen were Mao Yu and Guanshuan. Seeing him, Mao Yu excitedly exclaimed, Taoist Wang is online. Guanshuan quickly pushed her pouting face close to the screen. Junior brother, you didn't come over. This baby is angry now. Wang Shen gave a wry smile. Senior sister, it's been a while. On the side, Mao Yu quickly tried to calm her down. Silent fairy. Calm down, calm down. Ji Ling spoke up. If everyone is here, let's begin. Mao Yu began her report. First, more than 2 years ago, we began paying attention to this organization thanks to Taoist Wang's reminder. Although this meeting is being held for the first Immortal Tao Convention, the recent activities of the Inyong cult have been too significant. It's unavoidable that we'll have to discuss them during the conference. But Wong Shan felt that his Shen Jang wanted to destroy the Inyong cult, and that's why she organized this convention. Jiling spoke up. We plan to use the power of the righteous path to suppress the evil cultivators. This has always been our established policy. Let's see if we can lure them out. The specific strategy is, after talking for a while, it was already dark. Wong Shan let out a sigh. What a tormenting day. It's finally over. Judging by my Shen Jang's arrangements, the Inyong cult has probably bitten off more than they can chew this time. Suddenly, people rushed about, shouting loudly, "This is bad. This is bad. The Dao Repository Pavilion is on fire. Hurry and put it out. A guarding disciple is injured, and 3 scriptures have been stolen. Quickly lock down the mountain and investigate. A disciple is critically injured and dead. Anyone who knows how to save people, hurry and help." He quickly ran over. This is not good. The Inyong cult has indeed made a move against Wudong Mountain. Over here, the crowd was still in an uproar. All those at the core formation stage and above, investigate the thief's whereabouts with all your might. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, causing Wong Shan to stop. Something's not right. This huge fire is just a diversion to create chaos. The thief clearly knows Wudong Mountain has many experts. They must have used the chaos to disguise themselves and blend in with the pursuers. Thinking of this, he looked up to the sky and shouted loudly, "Martial uncles, wait. We can't let them escape like this. We must stop them." Shueixing quickly came to his side. "Feiyu, do you have a clue?" Wang Sheng said urgently. "Martial uncle, please quickly stop the disciples who are giving chase. It's highly likely the enemy has infiltrated their ranks." His face became serious. Shueixing announced, "Well, split up and pursue them." As he chased his target, he tried to see if it was the person he suspected, but it wasn't them. It wasn't that person either. Wang Xing thought to himself, "I've run into several groups already, but there's no sign of the culprit. I wonder how things are going on Martial Uncle Gao's side." He turned around and sensed it. A fluctuation of primal qi. "It's Martial Uncle Gao." The 2 intruders said to each other. The stinking Taoist called for reinforcements again. "Quickly deal with him. The people from Wudong Mountain are coming. Let's make this quick." Suddenly, a voice boomed from the sky. "You destroyed our Dao Repository Pavilion and injured my disciples. How can Wudong Mountain allow you lot to continue your threats?" Hearing such a shocking voice, the 2 men looked up at the sky in fear. Immediately after, a massive handprint appeared clearly on the ground. The Celestial Punishment Sect Master glared. "Capture these 2. The rest of you, assess the damage to the Dao Repository Pavilion. Also, all elders not in seclusion, convene at the Zixiao Pavilion." Afterwards, although Grandmaster Tianfa acted to control the culprits, there were still losses. Not only were scriptures stolen from Wudong Mountain, but 4 gatekeeping disciples were also killed, and senior brother Zhou Yinglong, who survived the disaster, suffered from fire poison attacking his heart. His external injuries were too severe, and even with life-saving intervention, he was only barely clinging to life. Wang Xing took out a pill. "I have pills here that the Special Investigation Team researched. They can stabilize senior brother's injuries. Right now, a person's life should not be taken lightly. The Inyong cult's actions tonight have made an enemy of Wudong Mountain." Soon after, a meeting was convened. The enemy killed people, stole scriptures, and burned down the Taoist scripture pavilion. The whole incident happened too quickly. If Feiyu hadn't reacted quickly, those 2 thieves might have escaped in the chaos. Shueixing spoke up, "Master, the stolen scriptures are not on those 2 thieves. They've probably hidden them somewhere." Xian Fa Zhangmen analyzed. The thieves clearly conspired for a long time. They had a detailed plan. If the scriptures aren't on them, then they must have an accomplice hiding within Wudong. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. "You mean?" At this point, Xian Fa Zhangmen continued for everyone. "Wudong has a traitor." The man with glasses was furious. "They'll go and catch that mole right now. Interrogate and torture them." Shueixing stepped forward to stop him. "Senior brother, don't be rash." Immediately after, the sect master asked him, "Feiyu, you have a close relationship with the investigation team. Do you have any intelligence?" Wang Sheng reported. "In recent years, the Inyong cult has always been stealing scriptures from various sects. Their methods can probably be deduced. The stolen scriptures are likely hidden on the traitor. As for how to expose them, as long as senior brother wakes up, the other party definitely won't be able to hide any longer. Early in the morning, everyone was gathered. One of them wondered, why did the sect master make us gather here? The person next to him spoke up. There were just thieves on the mountain. Perhaps he wants to reassure us. Wong Shan sat in the room, listening to everyone's constant chatter. I heard a mole has appeared on the mountain. They want to investigate all the disciples thoroughly. I wonder how Brother Inglong's injuries are. Master said his injuries aren't too serious, but he'll probably be in a coma for a while. Suddenly, a fierce voice boomed in the room. What? Inglong is awake. Did he say who the mole is? I won't let him get away with it. Wong Shan observed the disciples' actions. Among them, one person was looking around furtively. He guessed it was definitely him. Immediately after, that guy panicked, pulled a knife from his sleeve, and held it to the neck of a person in front of him. Suddenly, a fierce stream of sword chi slashed his hand, causing him to fall to the ground in fear. Fresh blood gushed out continuously. It was Wong Shan. He had found the traitor and struck him with a sword control technique while just sitting quietly in his place. Sword embryo flying sword. Immediately after, the mole was captured. The Taoist masters of Wudong Mountain, not bothering with formalities, proceeded to pass judgment on the spot. It turned out that after he led the evil cultivators up the mountain, he had always been hiding the stolen scriptures on the mountain. Those two evil cultivators fled during the chaos, but that was just a smokescreen. In reality, a portion of the scriptures was hidden on the mole's body, ready to be smuggled out when the opportunity arose. Although the mole was handed over to the special investigation team, and the matter was considered settled, the death of 4 famous disciples of Wudong Mountain and senior brother Inglong's serious injuries would definitely have a huge impact. But fortunately, thanks to timely treatment, Inglong finally passed the critical stage. Sien Fa Zhangmen spoke up. We have contacted Medicine God Valley and invited them to help. Feiyu, you don't need to worry. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he'll go meet up with the special investigation team. Wang Shan couldn't help but think. Based on Wudong Mountain's influence, Medicine God Valley probably won't refuse. In that case, I can focus on the matter of the Immortal Dao Conference. At the same time, Mao Yu arrived, waving happily. Taoist Wang, she asked. Are we going to Sanqing Mountain right now? Wang Shan was in a hurry. Let's go over there right now. Let's prepare a little more. His face looked tired. This Immortal Dao Conference. On the surface, it's about unifying the Taoist heritage of all houses. But in reality, with the appearance of the Inyong cult, it seems there's a storm brewing. Suddenly, a packet of pastries was handed to him. Here. Still lost in thought, Wang Shan replied mechanically, thanks. Suddenly hearing a somewhat familiar voice, he turned around in surprise. Senior sister. Mao Yu chuckled with amusement. After Fairy Buyu heard about the matter at Wudong Mountain, she decided to come over with us. He took a piece of cake and thought to himself, Senior sister must be worried about me. That's why she rushed over here. Then, Wang Shan couldn't help but smile brightly. Thank you, senior sister. I'm fine. Mu Guanchuan took out a yellow cloth pouch and handed it to him. As soon as he opened it, he was buried under a mountain of food. Senior sister, you prepared all this. Are you preparing to give out prizes to the winner? That brocade pouch is a newly researched storage-type magical artifact. Yet senior sister is using it as a snack bag. Wang Shan couldn't help but be amazed. To think that while I was in seclusion for this 1 year, senior sister has already stabilized her breakthrough into the void core realm. The biggest benefit for senior sister is that she can free her hands to play on her phone while eating. In my past life, during the first 10 years of the spiritual energies recovery, cultivators rose up, and every year brought changes. The personal desires and methods of evil cultivators became even more despicable, and the government side also gradually stopped holding back. He quickly arrived at a high mountain. This is the venue for the Dao Conference, 3 Purities Mountain. This Immortal Dao Grand Assembly is the government's first proactive strike targeting evil cultivators. And it's to lure out this big fish, the Inyong cult. Shenyang even prepared a heavyweight bait. He looked up at the sky. The aircraft hovering above is carrying the female corpse and the ancient immortal stone tablet discovered on the moon that year. Legend says it records a supreme, immortal technique. It's all to lure out the Inyong cult. Shen Jang is really sparing no expense. His expression was grim. But before that, it would be great if someone could help me clear up this misunderstanding. Whispers arose from the surroundings. A suspicious Taoist has entered the venue. Pay attention, he is now in position D3. Target confirmed. He might be an infiltrating evil cultivator. Be careful. Announce combat strength. Announce combat strength. Mao Yu shouted in annoyance. Announce your head. Did all the documents I told you to read go into your stomach? That is the junior brother of Fairy Bu Yu, the second disciple of Taoist Master Bu Yan, the #1 consultant for the investigation team, the executive team leader of this assembly, Taoist Master Wang Feiyu. He listened to Mao Yu's long speech, and his head started spinning. This way of introducing someone. Why does it sound so familiar? After several days of preparation, Mao Yu and the others had made ample preparations for the immortal Tao Grand Assembly. Soon, the assembly was drawing near. Wong Shan was given the task of making announcements. Fellow Taoist masters, please do not step on the grass we've placed outside. He thought to himself, isn't this job for a background character? If it were a lazy author, they probably wouldn't even bother drawing my face. From a distance, the sound of rushing footsteps approached. It was Lianzi. He shouted joyfully, Elder Feiyu, I've missed you to death. You helped the sword sect recover the lost sword arts. This time, we will definitely lend you our full support. Wang Shan laughed heartily. Taoist Master Fei Lianzi, you are too kind. Shui Xing also arrived. He looked at him happily. Feiyu, you're in good spirits. Wang Shan stepped forward. Martial Uncle Chao, you've arrived too. How is senior brother Ing Long's condition? He recounted. Fortunately, the special investigation team invited a senior from Medicine God Valley to help. Ing Long has regained consciousness now. Before I left, Master told me to give this to you. He quickly opened the box. Thank you for all you have done for Wudong. This sword's name is Bingli. It is an ancient sword passed down for 1,000 years. I trust you will not disgrace it. He took the sword and observed it carefully. A stream of cold qi was hidden within the sword. Even his own sword core was stirred by it. The grade of this sword could be called a magical treasure. Lian Zi sighed. The sword is good, but it doesn't suit Feiyu. Perhaps Wudong Mountain could exchange it for another one. Shui Xing retorted. A sword is something held in the hand, an extension of the mind. It is fundamentally an external object. Holding a sword in hand, one can be called a sword cultivator. How is it not suitable? Lian Zi also stated his point of view. That's wrong. Although a sword is a weapon, it must resonate with oneself. Only then can one reach the transformation realm of sword cultivation. Shui Xing said again. This humble Taoist does not agree. The way of the sword is one's destiny. If it is as you say, Taoist master, wouldn't a sword strike cause harm to the person? Lianzi replied. Although it may harm another's spirit, one can still comprehend the essence of the sword Tao. Shui Xing retorted again. Perhaps heaven, earth, and all things are outside the sword, and should be regarded as the sword's heart when questioned. Lianzi refused to yield. That's right. Heaven, earth, and all things are within the sword, and the sword resonates with oneself. Wang Shan was stunned to see the two arguing like this. Martial uncle, Taoist Master Fei Lianzi. Shui Xing was annoyed. In the end, it's all just talk without proof. Our cultivation levels are similar, why don't we spar a little? Lianzi is naturally not afraid. This humble Taoist had the same idea. How about we find a deserted place? So we don't cause more trouble for Feiyu. He broke out in a sweat and smiled bitterly. You two are just sparring. Please don't fight for real. Wang Shan was helpless. Although the two of them wouldn't really fight, it was still better to inform Mao Yu. Everyone was in an uproar. The two Taoist masters from Wudong and the sword sect are fighting. Don't misunderstand. They're just sparring with each other. Let's go watch the show. Wang Shan looked at the sword. Although the ice separation sword can amplify the effect of true essence, it doesn't significantly enhance my own techniques. It just so happens that senior sister doesn't have a weapon right now. They'll give this sword to her then. At that moment, a piercing scream startled him. My brother. As soon as Wang Shan heard the voice, he broke into a cold sweat. It can't be. From a distance, Tianzhong rushed over like a whirlwind, constantly yelling. You're so heartless, Brother Sheng. I was so seriously injured last time, yet you didn't come to visit me. Wong Shan was surprised. How did he get here so quickly? Suddenly, a bunch of long chains shot towards Tianzong. You brat, quiet down for me. Wong Shan stepped forward respectfully. This junior greets you, senior. The newcomer lowered his voice. No need for formalities. Tianzong smiled cheerfully. Brother Sheng, thanks for last time. I've brought a thank you gift for you this time. To put it briefly, although Dao cultivation values elegance, it doesn't mean cultivators don't care about fame, the honor of one's own Taoist lineage. Therefore, for the inner sect disciples to shine unexpectedly, establishing a reputation is the best opportunity to widely promote one's lineage. Therefore, the various sects participating in the Immortal Tao Convention, the cultivators are all very enthusiastic. Yuanji stepped forward and bowed. Fei Yu, long time no see. To continue, not to mention, this is the grandest Immortal Tao Convention since the world's spiritual energy was restored. This Immortal Tao Convention hinges on the strength of the young disciples. The disciples will compete in a point-based tournament. Based on the accumulated points, their sects will be ranked. In the end, the sects that rank in the top 8 will receive the qualification to comprehend the Immortal Enlightenment Stele as a reward. Although this proposal is a bit risky, your master's wife arranged it this way, not only to deal with the Inyong cult, but also hoping to borrow the strength of the cultivation world, to further analyze the secrets of the stele. Speech. To be able to invite everyone here today was not an easy feat. All of you wish to take out your artifacts to train, to showcase the methods of your sects. Let's take this opportunity to intimidate the thieves. To demonstrate the might of the Immortal Tao, I declare, the first Immortal Tao Convention officially begins. Below, the crowd buzzed incessantly. This person is tasked with refereeing and simultaneously identifying evil cultivators. Mao Yu stood beside him. Taoist Master Wang, I feel that based on the Inyong cult's methods, they probably wouldn't dare to show themselves. He explained, the allure of the immortal stele is indeed immense. Even without the Inyong cult, we can't let our guard down. For example, that person. As he spoke, he pointed to a monk who was calmly eating a cake. Mao Yu looked over. This is a Buddhist cultivator who hasn't abstained from food. What's the problem with him? Wang Shan analyzed. Only old people have difficulty swallowing. In a situation like his, one possibility is that he has long since abstained from food and is not used to eating after a long time. The second is, he is unaccustomed to the orthodox Buddhist vegetarian meals that lack richness. Immediately after, Wang Shan quickly approached this person. Zen Master Shuren, your opponent from earlier has submitted an appeal on the match's result. Could I trouble you to come with me for a moment? This character, Zen Master Shuren, replied cheerfully. No problem. Please lead the way, benefactor. Wang Shan inquired. I wonder where Zen Master Shuren hails from. He replied. This humble monk was an abandoned child, taken in by my master and brought up the mountain. I grew up in the temple since I was young. At the same time, he glanced at Guanshuan, silently exchanging a look. She quickly nodded in agreement. The two of them went to a deserted place, and Wang Shan began to probe. Buddhist sects value the salvation of all living beings. They also participate in conferences of the secular world. Zen Master Shuren spoke up. I'm only here on the abbot's orders. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword flew past. Shuren quickly turned and smoothly dodged the attack with his hands. Wang Shan saw how quickly and composedly he turned the situation around. At this moment, he knew his guess was correct. Guanshuan quickly took a defensive stance. He decided to unmask him right then. To think that in just a few short days, the reticent Zen Master Shuren, even his cultivation base broke through from the spirit condensation realm to the void core realm. It truly makes me admire you. In the middle, a halo in the shape of Shakyamuni Buddha appeared, shining brilliantly. Wang Shan quickly formed a hand seal. The prayer beads on his neck were immediately pulled out. The beads on it struck his chest hard, causing blood to flow non-stop. He still channeled his power. The Taoist sects oppress our Buddhist sects like this. This is utterly outrageous. Guanshuan said nothing. She just silently channeled her power and attacked him. Wang Shan sneered. Even at a time like this, you still haven't forgotten to provoke the Buddhist and Taoist sects. To do so is to look down on the greatly wise Zen masters of the Buddhist sects. As soon as he finished speaking, Guanshuan had already dealt with him swiftly. The man lay motionless on the ground after her attack. Wang Sheng immediately removed the man's mask. I heard that people who have worked for the Inyong cult for many years have enough masks to sell wholesale. The latest product has a new update. He said to Guanshuan, senior sister, please contact Mao Yu and her team to come over. Strip this person's clothes off. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be a little startled. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck her mind. Wang Sheng hurriedly explained, I mean, we should check if he has any symbols of the Inyong cult. It's not for what you're thinking. In the interrogation room, the man lowered his head and muttered, Yin and Yang transform all things. This body returns to the gods. Through a newly developed truth serum, everyone learned that this evil cultivator's name was Wan Linxian. He was a minor leader in the Inyong cult, and through his testimony, we obtained a lot of information about the Inyong cult. The man named Linxian continued, all things are born of Yin and Yang. The Inyong sect is divine. Before long, my Inyong sect will surely rule the entire cultivation world. To give a brief overview of this organization, the Inyong cult, its full name is the Myriad Inyong Returning Sect. It has 2 sect masters, one Yin and one Yang. Besides the 9 great elders under the sect masters, there are experts like Wan Linxian who have joined in recent years. And to gain status within the Inyong cult, one needs more than just cultivation level. One must be loyal to the Inyong sect. Mao Yu pondered. To discover it has such a scale, this Inyong cult is truly terrifying. Wang Sheng spoke up. The scriptures stolen from Wudong Mountain. Who did it? He replied. That was handled by the Vermilion Bird Elder because we must find the Inyong secret manual stolen by the Taoist sections. He was surprised. The Inyong secret manual? Could it be the legacy of the preaching Inyong school from 1,800 years ago, which was chased to ancient Yingzhou by the Taoist sects? Mao Yu was startled. I didn't expect the Inyong cult to have such a deep background. We still haven't taken them seriously enough. He continued. To think they've been hiding for 1,000 years. It seems that to overthrow the Inyong sect, we must rely on the combined strength of the government and the righteous path. Over here, Yinzi quickly realized. So the Inyong cult is the preaching Inyong school that our ancestors chased to Ying Island back then. But what did you say was the name of the scripture the Inyong cult is always searching for? Wang Sheng said. I think it's the Inyong secret manual, Master. If we continue to let the Myriad Inyong returning sect go unchecked, it will definitely cause great trouble. Yinzi spoke up. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he said loudly, this is trouble. Little Sheng, quickly go and call your senior sister here. He was momentarily stunned, not understanding what was happening. He took out a book and explained. This was given to me by a senior from Zhongnan Mountain before he passed away. The Inyong arts that senior sister has been studying is the method recorded in this book. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? Guanshuan was quickly called over. She silently looked around, while the other 2 also said nothing. Wang Sheng and Yinzi kept pacing back and forth in the room. She sat in the middle, watching the master and disciple for a long time. He scratched his head, thinking, the Inyong arts that senior sister practices is actually the Inyong secret manual. If word of this gets out, even the old monsters of the Inyong sect would come to seize the secret manual. They might even kill senior sister. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng had an idea. Master, how about we temporarily stop senior sister from using this cultivation technique? Qing Yinzi spoke. In recent years, your senior sister has often gone down the mountain. She might have already been noticed. He frowned. How about we have senior sister go into seclusion on the mountain for a few years? This plague of evil cultivators. Could they really just pop out of the ground and cause trouble for us? Qing Yinzi was extremely serious. He'll call A Ling first. He'll ask how large this Inyong cult is. At worst, he'll go trick the other sects into joining forces to call out this Inyong cult. Guanshuan fell into deep thought at this moment. Master and junior brother are so scary. Why don't I understand what they're talking about? I'm obviously pretty smart, too. Actually, I can help come up with a plan, too. I'm so hungry. This baby is feeling depressed. After Qing Yinzi finished his call, his face became even more tense. This is troublesome. Wong Shan was also anxious. Master. What did Master's wife say? He recounted. Right now, the Inyong cult has already roped in nearly half of the experts from the evil path. Your master's wife wants to deal with them. But right now, we need an opportunity to provoke the sects into uniting. I am thinking of using the Inyong secret tome as a pretext. But that would still implicate Xiaoxian. If we linked the Inyong secret tome with the immortal steel, it would probably lure out the Inyong cult, right? A flustered Guanxuan hurriedly looked for her phone. As the two were busy devising a countermeasure, a message notification chimed. It was a message from Guanxuan. Master, if I'm being targeted by evil cultivators because of my cultivation technique, then let this disciple go face them. Junior brother is still young, and Master's family has only just been reunited. This disciple has nothing to worry about. Besides, this disciple also understands what it means to vanquish demons and uphold the Tao. Qing Yinzi affectionately patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Master can still handle it. Suddenly, Wang Sheng gave a stiff smile and said to her, But senior sister, could you please explain something? May I ask where this little junior brother is? She quickly channeled her internal energy, rolled up her sleeves, and gave him a sly smile as if to ask, Want to try me? Wang Sheng secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Not good, there's killing intent. The next day, everyone quickly gathered at the tournament stage again. The scene was bustling with excitement. When Lianzi saw him, he couldn't help but ask, The spiritless sword? Feiyu, why did you bring it out? Wang Sheng said, A major evil cult is eyeing the immortal steel. If they get what they want, it would be a joke. Qing Yinzi resumed his position as a judge. Everyone, after yesterday's martial competitions, the disciples of every sect did not bring shame to their own heritage. Strength or weakness today does not represent strength or weakness in the future. Over here, Lianzi looked at him. It's not your turn to fight. With so many experts here, what excitement could a young kid like you possibly contribute? Shuixing added. That's right. This isn't your burden to bear alone. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Wang Sheng appeared very receptive. You two are right. We'll be more mindful. Meanwhile, Qing Yinzi was still giving his speech. Everyone's Tao is the Tao. There is no high or low. Although rules are rules. And the immortal steel's celestial arts can only be comprehended by the top 8. But since everyone is so enthusiastic, this humble Taoist should still share a few words from it that won't affect one's cultivation path. One Qi transforms Yin and Yang. 2 poles give birth to all things. Hearing this, he smirked. The bait has been dropped. Now let's see if the fish will bite. Heaven and earth conceal the sun and moon. This Tao returns to the primordial chaos. From the shadows, a mysterious figure heard Qing Yinzi recite this and immediately knew. That was the opening of the Inyong secret tome. The process of arranging the next day's matches, though said to be random, actually had some behind-the-scenes manipulation. Any suspicious participants would be assigned to fight experts of the righteous path, trying to prevent any evil cultivators from reaching the top 8 and getting the chance to comprehend the immortal steel. Moreover, Master and Master's wife had prepared quite a few backup plans, because only then could they ensure the fishing plan would go off without a hitch. Over here, the referee spoke up. Stop your attacks here. Both of you, take 10 steps back. Of the 2 on the stage this time, one is monk Huai Jing from Yunnan's Sky Dragon Temple. Wang Sheng heard that he had been a monk cultivating at Sky Dragon Temple since he was young. He's the seated contestant from the Buddhist faction this time. Long ago, he had participated in the investigation team's background check program. After him, the other person, however, is from a rogue cultivator clan. A famous void core stage expert under 35. The loophole was already obvious enough. The referee's voice rang out. Ready. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. The rogue cultivator's bow and arrow veered off course, sticking straight into the ground. He spoke up. The match doesn't prohibit the use of bows and arrows, but you can't accumulate power beforehand. Otherwise, wouldn't the opponent just become a target? He was annoyed. What kind of logic is this? You can use your position to give him an advantage, but I can't? Wang Sheng immediately used his internal energy to overwhelm him. Fellow Taoist, are you doubting the referee's professionalism? Of course, this person was no match for him. The moment Wong Shan released his internal energy, the man couldn't withstand it. He continued. The match continues. Remember, you cannot use a bow and arrow to store power. He glanced over and thought for a moment. His morale has been suppressed. His Dao heart has been affected by my sword intent. I don't believe you can win. Recalling what happened earlier, he told me to rig the match. There's no sportsmanship at all, said Mao Yu. If we don't deal with these evil cultivators, our plan cannot proceed. Thinking of this, he let out a chuckle. This is plan B to lure the fish, pretending there's a fixed match. Wang Sheng glanced at Huai Jing, giving him a wink as if to say, go for it. I've got your back. He was stunned. What's this situation? To further lure out the evil cultivators. Their group allowed the top 16 tonight to comprehend the contents of the immortal steel. Among them, we intentionally included 2 people with suspicious identities. Mao Yu then announced, the treasure is too precious. Everyone, please stay at least 5 meters away, Wang Sheng said. Su Nuong opened up the comprehension session at this time. The main purpose was to add more bait to lure the Inyong cult into action. Everyone started whispering. The Dao artifact up there is indeed the immortal steel. It's not something from the mortal world. The scripture on it doesn't seem to be an ordinary Inyong Dao. It's truly strange. Fei Lianzi was suspicious. Hey, Fei Yu is so calm. Could it be that he has a way? He smiled brightly. I have indeed seen it before. But this stone steel doesn't record any sword techniques. It's useless to me. He sighed, his face darkening as he thought. Even this counterfeit cultural relic is a masterpiece. Not to mention, the thing up there is just a temporarily crafted, ordinary piece of stone. Suddenly, footsteps approached him and the person spoke. Amitba. This humble monk, Huai Jing of Sky Dragon Temple. Wang Shen quickly recognized the familiar person and stepped forward respectfully. Master, what can I do for you? Huai Jing got straight to the point with a cunning smile. During the day, Taoist Master Fei Yu secretly helped me. Although this wasn't exactly by the rules, I still want to thank you. He didn't hide it either. Mao Yu said that you, Master, have worked tirelessly for the special investigation team. This is what I should do. Fei Lianzi coughed a few times. Can you two not discuss this so openly right here? There are outsiders around. The two of them recoiled in unison. As he observed the crowd, he saw someone sneakily take out a phone. Wang Sheng was inwardly pleased. Very good. The fish has taken the bait. In a flash, the 3rd day of the Immortal Dao Convention arrived. Jiling said to everyone, stay sharp. Our job today isn't just to protect the immortal steel as we withdraw. Everyone replied in unison, understood. One of the women reported, Team leader, more than 10 evil cultivators with low cultivation bases have appeared at the foot of Mount Sanqing. In addition, more than 10 fugitive masters of the evil path are also heading this way. As long as the bait is tempting enough, even the most cautious fish won't be able to resist. Inyong cult, you finally surfaced. Next, it's our turn to act. Outside, military helicopters and tanks were already on standby. Wang Sheng calculated. As long as we get the immortal steel to where it needs to go, we will have completed our mission. But this journey will definitely not be easy. We might have to rely on the great master's golden bell technique for a bit. Huai Jing sighed. Fei Yu, don't be fooled by those scammy games. People from the Buddhist sects are no pushovers. Our Sky Dragon Temple is, after all, famous for the 6 Meridian's divine sword. We can be considered the ADCs. Wang Sheng was surprised. You masters play games too? Huai Jing scratched his head. I just play a little now and then. This humble monk gets bored on the mountain. Fei Lianzi confessed. Honestly, when I first started going down the mountain to internet cafes, I drew a lot of stares. Suddenly, Fei Lianzi and Huai Jing looked at each other, sparks flying from their eyes. He spoke up, taking a jab, walking 10 miles of mountain road, only to be caught and locked up after playing for a short while. What kind of spirit is that? Fei Lianzi retorted. That's just internet addiction. Who dares go to an internet cafe now? This humble Taoist will fly over on his sword and cut all their cables. The immortal steel was being carried by a helicopter above. A convoy of vehicles escorted it below. Suddenly, a powerful external force struck a vehicle, causing it to crack. The convoy immediately fell into chaos, with cars crashing into one another. You and everyone inside couldn't help but be swayed and shaken by this tremor. Mu Guanshuan quickly circulated her internal energy and pulled you out of the danger zone. The two of them landed safely on a vehicle. At the same time, Wong Shan shouted in a panic. "Oh no! The immortal steel!" He roared maniacally. "Special investigation team. You're a bunch of trash. Go to hell." As he spoke, he kicked the container holding the immortal steel hard. Just then, as the helicopter was moving towards the cliff, a dagger filled with internal energy shot over from a distance. Seeing the immortal steel falling, he quickly dashed over. "The immortal steel is ours," Fei Lianzi observed from a distance. "Two golden core stage cultivators?" Wang Shan spoke up. "Taoist master, kill the evil cultivators first. Don't let a single evil cultivator escape. Even if this isn't the full strength of the Inyong cult, we must severely damage their vitality." The order was given. "All units, open fire. Fire at will. Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes." Over here, that evil cultivator laughed loudly and then tried to destroy the box. He shouted in satisfaction. 1,000-year wish is finally fulfilled today. But what met his expectations was a sword pointed straight at his chest. Inside was not the immortal steel, but Taoist nun Jingyun, who had hidden inside earlier to lure him. Wang Shan fought the enemies while observing the situation over there. He exclaimed in his mind, "I can't believe Marshal Ant hid in the container. Master's security work is truly excellent." The evil cultivators quickly recognized him and began to whisper amongst themselves. "That's Wang Feiyu of Wudong Mountain. If we don't eliminate this kid, it'll be hard to win this battle. Isn't he just at the core formation stage? Let's join forces and kill him." And so, they swarmed forward together to attack him. But of course, Mu Guanshuan wouldn't just stand by and watch. She quickly chanted an incantation. "The wish descends in the rain. Yin and Yang follow the heart. Following my will." The formation emerges. Instantly, a powerful stream of internal energy quickly enveloped the group. They were now a little terrified. The Inyong vast wish formation. "It's Buyu. My true chi is frozen." At the same time, Wang Shan also thrust his sword down. The sky revolves around the northern dipper. The purple firmament guides the way. He instantly summoned the 7 stars sword formation, surrounding the evil cultivators. Instantly, they were blown to bits by his terrifying power. Wang Shan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Senior Sister's Inyong vast wish formation is truly a key skill that can turn the tide of battle. Wang Shan thought of that reluctant friend of his. If Shi Tianzhong were here and knew of Senior Sister's cultivation technique, he would say, "Your family's Inyong secret record is actually useful." Over here, Jingyun was still fighting that evil cultivator. It seemed he was no pushover. At this moment, everyone split up to fight. The main battlefields were Wang Shan and the others. Jingyun with the Azure Dragon Elder. Over here, those fighting Huijing said to each other, "There are so many of us. We can crush them. Leave a few void core cultivators to hold back those experts. The rest of you, go kill those mortals." Fei Lianzi spoke up. "Feiyu, the front line is about to collapse. Let's join forces and sweep away this rabble." Wang Shan quickly complied. The two of them coordinated together. The sword has no beginning. The sword has no end. Wang Shan raised his hand to the sky and chanted, "The universe is limitless. Pierce the clouds and chase the wind." At that moment, a storm erupted. His sword Qi, like the wind, shot out and slashed through the group of enemies. Fei Lianzi laughed excitedly. "Awesome. This should ease the pressure on the front line a bit." Suddenly, a singing voice echoed. Wang Shan said, "Oh no. They want to go steal the steel. Snipers. Don't let them take the steel away." He thought. Sniper rifles have limited effectiveness against void core stage cultivators. We have to stop the enemy. We have to take action ourselves. He immediately said to Taoist Master Fei Lianzi, "Please fly on your sword and intercept the evil cultivators first. They'll be there shortly." He agreed. "Feiyu, you must be careful too." He shouted, "Huijing, do you dare to confront them head-on with me?" Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Feiyu is so bold. What does it matter if this humble monk risks his life today? But seeing him fly like a speeding arrow, Huijing's jaw dropped. "How are your movements even faster than mine?" Lianzi worriedly reminded him. "Feiyu, there are many evil cultivators. Be careful." Wang Shan was confident. Just leave it to me. Commanding from the Z-Way position, he began. The spiritual sword danced, slaying demons and evil. Right after, he quickly struck towards the sky with the 7-star sword formation. A massive sword shot straight into the sky. An immense wave of power struck forward, uncontrollably sending the crowd of evil cultivators flying. Shueishing also charged forward. Feiyu, take this chance to recover. We'll hold these evil cultivators back. Huijing also stepped forward. Umitba. Today, this little monk is also looking forward to a great slaughter. On the other side, dark power swirled up into the sky. Meanwhile, Jingyun was fiercely clashing with that evil cultivator from before. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and then glowing cracks quickly appeared. Jingyun observed and was startled. This is not good. Immediately, she shot back to create distance. As for that guy, he flexed, revealing glowing red cracks. Jingyun quickly chanted an incantation. Yushen Xianming. Zhu Bei Shui Fu. Kuingan. Yuan Gui Dong Shun. Immediately, 2 ferocious streams of power shot out from both sides. That evil cultivator was no slouch. He strained and roared, and a dark circle immediately enveloped Jinjian's sphere of energy. He screamed piercingly. Just a tiny Xianming. And you think you can trap me? It seemed this time, Jingyun was not his match. A trickle of blood fell from her mouth. He looked at the people below with contemptuous eyes. Then, he quickly shot straight down. Rocks and dirt flew chaotically into the air. Many couldn't withstand this destructive force and retreated. Wang Shan and Guanshuan also raised their guard after he revealed his power. Shueishing quickly flew towards him. You all, go quickly. Huijing spoke up. The Dharma is boundless. Deliver souls to the heavens. At that moment, the evil cultivator merely channeled his internal energy, severely injuring Shuxing's group to the point of spitting blood. Lianzi quickly attacked, but he sneered disdainfully. With this little bit of skill? You think you can injure me? Wang Shan gritted his teeth. After that roar just now, the desperate evil cultivators have already revealed their original power. Could it be caused by some forbidden technique? He quickly calculated. I have the 7 emotion steps, but it won't be easy for senior sister to retreat. I must stop him here. He saw the boys attack, but remained unfazed. Child's play. Worried for Guanshuan, Wang Shan charged forward. Senior sister. His sword successfully slashed across his neck, cutting a long gash. But this enraged the evil cultivator. He roared, You brat. This sword of yours, this person of yours, truly detestable. As he spoke, a ferocious fist struck out, making Wang Shan unable to stop himself from spitting blood. Right after being hit by that attack, Wang Shan was thrown far away. He was a little startled. This fist is truly domineering. I must clear the blockage immediately. Otherwise, he'll explode and die. As he prepared to circulate his internal energy, a gentle hand pressed against his back. Wang Shan turned around. Senior sister. On the other side, the crowd of evil cultivators shouted. By order of the Inyong cult. Kill them. But at the same time, a ferocious sword light swept past, cutting them in half. Jingyun had quickly stood in front of her 2 juniors to protect them. The strongest evil cultivator seemed to scream. It's you again, woman. I will kill you. From the sky, military helicopters quickly arrived. Reinforcements are here. Get them. Don't let them escape. The evil cultivator quickly realized. A golden core master was hiding next to the immortal steel, fighting to the death against the righteous path, and now these reinforcements. Damn it. So the immortal steel was just a trap. The reinforcements announced. Combat team, prepare for battle. Prepare to attack and eliminate the evil cultivators. Protect the righteous cultivators. Everyone quickly joined forces and attacked that evil cultivator. He was surrounded by a dense array of talismans. Hundreds of streams of killing intent quickly pierced towards him, leaving him no time to react. He slammed his weapon into the ground and channeled his internal energy. His whole body began to swell. The members of the special investigation team quickly channeled their internal energy. Zichang then realized his intention. He wants to self-destruct? He channeled all his internal energy and used 10,000 swords returning to Ancestor to deliver a finishing blow towards him. Long, sharp swords tore through the air, rushing straight at him, making it impossible for the evil cultivator to defend. Dozens of swords finally pierced through the evil cultivator's body. He stood there dazed. Blood gradually flowed out everywhere. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and gradually breathed his last. This battle for the immortal steel. The evil cultivators of the Inyong myriad things sect were annihilated. The righteous sects also suffered considerable losses. Perhaps this is the cruelty of the war between good and evil. Lianzi spoke up. Fellow Taoist Zhang. After this battle, when will we launch an all-out attack on the Inyong cult? Ziqiang replied. It's very troublesome. Although the investigation team has yet to discover their base is in the island nation. Due to the international situation, it's not easy to make a move. But this debt cannot be settled like this. Immediately after, he whispered, once I break through to the golden core stage, I will definitely pay them a visit. Lianzi also lowered his voice. Your thoughts are very dangerous, comrade. This humble Taoist has decided to go with you to supervise you. Huai Jing chimed in. Buddha is merciful, to save a neighboring country from evil cultivators. This humble monk will certainly not refuse. On her end, Guanchuan sent him a cherry blossom emoji. Wong Shan quickly replied, yes, it's that island nation. Why are Senior Zhang and the others the type who aren't afraid of chaos in the world? Hearing this, her eyes lit up. Wang Sheng gave a wry smile. I almost forgot. Senior sister likes comics. The first great war between good and evil has concluded. The immortal steel was also successfully transported. The Inyong myriad things sect had one of its arms severed. From today onward, it will become an enemy of the righteous path. Longhu Mountain was attacked. A 1,000-year-old monastery was burned down by a great fire. The righteous cultivators escorting the immortal steel were not killed, but were injured. The righteous sects displayed frightening power against the Inyong cult. They reached a common understanding to destroy the Inyong cult together. After this incident, an excited Huai Jing asked Wang Shang, is your permanent team short on people? He gave a stiff smile. Of course we're short-handed. In other words, Huai Jing officially joined Wang Shang's group. He thought, great master. Being addicted to saltiness is a disease. It has to be treated. In any case, by coordinating with him. He and Guanchuan would gain the combat power of a golden core expert. A few days after the great battle ended, Zhongnan Mountain, the senior sister said, for this period of time, everyone should cultivate in seclusion here with peace of mind. Guanchuan agreed. Suddenly, she looked over at Wang Shang. They'll help you carry that rock. Everything was fine. Why are you carrying that up the mountain? Wang Shang persisted. Junior martial uncle. This is something a senior from the sword sect lent me for cultivation. The senior sister gave her opinion. Cultivation should follow the course of nature. This is forcing it. It's not right. Guanchuan also agreed with this. Wang Sheng didn't refute it. Senior is right. Immediately after, he quickly sat down to cultivate. After entering the void core stage, a cultivator can continue to accumulate true essence, but cannot condense it. Furthermore, once one ascends to the void core stage, all true essence will transform into spiritual power, making condensation even more impossible. The sword sect lent me the sword law stone, so that I can use it to help myself after condensing my true essence. This way, after I ascend to the golden core stage, my spiritual power will be even more refined. As he was thinking, a cough brought him back to the present. Looking at G1, he was surprised. I didn't expect junior sister to also reach the initial phase of the spirit gathering stage. She looked at him mischievously, teasing him. Still haven't gotten senior sister yet? Wang Sheng was a little helpless. Her cultivation base has just advanced, and she's becoming more and more like master. Immediately after, he shooed her away. Between cultivators, making eye contact is enough to know what the other needs. Go away, I need to test this sword law stone. She still didn't stop. Senior brother, can you do it? Right after that, Wang Sheng continued to carry the stone on his back, following the cultivation method. After channeling true essence into the sword law stone, I need to use my sword intent to condense it now. It's time to test its effect. He held his sword and quickly began practicing diligently. Jiwen sat from afar, watching attentively without taking her eyes off him. Wang Sheng was covered in sweat. It's so heavy. Just a few simple steps have already consumed a portion of my true essence. But the greater the consumption, the more obvious the effect of the sword-suppressing stone. But no matter what, I must at least finish practicing this sword form. With that, he flew straight into the air, startling Ji-won. Oh no! Before she could react, he had already fallen straight back down to the ground. Seeing a large crack in the ground, Ji-won rushed forward worriedly. "Senior brother, how are you?" He lay flattened on the ground, screaming internally. It actually consumed all the true essence in my body in an instant. This sword lost stone is truly powerful. Sword practice has its risks. Don't force an unrefined sword suppression. Fellow disciple sheds tears. Although the process was tragic, the true essence in his body had indeed become much purer. Therefore, Wong Shan always kept the sword-suppressing stone with him. He would either repeat the process or prepare to be crushed. Seeing him constantly being crushed by the stone like that, Wong Shan couldn't help but worry to the point of tears. But thanks to that, his endurance also became much higher. He did push-ups strenuously while comforting Wong Shan. "Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine." 1 month later, the true essence and meridians in his body achieved a clear upgrade, and Wong Shan himself reached the perfected core formation stage. With just one opportunity, he could enter the void core stage. Suddenly, on New Year's Day, his father called. Wong Shan was a little surprised. "Hello, Dad. Is there something you need?" On the other end of the line, he coughed a few times. "Little Shan, something big has happened at home. I need to ask for your opinion on something." After hearing this, Wong Shan was stunned. Right after, Wong Shan was texting on his phone while grinning foolishly. Ji-won couldn't help but stare at him blankly. Did senior brother train too hard and suffer a chi deviation? Wong Shan quickly showed her a picture of an incredibly cute baby wrapped in a blanket. Ji-won was so surprised she screamed. "What? Senior brother is going to be a big brother?" Before, his parents often talked to his master in order to improve the living environment of the master and his 2 disciples. Later, when Qing Yinzi joined the investigation team, he often sent them medicinal pills as a way of thanks. Although these medicinal pills were nothing precious, they could still nourish the body and enhance longevity. Perhaps for this very reason, his mother finally became pregnant for the 2nd time. Wong Shan was overjoyed. "This didn't happen in my previous life. It's obvious that my changing fate in this life caused this. From now on, my sword will have one more person to protect." Thinking of this, his mood became so excited that he leaped and did a somersault in the air. He trained even more diligently. "So I have to work hard at sword practice and become stronger. After all, when I was weak, I had master and senior sister to protect me. In the future, if my younger brother or sister is weak," Wong Shan made a resolution. "As their older brother, I must also be able to hold up the sky for them." Before he knew it, the new year had arrived. The spring sun shone down on the city, dispelling the winter chill. In their small, cozy home, Wong Shan shouted as soon as he returned. "Senior sister and I are home." His father replied happily. "Great, they'll come down and open the door for you right away." His mother sat warmly beside Wong Shan, smiling like a flower. "Little Shen, eat more. Don't be polite." Near the new year, Martial Uncle took junior sister to find master, and I brought senior sister home to celebrate the new year. He happily ate and observed everyone. "My parents' attention isn't on me right now. I'm not afraid they'll misunderstand anything." Fortunately, they still care for senior sister just like before. But the situation on the other side was a bit ridiculous. Recalling 2 days ago, when he went to the sword sect to return the sword-suppressing stone, as soon as he arrived, the disciples cheered happily. "Elder Fei Yu is back home for the new year." The person next to them immediately spoke up. "What are you talking about? It's Elder Fei Yu bringing the elder's wife home for the new year." Back in the present, his father instructed as he brought out the food. "Little Shan, tomorrow morning, help your grandmother bring out the ancestral tablets. Now that you can all cultivate the Tao, it's very likely our ancestors also existed." He said happily, "I know." Just then, Wong Shan's phone rang. It was a message from Mao Yu. The whole family curiously peered over. "What's that?" Looking at the announcement, his father couldn't help but be amazed. It looked so official. "Little Shan, have you become an official employee? After all, your master's status is right there." He didn't say anything, just hummed in agreement. Wong Shan read the announcement more carefully. The government has now implemented a management system for cultivators. Perhaps this is a promotional platform within it. He looked at the heaven ranking. His face couldn't help but twitch. The rankings for the first version. Master isn't even in the top 5. 6th on the heaven ranking. Inheritor of Patriarch Lu's lineage, Taoist Master Bian. Cultivation, mid-golden core stage. He glanced through it and couldn't help but feel happy for Guanshuan. Senior sister is on the list too, as expected. Wong Shan praised her excitedly. Senior sister, you're really amazing. You're ranked. She happily passed her phone over for him to see. Fei Ye's name was also on it. A brief explanation. Taoist Master Buyu. Ranked 33rd on the heaven ranking. Master is Taoist Master Bian. Uses the pure yang immortal art to control the Inyong Dao. Outstanding innate talent. Astonishing comprehension ability. Cultivation is rather low, but he has the combat power of a golden core stage cultivator. Speaking of him, Taoist Master Feiyu, the disciple of Taoist Master Bian, the junior brother of Fairy Banu, cultivates the pure yang immortal art. His sword Dao realm has already caught up to the renowned masters, and is ranked 101 on the heavenly ranking, number 1 on the earth ranking. Hearing this, Wang Sheng's heart felt heavy as if a stone was pressing on it. Can the rankings be temporary? Guanshuan, who was beside him, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. At the same time, his father walked over and looked at him. Xiaosheng, I just saw something about a heroic path of immortals. Are the two of you usually in that much danger? At this point, he couldn't help but frown in confusion. If that's the case, then what's the point of hiding on a mountain to cultivate? You are both young disciples, aren't you? He put his phone face down, stood up, and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Dad. We're just insignificant nobodies. Hearing that, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, then instructed, Xiaosheng, you're all grown up now. You should be the master of your own affairs. At this point, he looked at his son with determination. But Mom and I will always just want you to be safe and sound. He looked at his father, nodded, and gave a small smile. Don't worry, Dad. Right after that, his phone started buzzing loudly. It was an incoming notification message. From Huai Jing, how's it going? Congratulations to Fei Yu for getting on the heavenly ranking. How much money did you spend to get on it? And a sincere message from Fei Lianzi. Congratulations, Fei Yu. Heavenly ranking. Keep it up. Lu Yunji is happy for you. Congratulations to Fei Yu for also being listed on both the heaven and earth rankings. Of course, Shi Tianzhang's message couldn't be missing. Shengji, you're awesome. You've caused quite an uproar. After that was a barrage of congratulatory messages from others. Wang Sheng then looked over at Guanshuan. She was happily mopping the floor. Ever since the first time I brought senior sister home, my parents have never treated her like an outsider. And senior sister, to let Mom get some real rest, has also been proactively doing the housework these past few days. His father said apologetically, Xiaoxian, just let this uncle handle these small chores. The scene changes back to Wang Sheng's bedroom to briefly talk about him during this time. He was lying on his bed with his arm over his forehead, thinking, I've already reached the perfected embryo formation stage. My spiritual power is not depleted. My spiritual soul is fine. Why do I still feel so sleepy? His eyes were drowsy, but his mind still couldn't rest. I heard Master say that starting from the void core stage, when one's cultivation has a breakthrough, most would experience a strange phenomenon. At this point, Wang Shan quickly closed his eyes. But a strange phenomenon while sleeping is also hard to avoid. Suddenly, out in the living room, Guanshuan was working when a strange feeling suddenly startled her. Guangshuan's entire body suddenly felt uneasy. She stared intently towards his bedroom, seeing her strange reaction. His mother glanced at her husband while eating a snack. What's wrong with Xiaoxian? He also paused. I don't know. Right after that, she immediately put the mop aside. This ominous premonition made it impossible for Guanshuan to focus on anything else. And so, Guanshuan used her fastest speed to dash to the front of his room. As soon as she opened the door, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Guanshuan looked around. What do I do now? Junior brother is about to form his void core. The spiritual energy of the mortal world is turbid. It will be disadvantageous for his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng was still lying motionless. He was surrounded by a current of black energy. The situation seemed critical. Guanshuan gritted her teeth, thinking of a solution. Right after that, she went forward and flipped his blanket off. Her face. She couldn't hide the seriousness of the moment. She silently channeled her internal energy. A yin-yang circle quickly appeared. This is qi transforming into yin and yang. Yin and yang mutually restrain. Just as Guanxuan finished forming the hand seal and reciting the incantation, she stood in the middle of the yin-yang bagua she had created. A precious technique. Her face, her expression was grave. Her hands skillfully formed a seal together. Hunyuan is born from this. Use the Tao to imprison qi. Condense qi into the void. As Guanxuan recited to this point, Wang Sheng's entire body quickly floated up. Just a moment ago, he was still in an unconscious state. Now, his eyes suddenly flew wide open. You seem to have started breaking through now. He clenched his hands into fists and shouted loudly. Time passed quickly. It was already nighttime outside. The surrounding air was extremely quiet. After Wang Sheng successfully broke through to the nascent embryo stage, he had slept straight through until now. His eyes slowly opened. Wang Sheng sat up, a little dazed. He dazedly looked around. Hearing someone's breath, he turned and thought, "It's dark already. How long have I been asleep for?" Guanxuan was still meditating on the chair. She was a little tired, so her head was nodding up and down. He couldn't help but blush at this sight. Wang Sheng suddenly asked himself, "Why is senior sister here?" Her intuition was also extremely sharp. Wang Sheng had just woken up, but she was already awake. Wang Sheng approached her and said gently, "Senior sister, you should get some sleep. Let me keep watch here." Guanxuan was still sleepy, so she listened to him and hummed in agreement. Right after that, she lay down on Wang Sheng's bed and peacefully fell asleep. He gently covered her with the blanket, thinking with a pained heart, "In order for me to break through smoothly, senior sister used her own true essence and origin qi to help me absorb it until now. Doing so consumes a great deal of mental energy. Senior sister has taken care of me too much." Right after, he sat on the chair and focused his internal energy. True essence surged, directly gathering with the heavenly origin qi. Only the void core stage has such an upgrade. I wonder what the scenery of the golden core stage will be like. The internal energy gradually gathered. Wang Sheng thought, "In the next few months, I need to slowly purify my body, to make my Tao body transcend the mortal and become otherworldly. After my realm is perfected, I can then charge towards the golden core stage. But the most important thing is," thinking of this, Wang Sheng gave a sly smile, "I have now cultivated the sword-riding sky soaring technique of the void core stage. When senior sister wakes up, he'll immediately take her to the sky." He thought of the beautiful scene of him and his senior sister riding a sword together, soaring high above. And just like that, time quickly passed until New Year's Eve. On the TV, a reporter was cheerfully introducing, "Hello, everyone." His father was also excited. "For tonight, Xiao Sheng, Xiao Xian, do you two have any New Year's wishes?" He said cheerfully, "My wish is for our whole family to be safe. Master, senior sister, and junior sister can all cultivate smoothly." Over here, his mother took out an envelope. "Xiao Xian, don't be polite. Take it." She nodded and said yes. The auntie looked at her with a bright smile. "What about Xiao Xian? You're not like Xiao Sheng, are you?" She showed her phone screen to her. "May junior brother's family be safe. May everything go smoothly. May junior brother's cultivation level increase. May he never suffer from qi deviation. May master defeat the evil cultivators soon, and cultivate on the mountain with master's wife. I will also work hard on my cultivation, to protect junior brother and junior sister well, to be a responsible eldest senior sister." Seeing his mother so happy, he gave a sly smile and whispered to her, "Senior sister." That was truly professional. Right after, of course, he was punished for daring to say that. Wang Sheng laughed loudly. "Senior sister, you hit my tickle points. That's a foul." His phone rang. Wang Sheng said while laughing, "Senior sister, I have to answer the phone. I admit defeat." He coaxed Guanxuan and then answered the phone. "Hello? Calling so late to wish me a happy new year? How thoughtful." On the other end of the line, Mao Yu said urgently, "Taoist Master Wang, we need your help." Mao Yu quickly got to the point. "It's the female corpse brought back from the moon." It suddenly started moving. It broke out of the research lab. Hearing this, he quickly thought of the girl he had heard his master's wife and the investigation team mention. Right now, she is flying in the air. Mao Yu continued. She is now flying towards your location. She might pass through your area in a little while. Hearing this, Wong Shan was shocked. What? She continued. Perhaps that female corpse is heading towards some archaeological site. She will probably pass by your place in about 20 minutes. We'll pick you up and bring you over immediately. You need to get ready at once. I'm leaving right now. Wang Sheng hurriedly instructed Mu Guanxuan. Senior sister, just stay home with mom and dad. I need to go out for a bit. His mother asked, Xiao Sheng, where are you going so late? His father worriedly asked, are you going to fight evil cultivators again? Wang Sheng immediately went back to his room to prepare. Mu Guanxuan followed him in. As he put on his clothes, he said to her, an archaeological site has unearthed a magical artifact. They asked me to go over and keep an eye on it. This is confidential. Just to be safe. She said nothing, but her face still showed a worried expression. Mu Guanxuan then escorted him outside. A car from the investigation team was already waiting at the door. He glanced at Mu Guangxuan's expression. Her face had become incredibly grave since that phone call. As expected, I still can't hide it from senior sister. They quickly got into the car. The investigation team reported to him and Mu Guanxuan, Daoist Wang. The instructors from the combat team will head directly to the ruins. They will likely arrive at the same time as the target. We have already completed the lockdown of the surrounding area. There might be some impact. Mu Guanxuan looked at him worriedly. Wang Shen quickly replied, I understand. The driver said as he drove. The target appeared earlier. Where did it go? The target has entered Daoist Wang's house. Hearing this, he couldn't help but shout anxiously, what? Mu Guanxuan was also extremely worried. She couldn't hide the look of surprise on her face. Anxious, Wang Shen quickly called his family. How are mom and dad? Are you all right? His father answered, sweating, Xiao Sheng. Your mother and I are fine. There's a guest in the house, a celestial being. She said, she's looking for Xiao Xian. It seems she said, an old acquaintance, hard to find. Not a wandering ghost. She seems to like her very much. This must be the fairy everyone was talking about. Feeling a little uneasy, he instructed, Dad, please relay a message to that senior. We'll be right back. He hung up. His mind kept racing. According to the ancient texts, during the pre-Qin era, immortals descended to the mortal world to leave behind their legacies. Until 1300 years ago, the vast majority of cultivators followed the immortals on an expedition. The primordial energy of heaven and earth was severed. Thus, there was no more cultivation of the Tao. Thinking of this, he wearily leaned his head back on the seat. His mind wouldn't stop calculating. Setting aside where those immortals went on their campaign, that fairy couldn't be a survivor from back then, could she? But the other party is a celestial being. She probably won't bring any harm to senior sister. He opened his eyes and observed. Mu Guanxuan was staring at him blankly. Wang Sheng judged to himself, however, for an old acquaintance like this to appear, senior sister's past as a fairy who descended to the mortal world likely holds a hidden story. The car carrying him and Mu Guanxuan quickly returned home. But the seniors had arrived even before him. By now, they had surrounded Wang Sheng's house. Because the opponent was a fairy, they held their positions for the time being. But Qing Yinzi couldn't help but worry. Hearing the car stop in front of the house, he quickly looked down. His expression remained unchanged. Wang Sheng rushed inside. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, Master, what's the situation? Though he knew the situation was dangerous, he still reassured his two young disciples, Xiao Sheng, Xiao Xian. Don't be afraid, your master is here. Unbeknownst to them, the fairy had already appeared behind Qing Yinzi. Wang Sheng shouted anxiously, Master, be careful. But it seemed the warning was a little too late. She quickly reached out and waved her hand lightly. Qing Yinzi only had time to glance over. Her speed was so fast that no one could react. And in the next moment, a brilliant surge of power erupted from the fairy's body. The hem of her robes fluttered in the air, just like the immortals described in stories. After dealing with Qing Yanzi's group, she landed softly in front of Mu Guanxuan. Wang Sheng anxiously stood protectively in front of his senior sister. At this moment, everyone was restrained. Unable to do anything, Qing Yinzi could only watch the situation anxiously. Mu Guanxuan timidly hid behind him. Wang Sheng looked at the fairy with a guarded gaze. The girl slowly opened her eyes. The face of the one thought to be a fairy exuded an indescribable coldness. She reached her hand towards Guanshuan. Wang Sheng was so anxious he broke out in a sweat. He spoke politely. "Senior, you just entered this junior's house. If you wish to meet an old acquaintance, why not return with my senior sister and sit down for a chat?" That fairy did not open her mouth. She just stared intently at the two of them. A voice seemed to ring out. "My apologies for the intrusion." Upon hearing it, Wang Shen couldn't help but be startled. This is voice transmission. His face stiffened as he observed the girl, secretly sizing her up. The black aura between her eyebrows seems to be death energy. Could it be that this fairy hasn't fully recovered yet? And after that, the three of them quickly moved to his room. Wang Sheng initiated the conversation. "Senior, is there something you wish to say to my senior sister?" "My senior sister cannot speak much. She has to use writing or pictures to express herself." The fairy looked at Guanshuan. "It's because her spiritual soul is damaged. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation couldn't make it whole." But Guanshuan was still frightened and hurriedly hid behind him. Hearing this, Wang Shen couldn't help but ask, "Senior, how could my senior sister's spiritual soul be injured? Did you meet my senior sister in her past life?" She looked at him pensively and said bluntly, "Asking too much won't do you any good." Guanshuan timidly held up her phone. The content inside was, "Who am I? Where am I?" Seeing her like this, for some reason, this fairy became a little pensive. She was silent for a long while. Finally, she began to explain. "You were able to return to this place. Perhaps other fellow Taoists have also returned. But my days are numbered. I don't know if I can find the others." Wang Shen couldn't help but be surprised. "Is it my imagination? Why do I feel this fairy has become gentler?" After speaking, she stood up directly. Her graceful sleeves fluttered in the air. The fairy flew closer to Guanshuan. "I opened the heavenly spirit seal, and sensed that the spirit still had a Tao inheritance. From now on, you can cultivate with peace of mind. This world can be considered stable for the time being." Wang Shen looked at the phone screen and asked a question on behalf of his senior sister. "Senior, my senior sister asks, can you recover to your original state? Is there anything this junior can do to help?" She reached out her hand and said gently, "In your past life, you were a pure and noble fairy. In this life, you are Guanshuan." That soft hand pressed against Guanshuan's cheek. The fairy observed gently. A phrase, a Taoist among living beings. The old stories have passed. The old friends are gone. This life has arrived. Right after that, Guanshuan immediately sat cross-legged and focused on circulating her energy. She continued to give pointers. "Right now, you have only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. For now, enter the immortal Tao, and then seek the answers you wish to know. The moon can also answer all of your questions. But if you don't become an immortal, you cannot find the moon palace." The fairy flew up and at the same time instructed Wang Sheng, "Use your Ziwei heavenly sword to protect her. In the future, you will not lack for benefits. My wish has been fulfilled. I must go find the reincarnation stone left behind by this world. Perhaps there is still a chance of survival. Don't let her remember me. If she asks, just say that I have gone through reincarnation." Wang Sheng just stood there watching the figure gradually disappear into the distance. After the fairy left, the people outside hurriedly gave chase. Wang Sheng's parents were protected by the combat team and asked to move during the night. The window of his room had been shattered after that fairy's unannounced visit. For his parents, leaving this time was equivalent to giving up their current life. But considering their safety, this was only a last resort. His father, afraid his son would worry, reassured him. "Little Sheng, just focus on your cultivation. Your mother and I will absolutely not be a burden to you." Now, aside from Guanshuan, who was in a state of enlightenment, there was only one person left beside him, none other than Mao Yu. Looking at her now, she seemed like a lost soul. "Taoist Wang, where do you think that woman flew off to?" Wang Sheng was startled by Mao Yu's expression. She said she was a wandering soul, wanting to enter reincarnation to see if she could find a chance to survive. If we follow the route, she probably went to Pingda Mountain. Hearing this, Mao Yu analyzed carefully. Udo, Pingda Mountain. But there is no Taoist inheritance passed down there. Only a few remnants. The image of that mountain quickly appeared in her mind. It was a rather peaceful place. But over here, just as she said the word cultivator, she slumped over and fell asleep. Mao Yu was haggard because of the incident with the fairy. Wong Shan couldn't help but feel helpless. If you're tired, go inside and sleep. Hearing this, Mao Yu flared up with energy and shouted, "No need. I can take some medicine." He knew he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh in resignation. As long as you can bear it. As for Guanshuan, she was still sitting motionlessly. Wang Sheng observed silently. After meeting that fairy, senior sister has been in a state of enlightenment. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, it seems senior sister has broken through again. He sighed in disbelief. Could it be that senior sister is going to become a golden core Taoist? A golden core cultivator in her 20s. If those old Taoists find out, they might all lose the will to live. After he provided the fairy's intelligence to the investigation team, he focused on protecting his senior sister. In Guangshuan's state of enlightenment, after being maintained for several days, her cultivation base stabilized at the peak of the illusory core stage. That night, the two of them were very happy. New Year's fireworks were set off. And of course, the biggest surprise was that Guangshuan's inability to speak had also improved a lot. She looked at the fireworks excitedly. Junior brother. Fireworks. Together. Wang Shen gave a stiff smile. One word became two words. That's great. And after that, not long after the Lantern Festival, the two of them had to set off to return to Wudong Mountain. And having received the fairy's gift, he also unlocked a new skill. At this moment, they were standing on the second floor of his house. Wang Sheng looked happily at Guanshuan. Senior sister, are you ready? She nodded excitedly. Everything is ready. Wang Sheng raised his hand, formed a hand seal, and chanted an incantation. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Well then, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them quickly rode their sword chi and soared into the sky. He had finally fulfilled this wish. Wang Sheng was so happy he could cry. This is the romance of a sword cultivator. From now on, we will travel carefreely on our swords. A junior brother and senior sister pair who can fight and can fly. He was thoroughly enjoying this moment. Guanshuan was hugging her junior brother tightly. Wang Sheng thought, although this posture is a bit too familiar now. A few hours later, it quickly became evening. The moon had also appeared. Seen from a distance in the sky, Wang Sheng's speed was like a shooting star streaking by. He was listening to music as he flew. Suddenly, something made Wang Sheng stop short. He turned around to look at Guanshuan. She was pouting, her tears about to fall. Wang Sheng quickly understood her meaning. Senior sister, let's go down and rest for a bit. And charge your batteries while we're at it, senior sister. He pointed down. Over there. The village down below. Later we'll circle around it. Let's not let others see us. But at the same time, Wang Sheng saw a strange phenomenon that made him curious. A blue vortex appeared in the sky opposite them. He looked closer, drawing the origin, direction of wind and water, gathering the essence of the sun and moon. Wang Sheng quickly informed his senior sister. There's a demon cultivator here. To briefly explain this thing, after the primordial chi of heaven and earth recovered, plants and beasts all gained spiritual awareness. Among them, those who do not create karma and focus on cultivation, according to what he knew, if they are tainted by human presence, the calamity upon them is to become a demon. Wang Sheng flew closer to observe. Now in front of them, a demon cultivator appeared, absorbing the essence of the moon. Right after that, Wang Sheng quickly flew down below, to the place where he discovered the demon cultivator. Before they got closer, Wang Sheng instructed, Senior sister, since we've encountered it, then we shouldn't just stand by and watch. If we are to act, we must try to capture them alive. Guanshuan hummed in agreement. The two of them hid behind the window, silently observing the situation inside. Surprisingly, this place was caging many animals. There were also men in black holding weapons, pacing back and forth on patrol. Among them, a black dog emitting internal energy was barking nonstop. The guard slammed his hand on the iron bars and shouted, "What are you barking at? Even if the police come here, you'll all be slaughtered. And they say you animals have human feelings. All you do is cause trouble for me." Wang Sheng and Guanshuan observed for a long time. Then, he sent a text message to Mao Yu. Someone is raising demon beasts. My senior sister says the demon beasts are already tainted with resentful energy. The address is. She replied concisely, 10 minutes. And exactly 10 minutes later, The police quickly arrived and apprehended the group. An investigator quickly reported the situation. Advisor Wong. The preliminary interrogation is finished. These people claim they were hired for farm work. But there's a boss behind them. He asked curiously, "Where's this boss?" He answered, "He seems to have driven away about 10 minutes ago." "We are in pursuit," the investigator said as he handed over a bag. This was found at the scene. He immediately put on a pair of gloves and examined the collected items inside. On a note, a line was written. "Daoist Wong. Check the phone. The unlock code is 4396. He picked up the phone and thought to himself, maybe I wasn't flying high enough just now, and was spotted by the evil cultivator's accomplice. The other party thought I was here to eliminate them, so they slipped away. He pressed play on the video while thinking. His face was extremely tense. The two of them silently watched the content inside. It's the young sect master of the Inyong sect again. He was arrogant, riding a sword under the moon. Truly romantic. We meet again, Daoist Wong. Wong Shan couldn't help but think in surprise. The young sect master of the Inyong sect. I can't believe I ran into him here. He gets his information pretty quickly. It seems what your senior sister, the Silent Fairy, is studying is the Inyong secret record of the Myriad Creations sect. Right now, there are a few masters in our sect who might be unfavorable towards you too. I admire you too greatly. Why don't you hand the Inyong secret record over to me?" Wong Shan looked at her. "Senior sister, give me a cursing emoji. The most vicious one." Guanchuan quickly agreed. The video was still playing. "I can give you a reward. I can also stop those impulsive senior uncles of mine." He sent a message, "Hello." The reply came, "Daoist Wong." The young sect master quickly replied, "Perhaps you've thought it through." Guanchuan quickly sent a mocking sticker. A notification appeared. The young master has enabled friend verification. You are not his friend. Please enable friend verification. You can only chat after the verification is approved. Meanwhile, he quickly called his master to report the situation. Qing Yinzi couldn't help but be surprised. Is that how it is? Then let's provoke them a little. See if we can get them to take the bait. Wang Xing asked Master. Does Mistress have a plan? Qing Yinzi said in a low voice. She has always been destroying the halls of the Inyong sect. But to make the enemy show themselves again, it's not that simple. He said seriously, unless we can find something to provoke them. Like last time, they already know a portion of the Inyong secret record's content. I'm afraid it won't be as effective this time. Hearing his master say this, Wang Sheng remembered the well full of energy from before. He quickly asked Qing Yinzi, Master, do you still remember the ancient demon from Xian Temple? On the other end, Qing Yinzi stood up and walked to the window. I understand. I've already instructed them to handle this matter. You don't need to worry. But the architects from before will probably need another 2 or 3 months. You'll have to wait patiently. On the other end of the line, Wang Sheng quickly replied, I understand. I hope Mistress can announce the news. Tell them my senior sister and I are out on a mission. After all, senior sister and I have to return to Wudong for secluded cultivation. Try to avoid bringing disaster upon Wudang's Taoist lineage. He advised him thoughtfully. Little Sheng, the fact that you can think of these things makes me, your master, very proud. But your senior sister's disposition is simple. You must take more care of her in the future. Don't let her be deceived. At this point, Qing Yinzi feigned a cough. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Sheng stammered, yes. Sweat poured down his face. Master, did I do something wrong? Am I too close to senior sister? On the other end, he replied, it's fine. Cultivate happily. Don't be greedy for achievements. After that, Qing Yinzi quickly said goodbye and hung up. Wang Sheng sighed. What exactly did Master mean by that? Mu Guanchuan, not understanding what was happening, looked around curiously. He looked at the bewildered Mu Guanchuan and guessed. Could he be actively trying to set me up with senior sister? A few days later, at Wudong Mountain, the scenery here was as peaceful as ever. Inside, Fei Lianzi looked like he was about to breathe fire. It's so hot. Which bastard is cultivating the flame burst technique behind the mountain? The door to his room remained tightly shut. The person inside hadn't come out. At the same time, Wang Sheng rushed in breathlessly. Senior sister, it's a success. A success. His face was covered in grime, and his clothes were tattered. But he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Wong Shan quickly handed over an item. It was a sword. He said happily, "Senior sister, this is the sword pellet flying sword I just refined. It's a gift for you." At this moment, Mu Guangshuan's face couldn't help but show her happiness. After dealing with the matter of the demon cultivators, he and his senior sister had returned to Wudong Mountain to focus on quiet cultivation. And the first thing Wong Shan did after returning to the mountain was to refine the sword pellet flying sword for her, recalling the times he was blown away by explosions. And now seeing the happy look on Mu Guangshuan's face, he felt secretly satisfied. Seeing senior sister so happy. My failures over the past few days were worth it. Right after, he brought out the food. His mind was still lost in thought. The path of immortality is something to look forward to. We walk it together. Heaven has truly treated me well in this life. If senior sister isn't interested in romance, then I will continue to cultivate with her. The two of them ate together very happily. Wang Sheng made up his mind. If one day senior sister comes to understand, and her heart is truly moved, I will do my best not to let her feel lonely. It's true that on the mountain, the surrounding scenery at night is also extremely peaceful. After finishing their meal, he lay on the roof, looking at his phone. While he and his senior sister were focused on quiet cultivation, his master's fishing plan was still proceeding as scheduled. Following Wang Sheng's suggestion, the investigation team was building a fake Xian temple to give them a taste of their own medicine. After the fake Xian temple was built, all sorts of news appeared. He frowned as he read the news. The article even showed a picture of an evil cultivator meditating by the well. This news was all intended to draw people's attention to the Xian temple, located over 100 miles from the sword sect. And now, a large group of armed police had sealed off the mountain at Xian temple. The combat preparation team was stationed there. Sometimes, a Golden Core Realm expert would even display their might. There was also a special government team monitoring the network. They had truly blurred the lines between real and fake. On the other hand, his master's wife was leading the special investigation team, continuing to launch attacks against the Inyong sect. After all, only with enough pressure would the opponent become desperate and act recklessly, unsealing the ancient demon and asking for help. And just like that, 2 months passed. Mao Yu quickly called him. She had just said, "Taoist Wang." When before she could say anything else, he said enthusiastically, "Time, place. I can set out at any time." Hearing him say that, Mao Yu couldn't help but be startled. "You already know everything?" Mao Yu said seriously, "It's all right. Fairy Buyu is currently breaking through to the Golden Core Realm, right? Taoist Wang, just focus on protecting her. This matter can be handled by someone else. The opponent's strength isn't that great." Hearing this, he was a little surprised. The opponent's strength isn't that great? Isn't the investigation team a bit too confident? Then he looked at Guanshuan, who was training diligently. Senior sister isn't going into seclusion? The time for core formation hasn't arrived yet. On the contrary, this battle, I don't want anyone to replace me. Mao Yu on the other end of the line happily replied, "I've already chosen you for this matter. They'll send someone to pick you two up right away." After hanging up, he immediately said to Guanshuan, "Senior sister, pack up a bit. We have to go fight the myriad creatures Inyong sect." She was happy. Okay. Very soon after, the two of them quickly packed up and set off. They both looked ahead, their eyes filled with determination. Wang Sheng said, "This day has finally come." Suddenly, his phone rang. Wang Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. "Mao Yu? She's here already? That was fast." Mao Yu asked shyly, "But, Taoist Wang, did you know specifically what I was talking about just now?" He replied calmly, "Xian Temple." She sighed. "I knew you misunderstood. The time to act on that plan hasn't come yet." Mao Yu continued, "Actually, it's the Cherry Blossom Nation, Gala, and Golden Pagoda. These three nations are planning to come to our Great Hua Nation for a cultivator exchange. You see, do you need to come over? I heard the Cherry Blossom Nation is very arrogant." Wang Shen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. An international exchange conference? Why have I never heard of this in my previous life? Seeing an old acquaintance, he happily greeted, "Huai Jing. Long time no see." He smiled brightly. "This humble monk has just made some progress in my cultivation. I was just looking for Fei Yu to show off a little." Speaking of which, he couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect Fei Yu to have already broken through to the false core realm. He glanced over at Wong Shan. I forced my way up using pills and spirit stones. I still need time to consolidate my realm. Forcing a breakthrough still has some repercussions. Saying this, he looked over inquisitively. Mao Yu, didn't you say there were 2 other people participating in the exchange? She looked a bit downcast. Yes, but it seems they went off to settle a personal grudge. Guanchuan quickly spotted them. She pointed casually. Over there. Yunji smiled brightly, walked over, and bowed. The 3 of you. Lu Yunji was discourteous. Behind him was Tianzhong, wrapped in talismans. As soon as he saw him, Tianzhong cried out loudly, Brother Sheng, SOS. Wang Sheng sighed helplessly. Taoist brother, please let him go. Don't let others laugh at us. Seeing this scene, Mao Yu couldn't help but be flustered. Let's go inside first. Then I'll explain the details of this conference to you all. In the classroom, she began her report. The recovery of primordial energy hasn't only benefited our great Huan nation. Since ancient times, every country has had its own cultivation methods. However, due to their management issues, their overall development hasn't been as smooth and peaceful as ours. Because of this, in recent years, there has been talk on the international stage about the threat of Great Hua's cultivators. Their main goal is to make us publicize our cultivation methods. To put it bluntly, they're just extremely greedy. This time, the other party has come here to actually gauge our true strength. Therefore, Tianzhong excitedly whispered. Guanchuan couldn't contain her curiosity and leaned in to listen. Brother Sheng, according to the news, some cultivators started getting arrogant. As a result, they got a slap from Taoist Qing Yanzi, which is why they've toned it down. Mao Yu said loudly, full of passion, if we achieve a complete victory in this exchange conference, there's no need to intentionally lose to them. After all, this isn't table tennis. We don't need to save face for them. Taoist Wong, your temperament is usually very calm. It's okay to be a little arrogant this time. He gave a wry smile. This, huh? Meanwhile, on Guangshuan's side, because the meeting was too long, she had leaned her head on his shoulder and fallen fast asleep. Tianzhong spoke up excitedly. Don't worry. Showing off is my specialty. Brother Sheng, if you don't understand anything, just ask me. He looked at the enthusiastic guy in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I understand. The scene changes to a large hall. Everyone had gathered here. The seniors were arranged to sit together. Qing Yanzi and Tianzhang's martial uncles sat next to each other. Guanchuan and Tianzhong, as well as Wang Sheng, sat together. Next up are Huai Jing and Yunji. Everyone was watching intently from the stands. From the entrance, the guests finally began to enter. The 3 representatives from the different nations, with 3 distinct outfits and styles. The first was the representative from the Gaelic delegation. Their attire had a royal air. Following them was the representative from the Dao delegation. Their attire was Japanese-inspired. And finally, the representative from the Golden Pyramid delegation. This time, Qing Yanzi was the host. He stepped forward and spoke loudly. The youth are the future. They are our hope. Today, 3 nations visit our China to engage in an exchange. His demeanor was incredibly dignified. Qing Yanzi continued speaking. I hope everyone can help each other and progress together. Let us contribute to the stability and peace of the world. The representative from Dao quickly stepped forward. Yesterday, I lost at the hands of Qing Yanzi. It was a great pity. For the first match, let my lead disciple compete against Qing Yanzi's disciple. Immediately after, Wang Sheng was sent to the stage for the first match. The other person stepped forward, looked at him grimly, and then introduced himself. Mabe is here. Please enlighten me. He also smiled lightly and bowed. I am Wang Sheng. Please enlighten me. Right after, Wang Sheng gently drew his sword and took a stance. For some reason, when standing before him, Mabe started sweating unconsciously. Immediately, he used all his strength, gritted his teeth, and charged forward with his sword. Mabe glared fiercely at Wang Sheng, as if he were seeing his sworn enemy. And just like that, he slashed powerfully towards him. A powerful surge of internal energy was unleashed. But what shocked Mabe was that his attack was like a gentle breeze before him. Mabe couldn't believe his eyes. He stared blankly at him, gritting his teeth. As that sword struck, it was easily blocked by Wang Sheng. It was as if he was just training. And what's more, Wang Sheng's expression didn't even flicker. The girl accompanying the Ing Dao representative whispered, "Senior brother Mabe." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Mabe just put all his spiritual power into that attack. You could say it was a do-or-die move." The man was surprised as he observed his technique. But that young man, with just a small sword, easily neutralized it. A little more force would have sent Mabe flying. A little less, and he would have been suppressed. It seems the gap in their strength is too vast. Despite being attacked, he remained dazed. His hand seemed powerful, yet it held the sword with a gentle grip, skillfully toying with his opponent. Wong Shan swept his sword across. The man couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That young man's control over his power is masterful. It's truly astonishing. The outcome is clear. Wong Shan clasped his hands respectfully and said to Mabe, "I've held back." A look of unwillingness showed in his eyes. Mabe shot him a sidelong glance. Immediately after, he launched a sneak attack at Wong Shan. He couldn't help but sigh. Then he raised his sword to block, thinking, this is why they say that to cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. The two words, honor and shame, are also very necessary. Thinking this, his gaze became even more resolute. Right after, thousands of streams of sword chi shot out towards Mabe. Wong Shan emitted a brilliant light. Meanwhile, on the other side, he could no longer move. The representative from Ing Dao had completely lost face. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Come back." Mabe, unwilling, gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He was truly not convinced of his defeat. But he couldn't disobey the order. He could only turn and leave dejectedly. Shen Jang covered his mouth and snickered. With just that level of skill, he lost and still tried a sneak attack. Such shamelessness. We Chinese cultivators truly can't learn that. Jing also chimed in. You can't say that. That is a kind of resilient spirit, one that never submits. He sarcastically replied, the Zen master is not wrong, but we shouldn't learn from it, lest we get kicked out of our sects. Qing Yinzi spoke modestly. The young disciple was being a little mischievous. Please don't take it to heart, everyone. All who come are guests. This kind of spirit, our China should still have. Everyone. My disciple was lucky to win this match. Do you wish to continue? At this moment, Wang Sheng was still standing proudly on the stage. The representative from the Jelen nation stepped forward disdainfully. Such masterful and divine swordsmanship has many aspects that differ from the swordsmanship we pursue. In terms of strength and speed, she said frankly, this makes me feel very excited. Let me try sparring with this formidable swordsman. Wang Sheng happily presented his sword. He said humbly, please enlighten me. Right after that, the girl glared, held her sword, and channeled her internal energy. Her power illuminated the entire stage. Jing found it ordinary, a power-boosting state. Tianzhong put on his glasses. I know this move. Excalibur. On this side, Guanchuan remained calm. She thought, you can't beat junior brother anyway. Just eat in peace. Over here. That girl raised her weapon high and shouted. Sword of judgment. Jelen, heed the call of justice. At that moment, a blinding light radiated everywhere. Wang Shen couldn't help but hold back a laugh. He mocked her silently in his heart. Why does that sound so chaotic? Right after that, the representative from the Jelen nation fiercely slammed her sword into the ground. The sword chi almost hit him, but Wang Shen remained calm. Right after, he also gripped his sword tightly, channeled his internal energy, and pointed it straight into the air. Wang Shen's sword emitted a brilliant light that was second to none. The sword formation of the Jelen nation's representative shattered. She was thrown back, losing her grip on her sword. In the end, she still couldn't defeat him. The Jelen nation's representative was defeated in a single blow. Her sword flew through the air, then tumbled several times, before the sword was powerfully driven straight into the ground. It almost killed a little cricket. The girl couldn't help but be startled and stunned. Over here, Tianzhong cheered. Damn, I didn't expect Brother Sheng to be so tough. He defeated that night girl in a single move. Lu Yunji added, what do you know? Although Fei Yu could have just used his exquisite footwork, it's true the opponent wouldn't have been able to touch the hem of his clothes. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in a situation like this, to be able to crush the opponent head-on is the most appropriate way to fight. The Jelen nation representative raised her index finger in admiration. I have learned my lesson. My strength is far from matching yours. But one day, I will challenge you again. Cultivator of the great Hua nation, Wong Shan. He did not get arrogant from his victory. He bowed respectfully. He'll be ready anytime. Next up was the third match. A man stepped forward. It's our Golden Pyramid nation's turn. Not much time had passed, and both of them stood silently. A whistling sound cut through the air. Tianzhong took off his glasses in bewilderment and asked, "What just happened?" Lu Yunji pouted. "It seems Fei Yu unleashed a sudden sword move." The two stared blankly at the other person who had fallen to the ground. "So he won just like that?" Huai Jing explained. The opponent used illusion techniques to attack Fei Yu, but was countered and broken by his sword intent. That's why on the surface, the two of them just stood motionless. At this point, he faked a cough. The cultivators from the Golden Pyramid Nation specialize in illusion techniques. It was written in the materials. The other two felt a little guilty. So that's how it was. After the match was over, he returned to where Qin Yanzi was sitting and said humbly, "Master, your disciple was fortunate not to have disgraced your name." He looked at him, unable to hide his satisfaction. Good. After speaking with his master, he returned to his seat. Guanchuan watched him intently. She blinked and gave him a thumbs up. Well won. As soon as Wang Sheng saw her, he smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up back. Thanks, senior sis. At this time, Qin Yanzi spoke loudly. My worthless disciple just made a fool of himself. Since today is for sparring and exchange, how about this? I have 5 young disciples here. You may all choose any one of them to spar with. What do you think? Hearing him say this, everyone present fell silent in contemplation. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Tianzhong laughed cunningly and raised his hand. About that, Taoist buy-in. Can I introduce us first? The other 4 were struck dumbfounded. They looked at him, all wondering suspiciously. This guy? What trick is he planning to pull now? Qin Jianzi turned around and looked at Shi Tianzhong. What do you want to say? Go on. He hesitated. He faked a few coughs. This humble Taoist. He paused for a moment, realizing he had misspoken. Shi Tianzhong quickly corrected himself. Allow me to be bold and say a few words. Actually, there's a reason for the seating arrangement of us 5. You can all choose an opponent according to your own strength. This is a small courtesy from our Huaxia kingdom. Shi Tianzhong began to explain. To put it figuratively, I am the easy mode. Then he pointed to Lu Yunji. The handsome guy with the sword next to me is normal mode. Lu Yunji looked over, annoyed. He seemed to want to punch this talkative guy. Next up is Huai Jing. The Zen master next to him is hard mode. Then comes Wang Shan, the handsome and dashing sword cultivator, whose martial prowess is unparalleled, is hell mode. And finally, Guanchuan. The fairy next to him is heaven mode. As in, she can easily send all of you to heaven. She continued to eat her pastry calmly, unconcerned with the world. He started to boast extravagantly. Even if your masters came up, they would probably all be dominated by the fairy. Don't translate the last 2 sentences. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Huai Jing couldn't help but feel annoyed. Little Shang, later you must have a discussion with fellow Taoist Shi Tianzhong with your fists. Lu Yunji was no exception. He glanced at Shi Tianzhong. Count me in. By saying that, he's obviously trying to draw the fire onto us too. Lu Yunji guessed that. Who would be shameless enough to challenge Shi Tianzhong first? But man proposes, the opponent disposes. Shi Tianzhong's face turned pale. The skin on his face felt like it was about to crack. Don't say it. There really is one. A man with an arrogant face stepped forward with a sword. The man quickly stepped onto the stage. I am also the weakest contender in our delegation. He looked at Shi Tianzhong with disdain. How about I spar with you for a bit? We can prove things to each other. The belligerent Shi Tianzhong angrily raised his talisman. Please enlighten me. In his mind, he thought. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. Shouldn't they be going straight for Lu Yunji to have a fight? Behind them, Huai Jing held back a mocking laugh. Ba, Dr. Shi Tianzhong. Good luck. Lu Yunji was also shaking from holding back his laughter. The easy mode is all yours. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but get irritated. The man immediately drew his sword. He rushed forward to strike first. He roared fiercely. Take this. Then he charged forward. But just then, Shi Tianzhong's talisman gently flew over. The man was startled. A loud explosion quickly erupted. Next, a pair of golden wings quickly appeared, illuminating the entire area. Shen Jang flew up with a smug smile and asked, "Am I really just easy mode? Why are you so unpromising?" As he spoke, he formed hand seals. At this moment, the opponent was already starting to waver. The man fumbled, momentarily unsure how to react. At the same time, Shen Jang's fire shot fiercely across. The man never expected that Shen Jang's power would be so terrifying. He could only look up at the sky, stunned. The protective barrier that the man had erected was mercilessly smashed by Shen Jang. His fireballs rained down fiercely like arrows. The representative from his island saw this scene. Fearing his man would die at Shen Jang's hands, he shouted loudly, "We surrender." Shen Jang quickly landed. "I can't control the power of this technique. Besides, my strength is far inferior to Brother Sheng's," he said pretentiously. "Brother Sheng can still pull his punches in time, but I can't retract this move. I'm so sorry for injuring you." The man lay flat on the ground, his head spinning. Although winning and losing is a common affair, young hero, you can always try again. I couldn't even pass the easy mode. You guys? You might as well start your life over. And for the second match, Shen Jang couldn't help but be stunned. Truly a brave warrior. To dare speak of a tragic life in front of her. Yunji was also stunned. But this is courting death, isn't it? In this match, it was Wong Shan. Her face showed no signs of wavering. The other person wore armor. His tense face looked incredibly cool. Huijing couldn't help but sigh. A level 1 novice fighting a max-level character. This humble monk has nothing more to say. And of course, the outcome was obvious without needing to be said. Wong Shan, like a fairy, effortlessly defeated her opponent in a single move. Shen Jang covered his mouth and chuckled slyly. "I told you. Heavenly difficulty." After a few matches, the morale of the Japanese team gradually faded. They were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. Wang Sheng silently observed them. It seems like the Japanese team has been planning a big move from the start. What are they ultimately trying to do? Immediately after, the Japanese representative came up to speak. The interpreter relayed his words. "Today, to be able to meet such outstanding young cultivators is an extremely rare opportunity. Although it goes against our principles, we have an unreasonable request." He was targeting Wang Sheng. "We hope that sword cultivator can take the stage once more, to have a match against 2 of our contestants who specialize in unique arts." He smiled inwardly. So this was their move. The interpreter continued speaking. "We don't wish to compete for victory or defeat. Even if we won, it wouldn't be glorious. We just want to test our own techniques a little, to see if we can gain some advantage against a sword cultivator." Shen Jang laughed scornfully and said loudly, "Have you no shame?" Yunji also couldn't help but curse, "Shameless." He just sat there silently without saying a word. Qing Yanzi quickly came forward and placed a hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder. He said softly, "Little Sheng, see for yourself how many people you can handle at once. Let them come onto the stage at the same time. If they want to be humiliated, then grant them their wish. Use the Ziwei heavenly sword on them." He quickly obeyed and replied with an affirmation. And right after that, the representative from Japan led 2 girls onto the fighting stage. Wang Sheng also quickly stepped forward. He immediately drew his sword and looked at the opponent. "It's just a sparring match. There's no need to be so formal. There's no need to distinguish between young and old. Just come at me all at once." As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. Void Core Realm. Midstage. A wave of sword chi swept past, making the 2 girls behind him instinctively cover their faces. He stood his ground and said loudly, "If that's the case, then I ask your excellency to give some pointers to the 2 young ones behind me." The Japanese representative couldn't help but be shocked. His hands clenched into fists. This young man's strength is actually no weaker than mine. Chinese cultivators truly cannot be underestimated. Wang Sheng silently observed his opponents. He couldn't afford to underestimate them either. The 3 of them stood silently, looking at each other. The 2 girls were also radiating killing intent. They began to channel their internal energy. The 2 quickly reached out to remove the modest clothes they were wearing, revealing the daring outfits underneath. And there were hidden weapons attached all over their bodies. The beauty of the 2 girls also gained a sharp edge. Both quickly took their stances, looked at him, and said, Please give us your guidance. Seeing the opponents, Tianzhong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in appreciation. Yunji shot him a sidelong glance. Pay attention. Don't embarrass us. Huijing also added. Ba. They are but pink skeletons. At the same time, the three of them were startled by someone who was radiating intense killing intent towards the opponents. Wong Shan was glaring demonically at the two girls before them. Seducing my junior brother again. Shameless. I really want to beat them up. Can I be subbed in? Wang Sheng's face, full of confidence, remained unchanged as he looked at the two fiery opponents. At the same time, the two pink figures quickly disappeared, leaving only two streams of internal energy behind. Both of them aggressively charged towards him, attacking relentlessly. But of course, that was just a clone created by Wang Shan. One of the girls quickly took out a throwing dart from her hand and hurled it straight at him. Wang Shan lightly dodged, but he couldn't help but think. The movement techniques of these two people seem familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before. He suddenly recalled the fierce battle at the hospital. It's that female nurse. That's right. So it was her. Wang Shan quickly found the answer. The Inyong sect. As expected, they have connections with the higher-ups of the island nation. He began to unleash his killing intent and made up his mind. Since it's like this, then I don't need to hold back anymore. Looking at those two women, Wang Shan found them an eyesore. New grudges. Old grudges. Today, I must collect some interest. Your so-called special techniques are merely this. Do you have any slightly more profound techniques? This bit of footwork is just a simplified version of the Great Hua Nation's 8 trigrams escape art. He began to speak condescendingly. Back then, you people took so many cultivation methods from the Great Hua Nation. Unless they've all been lost. The island nation's representative's face didn't change. Your Excellency, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Right after, he stepped forward and introduced himself. Hikawa, here to test your skills. On this side, Tianzhong couldn't help but rush forward indignantly. Damn it. After fighting the young, the old one comes. Is there any? Before he could finish, Yinji stopped him. Little Sheng isn't the type to show off his talents like this. Why is he so aggressive today? He watched in silence. Could it be that he has discovered something? Over here, Wang Sheng spoke up. Right after, he shouted loudly and then charged towards him with all his might. Of course, Wang Sheng quickly turned to dodge. But that wasn't all. Hikawa continued to charge with his sword after his failed attack. He used his bare hand as a sword, slashing across the neck, making Hikawa cry out and fly backward. Just as his feet touched the ground, more than 10 streams of sword chi swiftly pierced through, leaving Hikawa momentarily stunned. He covered one of his eyes with his hand. The move he just used was the 7 stars sword control technique. The sword chi he shot out slashed fiercely towards him. Hikawa was careless and was slashed across the shoulder. Tianzhong cheered loudly. Brother Sheng is mighty. Take care of that damned old man. Over here, Yunji also excitedly asked Huijing. Great master. What do you think? He laughed loudly and replied nonchalantly. If he wanted to take Fei Ye's life, he would have been down long ago. This person's technique has some skill. If we disregard Fei Ye's immortal-grade flying sword, then there's nothing to mention. Even if the chances of winning aren't high, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Hikawa's hair was now disheveled, and he couldn't believe his eyes. How unorthodox. How can this young man be so powerful? But he wondered. It's a pity. The sword control technique is Fei Ye's main method. Why isn't he using it? Wang Shen glared. I haven't even used half of my remaining strength. Why don't you all attack together? If you can force me to use my strongest sword move, I will admit defeat today. How about it? Immediately after, the whole group from the island nation charged forward together, preparing to fight him. Outside, Tianzhong roared angrily. Damn it! Are you bullying us because we have fewer people? Yinji had to calm him down. Calm down. Wang Shen thought. Evil cultivators are meant to be killed. Since they are evil cultivators, I shouldn't hold back. Even though China pursues peace, the feud between the island nation and China cannot be forgotten. Personally speaking, I must investigate the people from the island nation to see if there are any members of the Inyong Myriad Things sect. Right now, I represent China. I represent the seniors who threw themselves into the battle. The world's spiritual energy has recovered. Those techniques The way of the warrior has also been restored. Do you guys think you're so great? Just starting to stir things up, probing and causing trouble, revealing your evil faces. Today, I must let you know that the people's heroes of Vietnam are the true experts on this earth. Please allow me to be a little patriotic in this part. He drew his long sword and pointed it straight at Hikawa with a face full of defiance. Wong Shan closed his eyes to feel. At this moment, his opponents were constantly running around him. It could be said that danger was everywhere. Some charged forward with swords, while some others threw shurikens. Although the enemies were full of vigor, he just stood there motionlessly. Suddenly, it was as if a current of electricity ran through his body. Wang Sheng was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, he quickly swung his sword, making a few light slashes in the air that sent his opponents flying far away. At the same time, he made a gesture in the air with his bare hand. A powerful and swift stream of internal energy burst out. At this moment, Wang Sheng was enveloped by an incredibly powerful circle of blue light. Anyone who approached was severely injured. He sneered. The sword Dao of the Japanese. And their cheap tricks. Is this all you've got? What other tricks do you have? Go ahead and use them all. Hikawa quickly pointed his finger up. At the same time, a group of masked assassins charged toward him again. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Shen Jang could no longer contain his anger. He angrily charged forward. Damn it! These little devils are so shameless. Brother Sheng, let me. Yunji and Huai Jing had to hold back this warhorse together. This is none of your business. Just wait here obediently. Amitba, Feiyu has his own plans. You should stop causing trouble. Sure, Tianzhong was struggling frantically, but out of nowhere, a slender hand just tapped him lightly, leaving him stunned. Guanchuan acted as if it was nothing, while Yunji and Huai Jing were already terrified by what they saw. She didn't say much, as Guangshuan's speech wasn't fluent to begin with. Trust. His plan. Over here, the other group kept shouting to boost each other's morale. Don't retreat. The opponent is alone. We will surely win. The cultivators of Japan are #1 in the world. As he fought, he watched Hikawa, who stood motionless on the other side, as if watching a good show. Wang Sheng was annoyed. Still not making a move? Finally, the man took a step forward. He is just a young sword cultivator. Yet his power has suppressed the majority of our people. The cultivation world of China is indeed very strong. We of Japan must resist the enemy. Only then can we possibly suppress them. It seems the power of this sword formation is too great. It's preventing him from diverting his attention to use that strange sword technique. If that's the case, then our side will surely win. Thinking this, he finally decided to charge forward. At the same time, behind him, a white-haired death soldier holding a dagger stealthily rushed toward his back. But it seemed Wang Sheng could see the old man's action, as he revealed a smile. Immediately after, the sword technique. The Ziwei sword was unleashed. He slashed swiftly into the air, his movements so fast that no one could see what he was doing. This attack was so powerful that both the old man behind him and Hikawa were momentarily shocked. That burst of internal energy shot through the city wall like a missile. A loud explosion rang out immediately after. Hikawa didn't even dare to look behind him. If he had been hit by that move, he probably wouldn't have survived. But it wasn't just Hikawa. Everyone, including Yinzi, was stunned by this attack. Wang Sheng then spoke up. I am still too young. My sword Dao cultivation is ultimately insufficient. I have used my strongest move. According to the rules, I have lost. Saying this, he let out a regretful sigh. Then Wang Sheng continued. Congratulations. You have won. Hikawa was still dumbfounded. On this side, the three ruthless ones chimed in, snickering. Sure, Tianzhong was straightforward. Is this the highest realm of admitting defeat? Have you learned it yet? This move of Brother Shang's is truly ruthless. Immediately after, he regretfully turned away, leaving the Japanese islanders standing frozen like statues behind him. He approached Yinzi and bowed in salute, but in reality, he had already sent a telepathic message to his master. As soon as Wang Sheng sat down, his phone's notification bell rang. Messages came flooding in. It turned out they had created a group chat named the Cultivation Raiding Party. The young monk Huai Jing invited Lu Yunji of Mount Mao to the group chat. The young monk Huai Jing invited Shi Tianzhong of Dragon Tiger Mountain to the group chat. Huai Jing started the conversation. Ba. I'm afraid those young Japanese will be psychologically scarred. Sure, Tianzhong casually replied. Although Brother Sheng dug the pit, no one pushed them to jump in. They were shameless themselves, trying to gang up on him, and they still got beaten. What's there to feel sorry about? Yunji replied. That makes a lot of sense. The Japanese have a grudge against us. No need to give them any face. Sure, Tianzhong started spamming everyone. Brother Sheng is amazing. Brother Sheng is a pro. I want to have Brother Sheng's babies. Immediately after, Sure, Tianzhong of Dragon Tiger Mountain has been muted. Huai Jing asked, by the way, Fei Yu, why did you target the Japanese like that today? He explained, I suspect they are related to the myriad creatures Inyong sect. For example, those ninjas. Their movement techniques are a bit similar to a nurse from the Inyong cult who once tried to kill Shi Tianzhong. Hearing this, Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but stare blankly in his direction, completely confused. He continued speaking. Just now, I intentionally injured them. I already reminded my master via telepathy. Right now, Master is planning to use the pretext of healing them to probe their cultivation techniques. Over here, Yinzi was open. The young ones don't understand things. Don't take it to heart. You didn't injure the bone, did you? I have some medicinal pills here. My disciple is a sword fanatic. He doesn't know restraint when he attacks. My apologies. Guanchuan was puzzled. If so, couldn't we just capture them and whip them? Why make it so complicated? Hearing her words, everyone was momentarily speechless. Wong Shan smiled bitterly at his domineering senior sister. A moment later, he sent another message. I just received news. Okamoto Nishikawa has learned some techniques from the Inyong Myriad Things sect. For now, let's just let them go. We'll act after we've gathered more intelligence. We might organize an exchange delegation to Japan. Keep this confidential. Huai Jing replied. Although Japan's gaming scene has been subpar these past few years, their ACG is worth experiencing. Yunji spoke up. They have some rather interesting ancient architecture. It would be nice to appreciate it. Someone else chimed in. Look at the human contact. Immediately after, Shi Tianzhong of Dragon Tiger Mountain was kicked out of the group by the group leader, sword cultivator Fei Yu, and everyone strongly approved of his action. Time flew by. The night of the exchange conference finally ended. At the hotel, everyone was playing cards together. Yunji spoke up. Brother Sheng, are you and your esteemed senior sister returning to the mountain to cultivate, or what's the plan? Tianzhong cut in. If you're going to fight evil cultivators, count me in. Huai Jing added. Ba. Why does cultivator Tianzhong seem a bit unsatisfied? Be careful, or you'll be taken away by a group. He quickly flared up. What nonsense are you spouting, you smelly monk? Wong Shan laughed happily. We'll see what Master arranges. If Huai Jing isn't in a hurry, you can wait a few more days. We have a good show to put on. Tianzhong laughed. Brother Sheng, what kind of good show? Wong Shan's face darkened. You're too naive. It's a secret. Just then, a knock came at the door. Is Taoist Wang here? Mao Yu has come to report. The matter of Xian Temple is settled. Although Taoist Shi and Taoist Lu were not originally on the list for the plan, your masters are participating in the operation. So it's all right for the two of you to listen in. According to the plan, we have released a lot of false information about a great battle between the ancient demon and Xian Temple. This is to make the evil cultivators believe that the righteous cultivators have suffered heavy losses in the battle, luring them to make a move. According to the plan, in the next few days, we will launch a nationwide campaign to crusade against evil cultivators. And at this critical moment, chaos will erupt at Xian Temple. At that time, you will receive a call for reinforcements to aid Xian Temple. The plan begins then. That was the original plan, but due to certain reasons, the plan will change slightly. Taoist Wang, I'm truly sorry. Although the team leader has always helped you fend off the Research Institute, this time the Research Institute has gone to the higher-ups. They might want to meet you and ferry-boo you. He sighed. I understand. What's meant to come cannot be avoided. He quickly sat at the meeting table the next day. Little Sheng, the reason we've invited everyone here this time is mainly regarding the previous incident with Fairy Wish number 001 and the matter of their contact with her. He reassured them. Uncle Ma, please rest assured. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Qing Yanzi feigned a few coughs. Regarding that fairy, it's not as my two disciples have said. That immortal was also unaware of some information. This humble Taoist can add to it. However, I also hope that after you've heard it, you don't become pessimistic or negative. Wong Shan was stunned. Master, isn't this the sect's secret treasure passed down to us by Patriarch Lu? From within the golden tablet, a phrase seemed to echo. My kata. Is there anyone else next? Half an hour later, the professor was surprised. Qing Yan. Is that immortal Lu Dongbin? What is this visual data? Why can we only see him speaking, but cannot understand his language? Qing Yanzi speculated. This is likely a message jade talisman that only immortals can use. It cannot be activated by anyone below the golden core realm. Patriarch Lu probably used the ancient language of the immortals. I have prepared a translated version. The letter says, the ways of the world are hard to predict, leaving one to sigh. To think that I, Lu Dongbin, would one day have to leave behind a final testament. I will recount this entire matter. I only hope that in the future, when you ascend to immortality and leave this world, you won't cause a disaster due to linguistic misunderstanding. In the distant past, all things in the universe were a mass of chaos. Under the pull of the great Tao, the immortal holy domain gradually formed. Consequently, living beings of various races were born. The first immortals also appeared and drove the other races out of the immortal holy domain. Several million years ago, after the Haoyan immortal emperor unified the immortal holy domain and the star domain into the immortal world, he attempted to assimilate the great Tao of the universe. Unexpectedly, he was thwarted by the descent of the great Tao. Not only him, but countless other immortals also perished because of it. The chaos continued. Countless experts they had once exiled took the opportunity to slaughter their way back. In the end, the immortal world was shattered. The leader of the immortal race at that time, the Ziwei Great Emperor, and the immortals of the heavenly court protected the children of the Haoyan immortal emperor and broke into a forbidden immortal land. The professor was utterly astonished. So you're saying, these so-called immortals were a super civilization? After being defeated, they fled to Earth to seek refuge. Qing Yanzi spoke up. Let me finish what's left. Originally, on Earth, there was a branch race with the same roots as the immortals. They were called the Yudan. After the immortals discovered Earth, they immediately used a formation array to conceal it and passed down the Taoist inheritance to the Yudan tribe. This caused a resonance with the great Tao. Although the inheritance was passed on, the immortals were not content with withering away like that. Furthermore, time on Earth passes 100 times slower than in the outside world. They could not delay any longer. Therefore, 1300 years ago, the immortals decided to withdraw from the Forbidden Land and restore their former glory. Before leaving, they completely sealed Earth's primordial energy to prevent enemies from finding this place. But after the other races learned that the immortals had reappeared, they immediately united and launched an all-out assault to wipe out the immortal race. The immortals suffered heavy casualties. Among them, the 13th princess died from her severe injuries on the way back to Earth. Speaking up to this point, he couldn't help but sigh. And Patriarch Lu, before the final great battle, brought this box back to Earth to warn us. If any of us are able to ascend, we must absolutely not reveal Earth's location, lest we bring about a catastrophe. Wang Shan wondered, isn't the pursuit of immortals supposed to be eternal life and freedom? Why must they control heaven, earth, and all creation? Everyone started discussing. That female corpse was actually a princess of the heavenly court. The time dilation ratio between Earth and the outside world is 1 to 100. What caused that? Wang Shan surmised. The Haoyan immortal emperor's personal ambition led to the collapse of the world. The immortals met a tragic end. Perhaps, the heavenly court isn't as wonderful as we thought. Soon after everyone finished their discussion, it was already afternoon. Seeing him looking dazed, Qing Yanzi spoke up. What's wrong? Was your Tao heart shaken by the content of the meeting just now? His words startled him for a moment. Qing Yanzi continued. As your master, I originally intended to reveal Patriarch Lu's testament only when you were preparing to undergo your tribulation. However, becoming an immortal is no easy matter. Just focus on your cultivation. Guanchuan also quickly patted his head to comfort him. Wang Shan smiled brightly. I understand, master. Guanchuan made a sign to talk to him. Wong Shan asked in surprise, "Senior sister, are you saying we should pass the tribulation and ascend to immortality together, and then go out to have a look?" He began to worry. In my previous life, senior sister was acquainted with that heavenly court princess. Her status must not be low. With such talent, she will most likely face no obstacles in this life. But I'm just a mortal. What if senior sister becomes an immortal, and I can't keep up with her? What should I do? What is there to be uncertain about? I have the Taoist inheritance of the Ziwei Great Emperor and Patriarch Lu. Plus, I have master and senior sister to guide me. Thinking of this, he grinned slyly. If I still can't become an immortal, then I might as well just bang my head and die in senior sister's arms. Before he could retract his thought, he received a punch to the head. Why do I suddenly not want to become an immortal anymore? In the evening, everyone began to take action. Tianzhong complained bitterly. We're about to start the operation. So why isn't Brother Xing here yet? I don't feel safe at all. Yunji glanced over. If you're scared, take a few steps back. Chan Master Huai Jing and I are more than enough. Tianzhong clicked his tongue. I am a core disciple of the Celestial Master Dao from Dragon Tiger Mountain. As if I would be afraid of those evil cultivators. Huai Jing spoke up. The two of you don't need to be nervous. Tonight is just a small scene. Very soon after, the police shouted loudly. People inside, get down on the ground. The police are hunting dangerous criminals. The evil cultivators, of course, wouldn't cooperate. Kill these police officers. Kill one and get 5 pills as a reward. Mao Yu is reporting the situation here. The enemy's main ringleader took advantage of the chaos to rush out of the warehouse. Drones, quickly lock onto their targets. Team 5 and 6, pay attention. They are heading in your direction. Over here, the fleeing evil cultivators cursed in frustration. Damn it, these government dogs have such sharp noses. Huai Jing immediately rushed out to block them. You three, attack at the same time. The Buddha's compassion and your heavenly venerates will forgive you. Right after, Huai Jing shouted and activated his internal energy. Defense value increased. Upper endurance limit increased. Critical hit rate doubled. He chanted a mantra. Great Vajra Arhut. Aurora's protection. 100 barriers, 100 defenses. The 3 evil cultivators were startled and said to each other, it's an ambush. Kill this monk. But of course, Huai Jing wouldn't let them have their way. He quickly took out his weapon and struck fiercely at one of them. The shining Buddhist light surrounded them, making that man a little startled. He gaped, stunned, and bewildered. Those talismans surrounding Huai Jing continuously emitted a brilliant halo. At the same time, it sent the evil cultivator flying. And at this moment, Yunji was not to be outdone. He quickly channeled his internal energy and rushed over with his technique. Supreme Purity Edict. Lightning Guide. At this time, the protective circle they used to defend themselves quickly showed many long cracks. One of the female evil cultivators was completely covered, hiding her identity. She said nothing, only silently continuing to channel her internal energy. That fierce attack shot towards Yunji, who was also rushing forward, full of momentum. Seeing Yunji in danger, Tianzhong quickly came to his aid. Little Lu, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. 2 gold armor talismans and a vitality talisman were quickly stuck onto Yunji to give him more power. But that damned fellow stuck them on his pecs. Yunji, furious, roared, damn you. When we get back, I'm going to fight you for 300 rounds. Tianzhong smirked mischievously. Whoa, little Lu, you don't appreciate my good intentions. The two of them quickly coordinated to deal with that female evil cultivator. A single strike from Yunji scared her so much that she fled to dodge it. But in the end, she was still hit by that bolt of lightning. The female evil cultivator screamed in pain. Down below, another one was about to escape when he was hit by a blow, catching him off guard. At the same time, another one attacked them fiercely. Seeing the sharp blade of internal energy rushing towards them, they were inwardly terrified. We're not going to make it. At that exact moment, a sharp and powerful stream of internal energy shot towards that evil cultivator, stabbing him fiercely in the chest. The female evil cultivator was also slashed across the neck. The fat evil cultivator being electrocuted saw his comrades fall. He was a little scared. Seeing Wong Shan standing there imposingly, Tianzhong, as if seeing his idol, shouted happily. Brother Sheng. Right after, he quickly landed. Why are you the only ones intercepting the evil cultivators? Weren't more people assigned? Huijing explained. There are too many teams in action tonight. We're a bit short on manpower. Feiyu, quickly go inside and help. We can keep watch out here. Wong Shan smiled brightly. No need. My senior sister has already gone in. Inside, loud noises erupted simultaneously. Guanshuan single-handedly wiped out a group of evil cultivators inside with just a gentle wave of her hand. It's unknown what she did, but even the walls cracked. Tian's face paled. Brother Sheng, is your esteemed sister still in need of an attendant? The kind who cheers for her from the sidelines. Wang Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. Let's just say, we probably won't have to pay for the building damages, right? A meeting was held right after. Mao Yu reported. The interrogation results are in. The evil cultivator who was captured alive is just a grunt. The male evil cultivator killed by Taoist Master Wang was actually a primordial immortal with intelligence on the Inyong cult. Huijing asked, how are the operations in other places going? Mao Yu continued. 3 out of the 4 action teams have successfully completed their missions. Now, they'll share tonight's results with everyone. So far, we have captured 32 evil cultivators and killed 642. Wang Sheng sighed gloomily. Sometimes, being too fast with the sword isn't a good thing. Guanshuan patted his head to comfort him. Mao Yu continued. Mainly because we didn't specify beforehand that we needed to keep live witnesses. Besides, since we're currently short on manpower, the Inyong cult's requirements for a primordial immortal no longer have any cultivation-based requirements. It depends on whether that person is quick-witted or not. Tianzhong pondered. So that's how it is. So as long as you have a flexible mind, you can be a primordial immortal? Yunji replied. That's right. Cultivation can be improved, but it's quite difficult to broaden one's mind. Huijing also chimed in. It seems the Inyong cult has started to weaken. Mao Yu continued to look at the statistics chart. Among them, more than 260 people belong to the Inyong cult. Most of them are at the core formation stage. Tianzhong glanced over. Is the core formation stage so worthless now? Someone risked his old life just to reach the core formation stage. Wang Sheng was focused on his research. It seems tonight's harvest isn't bad. I'm afraid this has used up all the intelligence the investigation team has gathered recently. Guanshuan was thinking, you can't play on your phone while studying. Then let's put it aside. He speculated. I'm afraid the Inyong cult will also have new arrangements. It's just that. They're definitely different from the arrangements of these two people. Tianzhong said excitedly. Dahua dares to touch my brothers. Assemble the troops. Let's fight them to the end. Huijing also joined in. Our sect has suffered heavy losses. We must still preserve our strength. Quickly, go invite the great god Baki. Meanwhile, Yunji looked dejected. Why did you guys drag me into this role-playing game? Wang Sheng also sighed deeply. Forget it. As long as you guys are happy. Mao Yu covered her mouth to stifle a laugh and reported. All right, everyone. We've discovered a new evil cultivator stronghold. Let's prepare to move out. Everyone soon arrived at the evil cultivator's location. Huijing whispered. Umitba. This time, it's actually a group of evil cultivators who use yin to supplement yang. Tianzhong sighed. Why don't we see any female evil cultivators who use yang to supplement yin? Yunji shot him a look. You want to be a victim? Tianzhong excitedly recounted. Never mind, never mind. If I hadn't been so dissolute back then, I wouldn't have stumbled when breaking through to the core formation stage. Huijing was curious. What? Could it be that before, Taoist Master Tianzhong? Tianzhong continued. It's all trouble caused by youthful ignorance. Back then, I had my greens 3 meals a day. The convoy of the Special Investigation Team rushed over. Mao Yu hurriedly announced. Everyone, there's an emergency. Hurry. Wang Shen quickly got into the car. What happened? Mao Yu handed something over. Purple Rock Temple. Something happened. We just received a notice. The ancient demon at Purple Rock Temple has made a move. Right now, several dozen great masters are on the mountain suppressing the demonic energy. We need you to provide support. Wang Shen said. Quickly notify a few more experts. That way, we'll have more assurance. Mao Yu quickly replied. Taoist Wang, rest assured. We are mobilizing people. He was worried. The plan has already begun. But why? I don't know why I feel so uneasy. A few hours earlier, in a strange place, a sinister voice rang out. My lord, 14 primordial immortals have been killed or captured. We have already lost 15% of our strategic strength. The other person also spoke. My lord, the Dahua nation has been preparing for a long time. Next, they will surely continue to attack. It will be very difficult for us to find a hiding place. The sect master instructed. Tell all divisions to remain hidden. All elders are to maintain their cover. I have received accurate information. The Dahua nation merely wants to lure us into gathering our forces to strike. You are dismissed. Remember, no matter what happens, do not reveal any movement. The two figures bowed their heads. As you command, my lord. Immediately after, his phone rang. The person on the other end got straight to the point. I've changed my mind. How about we turn their own plan against them this time and wipe out some of the righteous path's main forces to prepare for our future plans? The sect master asked in return. You want to make a move? The caller said. This is a good opportunity. Even if we fail, it won't consume too much of our strength. I've been to Purple Rock Temple before. I've observed the layout there. Right now, the ancient demon has probably recovered some of its strength. I just need to find an opportunity to release the ancient demon. Those from the righteous path will automatically go and court death. The sect master quickly agreed. If you've already decided, then let's do it that way. On this side, everyone was fighting with all their might against a female ancient demon. Tian's martial uncle shouted. Those below the void core stage, retreat. We can't let this ancient demon bring disaster to the world. Right after giving the instruction, the martial uncle quickly circulated his internal energy and shouted. Demon Sealing Grand Formation. The ancient demon was quickly suppressed by his stream of internal energy. It struggled to prop itself up with both hands. The image of the ancient demon was quickly displayed on the laptop screen. In a corner of the fake Purple Rock Temple, Huijing couldn't help but be impressed. Umitba. These effects. This atmosphere. Splat. Yunji also added. On our way here. How many videos has this been already? The production team is really meticulous. Tianzhong added. My martial uncle even has a line. The handsome male lead hasn't run yet. Mayu said. This is a video we intentionally leaked to the outside. If this still can't stir those evil cultivators, we can only accept our bad luck. Right now, the entire mountaintop area has been set up with the Origin Sealing Grand Formation. Many people have been placed in ambush above and below the mountain. Once the Inyong cult enters, we will activate the Grand Formation immediately. At that time, it will be difficult for them to advance or retreat. Everyone is still having to pretend to be dead, Tianzhong said, to lure the evil cultivators. Not only did we build a fake temple, we even made it this realistic. This trap must have cost quite a bit of money, right? But will those evil cultivators really take the bait? Wong Shan replied. If the plan fails, the worst that can happen is the other side doesn't take the bait, right? The real Purple Rock Temple cannot be neglected either. Mayu spoke up. Daoist Wong, rest assured. The combat preparation team is already on its way there. Besides, the strength of those eminent monks is not to be underestimated. He thought silently. After coming up the mountain, I still haven't sensed Master's aura. I don't know where Master has gone either. Scene changed to deep underground at the fake Purple Rock Temple. Yinzi observed and then asked, What's the situation now? A staff member reported, Daoist Bayan, rest assured. Currently, more than 60 void core stage evil cultivators have been detected at the foot of the mountain. They are gathering at the mountain behind and are preparing to attack the mountain. He wondered, yet there are no golden core cultivators? Could it be that they have already infiltrated the crowd? As he was thinking, the staff member's voice rang out. Daoist Bayan. At the demon's sealing well, the demonic energy suddenly surged. This startled him. What? Immediately after, Yinzi gave instructions. Everyone, stay here. Continue according to the plan. Recently, I've studied the 5 elements escape art a bit. He'll use earth evasion to go over and take a look. Hearing him say this, Jingyun was a little worried. She immediately advised, Senior brother, be careful. He turned to look at the old monk. Monk Feng, your Buddhist techniques have a restraining effect on demons. Come with me. Chan Master Ru Feng smiled cheerfully. You're really not afraid of bothering this humble monk. Immediately after, the two of them quickly used Earth evasion to investigate the situation. Scene change. Inside the fake Purple Rock Temple. The scene here was eerily quiet. At the mouth of the well, the monks were sitting in a circle, combining their strength to prevent the ancient demon from escaping. Yanzi had just arrived and looked over, speculating. I'm afraid the ancient demon is about to break the seal. At the earliest, it will probably be during the full moon tonight. Immediately after, he walked to the edge of the well. No rush. Let me get some well water to test. At the same time, a fierce glint flashed in Chan Master Ru Feng's eyes. He suddenly shoved Yanzi with great force. From behind, it seemed Yanzi also sensed something unusual and quickly circulated his internal energy. But because the attack was too sudden, he couldn't react in time. Damn it! The plan was all ready. Before he could finish the thought, fresh blood had already spurted out. Yanzi was ambushed by someone no one could have ever expected. A gruff voice rang out. Bayan. I didn't want this either. Yanzi had been stabbed through the heart. Ru Feng continued cruelly. To find the azure demon sword that could break through your pure yang spiritual power. Our entire sect spent a year and a half. You can rest in peace. Yanzi's eyes widened, his voice filled with rage as he shouted, Monk Feng. Immediately after, he quickly circulated his internal energy, flew far away, and shouted loudly. He looked ahead at those high monks who were gradually deforming and becoming frenzied. In just a flash, everyone was reduced to nothing more than a white skeleton. Blood quickly stained this place red. Qing Yanzi gritted his teeth. This is bad. Ru Feng. He actually planted poison inside the high monks. His faith shattered, and having fallen for his scheme, Qing Yanzi roared in anger. Ru Feng. Immediately after, he fiercely charged straight towards Zen Master Ru Feng at an astonishing speed. But he had already prepared everything in advance. Sensing the threat from Qing Yanzi, he shot far away, leaving two evil cultivators behind. They joined forces and charged towards Qing Yanzi. He didn't back down and charged forward alone. With the sword still in his chest and a heavy wound, Qing Yanzi was sent flying far away. Although he was injured, his strength was still enough to give the two of them a hard time. But of course, things didn't stop there. Two long swords flew in from behind. Qing Yanzi looked back, unable to hide his surprise. There's still a second wave of ambushers. He immediately dodged aside to evade, simultaneously striking at the other two. The spot was pierced by the two swords, creating a large hole. Qing Yanzi flew up, thinking, although our attention has always been on the fake Purple Rock Temple, we didn't neglect monitoring the real Purple Rock Temple. I can't believe the enemy still targeted this opening. Faced with his aura, those masked men were a little scared. Ru Feng spoke up. This Taoist Master Buyan's heart meridian has been injured. Right now, he's just struggling before death. You guys wear him down to death. This venerable one will go release the ancient demon. Immediately, the men in black shouted loudly. As you command, Sect Master. Then they charged towards Qing Yanzi together. His mood had calmed down a bit now. Ru Feng. Today, I will definitely kill you. The fake Purple Rock Temple quickly reported. There's a situation at the Purple Rock Temple. Zen Master Ru Feng is the Yang sect master of the Inyong cult. He is currently attempting to release the ancient demon. Golden Core Realm cultivators, go provide support immediately. At all costs, stop the enemy from destroying the seal on the demon well. The remaining cultivators, stay in guard. Activate the protective Dao formation immediately. Stay in place and await orders. On the other side, a source of demonic power was surging relentlessly. The insect master spoke up. You all went to great lengths to invite us here, and now you want to leave first? That's not very polite, is it? Then he gave the order. Stop them. By time for the Yang sect master. Don't hold back. Kill them all. Over here, Wong Shan was worried. Mao Yu, how is my master? He also didn't expect it. Zen Master Ru Feng is actually a member of the Inyong cult. So, Master. Mao Yu quickly reported. Taoist Master Qing Yanzi was ambushed. He is heavily injured. He is currently fighting alone at the Purple Rock Temple. This made him unable to stop worrying. Immediately, he summoned his sword Qi and said to Guanshuan, Senior sister, let's go help Master. As soon as he finished speaking, The two of them rode their swords and flew quickly towards Qing Yanzi to rescue him. Everyone split up and took action. Core formation realm and above. Follow Elder Fei Yu and reinforce the Purple Rock Temple. The members of the Inyong cult shouted, "Stop these people." On this side, the great elder of the Sword sect and Shi Tianzhang's martial uncle were also fighting fiercely. He shouted loudly, "Fei Yu, you guys go ahead first." At the same time, Wong Shan took out two talismans, the True Essence Talisman and the Origin Returning Talisman. He spoke to Guanshuan in a rushed tone. "Senior sister, give me your true essence." She said nothing and directly agreed. He angrily blamed himself. If I hadn't come up with the plan to use the ancient demon to lure the evil cultivators, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Master. Guanshuan seemed to sense his anxiety. She said softly, "Master is okay, for sure." With these words, he felt even more motivated. "Master will absolutely not fall so easily." Over here, Ru Feng laughed smugly. "Qing Yanzi, today, you will surely die here." He was struggling to fight against his minions while still being heavily injured. Blood was splattered everywhere. Qing Yanzi circulated his internal energy to set up a formation. This is the Inyong Vast Origin Formation. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly, mocking himself internally. I never thought that I, as a master, would one day have to secretly learn a move from my own disciple. His power shot straight into the sky, fiercely striking towards those evil cultivators. Qing Yanzi seemed to be gathering all his strength, circulating his internal energy and shouting, "Ru Feng, come and die." He was stunned with fear. He's heavily injured, yet he can still push us to this extent. Killing intent surged. As long as Qing Yanzi is not eliminated, we will never have a day of peace. Immediately, Qing Yanzi shot forward, dodging the attacks of the two masked men. He shot straight down to the ground, surprising them. Ru Feng couldn't help but wonder, is that an earth-burrowing technique? Ru Feng's subordinates were about to give chase when he stopped them. There's no need to chase them. Our goal is to release the ancient demon. The two elders, go and eliminate the reinforcements from the righteous path. The rest of you, collect the blood of those monks and pour it into the well. He began to circulate his internal energy as he commanded them. Move quickly. The group quickly obeyed and vanished. Immediately after, a powerful surge of internal energy erupted. I am preparing to break this ancient formation. The scene shifts to Qing Yanzi, who has escaped safely. While I'm still conscious, I must immediately return to target point number 2, the fake Purple Rock Temple, and tell the others the news. Just as he thought this, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. From afar, a familiar voice called out, "Master." Just as the two words Xiao Sheng were uttered, Qing Yanzi's vision began to sway. He and Guanshuan quickly brought him to a secluded place for treatment. Qing Yanzi spoke in a hoarse voice. "This time, it seems your master has brought shame upon you too." His body was still weak, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but cough. He cut him off worriedly. "Master, don't speak. Don't say anything for now." He wasn't concerned about his own safety. "Xiao Sheng, you must go and inform the others. If we can't stop the ancient demon from emerging, even modern weapons won't be able to handle it." Inside the statue at the main hall of Purple Rock Temple, there is a Sarara relic. "Master, reinforcements are on their way. You tell them, don't do anything rash. Leave what happens next to your mistress people. The government can definitely. If the ancient demon is released, Ru Feng will most likely leave immediately. I won't let him escape. Even if I'm not his match, I must hold them back to create more opportunities for the seniors." Guanshuan performed a magical art. A stream of blue light filled with internal energy flowed from her hand towards Wong Shan. He was enveloped in light. A giant Inyong symbol appeared beneath Wong Shan's feet. Qing Yanzi, who was now standing behind Guanshuan, watched him in astonishment. It seemed his injuries were affecting him greatly as he coughed dryly a few times. "Stop. Don't force yourself." He frowned. His face showed a look of shock. "Fatigue. Your master won't die?" Wang Sheng immediately replied. His head still not turned towards his master. It was only off by a centimeter. If that sword had been any wider, Master's heart would have been completely pierced. He sighed in frustration. His brow furrowed at the memory. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were now bloodshot. You taught me the path of Tao cultivation. But my parents, my master, and my senior sister, no one is allowed to touch them. Guanchuan looked up at her junior brother with surprised eyes. Her hands continued to perform the technique. Wong Shan continued. The light became stronger than ever, causing the surrounding earth and rock to shatter. A broken Tao heart can be mended with a few decades of secluded cultivation. If master is gone, where can I find another master? Today, I must act like a mortal who has never cultivated. I will seek brutal vengeance. If Rufeng doesn't die today, then tomorrow, I will chase him to the ends of the earth. After speaking, he shot away, riding upon that strange blue light, leaving his master and senior sister standing there with astonished gazes. Wang Sheng flew up with a grim expression and immense determination. I must kill him. A large explosion suddenly erupted in the sky, causing the helicopters to stagger. The evil cultivators created large fireballs and threw them at the helicopters' underbellies. Their power combined to form a giant dragon that slammed into a helicopter, causing it to explode. Debris from the helicopter scattered across the blue sky. Wang Sheng finally reached the evil cultivator's position. He turned and glanced at him. As he flew towards him, he said, "Just a mere foundation establishment cultivator." Without hesitation, Wang Sheng pointed the tip of his sword directly at him, his eyes glaring menacingly. The evil cultivator flew into a rage. His body erupted in fierce flames. Sparks of electricity shot from his eyes. He roared, "You're courting death." He grabbed the tip of Wang Sheng's sword, causing the light enveloping it to disappear. At the same time, Wang Sheng quickly executed a technique, causing the blue light to split into two streams. They stabbed straight towards the evil cultivator. He tried to use his technique to push the evil cultivator away, but was blocked by the latter's own technique. He launched a series of flaming fists at Wang Sheng. Infinite Cosmos sword pierces the blue sky. He was no slouch either. Sword of no beginning, sword of no end. Wang Sheng furrowed his brow. He tried to bypass the evil cultivator's flaming fists and stabbed one of his fingers. The blade pierced through his chest. The evil cultivator let out a cry of pain, seeing his comrade get stabbed. A large, burly man rushed forward, shouting and swinging his fist at Wang Sheng's back. "Brat, die!" Two members of the investigation team rushed forward, creating shields to protect Wang Sheng. The man beside them spoke up. "Fei Yu, get down." The woman spoke. "Young people are so reckless." The man said while casting a technique on the evil cultivator, "Fei Yu, you go kill those donging flies. Just like the demon sealing cult for me." After hearing that, he immediately flew down into the forest below. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Only his pained, miserable groans remained. He spat out blood. Wang Sheng leaned against a tree trunk, looking extremely exhausted. Leaning against the tree trunk, he checked his condition, spitting out the congested blood. His internal injuries were healed. No bones were broken either. He anxiously bit his finger until it bled. Wang Sheng's golden eyes glinted with suspicion. He thought, "The next person I want to kill is a golden core cultivator. I must remain calm, only by maintaining my best condition." As if to test his suspicions, Wang Sheng decided to cast a technique to check. Unexpectedly, it hit one of the minions, only to realize he was surrounded by a group of others. He thought, "Can I avenge master?" In the control room, Ling monitored Wang Sheng while reporting his situation to those around her. Daoist Buyin is on his way back. His life is no longer in danger. Reinforcements will arrive near the demon sealing well in 3 minutes. The others in the room listened intently and watched the large screen. The two effective reinforcement squads are 2 golden core stage cultivators. They will arrive in another minute. The defensive grand array has been activated on the mountain peak near Xian Temple. It can still hold for over an hour. Ling's expression became solemn. Her eyes fixed on the large screen. She said, "Temporarily abandon the demon sealing well. Divert 80% of firepower to the second target, Xian Temple. When the bombers strike the target area, attack with additional heavy firepower. Use air-to-air missiles to attack the golden core evil cultivator. If one shot isn't enough, then 5, 10. She turned her head to the man beside her. "Also, I need to request authorization from my superiors to use the Heavenly Sword system." He replied, The threat from the ancient demon far exceeds that of the evil cultivators. Team leader Ji Ling, isn't this arrangement too risky? A group of modern-looking missiles appeared on the screen. Their warheads glowed as if ready to ignite and launch at any moment. Team leader Ji Ling continued. Her face grew even more serious. I will bear all the risks. Letting the enemy spy infiltrate the investigation team is my responsibility. I am prepared to resign and accept any punishment from the organization. A group of people appeared. At the front were two people in robes. They were surrounded by flames. Above them was an Inyong symbol. She continued, we must detain all evil cultivators from the Sakura country who have appeared in our Dahua. Suddenly, a woman spoke up. Team leader, the drone has spotted a large group of enemy ninjas gathering near the main gate of Xian Temple. Another person reported, team leader, Taoist Fei Yu has arrived at Xian Temple. He's being surrounded and attacked by ninjas. Ji Ling frowned helplessly. She pinched the bridge of her nose and thought, this master and disciple pair? A streak of blue light flashed by, creating beautiful cutting lines. Wong Shan rushed forward, flashing past with incredible speed. He created an arc of light, trying to evade the minions. Ji Ling continued to think, why can't any of them let people have a moment of peace? Wang Sheng tried to sweep away the minions, but very quickly, they skillfully leaped up to avoid his attack. Two of the minions tried to pin him down with two swords containing a dark purple light. They failed. He broke free, using his technique to knock the two minions back. Then, Wang Sheng expanded his technique, creating countless streams of light that knocked the crowd away. That light flared up like a blue flame. He stood before that flame, his posture incredibly imposing. Wang Sheng tapped his communication earpiece. The person on the other end spoke. Taoist Wang. Taoist Bu Yen has been brought back to base. He looked over at the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a house with tiles emitting a strange green light. The other person continued. Fairy Bu Yu is still transferring her true yuan to him. His injuries have stabilized for now. After hearing this, with a serious expression, he replied to the person. In that case, I can go all out now. What's the situation on your end? Hearing this, Mao Yu replied. She laughed gleefully. You don't need to worry about us. We just received news. The monsters are continuously attacking the mountain. A monster spoke up. Haha, so the so-called righteous path is just a bunch of turtles hiding in their shells. Tian Chuang pouted in annoyance. He said, the government really shot itself in the foot this time, making such a big scene. But that Ru Feng turned out to be a spy. I wonder how Brother Sheng is doing. Huai Jing, while meditating with his eyes closed, said, the evil cultivators aren't fools. They would also probe the government. He slowly opened his eyes. His brows gradually furrowed. They're using the Japanese cultivators to stir up trouble. It might even be a clandestine move against us by the Japanese. Tian Chuang leaped off the roof, creating a loud thud. Right. After this, we should teach those Japanese a lesson. Lu Yunji raised a finger to his lips, signaling the two to be quiet. The two felt a pang of guilt. Their eyes widened. Tian Chuang asked, did it explode, little Lu? Tu Long aircraft, looking advanced, ignited and took off at great speed. It started its engines, releasing missiles from behind and dropping them into the forest. Lu Yunji, with an unchanging expression, said, a large aircraft just flew by. Huai Jing sighed, replying to Lu Yunji's words. There weren't any paratroopers to counterattack either. Are they just here to take pictures? The members of the investigation team immediately reported. First wave of bombing is complete. 70% of the evil cultivators are still alive. The evil cultivators began to flee in all directions. Ji Ling looked at the large screen and said, but they're just relying on their cultivation realms to resist the bombing. Their true essence won't last long. She looked up again and said with great determination, immediately begin the second wave of bombing attacks. Absolutely do not let any of them escape. They immediately obeyed the team leader's command as soon as they heard it. Flickering blue lights covered the entire city. The ground shook violently, causing cracks to appear on the city walls. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. This city is actually the Purple Rock Temple. The eyes of Zen Master Ru Feng glowed. He performed a technique, making the light even stronger. Knocking a group of people away, scattering one of their prayer beads everywhere. After eliminating all the people, with an arrogant tone, he ordered his followers, "Throw these bodies into the demon sealing well." After hearing this, the followers immediately obeyed the sinister command. Rufeng continued to cast his technique. He created a large pit. Around the mouth of the pit were scattered body parts of the unfortunate victims. The followers all worked hard to drag the corpses into the pit. He chanted, "Unbeatable." The followers quickly threw the remaining body parts into the pit, while Sect Master Yang performed his spell. He said, "Senior still hasn't broken through seclusion at this time." His face was stern. His brows were tightly knitted. Below, the body parts were immediately sucked into the seemingly bottomless pit. What are you waiting for? Deep within the pit, a fox was sealed by golden steel threads wrapped around its body. It stood on a platform. Below it was a teeming pile of skulls from unfortunate people who had been tragically killed. A horrifying hand appeared from nowhere. The fox opened its eyes. Its eyes emitted a purple light. A beam of purple light spread out, instantly shooting straight up into the night sky. Its destructive power was immense, shattering the surrounding earth and rock. It sent a group of people flying. Rufeng laughed triumphantly. "Haha, it's a success." A man among the followers suddenly spoke up. "Sect Master, the enemy's reinforcements are about to arrive." Rufeng stood there, his face still not turned towards the man. He continued, "You all escape quickly. Find an opportunity to leave," he said to his follower while drawing his sword. After that, the Zen master dripped blood from his hand below. "I will use a blood curse to help Senior emerge from seclusion. Those self-proclaimed righteous people will surely be disrespectful to Senior. It's just a pity that this junior is weak and feeble. I cannot do too much." A flash of light appeared from nowhere. Someone suddenly rushed forward and shouted his name. "Rufeng." Wong Shan rushed towards Rufeng with a look full of hatred. He performed a spell, pointing his sword at him. First Sword of Ziwei. From the sword, a beam of blue light appeared before their eyes, aimed straight at the Zen master. Rufeng also cast his own technique. He circulated his internal energy. The aura gathered into a giant figure resembling the Buddha, just as Wong Shan was trying to rush him. He looked at him and smiled sarcastically. "I quite like you too, but you've shown killing intent towards me. I cannot spare your life." The giant suddenly opened its eyes. Rufeng controlled the giant to deliver a powerful blow, straight down to where he was standing. He said, "Die." Wong Shan quickly darted behind a statue and cast a technique at Rufeng. Rufeng looked in his direction. In his hand, he held an orb radiating light. Inside it was a lotus flower. Wong Shan moved swiftly. Using his art, he swung his sword at Rufeng. Two giants suddenly appeared behind Wong Shan, attempting to strike him. With his quick reflexes, Wong Shan immediately turned to counter the two. The impact of the blow was so great that the surrounding earth and rock shattered. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, Rufeng thought to himself, "I can't get entangled with this brat any longer." He manifested a lotus flower and wrote it, intending to escape. Rufeng continued to think, "I have to find a chance to leave quickly." At this moment, Rufeng was already some distance above the ground. Below, Wang Sheng was still struggling against the two giants. He smirked. As long as the ancient demon awakens, the beam of purple light continued to shine into the sky, surrounded by small specks of light. Dirt, rocks, and dust flew everywhere. Rufeng was extremely surprised and panicked. Don't tell me he. The streams of dark purple light vanished completely, revealing only the fox that had been sealed. Cracks had begun to appear on its face. The fox's eyes went from empty to having more life. The black pupils with red sclera looked incredibly demonic. The purple light suddenly surged forward again. Rufeng thought again. Everyone present here will die? The light erupting from the pit illuminated the entire sky. The surrounding earth and rock were displaced and deformed. Rufeng had already flown a long distance by now, quite high above the ground. In an instant, that light sucked in everything around it like a tornado. It grew larger and began to wreak havoc on the surroundings. Wang Sheng thought as he looked up towards the tornado. The sealing well is swallowing the surrounding heaven and earth essence. He looked at it with an extremely grave expression. He deduced, the ancient demon has broken the seal. Wang Sheng thought, while trying to fight the two minions. The ancient demon broke the seal. At this moment, the giant was roaring incessantly. Beholding his achievement, Rufeng couldn't help but be overjoyed. He said, "The great undertaking is complete." Rufeng flew further and further away. He roared, "Today is the doomsday for you who call yourselves the righteous path." Wong Shan stepped on a pile of rubble, looking up at Rufeng from below. Wong Shan's face suddenly turned stern. His eyes, brimming with killing intent, glared at Rufeng. He cast a technique that grazed his cheek. He frowned, clenching his teeth, showing his displeasure. The giant prayer beads around Rufeng's neck snapped, and he spat out blood. Wong Shan continued to cast his technique. Multiple blue light rays appeared simultaneously, creating cutting slashes. Wong Shan intentionally controlled the slashes towards the giant lotus flower. The flower shattered, causing Rufeng to lose his balance, falling freely downwards. Rufeng was furious. His eyes were bloodshot. Veins bulged on his face. The Zen master spoke. "You want to die here with me?" As he spoke, he landed gently on the ground and stood opposite Wong Shan. He continued, his hands clasped behind his back, his face revealing a dangerous expression. "I was the one who released this ancient demon. It has absorbed 3 drops of my essence blood. It cannot kill me." Wong Shan immediately recalled his master in tattered clothes, stabbed by a sword right over his left chest, blood flowing profusely. The fire of rage boiled within him. His eyes were filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth. Blood trickled down his jaw. He chanted with determination, "Kill him. Kill this demonic monk." Countless powerful beams of light shot out continuously towards Rufeng. He skillfully dodged Wong Shan's attacks while holding the orb containing the lotus flower. He spoke, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Suddenly, the manosphere in Rufeng's hand was sucked into the vortex. Rufeng was taken by surprise. He looked up at the vortex in shock and thought, "This is bad. The ancient demon is absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth." He leaped into the air. He continued to think that even my own magical power is being devoured. Rufeng seemed to fly into a rage. Veins bulged all over his body. A protective shield appeared, enveloping his entire body. He then thought, "I can't afford to get entangled with this brat any longer. I must kill him quickly and leave." Having thought this, he roared loudly, "You want to trade your life for mine? As if I would be afraid. I, this venerable one, have been cultivating since the age of 3. I have now reached the golden core realm." Wong Shan frowned. He glared in his direction. Rufeng continued to speak. "I hold countless assets in my hands. Under my leadership, the myriad creations Inyong sect has reached today's peak." Streams of dark purple light twisted and turned. They converged, forming an incredibly bizarre shape in the sky. Rufeng continued speaking as he charged at Wong Shan. "On what basis does a lucky little Taoist like you think you can trade your life for mine?" But at that moment, he didn't notice that those streams of light had gathered into a 9-tailed fox. Rufeng looked up with a terrified gaze. Wong Shan now also looked up in surprise. The fox suddenly opened its eyes. It opened its massive maw. The giant monster lunged towards where Rufeng was standing. It looked extremely ferocious. The streams of dark purple light quickly enveloped the monk. Despite his desperate resistance, the fox channeled its inner energy. It unleashed its attacks on Rufeng. He cried for help, "Senior." The blow was so powerful it made him vomit blood. He said, "It was this junior who released you, Senior." Blood splattered everywhere. Rufeng was now barely breathing. "Let me out." He collapsed immediately. His blood flowed everywhere. Seeing this, Wong Shan stood there, watching with a stunned expression. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed across the sky, dispelling the demonic aura. The fox raised its eyes. Its strangely glowing eyes looked up at the sky. Wong Shan also widened his eyes in utter astonishment. His mouth hung open. A beam of orange-gold light shot straight down, shattering the ground. Wong Shan gritted his teeth. He narrowed his eyes, trying to keep his balance. That powerful beam of light was emitted from a flying vessel in the sky. It continuously fired those beams down at the giant monster, causing a powerful shockwave that made the ground tremble violently. Because the power was too immense, Wong Shan lost his balance. He fell to the ground. He struggled to push himself up with his hands. He thought, the power of the sky sword is too strong. Once it erupts, I definitely won't be able to block it. The fox was still being suppressed by the beam from the flying vessel. At this moment, Wong Shan had already cast his spell. He shot up in an instant. He immediately thought, avoid this spearhead first, and look for an opportunity to act later. Smoke rose from somewhere. Wong Shan stood beside the crater, looking up blankly. Suddenly, that light shone down on him. Wong Shan looked up in amazement. That giant beam of light illuminated the entire night sky. In the pitch-black space, the abbot of the Purple Rock Temple kept trying to wake Wong Shan. Little friend, little friend. He groggily opened his eyes. There must be some after effects from falling into the ruins of the Shushan ancestor. Little friend, he asked, are you a disciple of Shushan? Wong Shan looked at the round thing talking in front of him and was startled, fully awake. Damn, this thing is huge. Then Wong Shan intuitively felt that the huge Sarira in front of him looked familiar. Could it be? It made him recall the words between him and his master years ago, and he gaped in astonishment. Is this the Sarira that master mentioned before? Wong Shan immediately took out his command token and said, this junior is half a disciple of Shushan. The command token identifies me as a lifetime honorary elder. My Taoist name is Wang Feiyu. After that, he slowly explained the reason he had the command token. This was gifted to this junior by the Shushan sword sect back then. This endlessly astonished the abbot. He mumbled, a lifetime honorary elder? And so, the abbot nodded and sighed with emotion. So Shushan has also kept up with the times. Wong Shan clasped his hands, bowed his head, and said, Senior, dealing with the demon first is the most important matter. He couldn't help but get angry. You're the demon. That is an immortal beast that I, this humble monk, raised. Then the abbot added, of course, due to certain matters, its current state is not good. But rest assured, I, this humble monk, left my Sarira here precisely to soothe it in time. How many years has it been since the world's spiritual energy was restored? Why is your cultivation only at the spirit void realm? A mere spirit void realm cultivator dares to deal with my little Shi Lian, who has passed her tribulation? But your sword intent is quite good. After hearing this, he was speechless. He thought to himself, this old man was probably, when he was alive, a chatterbox. After talking for a while, he couldn't help but wonder, did you risk your life fighting that fake monk to avenge the golden cord Taoist from before? Wang Shan nodded. Because he is my master. The abbot replied, respecting your master and valuing the Tao is a commendable quality. What's important is that you have courage. Your physical age is over 20. With only 6 years of spiritual energy, you've already formed a void core. As he spoke, he circled in a triangular pattern before him as a sign of praise. And you also have the sky sword intent. All in all, it's not bad. Hearing the man's praise for him, Wang Shan didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, Senior, you're not choosing a son-in-law. The Sarira quickly emitted a golden light. The abbot said to him calmly, consider this a fortunate encounter for you. Then, immediately, he revealed his original form in front of Wang Shan. Your potential is not weak. It wouldn't be an insult to Shi Lian. After saying that, the abbot pointed at him and made a request. Come now, little friend. Make an oath. The scene changes back to the battlefield. Shi Lian's condition was not looking good. The commands from Ji Ling's team rang out continuously. Target locked. Target locked. Sky Sword's remaining energy is over 70%. The launch platform will finish cooling down in 3 minutes. Right now, it's obscured by smoke and mist. Cannot accurately assess the target's situation. Shi Lian slowly climbed out from the rubble. Her body was covered in blood. The announcement rang out again. Target spotted. Target is heavily injured. Its bleeding arm suddenly regenerated back to its original state. Someone in the group said in surprise, that's not right. Its wounds are healing. The command from above quickly changed. Lock onto the target immediately. Provide precise coordinates for the Sky Sword. Someone in Ji Ling's team asked. Team leader Ji Ling, do we need final authorization? Ji Ling replied. Let the cultivators buy time for the Sky Sword. It's not yet time to resort to the final option. Then she continued. If even the final move can't kill this ancient demon. Looking at Shi Lian, who was now surrounded by 3 groups. She was suppressed to the point of curling up. Ji Ling affirmed. Then, that will be true despair. Pushed into a corner, Shi Lian became furious. She gritted her teeth and looked at them. Then Shi Lian raised her head and let out a howl. Then, she erupted with an explosion of energy, knocking away all the incoming attacks. Someone in Ji Ling's team shouted, "Everyone, all those below the Golden Core realm, retreat. Disperse from the surrounding area. I'm afraid this demonic beast has already become an immortal. A nuclear bomb might not be able to kill it." Hearing this, everyone present was shocked and terrified. Some even thought of retreating. From a distance, they all felt a powerful figure approaching, and a voice continuously called out the name. Shi Lian. Shi Lian. Wong Shan appeared. He was currently exuding the aura of the third patriarch of the Purple Rock Temple, leaving Shi Lian utterly stunned. Seeing that it was him who had arrived, the people in Ji Ling's group breathed a sigh of relief. Fei Yu, this kid is really hard to kill. No. If you didn't die, you should have run away. Why did you run in front of the ancient demon? He then directly faced Shi Lian. He gently advised her. Shi Lian, don't make a big mistake. Under her wide-eyed gaze, Wang Shan continued. This poor monk has waited all these years just to tell you the truth of what happened back then. Hearing this, she lowered her head as if in understanding. Someone in Ji Ling's group frowned and said, Senior, please subdue this immortal beast quickly. These are not the ancient times. If the country truly makes a move, this mountain will be flattened in an instant. Hearing that, he reassured him. Don't be rash. She has slept for so long. Much of the resentment in her heart has already dissipated. Wang Shan said to them, This old monk will comfort her myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Lian transformed into human form before his eyes. She knelt down, clasped her hands, and bowed her head, as if admitting her fault. Wang Shan placed his hand on her head and said, Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. They are only protecting the peace of this place. Shi Lian kowtowed. Then he explained to everyone. This old monk is Santong, the first abbot of Purple Rock Temple. This fox is not a demon. She has never harmed living beings. In the end, in front of everyone, the abbot said earnestly, I ask all you benefactors to be lenient. Now, the abbot's image appeared within him. A brilliant aura radiated from around him. Wang Shan gently stroked Shi Lian's head. The demonic root in Shi Lian's heart is entirely due to a sliver of resentment. I have tried to eliminate it for over 300 years, but could not remove it. To this old monk, she is like a daughter. This old monk sealed my own cultivation base to protect her. Wang Shan, in the form of the abbot, held a glowing orb. He continued to think. Soon, this Saraira will be placed inside Shi Lian to form the life and death great seal between her and you. If her demonic nature resurfaces, you can use the great seal to control her life soul and prevent her from harming living beings. After thinking, Wang Shan recalled the conversation between him and the first abbot of Purple Rock Temple. Senior, how can you be so assured of me? The abbot glanced at him with a serious face. Your character is sufficient. Make an oath with me, he said. First, you must not force Shi Lian to do anything she does not want. Second, if you can become an immortal in the future, you must do your utmost to help her eliminate her demonic nature and restore her to the form she had at Santong Temple. Third, if Shi Lian falls to her demonic nature again, you must do your best to restore her consciousness and not directly destroy her life soul. He, with a dazed look on his face, covered in wounds, raised 3 fingers in a solemn oath. He replied, This junior understands. The abbot smiled. He raised his hand. A stream of light appeared in his hand. Amitabha Buddha, follow this old monk. A beam of light flashed by, illuminating the entire space. It looked both warm and brilliant. Before their eyes, both Wang Shan and he teleported to another place. This place was covered in pink clouds. He asked the abbot, This place is... He sat down and answered slowly. This place is Shi Lian's spirit domain. It is also the place where her soul is entrusted. Your cultivation realm is still low, so you cannot go deeper. The abbot looked at Shi Lian, nestled in his arms, smiled gently, and stroked the little fox. Shi Lian was curled up into a ball. The little fox stirred slightly. Her eyes were still shut tight, seemingly in a deep sleep. She let out a soft whimper. The abbot continued to instruct Wong Shan. Shi Lian, from now on, follow this Master Wong. When he becomes an immortal, he will naturally remove the demonic root for you. He looked down with a solemn expression. Then, you can go and find traces of Qinglin. Wang Sheng looked at him in surprise. He thought, Qinglin? Could it be one of the seniors who followed the immortal on the expedition back then? The abbot continued to speak. He channeled his inner energy into Shi Lian, then looked at her gently. In my life, this old monk has known countless people. I would not misjudge. Unfortunately, the time has come. His tone was a bit regretful. The fox's eyes widened. Looking utterly stunned, the abbot created an orb that enveloped Shi Lian. He continued, back then, the three of us roamed the world. You developed feelings for Qinglin. He handed the orb containing Shi Lian to Wang Shan. He immediately reached out to receive it. The abbot spoke. But Taoist Master Qinglin, bearing the heavy responsibility of the sword sect's sect master, could not reciprocate. This is truly a pity. Finally, Wang Sheng managed to touch the pale pink orb containing the small fox inside. The abbot said, later, the immortals decided to purge the demon clans. Having no other choice, Qinglin sealed you with his own hands. The light from the orb was dazzling. It cast countless beams of light, forcing Wang Sheng to squint his eyes. The abbot continued. Before he left, he repeatedly instructed. The orb emitted a blinding light, enveloping the entire space. He continued, wait for the storm to pass, then release you. Unfortunately, in the end, this old monk could not eliminate the demonic nature for you. Shi Lian, from her small fox form, had now transformed into a human. She knelt before Wang Sheng, clasping hands and bowing respectfully. The abbot's words still echoed. It seemed Shi Lian's spiritual energy had now returned to the orb, leaving behind endless regret and resentment. Wang Sheng looked at the orb with sad eyes. He held the orb in his hand. His face was dazed. The image of the abbot appeared, full of dignity. Wang Sheng looked up at him with a respectful face, filled with determination. Below, Shi Lian was also looking up at him. At the fake purple bamboo temple, the investigation team was trying to contact each other. Those evil cultivators have retreated. Quickly, counterattack. Attack with full force. Below was a giant, arc-shaped shield. Countless spots of light appeared in the night sky. The investigation team was fighting hard against the hideous monsters. Beams of light shot from behind them towards the monsters. The monsters were not to be trifled with. They continuously unleashed their attacks on the investigation team. One of them spoke up. Didn't the Yang sect master say he wanted to release the ancient demon? The other one also spoke. Why are these righteous path people still not paying any attention to it? Suddenly, Shi Tianzhang's martial uncle and the man standing next to him's faces changed color. A giant red symbol appeared in the sky, aiming straight down at the shielded area. A massive red beam of light shone down with terrifying destructive power, sending earth and rocks flying. Dim red spots of light kept appearing and disappearing, looking very strange. After the aftershock of that light, below, the place where the man and Shi Tianzhang's master were hiding was smoking heavily. Their bodies were covered in scrapes. The man asked, "What's going on?" Shi Tianzhang's master immediately replied, "Just now this poor Taoist saw. There was someone in the sky." Shi Lian's figure suddenly appeared in the sky, channeling her internal energy. Beside her was Wang Sheng. Both of them were floating. She spoke to Wang Sheng. Her face was serious. Her eyes glanced down below. "I have suppressed these junior cultivators. My inner demons have not yet been eliminated. If I attack again, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my demonic energy and fall into a demonic state once more." Wang Sheng replied to Shi Lian instantly with a grateful expression. "Many thanks, senior. Leave the rest to us." She looked at Wang Sheng with a sharp gaze and said, "My life is in your hands. No need to be so polite with me." He gave an awkward smile, scratching his cheek while thinking. She looks cold on the outside, but her voice is soft and gentle. To think she can even resist this. Taoist Master Qinglin's cultivation and Dao heart are truly inhuman. In the end, the sky has cleared. The sky was covered with bright stars and the peace of the night sky outside the house. Inside the house, Shi Lian sat upright in the center. Shi Tianzhong and Huai Jing sat in a corner of the house. They had a look of indecision as they looked toward Shi Lian. Wang Sheng stood on the left, looking at her and thinking, traveling 100 miles in an instant, suppressing several hundred cultivators with a single move. A half-immortal body, a half-demon heart. This is a human nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. Wang Sheng stared intently at Shi Lian. He continued to think. The life and death of such a master is in my hands. The pressure is mountainous. Suddenly, a surprised look flashed across his face. His golden eyes widened. Guan Xian had just walked over. She looked up at him with an equally surprised face. She made a sound. Wang Sheng was about to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Guan Xian, who suddenly ran up and hugged him tightly. Senior sister. Wang Sheng looked down at her with affectionate eyes, shining with gentleness. Guan Xian's face was now streaming with tears. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly. Wang Sheng gently patted her shoulder while speaking in a loving tone. It's all right now, senior sister. He immediately hugged his senior sister tightly, comforting her and looking at her with eyes full of longing. He promised, this won't happen again. After this battle, except for the sect master, several evil cultivator leaders had all fallen into the trap. The group of wrongdoers was quickly captured. Because of Shi Lian, the process of capturing the evil cultivators went very smoothly. Everyone was guarding and escorting the criminals. But how to handle Shi Lian had become the investigation team's biggest headache. Shi Lian had reached the half-immortal realm. The government would naturally not let go of such a powerful asset. Wang Sheng explained with difficulty, everyone. I have sworn upon my own great Tao. I will not force Senior to do anything she dislikes. At this point, his face darkened and he gave a wry smile. Trying to pass the buck to me? No way. Suddenly, a sobbing sound from behind startled Wang Sheng. Xiao Xing was half sitting, half kneeling on the ground. She was only wearing a disheveled robe, looking at you with tears streaming down her face. Right now, I can only rely on you. Are you going to abandon me too? Wang Sheng was sweating bullets, declaring, we don't know each other that well. He held his head in his hands, dejectedly telling himself, saying this will have a bad influence. At the same time, Guan Xuan came up from behind, looking at him with a bewitching smile. Huai Jing, who was standing nearby, spoke up. Ba, Fei Yu. Actually, there's no need to push this away. Yunji also added. Fei Yu, this senior really does need someone to take care of her right now. Tianzhong couldn't help but get excited upon seeing the beauty before him. He ran over, shouting loudly and volunteering. Brother Sheng. Seeing his murderous expression, Tianzhong quickly knew his place and pretended not to notice. I feel that. The weather today isn't bad. After saying that, he even laughed foolishly. The next morning, and so, everyone finished making arrangements for Senior Shi Lian. For the time being, she would follow him and his senior sister to stay at a villa in the suburbs. After going through some hardships, the plan to use the ancient demon to lure out the evil cultivators could be considered to have a rather satisfactory outcome. But with the evil cultivators defeated, everyone became even more certain of the relationship between them and the Sakura Island nation. The various Taoist sects were also filled with indignation towards them. They planned to form a team to go to the Sakura Island nation for revenge. But it seemed they were dissuaded by the Great Hua government. After many delays, they still couldn't take action. Xiao Lian couldn't help but be surprised. The Sakura Island nation is the Woka nation, right? Speaking of magic artifacts, she said in amazement. Aren't these phones of yours truly special? And what's more, each of you can have one. Guan Xuan showed her the camera function. After all, Xiao Lian was from a previous generation, so she was completely clueless about these things. But right after that, she immediately got excited seeing her image through the camera. Seeing her own beautiful face, Xiao Lian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Right after that, she and Guan Xuan started taking pictures nonstop, striking all sorts of poses. Wang Sheng sat opposite them, watching. He warned himself internally. There, another one has fallen. Scene changed to the morning. Wang Sheng quickly went to the hospital to visit his master. Guan Xuan and Xiao Lian also followed. But the two of them didn't go inside, instead peeking from the outside. Qing Yinzi looked at him with a slight smile and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Sheng, why didn't that Chan Master Santong give you any benefits? He handed over an apple and said modestly, "Having Senior Shi Lian around to take care of me is already a big enough benefit." Qing Yinzi couldn't help but be pleased. "Not bad. In the future, if your master is bullied, they'll tell you to bring this great deity over." His face looked somewhat gaunt. Qing Yinzi recounted, "Your master's wife is about to apply for resignation. I can finally relax a little." Wong Shan voiced his doubts. "Master, I'm afraid master's wife won't be able to resign. The government has established a new department to mutually supervise the investigation team. In reality, it's just a disguised way of revoking part of her authority." Actually, it wasn't that Qing Yinzi didn't know this, but hearing it from his mouth added a few more degrees of certainty. He let out a long sigh. Then, while holding a slice of orange, tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing the happy life that was within reach just slip away like that, he gave a bitter smile and comforted him. "Master, capable people have it tough. In the cultivation world, there aren't many who can balance their cultivation, career, and love life." Hearing this, he let out a weary breath and leaned back against the pillow. "Forget it. Your master's wife can't sell her life for the country forever. When her ambition wanes, they'll take her to live in seclusion in the deep forests. On the other hand, you..." As he spoke, he took out his phone. His phone also rang at the same time. It was a message from Qing Yinzi. He told him, "Quick, look at your phone." It's just that he felt using voice transmission in front of the senior wasn't safe. "Let's talk on here." Qing Yinzi couldn't help but ask him curiously, "Is this senior considered single or widowed right now?" Wang Sheng replied, "Right now, Daoist Qing Lin's life or death is unknown, so it's hard to say." At this point, he also felt a bit guilty. "But master, remember to delete the chat history when you're done." He continued to ask, "When do you plan to tell her about the situation back then, after the heavenly court left?" Wang Sheng decided, "Maybe you'll tell her when we get a bit closer. Besides, Daoist Qing Lin's life or death is only unknown." Qing Yinzi couldn't help but worry. What if this demigod is seen as taking advantage of her weakness? And then they run into Daoist Qing Lin. What then? This demigod is a deeply devoted person. This is no laughing matter. He replied nonchalantly. Then he'll just cuckold him. Qin Jianzi couldn't believe his disciple would say such a thing. Wang Sheng scrolled up the messages. From where his master said, "This half-immortal is a lovelorn person." This was no joking matter. He then performed an action. The phone notified. "System message, you have recalled the message." Then Wang Sheng typed again. "Senior sister will always be by my side. Master, don't overthink this. My resolve will absolutely not waver." Seeing these words, Qin Jianzi couldn't help but pause for a moment. Right after, he laughed heartily in satisfaction and ruffled his head. This kid has finally seen the light. Outside, Guanchuan heard the laughter and chatter inside and was momentarily stunned. Wang Sheng thought, "It seems master really did intend to matchmake me and senior sister before. All right, now I can be considered to be pursuing senior sister under orders. They'll have to see how senior sister feels about it later." Speaking of the battle at Xian Temple, Senior Shi Lian took action, sweeping the battlefield and reducing our side's losses. Therefore, the government rewarded Wang Sheng with a Mountain View villa in his name. Although Xiao Lian had moved to a new environment, she still didn't pay it much mind. She took everything as it came. After all, due to a misunderstanding, she had fallen into demonhood for 1,000 years. Now, the hidden demonic nature had been completely eliminated. The resentment in her heart could be understood. Wang Sheng secretly glanced at her. Matters of the heart are hard to get through, but who could get through to someone whose cultivation is close to that of an immortal? Thinking it over, to truly make her let her guard down. I'm afraid. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of Guanchuan. I can only call upon the secret weapon who shares the same interests as Senior. And over here, the moment Xiao Lian saw Guanchuan, she flew over. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. At his villa, Xiao Xian was sending her a pile of spirit comics with a message. Senior Shi Lian, I highly recommend the most romantic comic series this junior has ever read. And at this moment, thanks to Guanchuan, she had learned how to use a phone. Xiao Lian excitedly replied, "This is interesting. No need to call me senior. Just call me by my name. I'm not that hung up on rules." Afterwards, Xiao Lian quickly finished reading. She looked for Xiao Xian again. Shi Lian messaged affectionately. Xiao Xian, do you have more? Send me more. These stories told through pictures are also very interesting. When she was sent more stories, Shi Lian sent a happy emoji along with a message. Thanks, big shot, for the resources. Wong Shan accidentally picked up his great senior sister's phone. After reading the messages, he gave a wry smile. As expected of senior sister, she handled it perfectly. Right after, he continued his calculations. Next, secret operation number 2. Commencing. The next night, everyone had a small farewell party together. Inglong happily raised his glass. Feiyu, you guys are leaving tomorrow. Tonight, we don't go home until we're drunk. Wang Shan was also excited. As if I'm afraid of you all. Using true essence to sober up is forbidden. Just drink. Right after, the two young men quickly raised their glasses cheerfully. Bottoms up, Qi Ling reminded them worriedly. Senior brother, you've just recovered. Drink less. Mao Yu couldn't help but feel the pinch, her eyes welling up. You two Taoist masters. This bottle of liquor is very expensive. After Inglong and Qi Ling left, Wang Sheng was so drunk he was dead to the world. Guanchuan quickly took him back to his room. Just as she came out, Mao Yu immediately asked, Fairy Buyu, is Taoist Master Wang asleep? Guanchuan simply hummed in agreement. At this moment, Mao Yu revealed a cunning expression. Fairy Buyu. Xiao Lian was now leaning against the table, asleep. The table was still a mess from the aftermath of the party. Mao Yu spoke charmingly to Guanchuan. When will you and Taoist Master Fei Yu be able to achieve a fruitful union? Hearing this, Xiao Lian's ears immediately perked up to eavesdrop. It's unclear what she typed on her phone, but Mao Yu said aloud with amusement. You mean when you'll become an immortal? There are still many realms after this. To achieve that fruition, you must take it slow. I'm talking about matters between a man and a woman. You two are considered a couple right now, aren't you? The conversation started to get heated. Xiao Lian groggily sat up. Xiao Lian couldn't help but ask, are you two childhood sweethearts? Xiao Xian, have you ever had worldly feelings for him? Mu Guanchuan passed the phone over. Isn't my current relationship with junior brother good enough? Starting from being best friends. Mao Yu explained. But you can also take it one step further. Don't cultivators have a term called cultivation partner? A cultivation partner relationship is definitely closer than senior sister and junior brother, right? Mu Guanchuan asked naively. Aren't junior brother and I the closest right now? Closer than senior sister and junior brother? Like legendary sworn siblings? Sworn siblings fight. But we don't fight. Mao Yu covered her mouth, smiling slyly. Of course not. It seems you two haven't even kissed. And you call that the closest? Shi Lian propped her cheek on her hand and looked over. Little Xian was born for the Tao. She won't understand these things you're telling her. But from the looks of it, little Xian might be about to fall in love. Mu Guanchuan asked again. Can you be more specific? A bored little Lian raised her wine cup. I can't really explain this. After all, I never truly experienced it back then. My days and nights were not peaceful. It's just that once I fell in love, I was consumed by my feelings. Mao Yu couldn't help but get excited. Her face couldn't hide her gossipy expression. Little Lian took a sip of wine and then continued. Take me as an example. Back then, if I didn't see Qing Lin for a few days, my heart would be in turmoil. And after seeing him, my mind would run wild. Unfortunately, he only saw me as a junior. Then she slammed her cup on the table. In today's terms, if I could do it all over again, she paused. Little Lian gathered her courage and shouted. I would definitely, resolutely sleep with him. Hearing that, Mao Yu was also fired up. She cheered relentlessly. Senior, you're so bold. After Mu Guanchuan heard this, she immediately went back to typing diligently on her phone. She couldn't help but ask, Senior, have you never resented him? Little Lian explained. The source of my demonification was only resentment towards myself. Wondering why I wasn't human and why I ultimately became a demon. That's why I only realized my feelings for Qing Lin had become twisted afterwards. Then she tilted her head back and continued to drink. So, if you think you can use this method to resolve the deep resentment in my heart, then you're dreaming. A frightened Mao Yu hid behind Mu Guanchuan and hurriedly explained. Not at all. I just feel that Senior has been through too many hardships. I wanted to cheer you up a bit. Senior, I'm sorry, we were too abrupt. Little Lian didn't hold it against them. Come on, the three of us, Let's have a drink. Let's continue talking about romance. Actually, this is my first time drinking alcohol. After drinking, I feel much more relaxed. Mao Yu grinned darkly. Then let's continue the topic. She looked at Mu Guanxuan excitedly. Silent Fairy. Do you like your junior brother? The innocent Mu Guanxuan looked bewildered, then quickly typed a reply. Mao Yu clutched her head in frustration. Not that kind of like. It's about whether you've ever thought about kissing him? Hearing Mao Yu say this, Mu Guanxuan was momentarily stunned. She felt her entire body flush with heat. The young girl's face couldn't help but blush crimson. Mu Guanxuan was silent for a long while. Mao Yu looked at the phone screen and shouted, There it is. Yes, this is what falling in love feels like. Little Lian chimed in. She fell in love a long time ago. It's just that little Xian doesn't seem to have realized it yet. Mu Guangxuan's shy atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a shout from the drunkard. I must become number one. The number one sword cultivator under the stars. He continued to shout uncontrollably. Sword bathes in the starry river. Little Lian couldn't help but look grim and suspicious. This guy isn't going to be like that. Qing Yanzi, is he? Right after, Little Lian placed a hand on Mu Guangxuan's shoulder. Big sis here has been through this before. She leaned in close and advised seriously. Don't wait until you've lost him to regret it. Tonight, while he's drunk. It's a heaven-sent opportunity. Mu Guanxuan also seemed intrigued. How do I keep it? Right after that, the three of them quickly entered Wang Sheng's room. He was still fast asleep on the bed. Little Lian said mischievously, Leave everything to Big Sis. Call me Big Sis loudly. Guanxuan said softly, Big Sis. Little Lian replied smugly, and then laughed out loud. His face was flushed from drinking too much wine. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he was dreaming about something. His eyes were tightly shut. Just then, he felt something strange. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes. A pair of plump lips was right in front of him. But Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder. Why can't I move? A moment later, a soft kiss landed on his cheek. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder. Senior sister? It turned out to be Mao Yu. She kissed him to demonstrate for Guanxuan, then turned around. See, this is the simplest way to kiss. It's a greeting in many other parts of the world. Wang Sheng's heart sank into an abyss. He screamed in his mind. Why is it you? But right now, he still chose to pretend to be asleep, and stubbornly thought, all right, we're close anyway. It's fine if Mao Yu touches me a little. Right after that, Shi Lian eagerly pushed Guanxuan forward. Little Xian, it's your turn. Go ahead and kiss him right on the lips. Don't worry, just do it. I've already used an immobilization spell on little Shang. He won't be able to bother us. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. You too. What have you done? Guanxuan was full of determination at this moment. She clenched her fists resolutely. Wang Sheng thought to himself as the climax approached, but, if things develop at this pace. Thinking of this, Guanxuan also started to climb onto the bed. His mind screamed wildly as she moved closer. Could it be that tonight we can? Just as their lips were about to touch, a scream rang out. Startled, Guanxuan froze. Little Lian was still excited. Her ears wouldn't stop twitching. Mao Yu blushed and spoke up. But, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A girl's first kiss is very important. Little Lian nodded. That makes sense. Saying this, Shi Lian stepped forward. Tonight, we'll just teach little Xian this much. Remember it for now. Shi Lian looked over happily. Mao Yu, you continue the lesson. I'm really no match for you in these matters. Mao Yu blushed. Not at all, not at all. I'm just, a bit shy. Shi Lian laughed loudly. It's fine. It's just the three of us here. Little Fei Yu is still fast asleep. Why don't you start? What do women like about men? And what do men like about women? Mao Yu cleared her throat. What men like about us women. You have to pay attention. Until midnight. He sat up tiredly. He thought wearily in his mind. I've been uncomfortable for half the night. The immobilization spell has finally worn off. He immediately glanced sideways at the people next to him. Seeing the three girls with their clothes in disarray, he felt helpless. These three are way too unguarded around me. Wang Sheng looked to his side. A hint of warmth appeared in his eyes. Guanxuan was sleeping naturally right beside him. She wasn't the least bit wary of him. Wang Sheng looked at her gently. It seems senior sister really fell fast asleep after drinking. She won't even wake up from this. He reached out his hand, so soft, it felt nice. Looking at Mao Yu with her revealing clothes, Wang Sheng was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Mao Yu to be such a seasoned expert, teaching everyone else. He guessed that. Big sis Shi Lian also seemed to have taught senior sister quite a few things. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng grinned mischievously. Since that's the case, they'll have to thank them properly. Right after that, clothes flew everywhere. No one knows what happened after that. Just as dawn broke, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the area. Little Lian's clothes were a mess. She blushed. We have ruined little Fei Ye's innocence. Mao Yu felt extremely guilty. She repeatedly banged her head hard against a pillar. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. Guangshuan's whole body was trembling. She stared blankly at Wang Sheng. His body was completely naked. Lying fast asleep on the bed, Shi Lian cried out in distress. Which one of us did it? If Xiao Xin did it, it's fine. Mao Yu cried out. It must have been me. Taoist Wang is so handsome, and am such a sucker for handsome men. We even drank last night. They were so busy talking among themselves that they didn't notice that over here, Wang Sheng had been awakened by the noise. Shi Lian spoke up chivalrously. It's okay. I've already taken this 10 billion. They'll take the blame for this. It's just a bit of reputation, isn't it? I'm a fox spirit. What's there to be afraid of? Guanshuan waved her hand and said, if it doesn't work, he'll confess to junior brother. And say that last night Hearing this, Wang Sheng held back his laughter until his stomach ached. He burst out laughing. The three of them looked over, stunned, while he was still rolling around, clutching his stomach and laughing like a madman on the bed. The three girls were now furious at being teased. He didn't need to be told to know his fate. A wild fight immediately broke out. Wang Sheng had to face this fury all by himself. The next morning at Wudong Mountain, Yinglong hurried out respectfully. Fellow Taoists who have come from afar, please forgive our inadequate reception. Yunji smiled brightly. You're too polite. We just wanted to meet that half-immortal stage senior. We're still a bit worried. Qi Ling immediately added. That senior is very approachable, just like us young people. There's no formality at all. After the greetings, Yinglong led everyone inside, happily shouting, Junior Brother Wang, look who's here. As soon as they opened the door, the scene before them made Yinglong, Huijing, and Tianzhong jump in shock. Yunji was no exception. Qi Ling let out an embarrassed shriek, covered her face, and turned away. Over here, Shi Lian was sitting leisurely, eating fruit. Her hand, channeling internal energy, was relentlessly whipping Wang Sheng. He was suspended in the air and being beaten until he was drenched in sweat. Shi Lian didn't even bother to look at him. My previous master once said, the more handsome a man is, the more of a philanderer he is. She looked at him coldly. I didn't expect you, Xiao Feiyu, to be not only a philanderer, but also so cunning. Mao Yu tried to mediate. Big sis Shi Lian, maybe we should stop. Taoist Wang's friends are still watching. Over here, Guanshuan was transferring internal energy to him while her eyes welled up with tears. Big sis, she thought worriedly. What if junior brothers Dao Heart and Dao Realm are injured? The ropes will hurt junior brother. Other people are still watching. Seeing the good girl so heartbroken, Shi Lian couldn't bear to watch and stood up. She put on a cool face, looked at Wang Sheng, and warned him, have you learned your lesson? Will you dare to bully Xiao Xin again in the future? In her heart, she was laughing gleefully. Wang Sheng gave a bitter smile. Senior, of course, I would never bully my senior sister. That was just a joke before. Please let me go. He thought to himself. To have a stable Dao heart, one must be thick-skinned. Right after that, she raised her hand. They'll let you off this time. The rope was quickly untied. Wang Sheng landed gently and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. They'll go entertain my friends first. Guanshuan, who was beside him, immediately ran over with a robe. Qi Ling happily approached. Senior, I came to hang out with you all. Shi Lian was delighted. Okay. We'll play our own games. Ignore those smelly men. After saying that, the girls pulled each other to one side. Wang Sheng, drenched in sweat, walked back towards Yinglong's group. Yunji, who was usually quiet, couldn't help but laugh when he saw his face today. Only Tianzhong was the most tactless. He lay on the ground, laughing wildly. Brother Sheng is the top dog on his turf. His name is on the heavenly rankings. The outstanding youth of the great Hua nation's cultivation world was actually, at this point, he laughed so hard he couldn't speak anymore. Tianzhong wiped away his tears, laughing loudly. Brother Sheng, what did you do? To get sentenced to be strung up and beaten with a small whip? He coughed a little awkwardly. It's just a joke. Yunji spoke up to break this awkward atmosphere. For Fei Yes' reputation, let's pretend today never happened. At this point, Yinglong suddenly yelped in surprise. Wang Sheng's face darkened as he approached with a dangerous smile. Senior Brother Zhou, let me borrow your phone for a moment. Yinglong broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. I forgot to bring my phone. Huai Jian gave him a cunning smile. It's too late. A few minutes ago, the 2 pictures we sent were already forwarded. Hearing this, the smile on Wang Sheng's face completely vanished. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Immediately after, a series of comments appeared. For the security of the cultivation world, he doesn't hesitate to sacrifice his body to protect the Tao. Fei Yes righteousness, we admire you. Taoist Master Fei Yu, if you want to find a few more Taoist partners, you can consider my senior sister. If Taoist Brother Fei Yu can't handle it, I can help share the burden. Wang Sheng held his forehead, crying silently. My lifelong reputation. This time, Wang Sheng's group returned to Wudong to move houses. Today, people like senior brother Zhou Yinglong came to see them off. Huai Jian's group decided that after bidding farewell, they would each return to their own mountains to cultivate and to talk about some matters. Huai Jian spoke first. After this great battle, the Inyong cult won't make a move in the short term. But their base is in Sakura country. I'm afraid they are just conserving their strength, preparing for a counterattack with Taoist soldiers. Yinglong continued. If the government hadn't suppressed it, the various Taoist sects would probably be at Mount Fuji admiring the cherry blossoms right now. But I feel we should follow the government's lead step by step. Suppress first, then take the initiative. Yunji agreed with this. He raised his teacup and took a sip. That's right, diplomacy between the 2 countries isn't just about grudges. It requires comprehensive consideration. Tianzhong was excited while eating an apple. Anyway, when we go to Sakura country to fight, they'll definitely be there. After returning to the mountain, I will go into seclusion to cultivate. They'll try not to be a burden to Brother Sheng. Wang Sheng gave a stiff smile and praised him. You've actually matured a lot recently. About 3%. Yinglong looked at him seriously. Fei Yu, after you leave this time, we probably won't have many chances to meet. Wang Sheng poured tea and replied with a bright smile. I can't just stay in the mountains for 100 years. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Tianzhong sat to the side, sulking. Only 3%. Yunji also chimed in with a suggestion. How about this? Perhaps in a few months, the Taoist sects will have to go to Sakura country to deal with the evil cultivators. At that time, as long as we aren't in seclusion, we can go together. How about it? At that time, we will gather together again and have a decisive battle with those evil cultivators. Wang Sheng and Yinglong seemed to agree. He continued. We meet in Wudong today. Tomorrow we'll eliminate evil in Sakura country. What do you all think? On this side, Huai Jian and Tianzhong didn't object either. All 5 brothers were excited. They raised their cups to toast and shouted loudly. The very next day, things started again. Mao Yu introduced to him. Taoist Master Wang. This is the villa that our superiors have arranged for the 3 of you. Wang Sheng looked around happily. Okay, thank you. He excitedly basked in the sunlight on the balcony and couldn't help but sigh. Following Senior Shi Lian, the benefits and treatment have gone up by more than just 1 level. Wall heating system. A perimeter defense system. We have whatever we want. Most importantly, there's internet. At this point, his face suddenly turned pale. Wang Sheng couldn't help but let out a sigh. Mao Yu said softly, we have designed parental control privileges. Taoist Master Wang can disconnect the internet at any time. He asked gloomily in return, do you think I would dare to disconnect their internet? A moment later, there was no one left in the house. Wang Sheng heard the sound of laughter and went out curiously to see. Not knowing what he saw, he hastily ran back inside, muttering, don't look at what is contrary to propriety. Don't look at what is contrary to propriety. Don't look at what is contrary to propriety. In the distance, a small hot spring stream was constantly flowing. The scenery was incredibly poetic. Guanxuan and Xiao Lian were soaking in it. Mao Yu stood on the bank, observing with binoculars. Big sister. It seems I've won. She continued happily. I told you so. Based on my understanding of Taoist Master Wong, he definitely wouldn't peek at us. Shi Lian stood up and walked towards Guanxuan. All right. His personality is indeed similar to Taoist Master Qing Lin. The fox's naked body gradually approached Guanxuan. She lifted Guanxuan's chin and said, Little Xian, you must hold on tight. Mu Guanxuan let out a soft cry. On this side, Mao Yu felt wronged and touched her own chest, thinking to herself, why is the difference so big? Right after that, Shi Lian immediately set up a restriction, afraid Wang Sheng would peek. A cunning voice rang out. I didn't expect little Xian to be so well endowed. Compared to little Yu, Mao Yu said loudly in embarrassment. Big sis, if you say another word, we're done. And of course, he heard all of these words. Wang Sheng talked to himself to distract his thoughts. It's been a long time since I could cultivate with a calm mind like this. Speaking of which, senior sister has been stuck at the peak of the void core realm. I don't know when she'll be able to break through. Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Lian shouted loudly. Little Fei Yu, little Xian is about to break through. Quickly prepare to stand guard. Wang Sheng was still stunned. Could it really happen right after I mentioned it? Immediately after. He immediately rode his sword and flew out. Condensing the golden core is inevitably dangerous for anyone. No matter what, I must protect this place well, so that senior sister can break through smoothly. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng quickly flew far away. As he stood guard, he couldn't help but wonder. Strange. Back then, Master directly swallowed a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, and only then did he condense his golden core. Wang Sheng stood high above, looking down at the hot spring, wondering, why is senior sister ascending to the golden core stage? But the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy isn't fluctuating at all? Could it be? It seemed Wang Sheng had figured something out. His gaze became solemn. According to his speculation, senior sister wants to use this opportunity to completely switch to the Inyong Taiji Dao. Then, based on the foundation of the pure Yang immortal art, use the Yang secret manual to form a golden core. And at this moment, Mu Guanxuan had already begun to circulate her inner energy. Wang Sheng couldn't help but worry. He hurriedly took out his phone, thinking, this won't do. This is still dangerous. I must contact Master immediately. Qing Yanzi was still in the hospital receiving treatment at this time. Hearing Wang Sheng explain the situation, he couldn't help but wonder. Little Xian wants to follow the Inyong Dao? Why didn't this child discuss it with me? Well, just let her try. If she fails, you step in and help her. But it seemed Wang Sheng still didn't understand his meaning. He quickly asked again, Master? Could you be more specific? Qing Yanzi immediately explained. The foundation for both of you is the pure Yang immortal art. If little Xian fails, you immediately transfer your true essence to her, to give her a chance to switch back to the pure Yang immortal art. Wang Sheng's gaze became even more resolute. He answered decisively. Yes, I understand now. At the same time, Shi Lian also flew up close to him. Shinner wants to walk the great Dao of Liangyi. I can't help. You go down and protect her. She relayed the situation. Mao Yu has already returned to the villa. He'll stand guard for you all. I won't let anyone approach. Wang Sheng held his sword, respectfully cupped his fist. Many thanks, senior. Then, he quickly descended near Mu Guanxuan. His mind was calculating. The two energies of Yin and Yang both generate and overcome each other. They are fundamentally incompatible. This time, senior sister is indeed being too reckless. Immediately after, he crossed his legs and sat down beside her, silently making a resolution in his heart. I must protect senior sister well. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng's expression relaxed a little. He sat down opposite Mu Guanxuan and then spoke to reassure her, senior sister. With your junior brother here, you can rest assured. Mu Guanxuan was circulating her inner energy with her eyes closed. But she still heard Wang Sheng's words. She smiled faintly in her heart. Just like that, time quickly passed until nightfall. But Mu Guanxuan still hadn't finished breaking through. Wang Sheng observed intently, unable to stop worrying. For a cultivator, if the first attempt at forming a core fails, the success rate for future attempts will become lower and lower. Firstly, it will leave behind a heart demon. Secondly, the loss of power will damage one's foundation. He looked at Mugwan Xuan, who was focused on comprehending the Tao. At this moment, she was circulating her sword well. He was still worried sick. That's why Master entrusted me. If senior sister fails to form her core, I must immediately transfer my true essence to her. To help senior sister quickly condense a golden core of the pure Yang Dao. He thought this while observing her movements. The two Inyong poles of Guanshuan were still glowing brightly. The process hadn't stopped yet. Seeing the power radiating from her, Wong Shan couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect these two Inyong energies to pull in their surroundings. Even I could barely keep my footing. His hand touched his sword. His thoughts were still racing. But the intermingling of the two Inyong energies proved that senior sister was on the right path. Just need to wait for the void core to condense. Successfully transcending the tribulation will allow for the transformation into a golden core. Before he could pull back his thoughts, suddenly, Guangshuan's hand reached for the sky. That stream of pure power continuously radiated outwards. Guanshuan looked like a fairy. Her clothes fluttered gently. Wang Sheng was momentarily startled by this power. His eyes widened in shock as he let out a cry. He couldn't help but stare in shock. He couldn't help but think. Does senior sister think a void core like this can condense into a golden core? Shouldn't a golden core be solidly condensed? From Guangshuan's body at this moment, a shadow separated from her. It flew into the air. Another pure figure. Like Guangshuan's soul, it gently ascended. That version of her slowly opened its eyes. The face no longer had Guangshuan's innocent look. Instead, it was replaced by a sharp expression. Wang Sheng watched with wide eyes. His mouth couldn't help but fall open. That soul was continuously flying upwards. The direction she was heading was towards the bolt of lightning in the sky. It was as if Guanshuan had gotten close to that lightning. Her soul flew towards it like a magnet. Down below, Wang Sheng was still watching her every move. He guessed this was her facing the tribulation. He was momentarily unable to withstand that source of power. Wang Sheng was a little flustered at this moment. His inner voice kept shouting, "This is not good." Right now, senior sister's void core has only achieved a balance of yin-yang power. If the lightning tribulation breaks that balance, then the void core could shatter at any moment. He tried to keep his eyes open. He observed Guangshuan's soul while pondering. At this moment, Guangshuan's soul was very close to the lightning in the sky, and the core tribulation was striking even more fiercely. Wang Sheng became vigilant. He gritted his teeth and gripped the long sword in his hand. Meanwhile, Guanshuan, sitting in front of him, was still circulating her internal energy, focusing her power on the yin-yang, while Guangshuan's soul above had drawn closer to the lightning. Her expression remained unchanged. And so, in the sky at this moment, Guangshuan's soul had completely merged with the Tao tribulation. A brilliant light shone out. After a while, her soul descended safely. Wang Sheng remained seated there, observing. He didn't dare to speak for fear she might suffer a qi deviation. Finally, Guangshuan's soul and body merged back together. Her body levitated, a distance above the water's surface. But Guanshuan was still in a state of enlightenment. Wang Sheng quietly sighed in relief. It was startling, but not dangerous. Wang Sheng calculated. As long as she passes the lightning tribulation, senior sister can condense a golden core. He looked at Guanshuan in surprise. She was undergoing a strange transformation. A glowing circle appeared on her abdomen. Wang Sheng was astonished. A flat cake? He looked at it, unable to help but wonder and speculate. Is this also a golden core? No, that's not right. Senior sister successfully formed her core. As soon as Wang Sheng returned, he immediately asked Shi Lian, "Was it a success?" He said, "It was a success, but senior. Must a golden core be spherical?" Shi Lian explained. A Taoist golden core just represents the idea of perfection and completeness. It doesn't have a fixed form, just like how Buddhist cultivation methods don't even use a golden core. Knowing Guanshuan was in no danger, he heaved a sigh of relief. He'll go report the good news to Master, then guard senior sister during her secluded cultivation. He reported the good news to Qing Yanzi. "Master, senior sister succeeded, but her golden core is a large, flat cake in the shape of a yin-yang taiji." He instructed, "Don't worry. A golden core manifests according to one's own great Tao. A round cake also carries the meaning of completeness. As long as it's not a stick, you don't need to worry too much. At this point, he couldn't help but be surprised. What do you mean? Qing Yinzi asked back. Are you afraid that when you form your golden core will appear in the shape of a sword? Over here, Wong Shan said to himself. Master said not to worry. But how can I not worry? If there's a problem with senior sister's golden core, it could very well affect her entire future path of cultivation, affecting her future attainment of immortality, of the Tao. Oh well. Since this is the path senior sister has chosen for herself, I can't say anything more. If I really hit a bottleneck, then I'll do my best to help senior sister break through her realm. Guanchuan was still in secluded cultivation at this time. He sat opposite her and began to circulate his internal energy. Senior sister, let's pursue longevity together. After a long while, Guanchuan successfully passed her tribulation. The only thing left was comprehension, so he had nothing to worry about. He also immediately calmed his mind and entered seclusion to comprehend senior sister's Tao of Inyong balance and enhance his understanding of the two forms sword intent. And this session lasted for more than 20 days. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Shi Lian was excited. Not bad, Xiao Xian. That's the way. After comprehending the Tao and leveling up, Guangshuan's appearance changed a little. She looked more solemn and holy than before. Shi Lian was happy for her. Xiao Xian, once you advance to the golden core, you can already fly. Take this white dragon Dharma artifact as my congratulatory gift. Using it looks much better than riding a sword. Wang Sheng also stepped forward and added, Congratulations on entering the golden core realm, senior sister. From now on, you are also a golden core cultivator. Guanchuan put her hands on her hips and looked at him decisively. She thought, I am an expert. Follow me from now on, and you'll eat and drink well. I will protect you. Wang Sheng smiled happily and asked her, Senior sister, what do you want to eat today? Also, thank you, Senior Shi Lian, for guarding us. Let's go cook a celebratory meal. The moment Guanchuan heard about food, her eyes immediately lit up. Her face couldn't hide her joy. But for some reason, Shi Lian felt irritated. Her face darkened as she looked at Wang Sheng. Right after that, Shi Lian cracked her knuckles menacingly. You still call me senior. Do you believe ill? He quickly understood the problem and corrected himself. Big sister Shi Lian, what do you want to eat? She suggested. I haven't eaten bamboo shoots in a long time. Try making some bamboo shoots. At this moment, Guanchuan was also landing. She excitedly held up her phone to look for recipes. Spicy stir-fried bok choy, egg tarts, rich egg yolk tarts, stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with ginger, pork rib and lotus root soup, steamed pork ribs with fermented black beans, honey-glazed pork ribs, eggs with preserved radish, smoked meat with shiitake mushrooms, pickled vegetable fish soup. So many dishes, but Wang Sheng still happily agreed. He said loudly with excitement. Scene changed to another place. The scenery here was extremely gloomy. A streak of green light flashed by, then shot straight into the house ahead. Immediately, a powerful evil chi shot out. Within the purple smoke, there seemed to be a human face. This place is the little underworld. Scene changed to Wang Sheng's villa. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. He had just finished cooking, still wearing an apron, carrying 2 plates of food in his hands. Senior sister, dinner is ready. Let's eat. A table full of food was quickly served. Wang Sheng was filled with happiness as he thought. I don't know why, but seeing this scene, I have the feeling that I've started a family with senior sister. He smiled wryly at Shi Lian and continued to think. And am about to raise a daughter to adulthood. She was extremely excited looking at the table full of food and laughed. Let's eat. He looked at Shi Lian's attire and couldn't help but find her aesthetic a bit strange. I heard that big sister read some kind of fox demon comic. So is she role-playing now? Thinking of this, Wang Xing asked her, Big sister Shi Lian, are you used to this place? She answered calmly. It's much more comfortable than your original small courtyard. Mortals nowadays really know how to enjoy life. There are so many types of series and movies. Wang Sheng remained silent. He glanced over at Guanchuan. Shi Lian also looked at her and said, Xiao Xian, remember to send me more next time. I've already finished watching them all. Wong Shan continued to pick up food. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, Wang Shan asked again, Big Sister Shi Lian, is there really a way to purify demonic qi? Shi Lian poured a glass of water as she spoke. Right now, as long as I don't use magic. If I don't get angry, I won't fall into a demonic state. Basically, if I see Taoist Qing Lin again and talk to him, maybe my demonic nature will be eliminated. Hearing this, Wang Shan's mood also became more serious. He put down his chopsticks. Wang Shan said seriously, Big Sister, now that you're starting to control your emotions, I'll share all the information we have about Taoist Qing Lin with you. Immediately after, her eyes turned gloomy. She was no longer as cheerful as before. Her hair, tied up in high twin tails, was quickly let down. It was like smooth white silk strands. Her modest clothes were replaced by a revealing dress. The bewitching charm of the fox spirit quickly returned. She looked at Wang Shan coldly. Speak. And, after confirming that Big Sister Shi Lian wouldn't easily succumb to her demonic nature, he told her the entire contents of Lu Zhu's last testament. This included the difference in the flow of time between Earth and the outside world, the story of the expedition and how they fell into a predicament. Fortunately, aside from the initial surprise, it didn't take Shi Lian long to calm down. It seemed as if she felt this was nothing. Wang Shan asked worriedly, Big Sister, did you know about this? Contrary to his imagination, Shi Lian spoke with unusual cheerfulness. Of course I knew. That's why I wasn't sure if I could find Taoist Qing Lin to eliminate my demonic nature. But when your cultivation level can completely suppress me, I won't have to worry like this anymore. Guanchuan looked at her, stunned. Wang Shan thought to himself, after pondering for a while, could it be that I was worrying for nothing? But, thinking of this, he looked at Shi Lian with wide eyes and said loudly, Come on, Xiao Xian, let's drink. Guanchuan quickly raised her glass. Shi Lian was cheerful as if nothing had happened. She hugged Guanchuan tightly and said with a smile, but at the corner of her eye, a hot tear that Shi Lian had tried to hold back couldn't help but form. Wang Shan didn't expose her. He couldn't help but feel a bit of pity in his heart. Big Sister, are you really okay? Time gradually passed. In a flash, a month had passed. Guanchuan was still focused on circulating her internal energy. Xiao Lian was lying on the couch, playing with her phone. Suddenly, from outside, Wang Shan ran in breathlessly and shouted, Senior Sister, Big Sister. His eyes shone brightly as he pointed at his phone. Quick, come look. My little sister. My biological little sister. Shi Lian looked at the photo and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Oh, she's so cute. Completely different from someone else. The three of them huddled together for a video call. Shi Lian asked, What's her name? Wang Shan replied, Wang Xiaomiao. He grinned happily and said to the baby on the screen, Xiaomiao, I'm your big brother. The two girls also excitedly looked on. His mood at this moment was like the arrival of spring. He secretly made a resolution. Starting today, I must cultivate even more diligently. No matter what. Being a big brother my little sister can rely on is the minimum requirement I have for myself. The sky quickly darkened. He thought to himself again. However, then again, unconsciously, it's been over a year since we moved into this villa. Senior Sister has reached the mid-stage golden core. Although my cultivation level can't keep up, my realm has reached the peak of the void core. At this moment, he and Guanchuan were cultivating together. According to Qin Yanzi, it's Senior Sister's great Tao of Yin and Yang that has caused his cultivation speed to increase sharply. And to prove this judgment, Master even specially suggested they cultivate in seclusion together in one room. Guanchuan slowly opened her eyes. She glanced over at Wang Shan. Right after that, a gentle kiss was slowly placed on his cheek. Wang Shan opened his eyes, stunned. But Guanchuan had already quickly retreated to her original sitting position. Realizing what had happened, he blushed and looked at Guanchuan with a dazed expression. Senior Sister. She didn't dare to look directly at him. She just gently hummed in response. He seized the opportunity. He moved closer, intending to hold Guanchuan's hand. His words came out haltingly. Senior Sister. Suddenly, a loud noise resounded, interrupting the romantic atmosphere between the two. He was startled and frowned. Both of them looked blankly in the direction of the sound. They couldn't help but feel uneasy in their hearts. At the doorframe, A brilliant, dazzling light shone. Wong Shan looked over. That direction is Mount Pingdu. A powerful stream of internal energy shot straight from the ground into the sky. That evening, Wang Sheng and the others sat together. He anxiously called Mao Yu. As soon as he called, she picked up. Wang Sheng quickly got to the point. What happened over there? Mao Yu reporting. Energy fluctuations have appeared on Pingdu Mountain. A major earthquake occurred recently. We are currently conducting rescue operations. Based on the situation, it has now been determined. This is energy erupting from a female corpse underground. She continued. Taoist Master Wang. You and the Silent Fairy stay with Big Sis for now. I'll add you to the group later. Timely intelligence will be announced there. Wang Sheng listened intently. Then he replied. Contact me immediately if anything happens. After finishing her report, Mao Yu hung up. Immediately after, he looked towards Shi Lian and said, Big Sis. Guanchuan also subconsciously looked over. Shi Lian was drinking water. Hearing him call out like that, she responded. Seeing how serious he was, she said nothing and just silently turned away. Then the fox spirit pretended to blush. What are you two trying to do? Little Fei Yu, are you about to evolve from being worse than a beast? Wang Sheng was speechless. He braced himself and said, Big Sis, let's be serious. Immediately after, Wang Sheng got to the point. Big Sis, how much do you know about the underworld? This information is very important. If possible, I'd like to record a video for the government. Shi Lian immediately zipped away, leaving only her words behind. Wait. A moment later, there was some movement from upstairs in Shi Lian's room. She stepped out in a neat outfit. With a dignified posture, she looked at the two of them. All right, start recording. How is it? Does Big Sis look the part like this? Wang Sheng looked at her, speechless. Guanchuan smiled happily, raised her index finger, and said one word. Immediately after, Wang Sheng took out the camera. According to Shi Lian's introduction, the underworld we speak of is the place of reincarnation. Back then, the heavenly court opened it for criminals to reincarnate, calling it the minor underworld. And it exists in another dimension. The only entrance is the Ghost Gate Pass, 300 miles underground. Shi Lian continued her story seriously in front of the camera. The Ghost Gate Pass is normally guarded by tens of thousands of ghost soldiers. Cultivators cannot get close to it. Of course, the ghost soldiers have now all followed the heavenly court on an expedition. There are no more ghosts. As for last night, if that third princess had been reincarnated, there would definitely be auspicious signs, not a violent eruption of nether light. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's phone rang. He thought to himself, it's a message from Mao Yu. Seeing the words in that message, Wang Sheng couldn't help but be startled, especially Guanchuan. She was eating a cake, but was so startled her face turned pale. Scene changed to Pingdu Mountain. Mao Yu quickly called to inform him. Taoist Master Wang. That gate just suddenly appeared behind Pingdu Mountain. I'm on the back mountain. Mao Yu said. However, there's nothing there. But any living thing or physical object that enters it will disappear. It's like a teleportation gate. Wang Shen quickly replied. Okay, I understand. Everyone was projecting the image onto a TV. Mao Yu continued. I recommend sending the combat-ready team in to investigate. A professor was getting anxious. In the current situation, sending someone in is the same as sending them to their death. His group was still monitoring the situation. The professor continued. We must determine the situation inside. Only after we have a countermeasure can we let living people enter. The man standing beside them said, with this kind of situation, sacrifices are unavoidable. Sister Ling remained calm in this situation. She looked over and asked, can Golden Core Stage cultivators enter the Ghost Gate Pass? He replied calmly, we are willing to try. If we don't go in and take a look, we can't be at ease. Professor Ma added, that would be for the best. I suggest that only a few Taoist masters go in. Little She asked him, hey, little Fei Yu, do you really not need to go over and help? Wang Sheng was still observing. She continued, this Ghost Gate Pass matter is definitely unusual. On the other side, on the monitoring screen, for cultivators began to enter it. They stood before the mysterious gate, observing for a moment. It emanated a dense, murderous aura. Its pull was so strong it felt like it wanted to swallow them whole. The cultivators had to steady themselves for a long while. One of them spoke loudly, signaling. The others quickly agreed. The white-haired cultivator immediately reached out his hand. He slowly approached the door. His finger touched it. It was like a giant water curtain that rippled upon being touched. And just like that, they entered the gate to hell together. Wong Shan asked Shi Lian with some concern, "Big sis, can a golden core stage cultivator go to the little underworld?" She recounted. 1,000 years ago, there were ghost soldiers stationed there. A golden core cultivator couldn't breach the ghost gate pass. But now, as long as the golden core isn't too weak, they can probably withstand the attack of the nether ghost chi. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think. The Inyong cult was originally supposed to cause chaos for 5 or 6 years. It had just emerged for 2 or 3 years and was already suppressed. Then the ghost gate pass appeared. Perhaps there's something big happening behind the scenes. He was disappointed in himself. It seems my past lives' memories are useless now. Back with the cultivators. Everyone saw the 4 figures at the gate and cheered happily. They're out. They're out. The white-haired cultivator laughed and announced. Inside is truly the netherworld underworld. But they didn't notice something unusual behind them. Wang Sheng and Guanshuan both discovered it at the same time. She, who was originally afraid of ghosts, widened her eyes in shock. Finally, the cultivator also noticed something was wrong. He turned around in alarm. His instincts warned him. This is not good. But what he feared more was that he couldn't mobilize the magic in his body. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared at the gate. Those golden streams of light made the 4 cultivators stagger. It seems that after they went in, something inside was agitated, causing this phenomenon. Wang Shan couldn't help but ask Shi Lian, "Big sis, what is that?" She guessed. It's probably a remnant left behind by the guardian of the Ghost Gate Pass. Or a soul from within the Ghost Gate Pass. Make a call to them. The cultivation world is too weak right now. After a pause, Shi Lian's eyes swept over. Her voice hesitated. However, immediately after, the mischievous fox spirit shouted, "Little Guanshuan, you're afraid of ghosts? What's there to be afraid of? The strength of a ghost cultivator is 70 to 80% weaker than a human cultivator of the same realm." A few hours later, at Wang Sheng's villa, it was late, but the lights were still on inside. Shi Lian said seriously, "Absolutely do not act rashly. Although the immortals of the heavenly court sealed that place when they left, the yin chi inside is too dense. It might have nurtured some powerful ghostly thing." Wang Sheng was puzzled. "Big sis, didn't you say there were no ghost soldiers inside? Why is it now?" Shi Lian spoke up. "The ancient demonic inscription." The professor couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is this young man?" Meanwhile, Wang Sheng's phone suddenly rang. The professor, not understanding what she said, asked again, "Miss Shi, what did you mean just now?" Shi Lian explained. "That ghost hand. It's roughly." Over here, Wang Sheng was distracted by the call. He wondered to himself, "Who is it? I've never seen this number before." Immediately after, Wang Sheng quickly answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello? Is that you, Junior?" He recognized it instantly. "Senior, did you change your number? Why didn't you let me know?" Chanlin said. "I moved to another city after graduation and changed my phone. Sorry." Wang Sheng didn't beat around the bush. "Senior, are you in some kind of trouble? As long as I can help, just say the word." Shin Chanlin seemed to be in a mood right now. She was silent for a moment. It seemed to be something difficult to say. Immediately after, Chanlin spoke. "The Ghost Gate Pass has appeared on Mount Pingdu. The government has already started sending people to station in the Little Underworld. Right now, 27 people have entered the Ghost Gate Pass. They're about to reach the gate in the Yellow Springs, right?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled. His voice stammered a little. "Senior, could it be you've transmigrated back?" Hearing this, Chanlin asked blankly. Shin Chanlin thought he was joking and replied with a bright smile. "And am an alien?" She continued to ask. "Aren't you on Mount Pingdu right now?" Wang Sheng said. "I'm in seclusion. I haven't gone over yet." Those 2 pairs of eyes were secretly glancing over, sizing him up. He quickly got to the main point. "Senior, this matter should be confidential." "How did you know?" Shin Chanlin fell silent. "This is a bit hard to explain. Just pretend you didn't hear it. They'll think of another way." Over here, Wang Sheng guessed and immediately asked her, "Senior, Do you want to contact the special investigation team? Shen Chanlin was silent for a while. Then she let out a long sigh, seemingly deep in thought. Wait a moment. Shen Chanlin asked him. Wong Shan, have you ever heard of the Earth-Hidden Sect? Hearing this, he quickly pressed the record button. Then he turned on the speakerphone for everyone to hear. Wong Shan asked quizzically, Senior, you aren't the successor of some hidden sect, are you? Shen Chanlin continued. You could say that. But the Earth-Hidden Sect is not really a sect, but rather the descendants of immortals. Right after, Shen Chanlin recounted the story. After hanging up, Wang Shan quickly sent it to Jiling. She was surprised. According to the information from your senior, this Earth-Hidden Sect was created by the ancient immortals of the Underworld's immortal court. Furthermore, for all these years, they've been responsible for guarding the mini-underworld? He replied, That's right. They have a treasure that can monitor the situation in the underworld. There's also a seal on the Yellow Springs Road. They just need to release the seal remotely, and thousands upon thousands of water soldiers will appear on the Yellow Springs Road, sweeping the Taoist masters into the underworld. Furthermore, for all these years, they've been responsible for guarding the mini-underworld. On her end, Jiling quickly proposed a solution. I will inform the exploration team not to enter the Yellow Springs rashly, and send someone to contact your senior. After a pause, she continued, As for other matters, we'll decide after we've made contact with the Earth-Hidden Sect. Finally, the information had been received and relayed. Wang Shan quickly closed his laptop. He sighed tiredly. His mind wouldn't stop thinking. As long as the Earth-Hidden Sect is within Great Hua Nation, finding them won't be too difficult. The problem is that female immortal whose reincarnation failed, who is currently finding another way in the underworld. How should we handle her? He recalled. Big sis Shi Lian, with her half-immortal strength back then, could directly confront laser weapons. Wang Shan felt a bit tired. If a celestial immortal were to fall into madness, I'm afraid it would be world-shaking. Before he could finish his thought, his phone rang again. It was a text message notification. It was from Mu Guanshuan. It seemed she wanted to say something to him. Mu Guanshuan's meaning was, that senior immortal only has a wisp of a remnant soul left. If she doesn't reincarnate, will she disappear? Is there anything we can do to help her? Wang Xing thought to himself. Senior sister actually has the same idea as me, but I'm only a void core realm cultivator. He quickly typed a message. His mind was still calculating. If we want to help a celestial immortal reincarnate, he messaged Mu Guanshuan back. All living things have a beginning, and they also have an end. This female immortal was already severely injured and on the brink of death. She herself guessed that she didn't have much time left. Reading this, Mu Guangshuan's expression became a little unhappy. Wang Sheng continued typing. Based on our current abilities, we can only light some incense and pray for her. Looking at the words, light some incense and pray for her. Mu Guangshuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed she had thought of something. No sooner said than done. The two of them offered incense together. Mu Guanshuan and Wang Sheng knelt and kowtowed very seriously. May the heavens bless the female immortal with peace. May she reincarnate successfully. Shi Lian watched, stunned. The smile on Shi Lian's lips froze. She broke out in a cold sweat internally. You two, are you serious? Not long after, the investigation team arranged for the senior's protection. Afterwards, because the senior wasn't involved in cultivation, although her clan didn't obstruct her too much, at the same time, they didn't give her much of a say. Right now, the only thing she could do was provide Wang Sheng's group with some intelligence about the Earth-Hidden Sect. Jiling quickly called Wang Sheng. She couldn't help but praise Shen Chanlin. Your senior is a smart person. Jiling knows she intends to use us to reorganize the Earth-Hidden Sect. Right now, the Earth-Hidden Sect has the notion that they are the orthodox immortal path. It's very dangerous. However, speaking of this, Jiling suddenly paused for a moment. Then she continued to speak. Just now, Ms. Shen mentioned you exactly 21 times. That's more than the Earth-Hidden Sect and her father combined. Hearing this, Wang Shen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Jiling teased him. You're really something. You're inseparable from little Xian. Yet you still manage to have a wandering eye. Wang Shen hastily replied. Master's wife, in my heart, there is only one moon. She still wouldn't let it go. What could he do? The night sky was a sea of sparkling stars. He was helpless. If Master's wife is this persistent, even Master is no match for her. Jiling discussed with him. Go contact Miss Shen. I feel that she already has a way to solve this. After all, she is a descendant of immortals. If we can get the Earth-hidden sect to join our righteous path, it would naturally be a good thing. On this end of the line, he grimaced. Yes, he'll hang up first, Master's